Chapter 1 Transformed into a spoiled female antagonist. Before a tea table sate a stunning beauty. At 16 or 17 years sauvage she was dressed in annihilated two-scolor regiment, her hair lays a ligathered with a golden ribbon, and crimson cells cascading down her cheeks, her skin was fair as snow, and their face irradiated a bloom of life. She had been sated for a full half hour. Her maids, unable to suppress their concern, tightly clutched their handkerchiefs and cautiously called out, "Miss, are you in pain again?" This voice startled Xue Qingyin from her reverie. "I am fine," she managed to squeeze it, forcing her voix into semblance of normalcy. Ash spoke, she gently pinched her thirthig. "Ouch. A third. This gone for many 'twas no dream." Indeed, she had transcended into another realm. To precise, she had traversed and took. Thebans unfolded as follows. Before sleep, a colleague had recommended a novel titled The Emperor's Favorite Concubine, wherein female protagonistic was a lit devoted to his grand ambitions, repeatedly forsaking the female lead. She had been holding her breath, eager to see when the author would finally torment female lead. This anticipation had kept her awake until 3:30 in the morning. The glow of her phone screen had duly become blinding. Weary, she had briefly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she found herself in an entirely different world. Xue Qingyin. This was the name of a supporting character in the story, sharing her name. From birth she had been somewhat frail, eventi courses fabric would cause her to break out in rashes, and the slightest breeze wouldn't do for. In short, Shara quere delicata care, and their famolation had been singularly focused on her since childhood. Consequently, anything she desired, she pursued with relentless determination until she obtained it. At the age of 14, she fell in love with her adoptive brother, Femoleli adopted emperor's favorite concubine, Xue. Chevoed to Maranun but Xue, stubborn lair fusing Ganisutor 7 as at adulthood, unaware that Xue had grown weary of her. Xue was the illegitimate son of the current emperor, his birth mother lacking the status to be acknowledged, the emperor showed one inclination to recognize him, and Thusha was raised in Xue family, taking the place of their settled destined, known as Xuening. Tutsiders, Hugh was simply Xue Qingyin's elder brother. Xue Qingyin was acutely aware that she could not persuade her parents to violate ethical boundaries and allow her to marry her beloved, and Sasha fell into ad, suffering from a serious illness. Only today had her health begun to improve. It was no wonder the maid was worried. Miss, another maid's voice sounded. The maid joyfully entered, saying, "The master is returned, bring a gift and is distributing them in the flower hall." Even inquired about you, wondering why he hasn't seen you. The master referred to us, of course, Xue. The of his substitution had been orchestrated by lords of himself, executed with yet most secrecy, so much as the 7 ladies were soon aware of their biological son had he then been replaced. The servants of the household were even less informed. Xue Qingyin would uncover the truth only through a fortunate twist of fate, as dictated by the original author's plot. Thus, within the household, every only genuinely believed the unmeant told Xue Qingyin's true brother. Bango Thesm bloodline, it was only natural that she held a deep affection for her older brother. If Shuarita converse with the master, perhaps her own discomfort would lessen, the maid thought. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin merely curled her lip. How unfortunate. Miss, Ariana pleased, the maid hesitated beside her, timidly inquiring. Xue Qingyin remained silent. She glanced down at the object in her hand. It was a fragrant sacket embroidered with the character. Girls like her, raised in such pampered conditions, were naturally unskilled in needlework, yet she had painstaking net to craft sachets. Fearing Xue might not appreciate her effort, she hated and burned the midnight toil, laboring to create a physique, pricking her fingers countless times in the process. Having listened to several romantic tales, she hated and begun to fantasize if they'd seen embroidered, a spray of blood would enhance the poignancy of fair toil, making her beloved more moved. Now, however, Xue Qingyin reflected on the original character's action. Sandro led her eyes. Looking at the sacket, her feelings of misfortune deepened. Xue Qingyin picked up a pair of scissors from the nearby box and snipped away at the dangling tassels of his saké. The maids gasped in horror. "What is the young lady doing? What's wrong? Quickly, summon the mistress." Xue Qingyin paused. "It was Muruyasachet did it warrant such an uproar?" "Never mind. After all, the original character had expended untold effort to create it." Xue Qingyin blinked. Look at her previous perfect vision had been compromised. What had meant had been to stay up late crafting the sachet. Xue Qingyin contemplated altering the character into something else, considering the possibility of reproposing Jida Sajif for Simeon. While she pondered, ladies who had already arrived. Qingyin, Medir Qingyin, Ajir just feeling heavy again, Lady Zhu hurried over, lifting her skirts as he approached. Xue Qingyin concealed the sachatan buried her face in Lady Zhu's embrace, murmuring Edo kana pinth the afternoon, and dupen waking, Nazi and Jumadamimus wa little. Lady Zhu called and felt butsmol, stroking her daughter share, you could have some play summon Samiana to fetch me wishul cologne here? Xue Qingyin remained silent, Harry's reddening. She had parents, but their affection for her brother surpassed their love for her. In contrast, Lady Xue's unconditional adoration for her daughter, tough point off blur in moralins, was a mething Xue Qingyin yearnet for I could never attain. How unfortunate that the original character, upon discovering her true brother had long since surpassed and that Hisongning was an impostor, had done light hot off how to marry Hisongning, never considering sharing this revelation with her mother. To understand the dynamics at play, one must recognize that Madame Zhu created Hisongning Isharonsen, despite Hisongning harboring a deep-seated aversion towards her. Your older brother has returned and brought you many gifts, Madame Zhu said, gently wiping Xue Qingyin's face and helping her to her feet. Shall we go have a look? Xue Qingyin responded in his sulky tone, I don't want to, I'm going to sleep. Very well, sleep then. How about to go and collect the gifts for you, Madame Zhu coaxed in soft, soothing tones, waiting until Xue Qingyin laid on inch personal I took it herein before departing. Upon entering the flower hall, Madame Zhu immediately heard Le voice say, let's sit for my sister touches first before Edo. Madame Zhu called and felt but frowned. The speaker was Xue Qingha, a daughter born of Fak concubine who was a few months younger than Xue Qingyin. Madame Zhu replied coldly, since if the gifts are brought back besomning, it is no tie or placitos. Standing in the hallway unwinkled in a deep blue robe, resembling a sturdy penetree. He turned upon hearing her voice, furrowing his brow, mother, why do you speak so? Madame Zhu sayadansha thimade saruvinglands. The unman was noni atherthan Hisongning. Heglance behind Madame Xue, noticing the emptiness, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Were I Qingyin? Ah, you still remember your dear sister, Madame Zhu feigned anger, she soon well and dressed in bed had she known your turn, should have been overjoyed on come to agree to you. Hisongning didn't respond, feeling something was. Given Xue Qingyin's temperament, even if she were burning with effervor, she would drag herself to see him, eager to play through a condolicith sympathy. Seeing him silent, Madame Zhu took charge, instructing the servants, take the gifts to the destined lady's room. Mother Hisongning beggin. Have you or for the rendezvous like a Junting in her room, giving them to your sister will surely bring her some joy. Hisongning wanted to ask about Qingha, but words got in his throat. It was fine to give everything to Xue Qingyin, it would also save him the trouble of persuading her to marry Prince Wei. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin lounged on the favored concubine couch, lays a littern in goveran saying theme. The maid quickly brought a soft, stick a pastry to her lips. Aren't you posed to be sleeping, miss? The maid asked. Inito twel to sleep properly, Xue Qingyin replied. The maid thought for a moment and found it difficult to argue against thought logic. Latter that evening, Madame Zhu returned and asked, have you seen the gifts, doyola them? Xue Qingyin sat up, what gifts? Madame Zhu was taken aback, what, you haven't even looked? Xue Qingyin shook her head. Madame Zhu's smile faded, and she said, somewhat displeased, Ning truly lacks discernment, King Heismerliak concubine's daughter, yet has spent solistime tending to her. Hasha forgotten thoughtia redden wom do tough poison that King Hazel faded mother putin my soup? Xue Qingyin was about to respond when Madame Zhu hurriedly added, beauty our brother does care for you, up in Harangiu will he order a the gifts to be brought to you. Had the original character reared these, she would have been overjoyed. But Xue Qingyin was acutely aware of hunder lying truth. Madame Zhu hoped for harmony between his siblings, oblivious to the fact that Hisongning favored Xue Qingyin aromantic sense. Indeed, Xue Qingyin was the heroine of this tale. There was no doubt that these gifts were orchestrated by Madame Zhu herself. Leaning against Madame Xue Qingyin whispered, can I have a different brother? Madame Zhu was taken aback, what nonsense serious speaking child? Xue Qingyin's expression was wary, he don't like meadle, how can he be my brother, mother, I do perhaps mix him up with Zomi O'Neill's? Madame Zhu patted her head, Yori of marriage abaja now you shouldn't speak such childish things, I feel or brother hersiu, it will on la distance our sibling bond. Xue Qingyin pouted. Thinking of to the small plot ahead, she felt as if all her vitality had been drained away, leaving her wanting to give up entirely. Onedei il go aten fine duinosan who listens to you in cares form, Xue Qingyin declared. Madame Zhu chuckled, you've become a quite head dictator nonsense, very well, rest now. Madame Zhu left some pastries and a pot of soup she had personally prepared for her. Before long, night fell. To ensure a goodness sleep, Xue Qingyin instructed her maid to extinguish the candlelight. In the thick darkness, it was a sight to drift off. As Xue Qingyin closed her eyes, she began to doze and she suddenly heard a creak from the window, followed by a figure dropping into the room. Qingyin heckled softly. Xue Qingyin jolted awake, filled with irritation. She sat up, glaring at the figure. How do you sneak into you girl's window at night? What a scoundrel! Xue Qingyin grabbed a porcelain pillow and hurled it at him. Crash! The pillow collided with a hard surface before shattering into pieces on the floor. The figure visibly staggered. Miss, what's happening? The maid's panicked voice called out. The candle light to seduce quickly ignited. The figure let out a muffledro and, disregarding the pain, and swiftly approached Xue Qingyin, covering her mouth. Xue Qingyin thought of herself. What happened? There is no chamber potney. Otherwise, I could have smashed this scoundrel with it. Chapter 2 All your wives have remarried. In the half-hour since her unexpected arrival in this world, Xue Qingyin had seriously contemplated the possibility of devising gain laborateshima to eliminate his owning, the male protagonist, thereby freeing herself from any future concerns. However, upon further reflection, she realized that she simply did not possess the cunning required for such machinations. After all, his owning was the maleli lead, not to mention the halufta protagonist that surrounded him, who was also suspicious and ruthless individual who hated and orchestrated the demise of his own father. It was futile she could not outmaneuver him. Thus, Xue Qingyin cosito reclining in tranquility. Seeing her motionless, his owning's fury subsided somewhat. Why both are quarreling with a fool, hey moost? Don't you recognize him? His owning gasked softly. Xue Qingyin nodded lightly. She truly did not recognize him? He sung enforced words from his throat. I am your elder brother. Xue Qingyin dead again. Unless did he song release his grip. Meanwhile, a maid had entered with a lamp in hand. Tell Harry Orfine, he song urged. Duty twas stulet. As the maid rounded at the screen she exclaimed, ah, what's there? Xue Qingyin immediately adopted a clean and innocent demeanor. Didn't you see? It smiled her brother. He song ning. The maid, blissfully unaware of any underlying tension, responded with delight, oh, it's still the young master. She hurried Lilithalump. Theflum illuminated his song ning shan semi-fetchers. His countenance was striking when he lowered his gaze, the elongated corners of his eyes exuded an alluring charm. The maid couldn't help but blush upon seeing him. After all, he was still this Sanafti household, and Donaday, these maids might find themselves serving him in more intimate capacities. I didn't intend to disturb Qingyin sleep. Merely wished to take a glance and leave. I didn't expect to wake her. He song said succinctly, effective like glossing over his late night window escapade. The maid felt to shed be his concern. After all, they were siblings, and the eldest young master still cared for his sister. I shall brew up a tofty for you, young master, the maid insisted, bustling about. None, he song replied. There were matters to discuss, but with a maid present, it was not the appropriate time. He turned the attention back to Xue Qingyin. His gaze was deep, almost darker than the night itself, and when fixed upon her, it sent a shiver down her spine. However, he song quickly broke into a smile, leaning down to adjust her blanket tangent lippiting her shoulder. You shoulderist, you will come to escort you out of the manor tomorrow. Out of the manor? What did that entail? Oh, Shivagile recalled a scene where he song returned and took her to a poetry gathering hosted by Prince Wei. Upon their return, he sked Hirish would like to marry the prince. Prince Vile already had 18 wives. Who would want to marry him, for heaven's sake? Xue Qingyin's expression turned still disinterested. He songing narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling ashist. You're no thap about me taking you out for some fun? A hint toughed out flickered in his eyes. How suspicious she was. Was she already beginning to doubt her motives? Xue Qingyin bit her lip before uttering a single word tired. He songing's expression softened somewhat. It seemed she was indeed quite ill. Then yo should dressed early. Xue Qingyin pondered for a moment before figning concern. Hidio earlier, I've been having nightmares lately and couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams. He soning, with brother-like concern, asked, nightmares? Xue Qingyin clutched this clothing gone buried her facey against the chest, beginning to sob. I dream Thadio marry a day twivi sand no longer cared for him. He soning had never truly cared for her. He also dreamed Thadio went off to where Andy Dothier, Pierce said be 1,000 arrows, so many arrows stuck in you, like a porcupine, it terrified him. There was something off about that statement. He also dreamed that Hafteriudid, Ali our 8 wives remarried, in the end he was the only Ono memberedo. Shadrimet of him dian gond being cuckolded, Thevian at his owning stempleth involuntarily. I also dreamed that. Enough, he sounding interrupted, covering her mouth, don't dream such things any more. Proceed a smile, attempting to reassure, now that you've seen, yo one thava nightmares anymore, don't overthink your major life even Soriatob decided, so could possibly take a wife? Oh, Xue Qingyin replied softly, settling back down. Hella to se go for a leaf. Xue Qingyin had become increasingly troublesome. He concealed the disdain in his eyes and turned to leave. The maid remarked, I wondered with you lady seemed to distract Tethisa past few days it turns out she was dreaming that fieldest young master hadid, how terrifying. Xue Qingyin regard her. What a knave girl. She must not grow fond of hot cold-hearted Hisongning. Meanwhile, Hisongning walked away but did not return to his quarters immediately. Instead, headed to Yuritavas at Xue Qingha. In Xue Qing's room, Adam lamp flickered to life, indicating she was wary of Hisongning's impending visit. The maid stationed outside had been dozing, and upon seeing Hisongning, she beamed with joy. Eldest young master? This maid did not understand with a legitimate eldest entreated Thesa can doomed lady with more affection than his own sister. Yet, due to the main lady's harsh treatment, it was precisely because of eldest young master that their lives were bearable. The maid hurriedly share a dim inside and prepared tea. Xue Qingyin was under the lamp in book and did not sit upon his entrance. It was his own Ninga was stepped forward to take the book from her hands, the lightest dim but careful natast in your eyes. Xue Qingyin looked up, biting her lip, but remained silent. She was also a beauty, perhaps of more delicate life fragile in appearance than Xue Qingyin. Unlike Xue Qingyin, Howell voiced her hardships, Xue Qingyin remained reticent, evoking deeper sympathy. He saw Ning retrieved as malay temporomissly aviandext indeed over a gift. Xue Qingyin heist, didn't he will read viva rithing to Miss Sister? These own eyes exclusive liferio. Xue Qingyin handed no track for it. Seeing her hesitation, he saw Ning insisted in offering it. He leaned down to fasten a hairpin in her hair, a hairpin made of colorful jari usually dressed simply, so it's to meto at a touch of color. The maid peered in front the doorway, colorful jade, how precious. Xue Qingyin looked puzzled. The maid, more knowledgeable than Hanner, explained, the other day, through a Foftet official surnamed Lin wore colorful jari in her hair's jade toften cum sinither greenerd, beautiful the spot colors, it is rare, and 3 colors are considered exceptional, the master has gifted to a 3-color jade hairpin. The maid chuckled. What did it matter if the eldest young lady was his biological sister, she was still as charming than thy illegitimate daughter. Suddenly Xue Qingyin remarked, why's your collar so dirty, elder brother? Hisongning looked down. It was stained with it tears Xue Qingyin had left behind. It's nothing, Hera pleaded nonchalantly, unwilling to mention Xue Qingyin. Xue Qing's gaze flickered momentarily before dimming. Chapter 3 His Royal Highness, Prince Song. Chapter 3 of the following day, Xue Qingyin lay in bed, feigning illness, attempting to maintain the charade. Hisongning arrived upon hearing the commotion. Ill again, he queried with a somber tone. Xue Qingyin had her head buried under the covers, resembling a silkworm cocoon. She muffled her response, ah. It appears the physicians summoned to the residence are nothing but quacks, Hisongning remarked with displeasure. We ought to invite a royal physician instead. The maid sighed, how could we possibly summon a royal physician? Unless the master personally beseeches his majesty, but upon hearing that, the master would likely chastise the young lady for being delicate. Hisongning replied nonchalantly, the Prince of Wei enjoys the emperor's favor. There are royal physicians in his household. I share a modicum of friendship with the prince, if I could ensure Qingyin's full recovery, I wouldn't hesitate to bring her to the prince's residence. Xue Qingyin thought to herself. So the Prince of Wei is someone we must meet, do you insist on pulling this string? You actually have a connection with the Prince of Wei, the maid exclaimed in surprise. You are truly impressive, young master. Let us hurry then, Xue Qingyin emerged from beneath the covers, her soft hair tousled and disheveled however, her beauty rendered her appearance endearing. The rules at the royal residence are quite stringent. I do not wish to go. Then what do you propose? Since my elder brother has ties with the Prince of Wei, surely he could arrange for a royal physician to come to our home? Hisongning paused momentarily. She indeed dared to make such a request. Did she presume she held significant influence? Hisongning was not angered, he merely stated, the Prince of Wei is amiable, it would be better for you to speak with him directly. He will acquiesce. You might as well call him a notorious libertine, Xue Qingyin inwardly scoffed, yet, she maintained an innocent facade, replying, very well, I shall heed my elder brother's advice. Can you get out of bed? Xue Qingyin shook her head, I need my brother to carry me. Hisongning regarded her with a smile, saying, at your age, what manner of behavior is this? With that, he commanded servants to bring forth a soft sedan chair and carried Xue Qingyin out from the inner courtyard. Truly, he was the original male lead, unwilling to concede even a little. Xue Qingyin smacked her lips, sitting in a soft sedan chair would suffice. Ultimately, Xue brought Xue Qingyin to the poetry gathering. If you remain cooped up at home, even without ailments, you might end up with ailments of your own. Why not venture out more and play with the young ladies from other families? Xue suggested. Xue Qingyin remained silent. She did not believe he was unaware of her reputation in the capital. The original owner was not well regarded. She enjoyed adornments of gold and silver, and her attire was ostentatious, drawing attention wherever she went. Other young ladies were often overshadowed by her, to the point of exhaustion. If the original owner were clever and emotionally intelligent, it might be acceptable, yet, she was utterly unversed in poetry, music, or games, and could not engage in conversation with others. Simply put, no one wished to associate with her. For this reason, the original owner had wept at home on several occasions, but for Xue Qingyin, it was splendid, no need to interact with others, content to amuse herself, without worries of food or clothing, free from the grind of a 996 work schedule. She could play until tired and simply sleep, without concern for others' expressions. How delightful! Why the silence? Are you upset? Xue voice rang out again. I know you look down on those noble ladies, Xue Qingyin thought. I never said such a thing. What a hefty accusation. Today, I shall introduce you to some remarkable friends. Are you pleased? Xue inquired. Xue Qingyin still appeared listless, replying, who could possibly be more impressive than you? Although Xue was irked by Xue Qingyin's various behaviors, even her obsessive affection felt burdensome to him. Nevertheless, her words struck a chord with him. Xue, with his ambitious nature, certainly believed himself to be second to none. There are many who surpass me, he declared. How disingenuous, Xue Qingyin silently scoffed. As they spoke, they arrived at the poetry gathering. Xue halted abruptly. The Prince of Xian, why is he here too? The Prince of Xian, his presence was scarcely mentioned in the earlier parts of the story. It was noted that he spent years waging wars, commanding formidable armies, cold and ruthless, with an eccentric temperament, causing both courtiers and noble ladies in the capital to fear and admire him, respectively. At this moment, Xuaning's greatest rival remained the Prince of Wei. As the Prince of Xian did not vie for power, however, as the plot progressed, it was suddenly revealed that he was not the biological son of the late emperor, prompting him to contest the throne and become the principal antagonist. Xue Qingyin had only read up to this point. The story was yet unfinished. Curiosity piqued, she lifted the sedan chair's curtain. Which one is the Prince of Xian? She asked. That one, Xue gestured. Xue Qingyin looked over. The man was tall and imposing, clad in a dark blue robe, adorned with an amber crown, a long sword hanging at his waist. His presence was formidable and commanding. He was surrounded by throngs of people, all bowing their heads, none daring to raise their eyes. The Prince of Xian seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head. Xue Qingyin's breath caught momentarily, a chill creeping up her spine, causing her to instinctively shrink back. The Prince of Xian was exceptionally handsome. His nose was straight and his features deep-set. When he lowered his head, his elongated brows and eyes did not possess the same wicked charm as Xuaning's, but instead exuded a palpable aura of danger. Xue Qingyin felt hesitant to meet his gaze. Hastily averting her eyes, her gaze fell upon the sash at his waist. The black and gold belt accentuated his narrow waist and broad shoulders. In that instant, Xue Qingyin inexplicably thought that the powerful figure beneath the robe must possess remarkable strength. Cough, cough, this line of thought must not wander. Xue Qingyin raised her face, only to find the Prince of Xian still observing her. Unsure of what expression to wear, she simply blinked at him. Xuaning's voice echoed again. The Prince of Wei is also here. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, do not feign ignorance. You know full well that the poetry gathering is organized by the Prince of Wei. Come down, Xuaning instructed. Qingyin, it is time to pay respects to the Prince of Wei and the Prince of Xian. Xue Qingyin slowly descended from the sedan chair. She then turned her gaze towards the Prince of Wei. The Prince of Wei had already approached the Prince of Xian, dressed in a moonwhite robe, adorned with a jade crown and jingling ornaments at his waist. He cut a scholarly figure, moving with grace. Amidst the throngs, he greeted the Prince of Xian with a respectful elder brother. The Prince of Xian did not offer assistance, merely responding with a curt "Hmm." The Prince of Wei, with his refined demeanor and handsome features, yet standing next to the Prince of Xian. The latter towered over him by half a head, his presence formidable, exuding natural authority. The Prince of Wei appeared somewhat slender in comparison, overshadowed by the Prince of Xian. Xue Qingyin followed closely beside Xuaning, offering a vague greeting, and then everyone proceeded into the garden. The garden was already set with tables and featured a scenic meandering stream. It was likely that those unable to compose poetry would soon be compelled to drink. Neither the original owner nor the current Xue Qingyin possessed any knowledge of such affairs. Before the poetry gathering even commenced, she was already feeling a headache coming on. Noticing her rare silence, Xuaning inquired, what is it? Xue Qingyin met his gaze and realized he was once again scrutinizing her. His suspicion was rather excessive. Xue Qingyin sighed, I'm tired. Just like that, you're tired. Xuaning frowned slightly but, considering her recent illness, found it somewhat justifiable. Xue Qingyin pointed towards a pavilion. I want to sit there for a moment. Are you not going to pay respects to the Prince of Wei? Does Qingyin no longer desire the royal physician? With so many people surrounding the Prince of Wei, what purpose is there in joining that commotion? We can discuss it another day. Xuaning was aware of her delicate nature and lack of patience, furrowing his brow but choosing not to press further. After all, her mere presence was sufficient. The current Xue family, with Xue Qingdong and Xuaning united in purpose, was not something she wished to draw attention to, lest these two-inch fathers perceive something amiss and take drastic measures against her. For now, she must maintain the facade. Xue Qingyin lazily stifled a yawn, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, reminiscent of a budding lotus. She sweetly implored, "Elder brother, accompany me." Xue reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, his eyes betraying a coldness. "Qingyin, have you forgotten what I told you?" Xue Qingyin pouted. "How could I possibly remember such things, you dog?" Chapter 4. He swiftly covered her lips with his hand. "Go and rest in the pavilion. If something arises, send a maid to summon me." "Very well. I understand," Xue Qingyin replied, tugging at his sleeve and wringing it with her fingers. She then raised her gaze to him, her eyes filled with a pitiful longing. "Even though my heart is reluctant, I can only lament that my elder brother cannot always be by my side. However, mother insists that I consider my brother's affairs, so I must allow him to attend to his own matters." Xue paused at her words. He gazed deeply at Xue Qingyin and smiled. "It is good that you are so considerate." Yet, the smile did not reach his eyes. Xue Qingyin paid no heed to such subtleties. She merely wished to send Xue off. As he turned to leave, a maid accompanied Xue Qingyin to the pavilion. Sitting idly was rather dull, and the spring breeze carried a slight chill. "Do you know how to play Yezi cards?" Xue Qingyin inquired of the maid. The maid blushed, hesitating to respond. The servants often took their meager wages to play cards when they had leisure time, but how could they dare let their superiors know? "Just tell me if you can play," Xue Qingyin urged. "I know a bit," the maid admitted. "Then teach me. We can sit here and play Yezi cards together." The maid's expression changed. "But how can we? Besides, we don't even have any cards. Look at what is most abundant at this poetry gathering. Brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. We can simply draw some cards ourselves." Fine, fine," the maid replied, her face filled with reluctance. The young ladies of the household were not fond of reading, and the mistress indulged them greatly. Now, it seemed they even had to learn to play cards. Once the maid departed, Xue Qingyin found herself alone. She exhaled softly, finally feeling a sense of freedom, and decided to take a stroll in the garden. Xue may have been an unworthy speaker, but he was right about one thing. Xue Qingyin rarely ventured outside, confined to her quarters, which inevitably weakened her constitution. It must be said that girls of the boudoir in this era were generally like this. She needed to devise a plan to persuade her mother to allocate the Xue family's estate in the countryside to her, so she could reside there and live a life of leisure, indulging in food and drink, and enjoying more freedom to roam. With a healthy body and a relaxed mind, wouldn't that be a far more enduring existence than being entangled in the love story of the protagonists? This place was called Lu's Garden. The garden was abundant with luge flowers, also known as crepe myrtle, blooming in shades of purple-red, with artificial hills and flowing water, pavilions and towers. The scenery was indeed splendid. Xue Qingyin wandered around for quite a while, and soon found herself lost. This body was not particularly strong, and after walking a short distance, she began to feel slightly breathless. Not minding the dirt, she brushed off the dust from a large rock nearby and sat down to rest. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps drew near. Xue Qingyin lifted her eyelids, not thinking to hide. "Ling Lang." A woman's voice rang out. "Huin Yang, how have matters fared concerning what I discussed with you some days ago?" The response came from a man. Xue Qingyin's realization struck her. Ling Lang was a play on Lin Lang. Was this truly such a twist of fate? Had she stumbled upon someone's clandestine rendezvous? Xue Qingyin found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. She stood up and managed to glimpse a shadow through the gaps. With the abundance of hibiscus trees, the area was naturally shrouded in layers of concealment, yet, if she attempted to leave, they would certainly notice her. How awkward that would be. Now, Xue Qingyin felt trapped, unable to stay and unable to go. "Why do you inquire about this as soon as you arrive?" The woman called Huin Yang replied, somewhat displeased. Lin Lang hurriedly chuckled. "Do you not know me? My diligent efforts are solely for the purpose of being able to marry you openly and without shame." Huin Yang laughed lightly. "If you truly wish to marry me, my brother-in-law and Prince Xian are both present today. Why not seize the opportunity to win their favor?" Lin Lang countered. "With Xuan here today, how could we possibly have a chance to shine?" Huin Yang sighed. "That is true." Lin Lang continued, "The spring imperial examination is approaching. Even if I possess some talent, everyone else is scrambling for connections. If I do not follow suit, I will inevitably be pushed aside by them. Do you not agree?" Xue Qingyin listened intently. Was this related to the spring examination? Anyone familiar with ancient history would know that any mention of examination fraud was a serious matter. Now she absolutely could not leave. "Very well, then I shall bear the burden for you. I wonder how you will reward me," Huin Yang sighed. "How about this as a reward?" A rustle of fabric followed. Xue Qingyin, good heavens, now she truly could not leave. Huin Yang giggled. "Be cautious of being discovered. Today, both the Wei Prince and Prince Xian are here. Everyone is eager to curry favor and has no time to wander this way. Just keep your voice down," Lin Lang replied. "What a rascal you are." Xue Qingyin, she could bear it no longer. Her ears were about to burst. Just then, she felt a wave of warmth behind her, as if someone was stealthily approaching. Startled, Xue Qingyin tightened her fingers and turned to look. Lo and behold, two figures stood behind her. One was clad in dark blue robes, with cold brows and eyes. Looking down at her upon noticing her turn, he leaned down and swiftly covered her lips. It was Prince Xian. Xue Qingyin's heart raced wildly, her limbs growing weak. It was a natural response to impending danger. She had to admit, up close, the aura of menace surrounding Prince Xian was even more palpable. Taking a gentle breath, Xue Qingyin's gaze shifted, only to notice another man beside Prince Xian, dressed in crimson robes, with a long beard and a pale complexion, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He stood next to Prince Xian, looking even more nervous than she was. Xue Qingyin, what kind of luck was this? How could so many people gather in such a place? Were they all here for a meeting? Xue Qingyin pointed to her own lips and made an okay gesture towards Prince Xian. After realizing he likely could not comprehend, she resigned herself to the situation. Let him cover her mouth. Xue Qingyin chose to remain still and quiet. At that moment, Lin Lang and Huin Yang had already shed their garments, and it appeared they were about to engage in more intimate actions. No one seemed inclined to leave. Xue Qingyin pondered for a moment, then tapped the large stone. She gestured for Prince Xian not to be courteous and to sit down as well. Standing behind her, leaning over to cover her mouth must be exhausting. Prince Xian cast her another glance, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Perhaps he had not expected her to remain so composed so quickly. Yet, Prince Xian still did not sit. He raised his eyes to scan the area ahead, subtly furrowing his brow, and suddenly lifted his other hand to cover Xue Qingyin's eyes as well. Xue Qingyin was startled again. In that moment, Prince Xian could feel her long eyelashes brushing against his palm. This time, even the hand covering her mouth had a heightened sense of awareness. Xue Qingyin, however, could not help but sigh. What good was this? Could someone come along and plug her ears too? She sat there for a while, unable to bear it any longer. It was one thing for her to listen, but it was entirely too strange for so many to be eavesdropping together. Xue Qingyin resolutely covered her ears. The man beside Prince Xian caught sight of her actions and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The young lady was utterly unafraid and quite obedient. Fortunately, Lin Lang was not particularly competent. Huin Yang soon tidied her clothes and said, I must take my leave. Why are you leaving so quickly? If I linger here any longer, it is bound to attract attention. You, on the other hand, are a man. At worst, you might just receive a beating and be expelled from the capital, but I would suffer greatly. With that, Huin Yang departed first. Prince Xian waited a moment before retracting his hand. Xue Qingyin glanced back. Lin Lang was still there, turning in circles and glancing around. He exhibited a hint of vigilance, but not much. At that moment, the man beside Prince Xian suddenly spoke, check to see if anyone is around? Upon hearing this, Lin Lang was frightened and fled. You nearly scared me to death. He ran quite a distance before finally stopping, gasping as he muttered to himself, most likely here for a tryst. Otherwise, why would they ask if anyone was around? Lin Lang let out a breath of relief, straightened his clothes, and strode forward with confidence. Xue Qingyin rose to her feet. I shall take my leave as well. Sitting on the stone for too long had made her backside sore. Wait a moment, the man beside Prince Xian suddenly spoke. May I ask which family's young lady you are? He fixed his gaze on Xue Qingyin. Was this the moment to assure him that she had heard nothing? But typically, the other party would respond, is that so? I don't believe you. Thus, Xue Qingyin pondered for a moment, feeling no fear whatsoever. Instead, she replied with conviction, I am Xuanning's sister. Do you know Xuanning? No matter the outcome, she would first deflect the scrutiny onto Yisongning, the original male lead, and let him bear the brunt of any trouble. Chapter 5 You are inadequate, old, and unattractive. At this moment, Yisongning remained oblivious to the good deeds his good sister had just performed. He strolled leisurely towards the gathering. Upon noticing him, King Wei greeted him warmly, Zhongqian, come and take a seat. Zhongqian was Yisongning's courtesy name, and the king addressed him thus to convey a sense of intimacy. The onlookers could not help but express their envy as Yisongning elegantly lifted his robe and settled himself right beside the king's left hand. Xuanning, with his arrogant disposition, often disregarded those around him. It was only King Wei who appreciated his talents and consistently treated him as an esteemed guest. Observe, as soon as he sat down, the king began to engage in hushed conversation with him. How highly he regards him. Did Zhongqian not mention he would bring your sister along to the poetry gathering today? King Wei inquired. Ah, she claimed to be weary of mingling with men, so she took a maid and went to sit in a pavilion by herself, Yisongning replied, unhurriedly. Which pavilion? That one, Yisongning said, glancing around. Where is she? His expression subtly shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, adding, she must have found the ambience dull and wandered off to explore. It was apparent that she had come to the poetry gathering but chose to remain unseen. Despite his esteemed status as King Wei, who was sought after by many, Xuanning's sister seemed to hold him in disdain. The more dismissive she was, the more it aggravated King Wei's anxiousness. There is a dense grove behind this garden. Should she inadvertently venture in, she may well lose her way, the king remarked, summoning a young eunuch. You, go and look around to see if the young lady from the Xue family has gotten lost. The young lady from the Xue family? The eunuch was taken aback, pondering that he had never seen her before and had no idea what she looked like. Yisongning's voice interjected, she wears a lilac dress, adorned with a day and night brocade flower in her hair. The eunuch promptly departed. A flower in her hair and a day and night brocade, such a complex and vibrant adornment. The eunuch silently shook his head. What girl would dare wear such a flower? The day and night brocade was too exquisite, likely to overshadow her own beauty. Could it be that this Xue lady was even more radiant than the brocade itself? King Wei pondered the same question, momentarily losing interest in the imperial wine laid out before him. It was only 4 months since he had met Xuanning, yet he often heard about his sister from him. Xuanning spoke of her fragility, stating that even slightly coarse garments would chafe her delicate skin. One could only imagine her skin akin to ice and snow. He further described her as petulant, lacking poise when standing or sitting, and always leaning on others to indulge her whims. Such a depiction conjured an image of a figure so soft it seemed to lack bones. Xuanning also mentioned her haughty temperament, owing to the affection of her family, rendering her oblivious to others, even her elder brother at times. However, such flaws, when associated with a beauty, transformed into virtues. If all maidens behaved as demurely as those of the inner courtyard, where would be the excitement? It was this blend of softness interwoven with a streak of pride that rendered her utterly captivating. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin could not help but sneeze. However, Prince Xian appeared to be a man indifferent to women, showing no hint of tenderness. He did not even glance at Xue Qingyin but merely asked, "Who is Xuan Ning?" A man beside Prince Xian responded, "He is the eldest son of the Minister of Revenue, Xue Qingdong. This individual is exceptionally talented and has composed the Xuanyang Ode, making quite a name for himself in the capital. Even your highness has heard of him." After a pause, he added, "King Wei has invited him to dine at his residence." Prince Xian nodded slightly, his tone cold. "Very well, Miss Xue may leave." "Leave? Oh, that makes sense. Her father is no minor official. Even Prince Xian could not detain her here against her will." Xue Qingyin lifted her sleeve to wipe her mouth, and Prince Xian's gaze inadvertently fell upon her lips. Initially, he had not noticed, but upon closer inspection, he saw either his grip was too firm or she was exceedingly delicate, for her lips bore the faint imprint of his fingers. "Wait." Prince Xian spoke. "If she were to exit in such a manner, with her in front and them behind, what rumors might arise should anyone witness it?" Xue Qingyin looked at him in confusion. "What is it?" Prince Xian lowered his gaze to her soiled hem and remarked, "Your attire is dirty." Xue Qingyin glanced down, brushing it off dismissively. "It matters not." Such a lack of propriety. Yet Prince Xian turned to the man beside him and instructed, "Wen Hui, fetch a cloak from Jin Ke for her." The man named Wen Hui complied, though he did so with a puzzled demeanor. When had his highness ever shown such concern for a woman's comfort? With the prince's command, Xue Qingyin had no choice but to wait. Achoo, but she could not hold back. Why was the wind growing ever chillier? Xue Qingyin sneezed several times, noticing that Prince Xian's expression remained unchanged. She shifted her position slightly. Now she felt much better. The prince's tall frame was perfectly positioned to shield her from the wind. Prince Xian, that before long, when Hui returned, they had mentioned Jin Ke. She presumed it was a woman, for what he brought back was a moonwhite cloak embroidered with orchids. When Hui handed the cloak to Xue Qingyin, who, feeling chilled, did not hesitate to drape it over herself. She inquired, "Am I free to leave now?" Prince Xian's gaze returned to her lips. They were pressed together gently, a soft pink, reminiscent of plump and supple blossoms. After waiting for a moment, the imprint had faded. "Wait." This time it was Wen Hui who spoke. Xue Qingyin thought, "How long must this go on?" Wen Hui smiled. "What transpired today must not be discussed outside." Before Xue Qingyin could respond, Wen Hui continued, "Please leave behind a personal item." "Wen Hui," Prince Xian's voice was heavy, "such an act is beneath you." Wen Hui, somewhat intimidated, bowed even lower. Yet he mustered the courage to assert, "But your highness, it is a precaution against treachery. Should this matter escalate, it would prove troublesome." Xue Qingyin's mind struggled to grasp the situation. What was the connection? Oh, she vaguely understood leaving behind an item would mean that if she dared to speak out of turn in the future, he could use it to tarnish her reputation. After all, what respectable young lady would carelessly give away her belongings? The reasoning was sound. Xue Qingyin shook her head. "I cannot give you anything." Prince Xian replied, "Very well, you may leave." Xue Qingyin looked at Wen Hui and added, "I would rather give it to you. You are young and handsome." Prince Xian. Wen Hui. Chapter 6. Do you take me for your father? Chapter 6. Xue Qingyin cheerfully plucked the flower from her hair and placed it into the palm of King Xian, saying, "Here, take it. I am leaving now." Instinctively, King Xian curled his fingers around it. Instantly, 2 petals fell away, and the edges of the flower became crumpled, its juice staining his knuckles. "Miss Xue. Miss Xue? Is Miss Xue present?" A voice echoed from beyond the thicket. Wen Hui's expression shifted slightly. That is the voice of a young eunuch by Wei Wang's side. Yet, King Xian remained silent. Xue Qingyin's figure gradually melted into the shadows of the trees. Wen Hui sighed. "What is this affair? Why did she even give you the flower?" King Xian gazed at his hands. These hands, defined by prominent knuckles, were strong and powerful, having taken many lives. They had wielded swords, commanded troops, and gripped reins, even strangling the necks of enemy generals, yet, they had never cradled a flower. This flower was both vibrant and fragile. An absurd thought unexpectedly blossomed in King Xian's mind, as if he were holding the delicate and radiant Xue family maiden within his grasp. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin followed the sound, making it difficult for her to lose her way. She approached the young eunuch directly. "Are you looking for me?" The young eunuch was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. After a moment, he looked again. Indeed, she wore a lilac garment, but over it had a cloak. And where was the flower? Why was it absent from her hair? "Who sent you to find me?" Xue Qingyin inquired again. "His Highness Wei Wang is concerned that you might lose your way, so he dispatched me to fetch you," the young eunuch thought to himself, recognizing her beauty. There could be no second maiden from the Xue family. Xue Qingyin sighed inwardly. Very well, it seemed there was no escaping this. She wondered what schemes He Songning had employed to leave an impression on Wei Wang's heart. The young eunuch guided her out. Not far along, they encountered a maidservant, who was cradling paper, ink, and brushes. Upon seeing Xue Qingyin, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I couldn't find you upon returning." Xue Qingyin laughed. "I didn't mean to startle you. Tomorrow, I shall ask mother to reward you with silver." The maidservant, transforming her fright into joy, hurriedly replied, "It is merely my duty as a servant. How could I dare to accept rewards? I wish to see my elder brother. Come along with me," Xue Qingyin added. "But what about these?" The maidservant glanced down at her arms full of items. Naturally, we shall take them along, Xue Qingyin insisted. Well, let us go. The maidservant, fearing to lose her again, had no choice but to hastily follow. However, the young eunuch did not lead her to the banquet hall but rather towards another pavilion. This pavilion was elevated, surrounded by heavy drapes. Once they fell, it would be impossible for anyone outside to discern the happenings within. After Xue Qingyin took her seat, the young eunuch lifted one corner of the drape for her. Through this opening, she could clearly see Xue and Wei Wang. The young eunuch remarked, "The wine has circulated halfway. It won't be long before the eldest son of the household comes to see you." As they conversed, someone at the banquet stood up. The figure was slender, adorned with a veil, likely a woman. She raised her cup to toast Wei Wang, wishing to engage in a poetic exchange. After their verses were exchanged, another man stood, saying, "My sister here has a penchant for reading." Presumably, it was a brother bringing his sister to the poetry gathering. Perhaps he too was contemplating Wei Wang. Xue Qingyin felt drowsy, lowering her head to cut paper and draw cards. The maidservant cut while she illustrated. Meanwhile, Wei Wang, observing the graceful and talented young woman before him, felt a twinge of impatience. In his court, there was already a talented woman, but she neither possessed the joys of a woman's chamber nor any allure. His earlier poetry was intended to showcase his literary talents, hoping the Xue maiden would witness that his skills rivaled those of her brother. However, the young woman stood to challenge him with poetry. It was no wonder he appeared cold-hearted. Wei Wang, unrelenting, countered her verse, stating, "Your sister has only read the works of Lu. Her poetry is overly sentimental and lacks refinement. She ought to read a few more volumes." Though it sounded like advice, it was devoid of mercy, implying she had scarcely read anything worth mentioning and yet dared to flaunt her skills. The young woman, embarrassed, sat back down, tears streaming down her face, too timid to wipe them away, and thereafter remained silent. Presumably, the Xue maiden had witnessed his literary prowess and recognized that he was not a man given to romantic notions, despite the fact that many beautiful women admired him. His affections were unique, unattainable by others. Wei Wang set down his cup, satisfied. Before long, King Xuan arrived at the banquet. Everyone rose to pay their respects. Wei Wang smiled. "Where have you been, brother? It is indeed a rare occasion to have you here today. Please, take a seat, and first indulge in 3 cups of wine, then compose a poem." Everyone knew that King Xuan was a military general, not one like Wei Wang who had the leisure to indulge in literary pursuits daily. No one dared to request a poem from him. An air of subtle rivalry permeated the atmosphere. King Xuan approached Wei Wang directly. "As a brother, have you forgotten the order of seniority?" Wei Wang's expression stiffened momentarily, but then he smiled. "Indeed, it seems I have forgotten your brother. Please take the prominent seat." Reluctantly, Wei Wang relinquished his position. King Xuan calmly stated, "Do you have any valiant men in your court? Let one come forth and demonstrate their swordsmanship." Wei Wang's face twitched. The manner in which this was said implied that he was the host of today's poetry gathering. Wei Wang returned the question, "Will you not compose a poem, brother?" King Xuan replied, his tone as unruffled as ever, "I have only composed poetry for our father's birthday. Who would dare compare themselves to the emperor?" The others, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. "A clever one dashed forth. I too can perform swordplay, though I fear I may not meet the standards of the grand occasion. Today, I shall dare to display my skills before His Highness King Xuan." With this, Wei Wang had no choice but to remain silent. As the poetry gathering morphed into a swordplay exhibition, Xue Qingyin felt a spark of interest. She leaned forward to observe. First, she spotted the upright and composed King Xuan. Then, she saw the scholar performing swordplay, whose technique was soft and unrefined. What was this? Xue Qingyin retreated her head once more. Meanwhile, King Xuan had a vague sense of her presence, abruptly lifting his gaze towards the pavilion. That Xue maiden, how did she end up over there? Due to King Xuan's late arrival, Wei Wang harbored feelings of discontent and, after the poetry gathering concluded, he did not return to see Xue Qingyin. Only He Songning came to escort her. "Where did you get that cloak?" He Songning quickly noticed the peculiar addition to her attire. "Someone lent it to me." "And what of the flower that was in your hair?" "It fell off along the way." Xue Qingyin thought to herself, "Do you take me for a child? Why are you so concerned?" Chapter 7 Shall the two of you engage in a duel? Chapter 7 On the way back to the Xue family, He Songning inquired once more about her whereabouts earlier. Xue Qingyin casually brushed it off. He Songning did not press further, merely remarking, "Has stepping out alleviated your feelings of heaviness and dizziness?" Xue Qingyin nodded. This outing had turned out to be more enjoyable than she had anticipated. After finishing those paintings, she even spent a good half an hour playing with the maid. She looked forward to playing again next time. "Shall I take you along again if there is a banquet in the future?" "We'll discuss it then." Xue Qingyin left her response open-ended. He Songning paused. "Do you not wish to accompany me?" Xue Qingyin lifted her gaze to him, feeling aggrieved. "I do wish to, but I prefer to spend time alone with you. What need is there for so many people? At today's poetry gathering, I barely exchanged a few words with you." He Songning felt a weight lift off his heart. For some reason, he sensed a significant change in Xue Qingyin compared to before. Yet, when he sought to unravel the cause, he found no clear answer. It must be that Madame Xue had imparted something to her in private. "Then you should simply stay close to me next time," He Songning suggested. Xue Qingyin observed that the performance had reached its conclusion and quietly replied, "All right." After that, she fell silent. Upon returning home, Madame Xue appeared quite delighted, bringing in a soup she had personally simmered, her face radiating maternal affection as she remarked, "Your sibling bond brings me great comfort." Meanwhile, He Songning went to see Xue Qinghua. As soon as he entered the room, Xue Qinghua spoke up, "I heard you took your sister out today." "Indeed. It is well that you are close, but it would be best if you both ceased visiting me in the future, lest our stepmother become displeased. Xue brow furrowed. What sort of talk is that? However, Xue Qingyin merely tugged her blanket and refused to say more. He found it difficult to explain anything to her. He did not wish for such a pure person to be tainted by unwanted matters. Thus, his intentions regarding Xue Qingyin were matters he could never divulge to her. Xue exited the small courtyard, his spirits not lifting throughout the day. In contrast, Xue Qingyin felt much happier. She drank the soup, nibbled on some snacks, and took out the painted cards, playing joyfully with the maid for several hours. It was only when night fell that she comfortably retired to sleep. At the Xian Wangfu, the study of Prince Xian was still lit. A subordinate arrived to request an audience, promptly pushing the door open. I pay my respects to His Highness, Prince Xian. Rise. The man's voice was icy, yet his subordinates had long grown accustomed to it. Standing upright, the subordinate raised his head slightly. However, today, the first thing that caught his eye was not Prince Xian's upright form, but rather a flower. On Prince Xian's desk lay a brilliantly colored flower, strikingly vivid against the backdrop of black and white, standing out in stark contrast to the cold, sharp atmosphere of the room. The subordinate stared at the flower in a stupor for a moment. Has it been sent from Huainan? Prince Xian's voice broke the silence. The subordinate snapped back to attention. Indeed, Your Highness, your foresight is remarkable. It has indeed come from Huainan. Hastily, he presented the document with both hands. After a stick of incense had burned, the subordinate exited the courtyard, muttering to himself. Is His Highness anticipating joyous news? That cannot be. That day, Xue Qingyin was roused early from her bed by the maid. The master has returned, the maid said in a fluster. We must all have breakfast together soon. The second young lady has already gone. We cannot be late. What does her eagerness have to do with me? Xue Qingyin took her time washing and dressing, while the maids fretted anxiously. Let us go, she said. Miss, you are not yet properly groomed. Please wait a moment. Just a moment ago, they were so eager. Why the sudden concern for her appearance? Xue Qingyin blinked and replied, no need to dress up, it will suffice as is. That will not do. You must look presentable when meeting the master. Am I meeting my father or the king of hell? Xue Qingyin asked earnestly. The maid was momentarily speechless. In any case, it simply must not be like this, the maid stammered again. He is my father, not a stranger. What need is there for such pretentiousness? Xue Qingyin yawned. Let us go, let us go. The maid fretted, the master is very busy, he often spends several months in the Ministry of Revenue. Each time he returns, you always wake early to groom and dress, ensuring you see him before the second young lady. Why has it changed today? I fear he might be displeased if you arrive late. Xue Qingyin replied, it's fine, after a few more visits, my father will grow accustomed to it. The maid was left speechless. As the maid had said, Xue Qinghua had already arrived early. Not only her, but when Xue Qingyin entered, a whole table of people awaited her. What an overwhelming surprise, she had never experienced such treatment in her life. Upon crossing the threshold, she saw Madame Xue wink at her, as if signaling her to promptly apologize and act like a dutiful daughter. Xue Qingyin turned her gaze to another figure. Sitting at the head of the table was her father, Xue Qingdong. He possessed the appearance of a cultured official, yet his silence as he fixed his gaze upon Xue Qingyin imbued him with a certain authority. Xue Qingyin stepped forward and declared, I wish to sit next to father. What nonsense is this? Xue Qingdong replied calmly. To his left sat Madame Xue, and to his right was Xue. Without hesitation, Xue Qingyin pushed Xue aside. I am not being unreasonable. Why does father question me as soon as he arrives? I have been ill recently, and father hasn't shown any concern. Xue Qingdong's brow suddenly furrowed. Ill? His tone softened considerably. Very well, sit down. Your mother has already informed me about your illness. Xue Qingyin spread her palms. Then, has father brought me a gift? A gift? Yes, since you are aware, you ought to have brought some gifts to appease me. My elder brother brings me gifts whenever he returns home. Xue Qingdong glanced at Xue and the two shared a look, and then Xue Qingdong slowly withdrew his gaze, appearing more agreeable. Did you not desire the inkstone I possess? I shall have someone fetch it for you shortly. That was something Xue Qingyin had wanted to gift to Xue in the past. I no longer want that. Xue Qingyin pouted, I want that screen in your study. The double-sided embroidered one, which must be quite valuable. Xue Qingdong, appearing like a generous father, replied, very well, I shall have both sent to your room, is that agreeable? Xue Qingyin happily nodded and picked up her chopsticks, preparing to serve her father some dishes, regardless of his thoughts. Putting on a facade of a loving father and dutiful daughter was acceptable, as it allowed her to extract more treasures from his study. Xue Qingyin's aunt spared her from being chastised for waking late. The maids outside the door let out a sigh of relief halfway through the meal, perhaps having played the role of a responsible father long enough. Xue Qingdong suddenly set down his chopsticks and remarked, Qingyin is already 17 this year. In other families, girls at 13 or 14 are already being courted. If this continues, it may become difficult. Are you all eager to find me a match? Is this a performance review? Xue Qingyin was filled with questions. Madame Xue's face lit up with joy. Indeed, it is time to start considering suitors. What a pity. Qingyin has always been reluctant, saying she cannot bear to leave home. She has always listened to you, her father, so please advise her. Xue Qingdong maintained his calm demeanor. It is the duty of parents to arrange marriages. How can a daughter decide for herself? Xue Qingyin thought to herself that Xue also wished to take charge of her life. Perhaps the two should engage in a duel first. Chapter 8. Want the biggest, Xue Qingyin declared, his tone shifting abruptly. Qinghe and Qingyin are only a few months apart, let us arrange for them to meet together. He turned to Madame Xue, saying, it will be a considerable burden for you, my dear. The smile on Madame Xue's face faltered. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Xue Qinghe's mother, which naturally extended to Xue Qinghe herself. It was only fitting for her to worry about her daughter's marriage, but why must she also concern herself with Xue Qinghe? Xue Qingyin continued to gaze at her. You are the matriarch, all matters of this household rest in your capable hands. Is that not advantageous? Madame Xue stammered, indeed, it is beneficial. Coincidentally, the inspector's wife has sent me an invitation to her residence for tea. I shall take them along. Xue Qingyin replied with an acknowledgement, Thus, the meal concluded rather blandly. Xue Qingyin was not one to easily display his emotions, and dining with such a person lacked flavor. Especially for Madame Xue, who had been cheerful earlier but was now enveloped in unspoken frustration. If a woman continually harbors such pent-up feelings, it is inevitable that her health will deteriorate. Xue Qingyin furrowed her brow in silence, aware that in this era, paternal authority reigned supreme, and she lacked the leverage to contest her father. After their meal, they returned to the courtyard. Before long, Madame Xue arrived. Your father truly pierces my heart. That wretched woman caused such suffering for the two of us back then, and today he expects me to embody the role of a matron and manage her daughter's marriage. I understand what your father is thinking. He simply wishes for me to oversee Xue Qinghe's marriage, indifferent to the quality of the suitor I choose, as if that would alleviate my grievances. But can I truly act in such a manner? If I were to do so, grandfather would surely accuse me of being narrow-minded, and what would the people of the capital say about me? They would claim that after all these years, I am still unsatisfied and insist on going to extremes. That would be one thing. I am not overly concerned with others' opinions, but if they were to label me as a heartless mother, it would surely reflect poorly on my daughter, hindering her prospects for marriage. Such thoughts could drive a mother to despair. Madame Xue was indeed overwhelmed, and before Xue Qingyin, she vented her frustrations in one breath. Xue Qingyin felt a pang of sympathy for her. Although Xue Qingyin appeared to empower his wife, solidifying her status and compensating for the trauma she endured during her pregnancy, in reality, he was merely placing her upon a scorching pyre. He would not share an ounce of her worries, yet he feigned the role of a devoted husband. Mother, Xue Qingyin began tentatively. Madame Xue abruptly interrupted. What am I saying to you? After exhaling deeply, she gradually regained her composure and forced a smile. Your father still cares for you. I noticed that the screen has been delivered, has it not? Madam, young lady, the eldest son has arrived, announced a maid from outside. Madame Xue's smile became more natural. Look, your elder brother has come to see you. They all care for you. As she spoke, Xue was ushered into the room. He first greeted Madame Xue and then turned to Xue Qingyin, inquiring, shall we go fly kites at the outskirts of the city today? To her surprise, she truly wished to partake in the activity. Xue Qingyin's eyes lit up, and she sprang to her feet. Observing this, Madame Xue gently urged her outward, go, enjoy yourselves with your elder brother. In a few days, he will be busy preparing for the spring examination. Xue Qingyin recognized that this was a matter that would please Madame Xue, so she did not hesitate to follow Xue. Meanwhile, Madame Xue remained seated for a while longer. A nearby maid assisted her in rising, and she murmured, if Qingyin can marry into a good family, I shall feel at ease. The maid replied reassuringly, indeed, it will happen. Yet, deep down, she harbored some concerns. After all, the girl's temperament was rather headstrong, which might not be tolerated by her future in-laws. Once Xue Qingyin and Xue exited the residence, they made their way to the market to purchase kites. As they walked, I want this one, Xue Qingyin declared, pointing at a delicate ring-shaped pastry on a stall. The vendor quickly wrapped it up and handed it to her. Xue Qingyin was not modest. She pointed to Xue beside her, this is my brother, he will pay. Xue, of course, did not mind such trivial expenses and readily paid, but this was merely the beginning. Next, Xue Qingyin passed by stalls selling rouge, flowers, combs, and jade. She desired them all. This is my brother, he will pay, she repeated with increasing familiarity. Xue, at this rate, half the capital would surely know who her brother was. However, unable to afford the embarrassment in public, he nevertheless became quite adept at retrieving his coin pouch. The hour grows late, Xue reminded her. Very well, Xue Qingyin responded, finally entering the kite shop. Upon seeing two well-dressed patrons, the shopkeeper, realizing they were not short of coin, promptly presented the most expensive and exquisite kites. One was a pink butterfly, another a green dragonfly, along with designs of magpies and floral arrangements. Xue Qingyin did not even glance at them. I want the biggest. The biggest? This was the first time the shopkeeper had encountered a young lady demanding such a thing. Yes, and it must be long. The bigger and longer, the better. If I find it satisfactory, you shall receive a reward. Xue lips twitched. After all, this was his money. The shopkeeper hesitated but ultimately could not resist the allure of a reward, commanding two attendants to bring forth two enormous kites. One was shaped like an eagle, measuring 9 feet long with a wingspan approaching 12 feet. The other was even more remarkable, unfurled from the shop to the outside, stretching nearly 24 feet in length, resembling a serpent. Xue Qingyin was thoroughly pleased, pointing at the serpent, I want this one. Xue, when Wei Wang arrives at the outskirts of the city and witnesses other young ladies flying pink butterflies while Xue Qingyin is launching a giant serpent into the sky, how could that possibly be acceptable? Chapter 9 The unquenchable desire to bring her home. Xue Qingyin, with her heart's desire fulfilled, brought the enormous serpent to the outskirts of the city. To the south of the suburbs flowed a river, its banks wide and devoid of trees, making it an ideal spot for kite flying. By the time Xue Qingyin arrived, numerous carriages had already gathered in the vicinity. It seemed that the young ladies and gentlemen from various households had come out to play. The girls predominantly held kites shaped like butterflies and birds, each adorned in a variety of colors. In contrast, the young men clutched kites resembling eagles, swallows, and goldfish. None of them could rival the size of hers. Hers was the most dazzling of all. Grasping the kite string, Xue Qingyin eagerly leapt down from the carriage, turning back to Hisongning, saying, "Elder brother, please hold the tail for me." A flicker of regret washed over Hisongning, but he was not one to retreat. With a stern expression, he took hold of the kite's tail and disembarked from the carriage. In that instant, the extraordinary sight captivated everyone's attention. That's Xue Qingyin. What? It's her. I haven't seen her in ages. She has changed. It's undoubtedly her. Her elder brother Xue Ning is by her side. Yet, they seem to hold a fondness for Hisongning. Xue Qingyin paid no heed to their thoughts and joyfully ran to prepare for kite flying. Elder brother, let go when I tell you to. Hisongning was in no mood for conversation. Soon, he realized that he had underestimated Xue Qingyin. It was not merely that she was unable to launch the massive serpent into the air when Wei Wang arrived, she simply couldn't get it off the ground at all. Yet, she was both inexperienced and eager to play, leaving Hisongning no choice but to run alongside her. They ran round and round, humiliation mounting until Hisongning was utterly speechless. Fortunately, Xue Qingyin's spirited nature could not be stifled. She panted lightly and plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, "I can't run anymore." Hisongning replied, "Then rest." Xue Qingyin shook her head. "If I don't see it take flight, how can I feel at ease?" At that moment, Xue Qingyin's eyes sparkled, her sweat-soaked brows accentuating her beauty. With a gentle blink, her lashes seemed to curl enticingly. She gazed at him. "Elder brother, you give it a try. You're so capable. There's nothing you can't accomplish." Hisongning, elder brother, can't you do it either? Xue Qingyin's expression turned pitiful. With a resigned sigh, Hisongning picked up the kite once more. Xue Qingyin settled comfortably, instructing her maid to fetch water. Hisongning, possessing some skill, released the kite and sprinted off. While flying a kite himself was enjoyable, watching others struggle to launch theirs brought him even more delight. Xue Qingyin nibbled on the snacks, the crisp sound of her biting into the pastries delightful to the ears. They were truly delicious. The first to arrive at the outskirts was Prince Xian. His deputy looked up, exhilarated. "This is intriguing. This year, kite flying even includes a giant python." In the eyes of these martial men, the sight of the colossal serpent was a first. "Do we not have a kite? Are we to sit idly and watch?" another asked. The deputy turned to Prince Xian. "Your Highness?" The deputy made his way toward the great serpent, seizing a young nobleman by the arm, asking, "Who is that person?" "The son of Minister Xue." "Oh, so the serpent belongs to him?" "To be precise, it was brought by his sister." The deputy, "A girl brought it?" "Indeed, she is seated over there." He turned to look. The young woman sat gracefully on the ground, her pomegranate red skirt blooming around her like a flower. Even from the side, her beauty was a rarity to behold. The deputy hesitated, feeling the weight of his past bravado on the battlefield. Today, he dared not take another step forward. After much deliberation, he returned sheepishly. The courtiers who had been attending to Prince Xian had already dispersed. Upon seeing the deputy return, they inquired, "Why have you come back?" "That kite belongs to a girl. How could I dare to borrow it?" The deputy's face flushed as he spoke. "Why are you blushing? She must be a beauty." "Do not jest about the young lady," the deputy retorted. "She is the daughter of Minister Xue. Do not mock me. How many women do you think I encountered in the military camp?" "Just 2, and they were the cooks. If you were to go and ask, would you have the audacity to do so? Would you not blush?" Suddenly, Prince Xian, who had been somewhat indifferent, interjected, "Is she from the Xue family?" "Your Highness, indeed, she is the daughter of Minister Xue." Finally, Prince Xian directed his gaze towards her. It was indeed her. Today, she had donned a new outfit, which made her resemble the flower adorning her hair even more. However, soon, several people gathered around her. Wei Wang arrived. He first noticed the kite, then Hisongning, who was simply too conspicuous. His gaze swiftly fell upon Xue Qingyin. With just a glimpse of her back, he could already discern her graceful silhouette. Wei Wang approached directly. "Miss Xue?" Xue Qingyin turned her head. She knew well that bringing her here to fly kites was a poor idea. "Prince Wei?" Xue Qingyin spoke first, slowly rising to pay her respects. Wei Wang quickly replied, "No need for form. Please, remain seated." Xue Qingyin complied, sitting back down firmly. She had not intended to bow in the first place. However, her maids and attendants were not of the same mindset. Their expression shifted, and they hastily bowed. How could Prince Wei suddenly come before their young lady? At that moment, Wei Wang's gaze was fixated on Xue Qingyin's visage, almost unable to tear himself away. He had finally laid eyes on her. At last, Wei Wang's mother was a favored concubine in the palace, and in her youth, she had been an unparalleled beauty. Having seen his mother so often, Wei Wang had grown discerning, and his royal residence was filled with beautiful maidens of all kinds. Yet, none compared to the girl before him. The young woman radiated an alluring charm, her skin glowing like the sunset, her lips parting and closing with an irresistible allure. The beauty of the Xue family was of a kind he had never encountered before. Others might not perceive it, but he recognized that her beauty was an innate gift. He could hardly contain his longing to bring her into his chambers at once. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin thought. Why is he silent? She met his gaze. My goodness, what a lecherous gaze. Chapter 10. A trouble arises. At that moment, Hisongning was reeling in the kite and walking towards them. Your Highness, he called softly. Wei Wang suddenly snapped back to reality, smiling as he remarked, Junting, I must say, your sister is not nearly as spoiled as you claim, quite the charming young lady, indeed. He Songning cursed under his breath. This fool, in his pursuit of Xue Qingyin's affections, had inadvertently revealed his words. How could he say not as spoiled as you claim? What would Xue Qingyin think upon hearing this? Surely, it would cause an uproar when she returned. He Songning never anticipated. Xue Qingyin immediately turned her face away, rising to her feet. Brother, why would you speak of me so in front of others? I truly. Her voice faltered, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung from. Then, she turned and fled. She needed to escape. Staying even a moment longer with Wei Wang was unbearable. That He Songning stood there, speechless. This was escalating quickly. Wei Wang, too, was taken aback. Was she truly angry just like that? A wave of embarrassment washed over him, but the sight of the beautiful girl weeping like a rain-drenched pear blossom stirred his heart with a pang of sympathy. Junting, as an elder brother, you ought to indulge your sister more, Wei Wang advised. He wished to chase after her himself, but given his status, it would not be appropriate to lower himself in such a manner. Xue Qingyin hopped into the carriage, exclaiming, Go, go, go. The driver, unaware of the commotion, recognized the urgency. Meanwhile, the deputy commander of Xian Wang's entourage exchanged puzzled glances. What just happened? Is it as if she has been crying? Xian Wang lifted his eyelids. Even he was not afraid, yet she was frightened to tears. The deputy hesitated. After all, she is a young lady. It would not be wise for her to leave alone. Should we not follow to ensure Miss Xue does not encounter any ill-mannered individuals on the outskirts of town? Someone else chimed in. Did not Wei Wang send someone to follow her? Anyone sent by Wei Wang, what good could they be? You make a valid point. While they debated, Xian Wang suddenly declared, Let us go. Your Highness, are we returning to the city now? Follow after Miss Xue. Understood. Inside the carriage, Xue Qingyin rummaged for some food. Just as she contemplated having another bite, a sudden dull ache surged in her chest. Had she run too hard? She pressed her hand against her chest and pulled up the curtain. Then she remembered, her mate had not followed her. She was still unaccustomed to the lifestyle of ancient times. Having grown used to solitude, Xue Qingyin took a couple of deep breaths of fresh air from outside the carriage. No, it seemed the pressure in her chest was intensifying. Looking down, she noticed her fingertips had turned pale. This was bad. Things had escalated. Why was her body so frail? At this, the driver panicked. Something seems off ahead, the deputy commander muttered. Why has the driver suddenly become so flustered? Let us investigate. Understood. The deputy turned to observe Xue Qingyin. She was sweating, her brows glistening, her eyes shimmering with tears. To the clinic, we must go to the clinic. Upon seeing this, the deputy commander exclaimed in alarm, It is dire, Your Highness. Miss Xue is on the verge of collapse. That wretched Wei Wang. Xian Wang abruptly lifted the carriage curtain and leaped down. In just a few strides, he reached her side. He glanced at Xue Qingyin's condition and declared, Do not go to the clinic. Return to the palace. Ye Wei, you ride swiftly back and instruct the imperial physician to await us at the gate. A young man responded immediately, galloping towards the city gate. But how shall we return to the city? The jostling will not do her any good, the deputy commander fretted. Xian Wang, however, stepped onto the carriage, supporting Xue Qingyin's back, and coldly uttered, Close your eyes and calm yourself. As he spoke, he found himself momentarily entranced. The girl's waist felt remarkably delicate, yet, she seemed unafraid, leaning into him. In the vigor of youth, Xian Wang, accustomed to the barracks, had never been this close to a maiden, even though serving in the palace. Consequently, the warmth from his hand began to intensify. He instinctively stepped back, creating some distance between them, yet, Xue Qingyin, finding comfort in his presence, leaned deeper into his embrace, striving to reclaim her breath. Xian Wang pressed his lips together, his expression sharp. However, Xue Qingyin was oblivious. He lowered his gaze, taking in the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead, her eyelashes glistening, the delicate blush on her ears, and the elegant curve of her neck, which gracefully descended beneath her thin garment, hinting at a subtle radiance. There was a touch of vulnerability, yet it was undeniably enchanting. Ultimately, Xian Wang did not push her away. Summon our driver, he commanded, closing his eyes, his lips slightly parted as he spoke in his usual icy tone. The Xue family's driver was utterly bewildered, allowing the guards to pull him away and replace him with one from the royal palace. The new driver was no ordinary man. He handled the carriage with remarkable speed and steadiness. Though Xian Wang's residence was not as close to the palace as Wei Wang's, it was considerably nearer to the city gate, which proved to be fortuitous. The carriage sped along, returning to Xian Wang's residence, but now it housed an additional occupant. Your Highness, we have arrived. A person struggling to breathe could not lie down. Initially, Xian Wang merely supported Xue Qingyin's back, but soon, he found her entirely nestled in his embrace. The imperial physician, urged by urgency, hurried forth to lift the curtain and examine the patient. What he beheld caused him to gasp in shock, nearly doubting his own eyes. Xian Wang, cradling a young girl? Yet, he dared not linger in astonishment, quickly assessing her pallor before shouting, Medicine box. The young apprentice hastily produced it. The physician retrieved a piece of medicinal herb from within and instructed Xue Qingyin, Hold this in your mouth. Very well, we can proceed now. After delivering his command, the physician hesitated. How should they enter? Should Xian Wang carry her in? Bring a soft sedan chair, Xian Wang ordered. Thus, Xue Qingyin was carried inside Xian Wang's residence in a soft sedan chair. The physician penned a prescription and sent someone to brew the medicine. Xian Wang lifted her with ease. She was so light. How could the daughter of a minister of revenue be so frail? Xian Wang averted his gaze, gently laying her on the bed. However, when he tried to retract his sleeve, he found it ensnared. Looking down, he discovered that Xue Qingyin had firmly grasped it. Her hand was small and appeared exceedingly fragile, as if it could shatter with the slightest pressure. Xian Wang called for the deputy commander. Come here. Without hesitation, the deputy approached. Xian Wang swiftly drew his sword and severed the part of his sleeve caught in her grip before turning to exit. The deputy commander, bewildered, inquired, Your Highness, where are you going? Now that we have returned, I must first address the matters concerning the Anxi army. And Miss Xue, what, do you intend to brew her medicine? The deputy commander shivered at the realization. Indeed, they were neither physicians nor apothecaries. What assistance could they offer? He collected himself and quickly followed Xian Wang to the study. Upon entering, he noticed the flowers that Miss Xue had gifted him still resting on the desk. These flowers have withered, the deputy commander remarked absent-mindedly. Indeed, the flowers had wilted, the petals were nearly all gone, yellowed and wrinkled. Xian Wang scrutinized them coldly for a moment, swallowing hard. Relay the message that if Miss Xue is well, she should send someone to inform us. The deputy commander was perplexed. Why did you not mention this earlier? Meanwhile, the young eunuch dispatched by Wei Wang, realizing he had lost track of the individuals, could only return sheepishly. He Songning had also lost interest in lingering. By the time they returned to the Xue residence, more than 2 hours had passed. He entered and immediately inquired, Where is the eldest young lady? Did she not leave with you, eldest young master? She has not returned? Not at all. He Songning's expression darkened. Trouble had indeed arisen. Chapter 11 The masterpiece of King Xian. Chapter 11 He Songning dispatched his subordinates to discreetly search for the missing person. It was imperative that the situation did not escalate. After all, the disappearance of a woman could easily be linked to her reputation. Despite his disdain for Xue Qingyin, he did not wish for the Xue family to create a scandal at such a critical juncture. Half an hour passed. An hour went by, then 2 hours, yet there was still no sign of her. He Songning realized that this matter could not be concealed any longer. As soon as Xue Qingdong returned from the Ministry of Revenue, he sought him out. Upon hearing the news, Xue Qingdong's expression darkened. Your men have not found her? No, they have not. That is of little concern, but I fear it may be the Crown Prince's doing, for he is well aware of your identity, Xue Qingdong remarked coolly, his tone devoid of warmth. That seems unlikely. She is probably sulking and deliberately avoiding returning, He Songning replied, shaking his head. Perhaps she has gone to her maternal grandfather's home. It would be prudent not to conceal this from your mother. Let her send someone to the Xue family to ascertain whether Qingyin is there, he suggested. The Xue family was Xue Furin's maiden family. In no time, He Songning found himself in the presence of Xue Furin. What did you say? Your sister is missing? Xue Furin inhaled deeply. Did you return alone? Yes. Before He Songning could finish his sentence, Xue Furin struck him sharply across the face. She had never been one to lay a hand on her own children. He Songning was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of darkness flashing in his eyes. Go, search for her. I will send someone to your maternal grandfather's home to inquire, Xue Furin managed to utter. Before long, even Xue Qing has made notice the unusual atmosphere in the residence. I heard the eldest young master took the young lady out to fly kites today, the maid remarked. Xue Qinghe felt a pang of discomfort, her face paling as she remained silent. The maid continued, but I heard that upon their return, only the eldest young master came back. The young lady seems to have gone missing. Xue Qinghe's heart leapt. It would be better if she truly has disappeared. An engagement is imminent, and the madam would surely find her a suitable match, while she would likely seek a lesser one for you. At that point, the young lady would only flaunt her superiority, leaving us with no way to survive, the maid scoffed, inwardly wishing for a bandit raid to take the best of them. Xiaoxin, do not speak carelessly, Xue Qinghe interrupted. Yet our young lady possesses a benevolent heart, the maid sighed. On one side, there were those consumed with worry, while on the other, Xue Qingyin was groggily assisted to her feet and was hazily fed medicine. The imperial physician, renowned for his exceptional skills, soon had her breathing steady and her vision clear. She is awake. She is awake. A young woman dressed as a maid exclaimed, her tall figure and clever demeanor striking. Is this a maid from the prince's residence? Xue Qingyin pondered. She had vaguely heard the prince's voice earlier, instructing not to go to the clinic but to return directly to the palace, and he had even summoned the imperial physician in advance. Xue Qingyin propped herself up on the edge of the bed. At that moment, someone nearby said, Quick, go report to His Highness. The maid's expression darkened momentarily, her gaze toward Xue Qingyin now laced with a hint of coldness. Xue Qingyin was bewildered. Was it not too soon to have yet another enemy? Before long, the messenger returned. This is the prescription the imperial physician wrote for Miss Xue, and here is the prepared medicine. If you experience any further discomfort in your chest, dissolve one of these tablets in your mouth before following the prescription to prepare the remedy, the messenger explained. Xue Qingyin replied, Please extend my gratitude to the imperial physician. There is no need for such formality, Mississippi. It is getting late. I must return to the residence swiftly. As Xue Qingyin attempted to rise from the bed, a sleeve fell to the floor. What is this? She blurted out. The maid's expression turned even more peculiar as she bit her lip. It is the sleeve of His Highness the Prince. The young lady refused to let go upon arrival, so I had to cut it off with a sword. Xue Qingyin clicked her tongue, relieved that the prince appeared magnanimous and did not expect her to compensate for it. The young servant holding the prescription added, Everything is arranged. If the young lady can walk, we shall depart now. With that, he turned to the maid and said, Sister Ziying, come and assist the young lady. Ah. How considerate, however, the maid named Ziying was likely even more displeased. Without waiting for her, Xue Qingyin strode forward, inquiring as she walked, "What about the coachman from my house? I hope he hasn't been frightened to death." I offered him a cup of hot tea and rewarded him with a silver melon seed to calm him down. "He is currently waiting outside," the servant replied. Xue Qingyin nodded. The prince's residence was indeed generous. Surely, she wouldn't have to repay for the silver melon seed. The estate was vast, constructed as a scaled-down version of the imperial palace. Having walked only a short distance, Xue Qingyin felt utterly exhausted. Noticing her fatigue, the young servant quickly said, "Miss, you may not have fully recovered." With that, he called for a soft sedan chair to be brought. Xue Qingyin entered as she had arrived, albeit in a daze, unclear of her surroundings, and now seated, she could finally appreciate how comfortable the sedan chair truly was. Turning her head, she noticed Ziying's displeasure deepening. Xue Qingyin, sensing this, shifted her position to lie down more comfortably. Born with beauty, her movements exuded a carefree charm, and as she reclined, she radiated an enchanting allure. Ziying, her teeth clenched tighter, thinking how unrefined this Xue family girl was, yet no one seemed able to discipline her. Upon reaching the entrance, the coachman awaited her. Upon seeing Xue Qingyin, he promptly bowed with eagerness and joy before boarding the carriage. Beside him stood an elderly matron. The matron smiled, saying, "I will escort Miss Xue back home." Xue Qingyin found this somewhat peculiar. With the coachman and carriage ready, could she not return alone? Was there a need for such a grand display? Were they afraid she might faint on the way? As the carriage approached the Xue residence, twilight had begun to settle. A servant stood before Xuefuren, reporting, "The eldest young lady is not at the Xue residence." Xuefuren was frantic, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Where else could she have gone? "Is there not a coachman?" Xue Qingdong attempted to soothe her. "Madam, do not fret." Xuefuren pushed him aside, ready to engage in an argument when a young servant dashed in, exclaiming, "The eldest young lady has returned." "She has returned?" Xuefuren was overwhelmed with joy, rushing outside. The others lagged behind. "Qingyin, my dear child." Xuefuren called repeatedly, yet upon reaching the entrance, she was greeted not by her daughter but by the elderly matron. Xuefuren paused. "Where is my daughter Qingyin?" The matron bowed slightly, replying, "I am here to escort Miss Xue back on behalf of the princess." "Princess?" Xuefuren was taken aback. Xue Qingyin was equally perplexed. She had clearly returned from the prince's residence. How had she come to be sent back by the princess? Xuefuren scrutinized the matron, her eyes lighting up. "Are you the esteemed Xue matron by the side of the princess?" The matron nodded again. "Indeed." Xuefuren was both delighted and bewildered. How could this happen? The princess and Miss Xue share a bond. They met at the poetry gathering that day. Today, upon encountering Miss Xue in distress, she hastily brought her back to the palace for the imperial physician's treatment. Not realizing it would take so long, she worried you might be concerned, hence she instructed me to return the young lady. Xue matron explained courteously, ensuring to elevate the Xue family's standing. Xue Qingyin finally understood. If news of the Xue family's daughter being missing spread, others might speculate about her rendezvous with a suitor. Moreover, those who already looked down upon her would only be more emboldened. Now, with the princess intervening, the rumors would surely dissipate. Yet how could she, with her modest connections, have garnered such favor from a high-ranking princess? Xue Qingyin realized the truth. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by the prince. Chapter 12. How shall she repay his highness? The latecomers, Xue Qingdong and his companions, soon grasped the situation. Xue Qingdong stepped forward, exchanging pleasantries with Granny Xue before inquiring after Princess Sheng'an. Granny Xue, having fulfilled her duties, turned to leave. Just as she was about to exit, a sudden thought struck her, and she remarked, "Oh, by the way, Miss Xue, the princess has decided to gift you that cloak." With such evidence, there could be no further doubt regarding its authenticity. So Qingyin is acquainted with the princess. Xue Qingdong regarded his daughter with a newfound complexity in his gaze. "Indeed," Xue Qingyin replied, her tone infused with rightful confidence. The actions of Prince Xian were truly meticulous. She found herself involuntarily reminiscing about her time at the prince's residence. Though her memories were sparse, when he had lifted her from the palanquin, his hands had been remarkably strong, secure. Through her garments, she could almost sense the subtle contours of his muscles beneath. "Enough of this chatter, come inside." "Did you not hear Granny Xue mention that Qingyin's old ailment has flared up?" Xue Madame's voice interrupted. Xue Qingyin, suppressing her thoughts, obediently placed her hand in the crook of Xue Madame's arm and followed her inside, soothingly saying, "Do not worry about me, mother." In the courtyard of Xue Qinghe, a maid overheard the sounds of merriment and, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired with the matron outside. Upon her return, her expression shifted to one of extreme dismay. "The eldest miss has returned," she announced. "Isn't that a good thing?" "What good can come of it? She was brought back by Granny Xue, who serves Princess Jinxiao. They say the princess took a liking to her and even summoned the imperial physician for her old ailment." The maid gritted her teeth. "From this day forth, we truly have no way to survive." Xue Qinghe clenched the handkerchief tightly. Indeed, it seemed as though all the good fortune in the world was being monopolized by Xue Qingyin. She had a loving mother, a father who indulged her, even her elder brother was under her sway, and now the princess regarded her with favor. "The eldest son has arrived," called the matron from outside. The maid quickly wiped her tears away, saying, "Miss, once the eldest son enters, you must be sure to cultivate a close rapport with him. The eldest miss may be formidable, but we must ensure she cannot even retain her own brother." Xue Qinghe frowned. "What nonsense!" The maid promptly fell silent and moved to lift the curtain just as He Songning stepped through the door. "What happened to your face?" Xue Qinghe exclaimed, startled. He Songning dismissed it lightly. "It's nothing." The maid, anxious, asked, "Did your father strike you because the eldest miss has not returned?" But Xue Qingyin interjected, "Does she not realize how willful and domineering Xue Qingyin is? When she decides to leave, what can our elder brother do?" At that moment, Xue Qingyin stepped into the courtyard, unable to stifle a sneeze. Xue Madam immediately expressed concern, "Have you caught a chill?" Xue Qingyin shook her head. Xue Madam breathed a sigh of relief, taking her hand and lowering her voice, trembling as she said, "Qingyin, I feel your elder brother has changed." Listening closely, Xue Qingyin detected a hint of choking in her mother's voice. Her eyes brightened, changed. He had always been a cold-blooded and ruthless individual. Finally, she had caught on to something. It was time to give him a taste of his own medicine. "I too believe my brother has changed. He is not close to us at all. If you do not believe me, send someone to check. He is certainly off seeking Xue Qingyin again." Xue Madam's expression shifted, her grip on Xue Qingyin's hand tightening. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Qingyin pressed on, "How could such a wonderful mother give birth to a son so heartless? He hardly resembles our family." Xue Madam's expression wavered again. She lowered her gaze, her tone tinged with sorrow. "Perhaps he takes after your father, who is, at heart, rather indifferent." "Perhaps he was swapped at birth," Xue Qingyin suggested casually. Xue Madam countered, "You silly girl, have you read too many tales? How could a baby be swapped? When I was pregnant with your brother, I was unwell and returned to my family home. He was born there, surrounded by my family. How could there have been a mix-up?" Xue Qingyin opened her mouth to protest but then fell silent. She had no proof to expose the truth of Xue Qingdong's supposed exchange of children. That would require a more gradual approach, yet it was indeed curious. How had Xue Qingdong managed to switch the children if Xue Madam had stayed at her family home for so long? "Qingyin, please tell me in detail. How did you come to befriend someone as lofty as Princess Jinxiao?" "Oh, it was simply because I also possess a lofty disposition. With both our eyes situated atop our heads, how could we not see eye to eye?" Xue Madam shot her a disapproving glance. "Mother, how many estates do we own in the outskirts of the city?" Xue Qingyin inquired eagerly. "2. Why do you ask? Do you wish to escape to the countryside for some fresh air?" "Please grant me those 2 estates. Why the sudden interest? They are under your brother's control," Xue Madam replied. Xue Qingyin's curiosity was piqued. "What properties does my brother currently possess?" "In the capital, there is a silk shop, 2 pawn shops, 2 breweries, a jewelry and gold shop, and in the outskirts, a horse ranch adjacent to one of the estates," Xue Madam listed meticulously. Xue Qingyin's astonishment grew. Her mother was exceedingly wealthy. No wonder He Songning had been so generous during the struggle for power. It was remarkable that one could privately own a horse ranch in this dynasty. "I want them all," Xue Qingyin declared without hesitation. Xue Madam paused, then burst into laughter. "You little greedy one, you refuse to rise early on most days, yet you wish to manage all these properties. How can you possibly handle it? Besides, we have businesses in both Jiannan and Huainan. How can a young lady like you manage all this? Your brother has spent considerable time sorting these matters. As you have seen, it is no easy task." Xue Qingyin pouted, "I must learn. If I marry in the future and know nothing, how can I be entrusted with the household's affairs? Would I not become a mere figurehead with no authority?" This struck a chord with Xue Madam, rendering her momentarily speechless. Xue Qingyin pressed on, "Moreover, my brother is soon to take the imperial exam, aiming to enter the court and become an official. How could he be involved with such matters? Others would surely mock him for being tainted with the smell of commerce." Xue Madam tapped her fingers on Xue Qingyin's forehead. "Oh, you. Just a moment ago, you claimed your brother was swapped at birth, and now you are advocating for him." Xue Qingyin thought to herself that this was merely a ploy to plunder his wealth. She wondered how it would affect him. "You do have a point. Very well, I shall grant you 2 shops. That won't do. I want them all." "How can you manage them?" "I have my mother to assist me," Xue Qingyin asserted with conviction. Xue Madam shot her a playful glare, but the smile on her lips was undeniable. All right, I understand. They are yours, all yours." Xue Madam truly cherished her child. After chatting for a while longer and ensuring that Xue Qingyin had indeed taken her medicine and was on the mend, she finally felt at ease to depart. Xue Qingyin settled down comfortably. With just a few words, she had transformed into a little heiress. Having a good mother truly had its perks. She must protect her mother well. She could not allow her to tread the tragic path laid out in the original tale. At the Prince Xian's residence. "Has she departed?" "Yes, Your Highness, she has left." Prince Xian replied, his voice icy, leaving one unable to discern whether his mood was one of joy or anger. The attendant hesitated, unsure whether to retreat. At that moment, Prince Xian set down his brush, as if suddenly recalling something, and inquired, "Did she say anything upon her departure?" Not much. The attendant suddenly realized that Prince Xian was likely interested in something specific. He hastily added, "She mentioned how she would repay Your Highness in the future." "How shall she repay?" The attendant raised his eyes, unexpectedly locking gazes with Prince Xian's deep, cold stare, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It appeared that His Highness had taken an interest. The attendant swallowed hard and said, "Miss Xue remarked that the flowers you previously received must have withered by now, and that she would bring you a larger one next time." As he spoke, a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. He thought to himself, could it be that such a cold and imposing figure as Prince Xian enjoyed flowers? Prince Xian, the scholar standing beside Prince Xian, chuckled while gnashing his teeth, saying, "This young lady truly, how can a girl present flowers to a man? Just the other day, she brought a flower that would wither to appease us." Chapter 13. Inviting Miss Xue into the palace in the morning, a maidservant, still bearing the morning dew, approached Madame Xue, The maid remarked, "Today we are to visit the inspectoress residence for tea, miss, you must adorn yourself beautifully." Xue Qingyin, still not fully awake, rested her chin on her hand, allowing a nearby maid to comb her hair and select jewelry for her. After much fussing, it was already nearing noon. With He Songning and Xue Qingdong absent from home, only Xue Qingyin and two others dined together. Madame Xue rinsed her mouth and washed her hands, then took a handkerchief to dry her hands. Xue Qinghe lifted her head, saying, "No need, elder brother, it has already been prepared for me." Madame Xue's expression shifted slightly. Xue Qingyin, clinging to her arm, playfully whined, "Mother, I'm so tired." This softened Madame Xue's demeanor considerably as she replied, "You lazy child, very well, lean against me in the carriage and take a nap." Just as she finished speaking, a young servant rushed in, flustered. Madame Xue frowned, asking, "What is it?" The servant, still visibly shocked, stammered, "Someone from the palace has arrived." "Not from the palace?" Madame Xue was puzzled. Although Xue Qingdong held a respectable position, Madame Xue was not a lady of high status and bore the stigma of being jealous, from a merchant family, and favoring her daughter to the point of confusion, thus her standing among the ladies was rather modest. Consequently, it was unlikely that anyone of noble birth from the palace would hold her in esteem. Therefore, such fortunate occurrences as visitors from the palace had never been associated with the Xue family. "Yes, they have come to summon the eldest young lady," the servant exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Instantly, all eyes fell upon Xue Qingyin. "Huh?" She replied, equally bewildered. The person sent for her was an elderly matron. "I am a servant from Mingyi Hall, sent to escort the eldest young lady of the Xue family into the palace." To avoid any misunderstanding, she emphasized the term eldest young lady. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's maid felt a surge of jealousy and resentment. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin pondered, what exactly is this Mingyi Hall?" The old matron presented a royal token and urged Xue Qingyin to depart. Madame Xue could only suppress her worries and watch her daughter leave. Her daughter had never been to the palace. Would anything untoward happen? Taking a deep breath, she said, "Let us be on our way as well." They had an appointment with the inspectoress wife and could not afford to disappoint her. Upon arriving at the inspectoress residence, Xue Qinghe and her maid could not help but feel intimidated. "Over there is the inspectoress daughter, and that seems to be the daughter of the Minister of Rights." The maid, Xue possessed a modicum of knowledge, yet her understanding was limited, and her voice trembled as she spoke. Xue Qinghe felt equally anxious, thus, she preferred to remain in her own little courtyard. Madame Xue led them to the inspectoress wife, stating coolly, "With me today is my second daughter, who enjoys reading and seldom ventures outside. She is not well acquainted with many people." Xue Qinghe and her maid felt a flush of embarrassment. Wasn't Madame Xue implying that her daughter was unrefined? However, the inspectoress wife clapped her hands, saying, "That can be easily arranged. My daughter loves to make friends, let her take your daughter along to play, and in no time, they will become familiar." The inspectoress daughter, beautiful and poised, approached Xue Qinghe upon her mother's bidding. This only made Xue Qinghe and her maid feel more awkward. Consequently, they could not engage in conversation with the noble ladies. Just as Xue Qinghe sat uneasily, Xue suddenly leaned in and whispered, "We feel so out of place here. I wonder how the eldest young lady is faring in the palace." Indeed, Xue Qinghe paused and thought Xue Qingyin's usual arrogance would not serve her well in the palace. She feared that her sister's behavior would not be markedly better than her own. The little shame that had weighed upon Xue Qinghe had dissipated somewhat, but it was swiftly replaced by a greater sense of worry. What if Xue Qingyin, in her ignorance, caused a stir in the palace, and brought trouble to the Xue family? The more she contemplated, the more anxious she became. Entering the palace was no trivial matter. How vast was the palace? After disembarking from the carriage, Xue Qingyin felt as though her legs might give out beneath her. The old matron, however, deliberately quickened her pace, entirely disregarding whether Xue Qingyin could keep up. Very well, I shall simply let go of all pretenses. Xue Qingyin slowed her steps and began to leisurely admire the palace scenery. How delightful! It was akin to an impromptu tour of the Forbidden City without any entrance fee. The old matron sought to impart a sense of authority, hoping to instill an awareness of the palace's grandeur in Miss Xue. When she turned to glance back at Xue Qingyin, expecting to see her out of breath, she was taken aback to find her enjoying a stroll. The old matron's face darkened, and she hastened back, scolding, "Miss, hurry up." Xue Qingyin shook her head. "I am frail. Should I rush, I might collapse before you. Would you then be responsible for my demise?" The old matron was momentarily at a loss. Though she prided herself on being a favored servant of Consort One, she truly did not dare to take on such responsibility. She reached out to support Xue Qingyin, saying, "What is this you speak of, Miss Xue? My humble life cannot compare to yours." With that, she gradually slowed her pace. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at a gate marked Guanshuan Gate. Beyond this gate lay a series of palatial structures, each more splendid than the last. A faint aroma of incense wafted through the air as maidens passed by, their skirts swaying gracefully. "Please wait here, I shall go inform them," the old matron instructed before leaving. Xue Qingyin, unbothered, leaned against the door and sat on the ground, breathing in the fresh air and gazing up at the clear sky. She felt a profound sense of tranquility and comfort. When the old matron returned, she was aghast, exclaiming, "Miss Xue, why are you sitting on the ground?" Xue Qingyin tilted her head and asked, "Is it forbidden to sit on the palace floor?" "Of course not," the old matron stammered, but Miss Xue's nonchalance exceeded her expectations. Did she not fear losing face by sitting there? "I find myself unable to rise. I begged the matron for assistance." Xue Qingyin looked up at her. The old matron's lips twitched, though reluctant. She had already reported their arrival and could not afford to offend the consort. Thus, gritting her teeth, she bent down to assist Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyin leaned heavily on her arm, causing the old matron to nearly lose her balance. Was this an act of revenge? But who would dare to retaliate against her? The old matron dismissed the thought, inwardly cursing Xue Qingyin for her brashness. At last, Xue Qingyin was escorted into the main hall of Mingyi Hall. Upon entering, she was met with the gaze of several young ladies who turned in unison, their eyes widening in awe, followed by deeper astonishment. It was indeed Xue Qingyin. On the day of the kite flying, they had witnessed her in tears, running away, yet today, she arrived at Mingyi Hall in such splendor? Very well, everyone has arrived. A beautiful matron seated at the head spoke up quickly. Pay your respects to the consort. The old matron nudged Xue Qingyin with a frown. Xue Qingyin complied, recognizing the necessity of being pragmatic. Once she had completed her formalities, the consort smiled, covering her mouth. There is no need for such excessive courtesy. Come here, Yan Yan, see who you connect with and let her stay as your companion. Yan Yan was a girl of similar age to Xue Qingyin, with an oval face and silver bells adorning her hair, ringing melodiously as she moved. Xue Qingyin was unfamiliar with her background, but the others recognized her and bowed. We have the honor of meeting the fourth princess. So, they sought a companion for the princess. How had she come to be chosen? Xue Qingyin mused that she hardly seemed the scholarly type. Moreover, she had no desire to serve as the fourth princess companion. While she was unaware of Yan Yan's origins, she knew the fourth princess from the original text, described as willful and cruel, having tormented Xue Qingyin relentlessly. What one fears often comes to pass. I want her, the fourth princess declared, pointing at Xue Qingyin. To be chosen by the fourth princess is indeed a stroke of fortune for Miss Xue. Should you not express your gratitude to the princess? The old matron forced a smile. Xue Qingyin cursed inwardly, bowing slightly. I am truly overwhelmed by the princess's favor. The fourth princess continued to smile at her. Eventually, she selected another girl, reportedly the daughter of the grand scholar, named Xie. Upon being chosen, Xie was genuinely ecstatic. Alright, you may all go play now, the consort said gently. The fourth princess led Xue Qingyin and Xie away. Once outside, the fourth princess suddenly turned to Xue Qingyin, asking, is this your first time in the palace? Before Xue Qingyin could respond, the fourth princess added, do you know who that person is inside? She grinned, that is Consort Wan. Consort Wan, wasn't she the mother of Prince Wei? In the text, she was depicted as a favored consort, renowned for her beauty and gentle demeanor, a true paragon of grace. However, this portrayal concealed her true nature, which was far more ruthless. Do you know why you have been summoned to the palace today? The fourth princess's laughter rang out. Surely, you do not believe it is to select you as my companion? With a mocking expression, she continued, it is because my brother, Prince Wei, wishes to marry you, but Consort One disapproves of us. She devised a ploy, feigning an invitation for you to enter the palace, under the pretense of evaluating what sort of girl you are. In reality, she seeks to hand you over to me, intending for me to torment you until you are neither human nor ghost. Consequently, Prince Wei will naturally lose interest in you. This revelation sent shivers down Xie's spine. Unable to contain herself, she turned to look at Xue Qingyin. Chapter 14. Her second brother is a living Yama. To everyone's astonishment, there was barely an expression on Xue Qingyin's face. The laughter of the fourth princess abruptly ceased. She stared at Xue Qingyin in confusion and asked, are you not afraid? Xue Qingyin let out a soft sigh. Can the fourth princess truly kill me here? The fourth princess choked momentarily and managed to force out, of course, I would not kill you. I shall merely torment you. And how will you torment me? I will make you stand, and I will make you kneel. Is there truly no other method? The fourth princess was momentarily at a loss for words, her smug expression faltering. What, do you find my methods insufficient? Xue Qingyin, though she did not consider herself particularly clever, had not anticipated encountering someone even more foolish. Do you know, fourth princess, that I have been frail and sickly since childhood? I catch a chill at the slightest breeze, and even a pinprick can leave me with a rash for 3 days, and so? The fourth princess thought to herself, if you are so fragile, wouldn't it be easier to torment you? Thus, when your little tricks are employed against me, I might very well kick the bucket right before you. Xie. Wait, this tone sounds, you take pride in dying quickly, the fourth princess blurted out, then die, it's merely a third rank. The daughter of a third-rank official, the words almost lodged in her throat. Xue Qingyin's father was the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a man of considerable power. Even the most foolish of individuals would recognize that officials in such positions are typically favored by the emperor. It certainly could not be summed up with the phrase merely. The fourth princess, rendered speechless, found her smug demeanor slipping away. How infuriating, this Xue girl was not afraid of her? If I were to die, not to mention whether my father would seek justice for me, just consider the Prince of Wei. Do you understand what men are like? What are they like? The fourth princess instinctively asked. Only after the question escaped her lips did she realize she had fallen into Xue Qingyin's trap, and she felt a surge of irritation. You see, if you were to kill me, how splendid that would be. He had merely 3 parts affection for me. You would amplify that to a full 10. Not from that moment on, he would be unable to sleep at night, unable to eat, thinking of me when he sees the stars, and of me when he sees the flowers by the roadside. I would be forever etched in his heart. Xue Qingyin spoke with conviction. Were it uttered by someone else, such words might seem tinged with narcissism. Yet, the fourth princess glanced at Xue Qingyin's face, and it was indeed highly persuasive. Nevertheless, the fourth princess still retorted stubbornly, and so what? He will inevitably seek someone to vent his frustrations upon. Who do you think he will choose? The fourth princess's complexion turned pale. The Prince of Wei would undoubtedly not turn against concubine Wan, for she was his biological mother, but his ire could very well fall upon her. Has the princess thought of something? Xue Qingyin inquired in a lowered voice. The fourth princess was about to deny it vehemently when Xue Qingyin continued, you should smile, for we are surrounded by the maidservants of concubine Wan. The fourth princess was startled and immediately concealed her unpleasant expression, forcing a sinister smile. Xie was left in a state of shock. Was this truly the same naive and frivolous daughter of the Xue family? Your Highness, wait for me! Xie exclaimed, snapping out of her daze and hurriedly following. They crossed Shuani Gate, on the verge of exiting the inner courtyard, when they unexpectedly collided with a group of individuals. Who dares such audacity? The voice of an elderly eunuch rang out. The fourth princess, reprimanded without cause, dared not retaliate. She raised her eyes to glance, then immediately lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I was in a rush and did not see it was my second brother. I beg for your forgiveness, second brother. As she uttered the final words, the fourth princess was nearly trembling. Xue Qingyin found this intriguing. The fourth princess, a character known for her arrogance and cruelty in the original text, was now reduced to such a state of fear? Summoning her courage, Xue Qingyin dared to look up. Amidst the throng of palace attendants stood a man clad in deep blue robes, adorned with intricately embroidered golden dragons. Despite the loose fit of the robe, he stood tall and straight, resembling a sharp sword piercing into the abyss. It was Prince Xian. Xue Qingyin was caught off guard as their gazes met. He was looking at her as well. Xue Qingyin politely offered a greeting. I pay my respects to His Highness, Prince Xian. Today, her hair was styled in a cascading bun, and she wore a lavender skirt that reached her chest, with silk draped around her arms like the delicate wings of a cicada, making her appear as if she were enveloped in the purple hues of twilight. As she bowed, the red heart-shaped pendant dangling from her cheek swayed gently, accentuating her fair complexion and picturesque features, lending her an air of endearing innocence. Prince Xian's gaze lingered on her for a moment, and the atmosphere grew tense, just as the fourth princess felt she could no longer endure the pressure. Prince Xian finally spoke. Are you well? He inquired. The fourth princess was taken aback. Clearly, this was not directed at her. She then heard Xue Qingyin's voice. It is merely an old ailment. How could I be fully recovered? It may flare up again at any moment. Xue Qingyin replied earnestly, devoid of any hint of fear, which only amplified her composure. What sort of old ailment could be so severe? He had departed early that day and had not heard the physician elaborate. Prince Xian subtly furrowed his brow, looking back at Xue Qingyin. He found her even more delicate than the flowers. The tension in the air thickened. The fourth princess was consumed with anxiety, as though she were perched over a boiling pot of oil. Xue Qingyin noticed the fear in her expression. How frightened she was of Prince Xian. Resolutely, Xue Qingyin decided it was time to report. Thus, she boldly inquired, does His Highness have any further instructions? I still wish to accompany the fourth princess elsewhere. Prince Xian's expression remained icy, betraying no change in demeanor. He merely asked the elderly eunuch beside him, what was the consequence when the fourth princess pushed the county princess of Qingyang off the misty rain tower? The fourth princess's scalp tingled, and she hastily defended herself. She did not even dare to ask, may I leave now, second brother? Xie, standing nearby, was equally petrified. How could the fourth princess be so malicious? Prince Xian's aura was indeed terrifying. Ultimately, it was Xue Qingyin who broke the silence, tilting her head to ask, Your Highness, may we leave now? Prince Xian's gaze shifted back to her. The Xue girl was refreshingly straightforward and naive. You may go. Upon hearing this, Xie quickened her pace as well, while Xue Qingyin sauntered leisurely behind, even turning back to flash a smile at Prince Xian. Her smile was radiant, outshining even the pendant at her cheek. Prince Xian paused momentarily before venturing down another alley. After walking some distance, the fourth princess suddenly lifted her head, her face still somewhat pale. She bit her lip and coldly asked, Do you know my second brother? Xue Qingyin nodded. The fourth princess grew anxious. How do you know him? Xue Qingyin gently furrowed her brow. It's not easy to explain. The fourth princess, in a panic, pressed, What do you mean it's not easy? Xue Qingyin regarded her leisurely. Why not simply ask Prince Xian directly? Would I dare? When she was 9, she had thrown a fit and smashed a pot, injuring her teacher. That old gentleman was also her second brother's tutor during his youth. Subsequently, her second brother had hung her upside down and tied her to a horse, galloping around until she vomited all the food she had eaten the previous day, nearly losing her very soul in humiliation. She had been a mess, terrified of being kicked to death by the horse, crying out in sheer desperation, yet no one dared intervene. Even the emperor, who doted on her, merely sighed and advised, Do not provoke your second brother's anger. Even now, her second brother was indeed a living Yama. With a complex gaze, the fourth princess regarded Xue Qingyin. How could she be so unafraid? In an instant, the fourth princess felt a surge of respect. Chapter 15, I could also be your second sister-in-law. The fourth princess paused, deciding against further conversation with Xue Qingyin, lest she stifled herself in frustration. She turned to Xie and warned, If you dare to speak of today's events. Xie's complexion paled, and she quickly replied, Such a multitude of esteemed individuals. It is wise of you to understand. The fourth princess hissed ominously. Her pent-up arrogance and bluster had all been vented onto Xie. Just as she was feeling stifled, a delicate hand, as white as jade, reached out, holding a soft handkerchief. The fourth princess turned her gaze, only to find, Xue Qingyin? What do you want? The fourth princess retorted stiffly. Would the princess not wish to wipe the sweat from her brow? Xue Qingyin replied languidly. The fourth princess was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that Xue Qingyin, emboldened by her second brother's support in Prince Wei's favor, would be eager to retaliate fiercely. After a brief hesitation, the fourth princess swiftly snatched the handkerchief. As a dignified princess, she had already lost face today and could not afford to behave inappropriately any further. Once she wiped the sweat from her forehead, a refreshing coolness enveloped her. At that moment, the palace attendants finally regained their senses and hurriedly produced handkerchiefs, timidly inquiring, "Shall we fetch a basin of warm water for the princess?" What use was their flattery now? The fourth princess glared at them in fury, "A bunch of fools, utterly lacking in perception. They fear you, yet do not respect you. Is this the pride and power you hold as the fourth princess?" Xue Qingyin's tone remained nonchalant. The fourth princess trembled at her words. She had never considered such things before, but after all, the emperor favored her, and she had been raised under the doting care of concubine Wan, seldom having faced hardship throughout her life, except perhaps at the hands of her second brother. The palace attendants were always attentive to her mood, and even the less favored concubines would seek to curry her favor, but since stepping out of concubine Wan's quarters today, Xue Qingyin had gradually pricked her pride. Yet, the fourth princess maintained her composure, gritting her teeth. "Matters within the palace are hardly for Miss Xue to meddle in, are they?" Xue Qingyin nodded. "Very well, let us pretend I have said nothing." At that moment, the fourth princess felt as if her punch had landed on cotton. "How could this Xue girl remain so unfazed, unable to suppress her sarcasm?" she remarked. "So you truly are frail and sickly. I cannot fathom how Prince Wei could possibly be attracted to someone so delicate." "Perhaps it is because I am exceedingly beautiful?" Xue Qingyin countered. The fourth princess was momentarily speechless. How could one be so unabashed? What maiden would dare to proclaim her own beauty? Beside them, Xie listened to this exchange, unable to hide her envy. Having been raised with strict decorum, she had initially shared the disdain for Xue Qingyin's demeanor, but now, in the royal palace, it was Xue Qingyin's relaxed demeanor that filled her with admiration. Everyone claimed that Xue Qingyin had been spoiled, but perhaps it was precisely because of the Xue family's indulgence that she had developed such a fearless disposition. Were she in Xue Qingyin's place, she would never dare to speak so boldly to the fourth princess. "Do not let it go to your head. Now that you have become my companion, you may frequently be summoned to the palace. With my second brother around, I shall not mistreat you, but have you considered," the fourth princess leaned closer to Xue Qingyin's ear, "concubine Wan is a woman who accomplishes what she sets out to do. Here, orchestrating a woman's disgrace is all too simple." Xue Qingyin slightly turned her face, whispering back, "The inner court does not permit outside men. Where would any man come from to cause me disgrace? Shall we summon the emperor, or then, when you meet me, would you not have to kneel before me?" The fourth princess, fuming, her face flushed, she exclaimed, "You shameless creature, how dare you even think?" Xue Qingyin remained unfazed. "Then perhaps becoming your second sister-in-law wouldn't be so bad?" The fourth princess was incensed. "Absolutely impossible. Someone like my second brother, even if a celestial maiden were before him, he would remain as unmoved as stone." Xue Qingyin replied casually, "Oh." Seeing her nonchalant response, the fourth princess's heart raced with alarm. Surely, Xue Qingyin could not genuinely wish to marry her second brother. Instantly, the fourth princess became wary, realizing that Xue Qingyin truly could not afford to lose her virtue within the palace. This woman was brazen, and if she seized the opportunity to ascend to the dragon bed, it would be catastrophic. In a low voice, the fourth princess commanded, "You all may leave." Xie awkwardly stood up. This was it time to leave, yet Xue Qingyin asked, "Might the fourth princess escort me?" The fourth princess glared at her. "You dare request that I escort you? With a soft sedan chair or a horse-drawn carriage, either would suffice. It was quite the endeavor for me to come here today. To walk back in such a state, I might die halfway." "Silence," the fourth princess barked, then called for the matron. "You lot, see her out." The matron, yet, she deliberately chose to bestow this gift upon Xie, intending to neglect Xue Qingyin. The murmurs of those outside would suffice to upset Xue Qingyin. When the matron hurriedly fetched the crystal glass, the fourth princess scrutinized Xue Qingyin's expression. How could she remain so unperturbed? The fourth princess gritted her teeth in frustration. In Xue Qingyin's mind, what was this crystal glass? It was merely a glass cup. After all, I could buy 3 for 10 coins. Xue Qingyin showed little reaction, yet Xie, upon receiving the crystal glass, found her feelings shifting. She could not help but glance at Xue Qingyin repeatedly, wondering, would this Xue girl be envious of me? Xie returned home, her heart racing with trepidation. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin was assisted to the palace gates, where she finally boarded a carriage bound for the Xue residence. In the Mingi Hall, the old matron was conversing with concubine Wan. "The Xue girl is utterly unsuitable to be selected for the prince's residence. She is frail and gasps for breath with every step. How would she possibly bear children? Moreover, her beauty is excessive, a veritable calamity. She possesses a temperament that is exceedingly delicate, refusing to endure even the slightest hardship. She is likely to become a jealous and favored source of trouble in the future." Concubine Wan, herself a beauty, understood the weight of such matters with a measured tone. She remarked, "Isn't Duke Zhao's son past 40 without a proper wife? Why not do him a favor? For the Xue girl to marry into the duke's residence would indeed be a rare blessing for her." The old matron's lips curled into a subtle smile. Duke Zhao's son, born foolish and now excessively corpulent. Previously, Duke Zhao had sought a bride for him, and they had even found a suitable match. Alas, the girl passed away before her wedding, rumored to have been frightened to death at the prospect of marrying into the duke's household. Since then, Duke Zhao had been enraged and ceased his efforts to find a wife for his son. No matter how beautiful the Xue girl might be, after enduring the trials of marriage, she would eventually become as undesirable as a fish eye. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin could not help but sneeze, inadvertently directing it toward Yi Songning. The veins at his temples throbbed, but since he had come to console Xue Qingyin today, he had no choice but to suppress his displeasure. Not long after Xue Qingyin returned home, a maid brought her longan to eat. As Xue Qingyin peeled a couple, her hands became sticky upon seeing Yisongning's arrival. She dove into his embrace and sweetly exclaimed, "I thought you would not come to see me." As she spoke, she slyly smeared the longan juice on him. "You pushed me to marry Prince Wei. I shall use you as my rag isnt. That fair exchange." Chapter 16. What would bring you joy? Yisongning tugged at the corner of his mouth, then raised his hand to pat Xue Qingyin on the nape of her neck, akin to a playful gesture towards a small dog. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of her delicate, snow-white neck. It hardly resembled a pat on a dog any longer. For a fleeting moment, he found himself perceiving Xue Qingyin as a docile little rabbit. Docile? Yisongning found the notion somewhat absurd. That term would never be attributed to Xue Qingyin. Discarding the thought, he murmured, "Do you know how long I searched for you after you ran away by the river that day?" Drawing upon the memories of her former self, Xue Qingyin began to recount her grievances. "Every time I cried out of anger, you never came to find me. When I argued with Xue Qingha at the age of 8, you told me that as the legitimate sister, I should defer to her. I was so furious that I ran away and fell, injuring myself in the process. You didn't come to see me, you merely sent your servant with medicine, but I knew you went to see Xue Qingha that day. It was the same on my 10th birthday." Yisongning listened attentively, his gaze shifting, darkening with a hint of gloom. Could it be that Xue Qingyin harbored such grudges? At that moment, Xue Qingyin, caught up in her emotions, buried her face in his neck, weeping. "I have never understood why, despite being your biological sister, you only cared for Xue Qingha and not for me. You have no idea how much it hurt when I fell, how much blood I lost." It seemed she was finally voicing the grievances she had endured over the years. Yisongning felt a chill against his neck. It was Xue Qingyin's tears. She wept fervently. He could still catch the scent of her perfume, reminiscent of summer lotus flowers, mingled with a faint medicinal aroma, a testament to her recent medication. The shadow in Yisongning's eyes gradually faded. Xue Qingyin was not holding a grudge, she was merely expressing her childish grievances. It was rare for Yisongning to listen to her cries with such patience. Xue Qingyin, unaware of how long she had been weeping, thought to herself, "Why is he not reacting at all? Truly a cold-hearted individual." Sniffling, she lost her enthusiasm and released her embrace around Yisongning. Turning her head, she said, "You may go now." After such an embrace and a bout of tears, the hairpin on her head had become askew. The pendant swayed precariously, as if it might fall along with the pin at any moment. At first glance, she appeared almost pitifully beautiful, as if ravaged by the wind. "Are you still angry with me?" Yisongning asked, gazing at her profile. Xue Qingyin remained silent. "What would bring you joy?" Yisongning uttered this question, though his tone lacked warmth. Xue Qingyin turned her head back. "Naturally, you must treat me well. From now on, you are only to recognize me as your sister." Yisongning felt a surge of skepticism. He was all too aware of Xue Qingyin's feelings towards him. How could she suddenly change her tune and only ask him to be a good brother? Yisongning fixed his gaze on her. "Qingyin, do you remember when you used to say you wanted to marry me?" Xue Qingyin was momentarily stunned. The thoughts of her former self felt a jolt of shock. To be so straightforward about her feelings for Yisongning was tantamount to revealing to him, "I know your true identity. I know you are the illegitimate son of the emperor. I know you are not a son of the Xue family." For a suspicious person like Yisongning, such a revelation could easily provoke murderous intent. Taking a deep breath, Xue Qingyin raised her face again, her expression resolute as she declared, "Yes. Back then, I heard from Aunt Wu that even the coldest of men become gentle after marrying. I thought to myself, if I marry my elder brother, he will surely treat me far better than Xue Qingha." The corners of Yisongning's mouth twitched. After all this fuss, it was merely about winning a contest against Qingha. Her antics stemmed from a childish and foolish mindset. Xue Qingyin murmured, "When I saw Wei King's brother, I thought it would be nice if he were my brother, and I even insisted on marrying him. Unfortunately, Wei King would not agree." Yisongning, so this was the reason for her falling out with the Ren family, just because he had been indifferent to her, she wanted to steal someone else's brother? Xue Qingyin sobbed, "Alright, now I understand. I am willful and headstrong. No one wants to be my brother. You may go. I will no longer be nice to you." Yisongning raised a hand to press against his throbbing forehead, sitting down beside her. Her words, in fact, sparked a flicker of patience within him. "Since you are aware of your own bad temper, you can change it moving forward," Yisongning said coolly. Xue Qingyin yugged. "Is this how you comfort someone?" Xue Qingyin shook her head repeatedly. No, that won't do." She turned her head away again, her sobs becoming increasingly faint. Yisongning found himself briefly stunned. When had she begun to cry so softly and pitifully? Xue Qingyin choked out, "I will be bullied. You are the daughter of a minister, and your mother has always cherished you. Who would dare to bully you?" Yisongning frowned. "You should be grateful if you're not bullying others." Yisongning thought to himself. Mother said that those who harm often come from the closest circles. When she first married, she was gentle, treating the servants with kindness, but when she was pregnant with you, her maid climbed into your father's bed. Did she treat your father poorly? Did she treat that maid poorly? Others gifted your father concubines, and that woman later poisoned your mother. If she had been assertive enough to reject that concubine early on, how could I have been poisoned in the womb? How could I have suffered from pain in my bones during rainy seasons? If she hadn't been willful, perhaps you would have been poisoned by the concubine as well." Yisongning fell silent. He was taken aback. These were words he had never heard before, but from a young age, he had known that he and his mother, Su Shi, were not biologically related. Naturally, their bond had been weak. Su Shi often displayed madness and arrogance, treating Xue Qingdong and Xue Qingha alike. Xue Qingyin mirrored her behavior, only causing chaos. Yisongning had never realized that Su Shi had transformed into her current self over time. There are many things you don't know, elder brother, Xue Qingyin continued, shedding genuine tears for Madame Xue. You don't know that when I was ill, my mother stayed by my bedside day and night, regretting her past lack of assertiveness. But she never shared these things with you. She said the Xu family could offer no assistance, and that your future depended solely on your father. She didn't want you to grow estranged from your father, so she only spoke of the good things to you, never revealing her own suffering. Mother said I must never become like her, desperately trying to protect her loved ones but ultimately failing. Mother has always hoped that I could grow closer to you. It is her only wish in this life. Unfortunately, I have ruined everything. Chapter 17. Better to marry Prince Xian. As Xue Qingyin spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Indeed, Madame Xue's plight was heartrending. Her biological son had already met his untimely demise, and the child she had painstakingly raised remained distant from her. Moreover, the original Xue Qingyin was infatuated with Xue, her heart consumed entirely by him, neglecting her mother as suffering in the process. According to the trajectory of the original narrative, the original character's various reckless actions would ultimately implicate her mother, leading to a similarly tragic fate. Xue Qingyin felt a deep sense of injustice for Madame Xue. Why do dutiful children always encounter parasitic parents in this world, while devoted parents are met with scoundrel offspring? Xue Qingyin's sobs grew increasingly faint, barely audible, reminiscent of a dying creature. In that fleeting moment, Xue felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Do not cry, he said softly. Xue Qingyin ignored him, but Xue unconsciously thought of his own birth mother. Xue Qingdong merely. The rest was easily inferred. Why would the emperor refuse to acknowledge him? Surely, his mother's status was not merely lowly. It must have been disgraceful enough for the emperor to deem it shameful to have consorted with such a woman. On the day of his birth, it was destined to be her death sentence. Thus, Xue had always recognized only his biological mother. After all, his very existence had already claimed one of her lives. In comparison, what was Madame Xue to him? Xue was oblivious to his mother's appearance or temperament, but perhaps she was akin to Xu Shi, driven to madness by her inability to protect her child? Upon this realization, Xue finally comprehended the essence of Xu Shi. He spoke again, his voice low. You have not ruined anything. Xue Qingyin perked up her ears. Xue Qingyin pointed at him. See, you do not even dare to swear, yet you try to deceive me with words. Xue gritted his teeth. If elder brother deceives you, then elder brother is a dog. Are you satisfied? Xue Qingyin nodded, her tears giving way to a smile. Yes, I am satisfied. When she smiled, her brows and eyes sparkled with vitality. The slivers of light filtering through the window seemed to illuminate her face, adorning it beautifully. Xue Qingyin rose from her seat and deliberately wrapped her arms around Xue, exclaiming, I am absolutely thrilled. My elder brother finally wishes to treat me better. Such words implied how cold had he been in her heart before? However, Xue was indeed more responsive to gentle persuasion than to forced it. He made no move to push her away, but rather, as if casually, asked, Why have you always been opposed to me marrying? Xue Qingyin, upon hearing this, exclaimed, Goodness! In such a moving moment, Xue surprisingly maintained his composure. A final shred of doubt lingered in his mind. He did not fully believe her declaration that she regarded him solely as a brother. Xue Qingyin pursed her lips, softly complaining, You already neglect me enough. If you marry, you will certainly care for me even less. I might even see you less often than I do now. This reasoning seemed quite logical. Xue relaxed his expression and shifted the conversation to another matter. Did you enter the palace today? Xue Qingyin nodded. Did Consort Wan summon you? Xue Qingyin thought to herself, how could you not know? The Prince of Wei must have communicated with you by now. Though she grumbled internally, she still mentioned her role as a companion to the fourth princess. The fourth princess, Xue gaze turned cold. Just to have another pair of eyes monitoring my conduct? She will protect you, Xue stated indifferently, offering no further explanation about the maidservant. Oh, Xue Qingyin replied. It seems I must still rely on myself. Can you deduce Consort Wan's intentions from her actions? Xue inquired again. Xue Qingyin remained silent. What is this, a pop quiz? Seeing her lack of response, Xue was not surprised. After all, Xue Qingyin had always been rather simple-minded. The Prince of Wei has intentions towards you, Xue whispered. He scrutinized Xue Qingyin, keenly observing her expression. Finally, the truth unveiled itself. Xue Qingyin inhaled sharply, her face betraying confusion. What? The Prince of Wei wishes to marry you, but Consort Wan disapproves of your appearance and background. This was a scheme Xue had meticulously planned. Consort Wan hailed from a respectable lineage. Her grandfather, known as Su Lao, once held the esteemed position of Minister of State, effectively acting as a chancellor. After Consort Wan entered the palace, Su Lao retired to his hometown. Su Lao had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Though his 3 sons currently serve in government, they do not possess the gravitas of their father. However, it is crucial to note that Su Lao had several capable disciples. Thus, the Xu family's prestige and the favor bestowed upon Consort Wan elevated the Prince of Wei as the most likely candidate for the title of Crown Prince. Should a rift occur between the Prince of Wei and Consort Wan, it would be akin to severing a limb, stripping him of significant support. Once Xue Qingyin entered the manor and stirred the pot, she could potentially drag down half of the Prince of Wei's estate. Is our background truly that poor? Xue Qingyin wondered aloud. It is understandable that Consort Wan disapproves of her appearance. Most mothers-in-law do not favor daughters-in-law who are excessively beautiful. After all, your maternal family originates from merchants, although they purchased a title, who in the capital would take them seriously? Xue replied. Xue Qingyin pouted, regardless, I have no interest in the Prince of Wei, I will not marry him. He Songning's tone turned serious. You must marry. When my mother was poisoned by a concubine, the entire capital declared her narrow-minded. Though my father held the position of third-rank minister, my mother never received even a title of nobility. If you become the Prince of Wei's consort, who would dare to speak ill of my mother? Naturally, your maternal family would rise in status as well. Xue Qingyin felt inclined to applaud him. You certainly have a way with words. Anyone else would surely be swayed upon hearing that. The reason I am sharing this with you is to convey that you need not fear consort 1. The Prince of Wei fancies you. What can she do? Moreover, I will assist you. Just moments ago, he claimed he would treat me like a good elder brother, yet now he is pushing me into the pit of marrying the Prince of Wei. Truly, it is you. Reflecting on it, in the original text, He Sonning had manipulated circumstances for his own ambitions, even pushing the female lead, Xue Qingyin, to the sidelines. What more for her? However, my mother expressed a greater wish for me to marry someone of lowly status who would cherish. Do you know why Princess Jin Xiao refused to take a second husband after the death of her first? Why? Xue Qingyin genuinely did not know. After all, Princess Jin Xiao's role in the original text was less significant. Instead, he will perceive himself as inferior to his wife, wallowing in discontent. The better ones may simply sulk in misery, the worse ones will seek companionship with concubines to reclaim their lost masculinity. The worst of all will conspire with others to usurp the wife's family fortune, feeling satisfaction only when their wife meets her demise. He Sonning lowered his voice and continued, Do you still wish to marry such a man? Xue Qingyin fell silent. Though He Sonning was indeed a scoundrel, his words certainly held a semblance of truth. What if I were to marry Prince Xian? Xue Qingyin suggested impulsively. Prince Xian was also one of He Songning's significant adversaries in his quest for power. Since it was a matter of marrying an opponent, why not choose Prince Xian? Prince Xian was undeniably more handsome than the Prince of Wei. Furthermore, he did not have numerous concubines. With him away at war for years on end, she could live comfortably in the royal residence, which would be far more convenient. However, He Songning's expression stiffened. Do you know what you were saying? Xue Qingyin replied, I do know. He Songning was momentarily speechless. He truly wished to crack open her skull to see what made her hold herself in such high regard. Prince Xian is cold-hearted and unpredictable, that no woman could capture his attention. Xue Qingyin recalled her encounter with Prince Xian. Could it be? Uncertain. I shall give it a try. Chapter 18. Such a foolish young lady. Not long after, He Sonning exited Xue Qingyin's courtyard. A young servant hurriedly approached and inquired, Young master, shall we proceed to Qingfeng courtyard now? Qingfeng courtyard was the residence of Xue Qingyin. He Sonning paused for a moment and replied, I am going to pay my respects to mother. The servant was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate what was amiss, and thus followed He Sonning to the courtyard where Madame Xue resided. Upon seeing He Sonning at the entrance, the matron on guard instantly awakened from her slumber and hurriedly remarked, Madam has already retired for the night. If the young master has any matters to discuss, it would be better to come back tomorrow. In the past, He Sonning would have heeded this advice and returned to rest, sending someone the following day to deliver gifts to Madame Xue. After all, there was no maternal bond between them, he merely played the role of a courteous son. However, today, upon hearing those words, He Sonning suddenly discerned deeper implications. Madame Xue was not truly asleep. She harbored grievances in her heart but was uncertain how to confront her son, thus dismissing him. He Songning's gaze flickered, and he softly stated, It matters not, I shall merely greet her from outside. The matron was momentarily dumbfounded by this response. Subsequently, she regained her composure and, with a smile, led He Sonning inside, exclaiming, Young master, you are truly filled with filial piety. In previous times, such praise would have elicited no response from He Sonning. Today, however, he felt a twinge of discomfort, for he was acutely aware that he possessed not an ounce of filial heart. Though He Songning's thoughts were tumultuous, his demeanor remained inscrutable. Following the matron, he arrived at the threshold, lifted his robe, and knelt down. The servants were taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, What is the young master doing? He had never knelt before Madame Xue in the past, as she was easily appeased and he possessed many means to placate her. Whenever Madame Xue was angered, it would not take long for her to be soothed. He Sonning, feeling that his background set him apart, had never considered kneeling before her, yet he had never laid eyes upon his biological mother, thus, he imagined he was kneeling before her. Inside, Madame Xue heard the commotion and hurriedly opened the door. With a stern expression, she inquired, What are you doing? She was impeccably dressed, clearly not asleep. I have erred. I was preoccupied with matters during the day and neglected to come and apologize to mother, He Sonning replied solemnly. Madame Xue bent down, intending to assist him, but then restrained herself, asking, Do you truly understand your mistake? Her tone bore a hint of emotion. He Sonning was momentarily dazed before continuing, I previously thought Qingyin was willful and lost my patience as an elder brother, neglecting her to the point of nearly causing her grave harm. Whatever measures you take to protect her today, I shall equally safeguard her in the future. Tears streamed down Madame Xue's face at once. Unable to contain herself, she grasped He Sonning's arm and pulled him up, saying, Enough, enough. As long as you understand in your heart, there is no need to kneel any longer. If you kneel for too long, your knees will ache when it rains. He Sonning suddenly recalled what Xue Qingyin had said, mother's bones ache during rainy weather. Madame Xue ushered him inside, instructing someone to fetch sweet soup. Wait, let us have something else. Your sister loves sweet soup, but you do not care for it, Madame Xue remarked. She kept He Sonning in the room to converse, allowing him to leave only after he had finished the soup. As time passed, it became inappropriate for Xue to visit Xue Qingyin, thus, he returned to his own residence. In Qingfeng courtyard, the maid Xue Qingyin had waited an indeterminate amount of time before returning to Xue Qingyin, dejected. It seems the young master will not be coming today. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Xue Qingyin's face. Xue Qingyin bitterly remarked, "It must be that madam forbade him from coming again." Xue Qingyin wished to silence Xue Qingyin's baseless speculation, yet the words caught in her throat, for she pondered what other reason could there be? She lay back and said, "Please extinguish the lamp." Xue Qingyin could only comply soon. The room was enveloped in darkness, obscuring. Startled, she dove into the arms of Prince Xian, who gazed at her with an ominous intensity, far more terrifying than Xue. She awoke from this unsettling dream, feeling quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, Madame Xue was in high spirits that day. During breakfast, she summoned Xue Qingyin to her side, gently stroking her ear and saying, "Today, if you have time, I shall take you to the estate on the outskirts of the city and visit a few shops." Madame Xue turned to inquire, "Is Ning free today? If so, he should accompany your sister. It would be good for her to meet those in charge of her affairs." Ning's eyelids flickered. "Does mother mean?" Madame Xue chuckled. "Your sister has a considerate heart, always thinking of you, concerned that your studies might overwhelm you. She asked me if we should devise a means to alleviate your burdens. Unfortunately, my nephews are not particularly ambitious. Thus, I thought it best to have your sister take over. She is no longer a child and cannot continue living as she did before, merely eating and sleeping." Madame Xue's words were articulated with such appropriateness, avoiding any mention that it was Xue Qingyin's initiative, all to prevent any discord between the siblings. Nevertheless, Xue Qingyin felt a chill run down her spine. Xue observed her intently, his gaze penetrating as he studied her for a moment before gently looking away. Xue responded, "I fear I may not have time today. I shall send King Xuan to accompany you. Any matters at the shops are first reported to him before reaching me." Madame Xue smiled. "Very well, King Xuan has experience as a chief steward and is quite capable. With him by your side, it will surely be much easier for your sister to manage." Until the meal concluded, He Chengdong remained silent. He had entrusted all family affairs to Madame Xue and would not interfere any longer. Xue sent word to summon King Xuan. Madame Xue returned to her room to fetch account books and other items, while Xue Qingyin obediently waited beneath the eaves. He Qingyin has become somewhat inscrutable. Ning's voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Lo, and when did this change begin? He wondered. In the past, Xue Qingyin had resembled a delicate bowl, its contents laid bare for all to see, and now, she appeared more like a slender-necked porcelain vessel, seemingly transparent at first glance, yet shrouded in fog upon close. How intriguing! Unbeknownst to Xue Qingyin lingered behind, watching him tenderly stroke Xue Qingyin's head. The maid Xue Qingyin was on the verge of crushing her palm in frustration. Madame Xue had actually entrusted so many assets to such a foolish young lady. Did the master not care at all? Was he not afraid that Xue Qingyin would squander the family's fortune? Now even the young master had reconciled with her, they had grown close as siblings again. What of our young lady? Must we revert to the old days? Xue Qingyin was filled with resentment. Chapter 19. Daring to challenge Xue Qingyin. King Xuan, in his 30s, sported a beard and bore a face that appeared honest and simple. If not for the conspicuousness of his facial hair, he could easily be lost in a crowd. Upon encountering Xue Qingyin, he immediately bowed and said, "The young master has already instructed me. The young lady may command me as she wishes." Yet, he feared that the young lady might not even know how to give orders. King Xuan thought to himself, conducting business is not as simple as it seems. Having never learned it from a young age, now he was expected to take over such a large enterprise. It wasn't that he looked down upon the young lady, but rather, this endeavor was destined to fail. Ah well, let it be a game of house, and he would serve her well. After comforting himself, King Xuan personally drove the carriage, taking Xue Qingyin towards the outskirts of the city. Once they left the city, Xue Qingyin rolled up the curtain, inhaling the fresh air outside. This caused Madame Xue to shoot her several disapproving glances, fearing that the wind might harm her. "What is that?" Xue Qingyin suddenly exclaimed. In the distance, she spotted a black cloth, or more accurately, clusters of black mushrooms, situated in a certain location. It was too far away to discern clearly. "That is the Xianwei army is the elite force under His Highness's command." Xue Qingyin nodded. Having read numerous novels, she knew a bit about the customs of ancient times. So for instance, when a general returns, the army is not permitted to enter the capital. After all, with so many people, who could tell whether they were returning victorious or rebelling, thus, they would camp outside the capital, either by the mountains or fields. Since the Han dynasty, it has been customary to occupy land for farming during peacetime and to take up arms during war. As King Xuan drove the carriage, his scalp began to prickle more and more with each passing moment. Xue Qingyin noticed something was amiss with his expression and asked, "Master Jin, what is wrong?" King Xuan awkwardly replied, "I haven't been to the outskirts in quite some time, and as we approach the village, I can't help but wonder why we are drawing closer to the encampment." Xue Qingyin pointed to the road, saying, "Isn't the encampment over there?" King Xuan clarified, "Yes, but once we enter this path, we must turn and head that way." He paused and added, "Shall we come back another day?" Xue Qingyin was puzzled. Was it truly such a terrifying thing to be neighbors with the encampment? "Not at all, let us proceed," she declared. Madame Xue nodded discreetly from behind. Indeed, it was essential for her daughter to experience the world beyond the confines of her chamber. How could she ever witness such a composed demeanor if kept sheltered? The carriage continued for a good half-hour before finally stopping in front of a village. Behind the village lay a forest, and in front were fields. In reality, the encampment of the Xuanwu army was still 2 miles away, yet, even so, the sweat visibly multiplied on Jin Xian's forehead. "Master Jin, is that you?" The servant guarding the entrance of the village hurriedly rushed to announce inside. Jin Xiang felt somewhat embarrassed in the presence of these two ladies. What authority did he possess? Before long, a middle-aged man emerged, accompanied by several servants and maids, numbering around 10 in total. "This is the lady, and this is the young lady of the household," Jin Xiang said, wiping the sweat from his brow. A woman nervously rubbed her hands together and quickly bowed, saying, "The last time I saw the lady was 3 or 4 years ago when she brought the young lady to the village. In the blink of an eye, she has grown into such a figure that I hardly recognized her. Truly, the esteemed household raises esteemed individuals." The woman was exceedingly cordial, yet Madame Xue appeared indifferent, even showing a hint of annoyance. Before she could speak, a servant trembled and exclaimed, they're coming again." Jin Xiang asked in confusion, "What is coming?" As everyone turned to look, a young general clad in armor approached, flanked by several soldiers. Jin Xiang's expression changed, and he barked, "Speak clearly, what is happening? Has the village offended a military officer?" "Yes, there was a bit of a dispute," the middle-aged man stammered. Jin Xiang sneered, "Today, in front of the hosts, you dare not speak the truth? What will become of you in the future?" It was only then that the middle-aged man explained, it was that the land of the Lu family village had lain fallow for some time. "We thought it a pity to let it go to waste, so we intended to buy it." Jin Xiang pressed his lips together. "I am aware of this matter, and then?" "Then, the Lu family village refused to agree. Seeing that the land had recently begun to be cultivated, they thoughtlessly blocked the water channel. Only later did we realize that the Xuanwu army is now stationed there. The so-called water channel was the route for irrigation. Blocking their water supply was indeed a grievous offense, especially since it had been done to the Xuanwu army." Upon hearing this, Jin Xiang nearly knelt down. You damn, he ground his teeth. No wonder today there was only a single servant outside. They were clearly avoiding the Xuanwu army. Madame Xue felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, the soldiers had already arrived at their forefront. "Have the gates been opened today?" the young general scoffed. Terrified, everyone in the village dropped to their knees. We see the military officer." Xue Qingyin remained silent. Madame Xue squeezed her wrist, likely to prevent her from feeling frightened. She then turned and, with a touch of the demeanor befitting a lady of the minister, politely inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Du Hongxue, the left and right chief of the Xuanwu army under His Highness the Prince of Xian," the young general replied courteously. "May I inquire who you are?" Upon hearing this, everyone thought to themselves, how could someone so young hold such a significant position? He must be quite formidable. The villagers instantly appeared more subdued. "Madame Xue is the wife of Minister Xue." Madame Xue's voice rang out. Before she could elaborate further, the young general's eyes lit up as he suddenly turned to Xue Qingyin, exclaiming, "Is this Miss Xue? I failed to recognize you with your veil on." Everyone was taken aback. Recognized, even Madame Xue was momentarily stunned. Xue Qingyin wore a puzzled expression. Had they met before? The young general stepped forward and asked, "Miss Xue, how is your health?" That day, realizing he had spoken out of turn, he quickly corrected himself. "That day?" Madame Xue interjected. Xue Qingyin suddenly recalled where she had seen him on the day she was flying kites. She had been faint and hadn't noticed him, but he must have seen her following the Prince of Xian. "On the day I lost my way, Princess Jinke took me away, and we happened to encounter His Highness," Xue Qingyin replied with composure. "Ah yes, the young general hurriedly echoed, fearful of saying something inappropriate that might tarnish her reputation. Madame Xue's expression softened. So that was it. The villagers collectively sighed in relief. Since the young lady of the household was acquainted with them, this matter could surely be resolved leniently. However, upon further consideration, it seemed that it was hardly an acquaintance. It was merely a fleeting encounter. The villagers were left in a state of apprehension, as if they were drawing water with a bamboo basket, feeling extremely anxious. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin, naturally stepping in for her mother, began conversing with the young general. "I am feeling much better. Is His Highness nearby?" "Indeed, he is currently inspecting the military camp today," he replied, pausing before pointing towards the forest behind the village, asking, "Is this land owned by the Xue family?" Xue Qingyin nodded. "I have heard there is a horse ranch on the mountain." "Indeed, there is. This area lacks space for horses to run. The brothers in the military are feeling restless. Having a nearby horse ranch is the best opportunity. If it is convenient, Miss Xue, could you send someone to lead us up there to take a look?" The middle-aged man stand. If the Xuanwu army came to borrow the horse ranch, what an honor that would be. If he could placate these gentlemen, then surely the previous misunderstandings could simply be erased. "Do you intend to come every day?" Xue Qingyin asked. "If it is sufficiently spacious, we shall indeed come every day." "And how much silver will you give?" Jin Xiang. The villagers, they were nearly fainting. How could one dare to ask His Highness for money? The young general paused, then hesitated. "I am not experienced in this matter. Perhaps Miss Xue could suggest a price?" Xue Qingyin lacked experience as well. She vaguely remembered that during the Song dynasty, 100 won could be exchanged for a dough of rice, and 1 tael of silver was roughly equivalent to 2,000 won. Thus, she randomly declared a price, 500 taels. Was that too much or too little? Xue Qingyin turned to gauge the expressions of those around her. They were all in a state of shock, their faces pale and drenched in sweat. Well, now she understood that she had asked for too much. Little did Xue Qingyin realize that for the others, she should not have asked for even a single one. The young general, however, merely smiled. 500 taels is not excessive, but I must return to report this before proceeding. His Highness received so many rewards each year that it was overwhelming. Other nobles typically had 7 or 8 concubines. On ordinary days, buying them rouge, powder, or silver jewelry would easily cost 70 or 80 taels, and look at His Highness, not only did he not have a concubine, he didn't even have a maidservant. Therefore, that money truly could not be spent. Chapter 20 of the Zhao State Duke's residence has vandalized our shop. Xue Qingyin, accompanied by Du Hongxue, the young general, ascended the mountain forest behind the estate. They led the way, while the others followed timidly, not daring to breathe. Only Mrs. Xue appeared somewhat at ease. The area is indeed spacious, but the quality of the horses you keep here is rather poor, Du Hongxue remarked bluntly. The steward in charge of the stables lowered his head, reflecting that privately kept horses could hardly be compared to military steeds. Xue Qingyin, not contemplating too deeply, simply inquired, in what way are they lacking? Look at the disheveled and dry coats. How long has it been since their hooves were trimmed, the backs are not straight, and the physiques are emaciated. At what purpose can these horses serve when raised to such a state? Upon finishing her observation, Du Hongxue suddenly realized she might have offended Xue Qingyin and awkwardly smiled at her. Mother, what are the horses on our estate raised for? Xue Qingyin turned to ask Mrs. Xue. Mrs. Xue's expression was not particularly pleasant as she replied, naturally, they are meant for sale. She called for the steward and inquired how many had been sold in recent years. The steward stammered, it takes time to raise a young colt to its current state, and finding a good stallion is not an easy task. Gradually, we have been left with these mixed quality horses. After a moment of silence, he lamented, not a single one has been sold. Yet, having a horse farm carried a certain prestige, the steward thought to himself, surely, this one point is enough? Du Hongxue could not bear to listen any longer and exclaimed, with such horses, one could raise them just by stepping on them. It's a wonder they can even be sold. The steward's face fell, and he fell silent, his expression akin to that of someone whose entire family had perished. Xue Qingyin, however, asked, then how can we raise good horses? Well, I cannot say for certain. Our Xuanwu army has specialists dedicated to horse breeding. She truly was an open-hearted and generous young lady. He turned his head away, feeling his face grow warm uncontrollably. As Du Hongxue prepared to return to report, Xue Qingyin accompanied him down the mountain. Passing by a cluster of camellias, she plucked a few flowers and stuffed them into Du Hongxue's hands. Caught off guard, Du Hongxue stood there, momentarily forgetting how to proceed. Please deliver these to His Highness, the Prince Xian, Xue Qingyin said. Oh, okay, Du Hongxue stammered, flustered as he clutched the flowers. So, they were for His Highness after all. Xue Qingyin then asked, may I invite His Highness to visit? Du Hongxue hesitated, it is possible, but no one can easily summon His Highness. Xue Qingyin resolved to muster her courage and give it a try. After all, the Xue family's holdings could not be left to Yi Songning. He was far too ruthless when it came to turning against people. I would like to invite our estate wishes to invite His Highness to come, to admire the flowers, ride horses, and there is even a hot spring pool further up. This was from the original owner's memories. She was unsure if the hot spring had fallen into disrepair. Du Hongxue could only say, I will report this to His Highness. But whether he would come was another matter entirely. Xue Qingyin nodded. She had made an effort, and from there, whatever happened next was beyond her control. After bidding farewell to Du Hongxue, Mrs. Xue began to address the personnel on the estate. Xue Qingyin found such tasks beyond her capabilities and lazily sat at the back, munching on sunflower seeds. However, to the eyes of those on the estate, the scene was quite different. This young lady had first established a connection with the young general of the Xuanwu army in just a few words, daring to request money while simultaneously inviting His Highness to their residence. Now, she sat there nonchalantly, casually munching seeds. Her composure was evident, her depth of character was remarkable. Even Jin Xiang could not help but regard Xue Qingyin with newfound respect. This young lady truly was an enigma. Meanwhile, Du Hongxue, rigidly holding the flowers, returned to the camp and inquired of someone, has His Highness returned to the city? The person replied, not yet. Then, unable to resist teasing him, how did you end up picking flowers? Du Hongxue ignored him and walked straight towards the main tent. Not far along, he collided with the Prince Xian and the deputy commander. The prince's gaze immediately fell upon the flowers in Du Hongxue's hands, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought as absurd, only for that absurdity to be shattered by Du Hongxue's next words. Du Hongxue rushed forward and bowed, Your Highness, I encountered the young lady of the Xue family at the estate, and she asked me to bring these to you. Having spoken, Du Hongxue felt a twinge of anxiety. Such trivial matters seemed of little worth in a military camp. He feared the prince might chastise him for being superfluous. The deputy commander, however, seemed intrigued, asking, oh, the young lady from the Xue family? I still remember her quite fondly. Is she visiting the estate today? That must mean she has recovered. But the prince suddenly interjected, she has not recovered. The deputy commander was taken aback. What do you mean, Your Highness? It is an old ailment, prone to recurrence, the prince replied dismissively. The deputy commander was filled with confusion. Wait a moment, how does the prince know so much? Unbeknownst to the deputy commander, the prince had already met Xue Qingyin again in the palace. At this moment, Du Hongxue's hands felt as if they might crumble under the pressure. Certainly, the main reason was the overwhelming presence of the prince. He could not help but cautiously voice, Your Highness, the flowers. Only the prince understood that these flowers were the thank you gift she had mentioned previously. The prince maintained an impassive expression, speaking in a flat tone, keep them. A young eunuch beside him hurried forward to receive the flowers. Also, the estate belongs to the young lady from the Xue family, and she mentioned that if you wish to ride at their horse farm, it would cost 500 taels of silver. The deputy commander could not help but mutter to himself, it seems the young lady has no interest in his highness at all? Otherwise, why would she send flowers? If it were any other girl, she would have been eager to invite his highness to ride horses. Additionally, Du Hongxue quickly continued, the deputy commander could not the estate has expenses for maintaining personnel. We cannot engage in any unscrupulous dealings. Let us go. Is his highness returning to the city? To the estate. Half a stick of incense later, the prince arrived at. However, Xue Qingyin was no longer there. The steward was nearly beside himself with fright. Trembling as he spoke, the young lady said she would return to the silk shop to have a look. No one had expected that his highness would truly come. What to do now? He had never encountered such a distinguished individual in his life, let alone entertain such a noble guest. The prince remained silent, casting a discreet glance at Du Hongxue. Du Hongxue felt equally embarrassed. I forgot to mention when to invite you. The prince lowered his gaze. Yue, you will oversee this place. The youth named Yue replied affirmatively. The steward and others were genuinely terrified at this point. Oversee this place? Was the Xuanwu army indeed going to settle accounts with them? Xue Qingyin sat in the carriage, cradling a cup of chrysanthemum tea. A small red clay stove in front of her was emitting warmth. She had eaten too many sunflower seeds and was feeling overheated. Mrs. Xue spoke to her. You were rather bold today. Do not speak like that again next time. By the way, when you entered the palace that day, you did not act in such a manner, did you? Xue Qingyin blinked. What are you thinking, mother? If I had been so arrogant, would I have been able to return? Mrs. Xue considered this and could not help but chuckle. My Qingyin is a clever and well-behaved child. As they spoke, the carriage came to a halt. What is it? Mrs. Xue inquired. Jin Xiang, whose forehead had been wiped clean, was now dripping with sweat. He could not help but curse his luck. What kind of wretched fortune had his mother encountered today? Jin Xiang stared at the tightly shut door, which bore numerous marks from being struck, and croaked, it seems the silk shop has been robbed. What? Mrs. Xue rolled up the curtain and jumped down. Jin Xiang hurried forward to knock on the door. Mrs. Xue was both furious and anxious. Under the emperor's feet, where do such thieves come from? Jin Xiang was equally perplexed. Fortunately, at that moment, the door was flung open, and a head peeked out. Upon seeing Jin Xiang, the person was overjoyed. Steward Jin, you have finally come. Where is the young master? Is he here? Something has happened. Today, people from the Zhao State Duke's residence came and vandalized our shop. Chapter 21. The trials of a fool. A certain fool found it no easy task to enter the silk shop. Xue Qingyin, unfazed, remarked, let us first brew a pot of tea. Ah. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Although Jin Xiang furrowed his brow in concern, he still admonished, the young lady has given her orders, why do you not hurry? The hot tea was promptly served. The attendant, wearing a pained expression, could not help but the staff of the silk shop were far more straightforward than those from the outskirts, daring not to utter a single falsehood, and laid everything bare. He Songning's methods and temperament were inseparable. He was shrewd and ruthless. Anyone who obstructed him would find themselves dealt with mercilessly. Such a master, of course, would nurture similarly ruthless subordinates. He Songning had long grasped the principle of selling at a thin profit for a high volume. He first leveraged his maternal grandfather Su's past foundation in Huainan to acquire fields for hemp cultivation, and then firmly controlled the farmers raising silkworms within his grasp. In this way, he held the raw materials for clothing firmly in his hands. Moreover, taking advantage of the Wei Wang, he utilized the Grand Canal for transportation, ensuring a smooth journey that significantly reduced shipping costs. Ultimately, he pressured other estates to either become vassals of the Xue family's silk shop or face obliteration. He Songning had only recently acquainted himself with Wei Wang, and thus the silk shop had flourished for merely 2 months, yet, within that brief span, the Xue family's silk shop had amassed a staggering 7,000 taels of silver, an amount that eclipsed the combined annual income of all estates belonging to others. He Songning's style naturally incited dissatisfaction among others. They dared not confront Wei Wang, but would they not dare to provoke the Xue family? Last month, our silk shop suffered an inexplicable fire. Fortunately, the servants were alert and managed to extinguish it in time. Later, the eldest son discovered that it was the work of Yufu Zhuang. Madame Xue fell silent for a moment before stating, if I recall correctly, a great fire broke out in the capital. The evidence lay starkly before her. It was clear that the inferno at Yufu Zhuang had been instigated by her son, but how dare he? This was beneath the emperor's very feet. Xue Qingyin nearly dropped her teacup in shock. He Songning was truly ruthless. A chill crept up her spine. If He Songning wished to eliminate her, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. The steward awkwardly chuckled before adding, Madam, do not misunderstand. This matter has no bearing on us, as the thieves have since been apprehended. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, I trust you as far as I can throw you. The steward continued, rumors have begun to circulate in the capital, suggesting that we are not to be trifled with. Once this word spreads, it serves as a deterrent to those lesser households. However, in the ears of the nobility, is it not a provocation? The Duke of Zhao's estate may not possess a silk shop, but it does have 3 ready-made garment stores, and it was precisely Yufu Zhuang that supplied fabrics to them. Madame Xue's complexion dark. Seemingly sensing her bewilderment, Madame Xue took the time to explain, though there are many lords and marquises in the court, when it comes to real power, it is the Duke of Zhao who stands prominent. He is the emperor's sworn brother, having once carried the emperor through the treacherous mists of the southern mountains during wartime. The duke's wife passed away early, leaving him with only one son, who was born simple-minded. The duke, unable to rest easy, has amassed countless assets for him. The combined wealth of our Xue and Su families pales in comparison to a mere finger of the Duke of Zhao's estate. Jin Xiang interjected. The Duke of Zhao's estate wields considerable influence, and naturally, its servants are rather fierce. Madame Xue sighed. As long as no one was harmed, that is a relief. In future dealings, you must avoid such headstrong competition. Jin Xiang lowered his head in acquiescence, though in his heart, he remained unconvinced. He still preferred the methods of the eldest son. Unbeknownst to Madame Xue, whether it be their own assets or those of the Xue family, the moment they fell into Yi Songning's hands, they would almost entirely become his subordinates. In a few years, they might very well lose sight of their true master. Madam, shall we simply let this matter pass? The steward could not help but inquire. Madame Xue was not one to suffer fools lightly, yet she understood the situation. And what do you propose we do? Challenge the Duke of Zhao's estate in a contest of strength? But if we ignore this, the outside world will perceive us as a paper tiger. In the future, more will come to trample upon us, the steward insisted anxiously. He thought to himself, especially since the eldest daughter of the Xue family does not enjoy the best reputation outside, it is entirely possible that some noble lady or gentleman might seek to use this to embarrass her. Jin Xiang hesitated before suggesting, perhaps we should inform the eldest son. And however, Madame Xue was resolute. Why disturb him during his studies? Jin Xiang considered this and found merit in her reasoning. Business was indeed important, but the imperial examinations held greater weight. You all should tidy up the estate first, Xue Qingyin interjected. Understood. We must devise a strategy, Xue Qingyin murmured softly, yet she found herself devoid of ideas. Perhaps she still needed to read more. She thought the steward assented, though he did not expect the eldest daughter to conjure any brilliant plans. Madame Xue shared this sentiment. After all, such a disarray was enough to give her a headache. How much more so for Xue Qingyin? Madame Xue pressed her temples and stated solemnly, we have only dealt with 2 families today, yet already trouble abounds. I believe the management of this estate requires a thorough overhaul. The stewards promptly fell silent, not daring to speak. Madame Xue, disinclined to linger further, took her leave with Xue Qingyin and returned home. Just as they entered, a servant rushed in with a report. A message has arrived from the Princess of Jinkai. The servant respectfully presented the note. Xue Qingyin, taken aback, accepted it. It was an invitation to a game of kuju, essentially, a form of polo. Xue Qingyin assessed her own physique. The likely outcome would be a fall from the horse, resulting in a broken neck. Well, perhaps she could simply go to make up the numbers. After all, she was also curious to meet the illustrious Princess of Jinkai. Madame Xue was delighted to hear this. At last, Qingyin, do not burden her with matters concerning the silk shop. Individuals of her stature despise those who seek personal gain. If you are to take over the family's enterprises, you must learn much about the intricacies of personal relationships from now on. As she spoke, Madame Xue could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. How she wished for her daughter to remain a carefree and pampered child. Alas, as a woman, if she did not become a bit more resolute, life in this world would be exceedingly arduous, for parents will inevitably depart one day. Xue Qingyin dressed simply before making her way to the Princess of Jing's estate. The estate was resplendently constructed, with terraces and pavilions, and the entrance was bustling with carriages and horses. Noble ladies from various families gracefully descended from their carriages, fragrant breezes wafting through the air. Xue Qingyin's maid displayed a hint of disappointment. It seems you are not the only one invited. Xue Qingyin was not surprised. After all, she was not truly acquainted with the Princess of Jinkai. That was merely a fabrication of the Su family. How could she expect special treatment from the princess? Ah, it appears Miss Xue has arrived, someone called out from a distance. Yi Sonning had not accompanied her, and thus, the others no longer concealed their disdain for Xue Qingyin. I have heard that Miss Xue has entered the palace as the companion to the 4th princess. Congratulations! Isn't there still the Xie family girl? Indeed, I have heard that upon leaving the palace, Miss Xie was rewarded with a precious item from the western regions. I wonder what Miss Xue received that day? Perhaps she could share it with us to broaden our horizons? Xue Qingyin leisurely replied, 4th princess. The crowd fell silent and turned. There stood the 4th princess, poised at the threshold, gazing down at them from her elevated position. The 4th princess smirked, her expression a blend of mockery and menace directed at Xue Qingyin. Yet, Xue Qingyin approached her warmly, taking her arm. This book features a fool who is not easily daunted. It is indeed better to align with the 4th princess. The 4th princess stared at her in shock. What audacity! How dare she grasp my hand? Is she not afraid of my retribution today? Leaning closer, the 4th princess whispered ominously in Xue Qingyin's ear, I advise you to be cautious today. That noble lady intends to make a move against you. Xue Qingyin beamed. Thank you for the reminder, 4th princess. Your concern truly warms my heart. The 4th princess could only think, was that a reminder, but was clearly a threat. At that moment, a voice interjected, where is Miss Xue? The princess requests her presence in the rear hall. This princess, of course, referred to the Princess of Jinkai. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 22. The Golden Sparrow Princess laughed heartily, and as the crystal bead curtain hung down, it shimmered with glistening light. When illuminated, she sat languidly behind the curtain, reclining against a beautiful couch. Hearing approaching footsteps, she merely lifted her eyelids and said, You've arrived. Xue Qingyin assumed she was addressing her, but upon raising her gaze, she discerned the vague outline of another figure behind the curtain. This individual stood beside the Golden Sparrow Princess, exuding an indifferent aura. Once the princess's voice resonated, the figure turned to look at Xue Qingyin. "I pay my respects to your highness," Xue Qingyin bowed and greeted. After a moment's pause, she tentatively inquired, "And his highness, the Prince of Xian?" The Golden Sparrow Princess waved her hand dismissively, instructing, "Roll it up." Immediately, a palace maid stepped forward to secure the curtain with a golden hook. Only then did the figure behind the curtain fully reveal itself to Xue Qingyin's eyes. The Golden Sparrow Princess was a tall and elegant woman, her hair styled in a towering coiffure adorned with jeweled hairpins. As she stood, her skirt was embroidered with large hibiscus flowers in gold and crimson threads, regal and resplendent. She captivated the eye, and beside her stood none other than the Prince of Xian. The Golden Sparrow Princess seemed somewhat fatigued. She slowly blinked and asked, "Did you just speak with the fourth princess, Miss Xue?" Xue Qingyin affirmed with a nod. "One would not have guessed that you and she are so well acquainted," remarked the Golden Sparrow Princess, her tone neither warm nor cold, leaving it difficult to discern her emotions. Yet, the very manner of her speech was enough to reveal her sentiments. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Qingyin replied, "Indeed, it's rare to encounter someone so foolish." The Golden Sparrow Princess froze momentarily. After a brief silence, she burst into laughter. "Truly a rare fool that I simply did not expect you, Miss Xue, to be so audacious," she lowered her voice, "to commit such an offense." Xue Qingyin shook her head. "Ah, the fourth princess had a blade at my throat. What does it matter if I merely utter a word of folly?" The Golden Sparrow Princess, intrigued, stepped forward, asking, "If she has a blade at your throat, how do you still dare to engage with her?" "Precisely because of that, I dare. A drawn blade displayed before one's eyes is far better than one concealed behind one's back." "Quite reasonable." The Golden Sparrow Princess took another couple of steps forward, exclaiming, "How interesting." She then inquired, "Is the fourth princess devising ways to torment you?" Xue Qingyin shook her head once more. "How could she dare? His Highness the Prince of Xian is present." The Golden Sparrow Princess could not help but cover her mouth with a laugh, her curiosity piqued, as she turned to glance at the icy Prince of Xian. "What role does His Highness play in all of this?" she asked. The Prince of Xian lifted his eyelids, fixing his gaze upon Xue Qingyin, yet remained silent. He hadn't anticipated her spirited demeanor, which was far from the frailty of a flower. No, reflecting on that day at the poetry gathering, when she inadvertently stumbled upon a private meeting, her calmness was astonishing. Her spiritedness had always been present, albeit less visible in public. "Why are you all silent? Is it something I should not know?" The Golden Sparrow Princess grew more curious. "It is merely that His Highness possesses a kind heart. On that day, upon witnessing the fourth princess accompanying me, he could not bear to see her bully me, and thus intervened," Xue Qingyin answered dutifully. The Golden Sparrow Princess suddenly laughed heartily. "When did His Highness acquire such leisure?" Xue Qingyin pondered for a moment. After all, who would reject flattery, she replied, "Because His Highness is indeed a gentleman of profound integrity." The Golden Sparrow Princess paused, then laughed even louder. Xue Qingyin was left bewildered. What was so amusing? Was there something amiss? Previously, at the poetry gathering, the man named Wen Hui beside the prince had requested her to leave behind a personal item, to which the prince had denounced his behavior as disgraceful. Later, when she nearly perished while flying a kite, it was the prince who brought her back and summoned the imperial physician, not to mention that he later used the Golden Sparrow Princess's name to send her home, thus safeguarding her reputation. It was precisely because the prince was aware of the fourth princess's temperament that he intervened. Was this not the conduct of a gentleman? The Golden Sparrow Princess gradually composed herself, saying, "Bring a chair for Miss Xue." Xue Qingyin expressed her gratitude as she took a seat, quite at ease, and casually queried, "Might His Highness not join us?" The Golden Sparrow Princess replied, "His Highness is a man of great importance. He must be off soon." Only then did the prince speak, coldly stating, "Your residence lacks interest." "How could the game of Kuju be uninteresting?" The Golden Sparrow Princess paused, then added, "Oh, indeed, how could it compare to the thrill of riding and battling?" At this, she turned to Xue Qingyin and asked, "Miss Xue, have you ever played this before?" Xue Qingyin shook her head. The prince's voice chimed in simultaneously, "She cannot play." The Golden Sparrow Princess turned her head, intrigued, "Oh, how do you know? Why can't she play?" This time, it was Xue Qingyin who responded, "It is too dangerous." The Golden Sparrow Princess was taken aback. "What?" Xue Qingyin recounted the events of the kite-flying day. The Golden Sparrow Princess clicked her tongue in understanding. "No wonder she borrowed my name that day. So that was the case." After saying this, she looked at Xue Qingyin, a hint of regret crossing her face. "I had thought that your disposition would resonate with mine, and we could go play together. It is such a pity not to be able to gallop freely on horseback," she sighed. Xue Qingyin, being somewhat indolent by nature, felt no profound sense of loss. She believed that all her vigor had been expended in her previous career before transmigrating. Now, being able to lounge as a leisurely heiress was the utmost delight. At this moment, a palace maid entered and softly announced, "Your Highness, all the guests have arrived." The Golden Sparrow Princess pinched her fan in her palm and said, "Then let us depart." Since Miss Xue cannot partake in Kuju, if she finds it dull later, before she could conceive another amusement, Xue Qingyin blurted out, "Shall I play with His Highness?" The Golden Sparrow Princess was immediately amused again. Good, good. You two enjoy yourselves, I shall take my leave first." When the Golden Sparrow Princess declared her departure, she truly meant it. Soon, only Xue Qingyin and the Prince of Xian remained, along with a room full of palace attendants. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Xue Qingyin suddenly felt she had made a miscalculation. The prince was taciturn. As for her, she was, after all, not intimately acquainted with him. Previously, when she had spoken to Yi Songning about marrying the prince, it was merely idle chatter. Who wouldn't jest? But now, face to face, Xue Qingyin felt utterly intimidated. Indeed, she felt as if she couldn't muster a single word. As the tension thickened, the prince's voice broke the silence. Is the Kingdom Manor on the outskirts of the city the Xue family's? Xue Qingyin replied. Hadn't Du Hongxue mentioned that it was particularly difficult to invite him? I must apologize for neglecting your highness. It is my fault, she quickly remarked. However, the prince seemed intent on holding. He had indeed received the flowers, but it sounded as though he was somewhat dissatisfied. It was certainly not. I have kept all your kindness in mind, your highness, that is why I wish to invite you to the manor for leisure. At this, she fell silent. After all, the prince had come, only to find no one there. Xue Qingyin attempted to salvage the situation. Shall we sit down and play a game of chess, she suggested. I shall keep you company to pass the time. You see, this could be considered a contribution, right? A fleeting emotion crossed the prince's eyes as he regarded Xue Qingyin, completely unprepared for how seamlessly she had shifted the conversation in this direction. Chapter 23, I am your mother. The cold and aloof King Xuan stood there, gazing intently at Xue Qingyin for a moment before he spoke. Very well. The palace attendants promptly brought forth a chessboard and brewed a pot of hot tea for them. While Xue Qingyin was unfamiliar with Go, she was adept at Chinese chess. Fortunately, this era also boasted the existence of Xiangqi, as well as Doshou Qi and Liuhua. Thus, Xue Qingyin commenced her rather lackluster display of chess prowess. She was competent at card games, but when it came to chess, she was truly inept. Before long, King Xuan sensed her growing discomfort as she fidgeted in her seat. His gaze flickered slightly, yet he refrained from voicing any comment. In the first round, Xue Qingyin lost rather swiftly. However, her lack of fear regarding defeat rendered her temperament quite amiable. As she lowered her eyes to the chessboard, her brows and eyes sparkled with a certain brilliance. It was then that King Xuan took note of her attire for the day. Xue Qingyin was dressed in understated elegance. Her sleeves were a delicate smoky purple, and her skirt was a shade reminiscent of mountain rhododendron, adorned with hints of spring hues, exuding a sense of both vivacity and tenderness. Each time she grasped a piece, the wide sleeves would slide back, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white arms. When she found herself at a loss for her next move, she would unconsciously press her index finger against the chessboard, gently scraping the red lacquer atop it. Some of the paint was not very secure, leaving fragments clinging to her fingertips, resembling rouge. The juxtaposition of red and white created an indescribable beauty. The second round commenced hastily. Xue Qingyin wrinkled her nose, grasping a piece with her right hand while her left hand could not resist reaching for the teacup. However, the tea had only just been poured, and the cup's wall was hot enough to elicit a sharp intake of breath from her. King Xian's eyelid twitched, and instinctively, he reached out to press down on her wrist. Her skin felt smooth to the touch. King Xuan, as if burned himself, instinctively curled his fingers slightly, yet he maintained a firm grip on Xue Qingyin. Do not touch, he paused before adding in a calm tone, hold it by the rim. Xue Qingyin responded dryly, oh. She merely resorted to fidgeting when she was at a loss for ideas. The observant palace attendant promptly interjected, I shall fetch some ice. Xue Qingyin replied, is that necessary? She did not wish to appear overly delicate. It was merely a slight burn, not a severe scald. However, the attendant disregarded her words, casting a glance at King Xian's expression before turning to retrieve the ice. Very well, Xue Qingyin found herself unable to refuse and took the opportunity to suggest, let us play something else. Leaf cards are quite entertaining. She was far more skilled at card games. King Xuan regarded her. She gazed back at him, her dark eyes shining with enthusiasm. There was not a trace of shyness or embarrassment about her. King Xuan withdrew his hand, averting his gaze. Fetch the leaf cards. Yes, the palace attendant promptly replied. Before long, the leaf cards were brought forth, accompanied by a box containing ice cubes. Xue Qingyin grasped a piece of ice in her palm, exclaiming, ouch. This time, it was freezing cold. She quickly dropped it back. King Xian's icy demeanor softened momentarily. The nearby attendants could not help but stifle their laughter. This young lady, Xue, was indeed charming. Xue Qingyin wiped her hands on her skirt, saying, let us forego the ice. I might catch a chill, the burn will fade by tomorrow. With that, she turned to retrieve the leaf cards. Ouch, she gasped inwardly, for the leaf cards were, astonishingly, crafted from gold. They gleamed resplendently before her. This was the epitome of opulent beauty. Xue Qingyin picked up a card, savoring its delightful texture. If the Xue family were to strike it rich one day, they too must craft a set like this for their enjoyment. How joyous it would be to touch them daily. Your Highness. A voice called from outside. King Xuan did not raise his head. Enter. The person outside stepped in, and upon seeing Xue Qingyin, appeared quite astonished. Miss Xue? Xue Qingyin turned to look. This bearded gentleman, who was he? The King Xuan seemed to perceive her confusion and stated blandly, Vice General Fang Xinzhong. Xue Qingyin thought to herself how peculiar a name that was. The vice general smiled at her, taking a step back as if feeling somewhat awkward. However, when he turned his attention to King Xuan, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he spoke in a deep voice, Your Highness, regarding the matters with the Anqi army. King Xuan rose and walked towards the inner chamber behind the screen, with the vice general closely following. Xue Qingyin realized this was not her place to eavesdrop, so she stood up, intending to stroll about. Is Miss Xue present? Suddenly inquired a palace maid's voice. Perfect. Xue Qingyin recognized her as the same maid who had welcomed her at the entrance of the princess's residence. Now she was inviting her to the front again. Could there be something entertaining happening? The maid urged, Miss Xue, please hurry, the princess is waiting. Xue Qingyin glanced back, not concerned whether King Xuan could hear her, and politely announced, Your Highness, I shall go to the front for a while and return shortly. The maid paused, Your Highness? Which prince is in there? Did you not see, maid sister, it is His Highness, King Xuan. The maid gasped in shock. Xue Qingyin urged, let us go. The maid hesitated. Meanwhile, within the confines of the princess's residence, one could not quite deem it a garden. The area was barren, devoid of trees, and only grass could be seen. It was here that the game of Kuju took place. The fourth princess sat in her designated spot, unable to resist glancing toward the back of the princess's residence. Having not seen Xue Qingyin emerge for quite some time, she wondered if things had already begun. The fourth princess felt a sense of restlessness, far from the exhilaration she had anticipated. The princess's residence was indeed vast. Xue Qingyin followed the palace maid through a labyrinth of pavilions and corridors, finally arriving. The maid announced, this is the place. No, Xue Qingyin's eyelids jumped in alarm as realization dawned upon her. The door was not heavy, yet there was an unusual silence. The princess's residence was adorned in gold and jade, yet the pull ring on this door had rusted. Xue Qingyin turned to flee, but the maid seized the back of her collar with surprising strength, flinging the door open and pushing her inside before locking it firmly. Xue Qingyin stumbled, disoriented, as she sat up, her head spinning. This body was truly far too frail. She slowly raised her hand. However, it was not all bad. She managed to tug a handful of the maid's hair out. That was far more relieving. Outside the door, the maid clenched her teeth, feeling the spot where a tuft of hair had been pulled out, exposing her scalp. Damned, the maid shot a glare at the door before turning to leave. Remembering that King Xuan had been present earlier, she felt a twinge of apprehension, but what did it matter? Today, she had become a pawn in the grand scheme, and her fate was already sealed. The princess could not tolerate betrayal. The maid exhaled sharply, hoping that when she was executed, her family would indeed escape as the noble had promised, leading a life free from worry. Inside, Xue Qingyin slowly rose, brushing the dust off her clothes. She would no longer disdain the maid that Songning had placed beside her. While she could be a spy, at least she could fight for her. Snacks. Hee, are you here to deliver snacks? A silly voice called out from behind her. Xue Qingyin turned around to see a tall, plump man leaning against the doorframe, staring at her. The man had a foolish expression, clearly not entirely mentally sound, yet he was dressed quite neatly. His hair was neatly combed, wearing a jade crown atop his head, and he was clad in a moon-white robe, with a bejeweled belt cinched around his plump belly. Not receiving a response from Xue Qingyin, he immediately stepped down, his heavy footsteps causing the floor to tremble. That he licked his lips and shouted, I'm thirsty, I want water. Xue Qingyin cursed inwardly, feeling an ominous foreboding. The man continued to advance. His massive frame and foolish demeanor made him appear somewhat terrifying. After a moment of hesitation, Xue Qingyin slowly uttered, I am your mother. No, I am your daughter. Chapter 24, Your Highness, please lend me a hand. Mother? The burly man paused in his steps. Xue Qingyin nodded earnestly, striving to imbue her voice with a convincing tone. She replied gently, yes, I am your mother. Indeed, compared to those clever individuals, fools often possess a certain endearing charm. The man struggled to widen his fleshy features, his eyes bulging in astonishment. He stared at Xue Qingyin, a dazed smile spreading across his face. Yes, mother eats cake. As he spoke, he raised his hand. How easy it is to deceive him. The man spread his palm wide, revealing a clump of mud mixed with grass, sticky and grimy from being squeezed. Others would likely frown in disgust, but Xue Qingyin, having grown up playing in the mud of the countryside, blinked and found it tolerable. She simply remarked, I am not hungry. Oh. The man responded, his eyes drooping in disappointment as he withdrew his hand. Since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. Xue Qingyin patted her chest, her hurried and anxious heart gradually settling into calmness. She softly said, Mother wants to test you. The man raised his eyes, displaying a hint of confusion. Test? Xue Qingyin, I remember. The man grinned foolishly, I am a phone, that is my name. A phone, he shouted excitedly. Xue Qingyin quickly moved closer, tiptoeing to gently pat his shoulder. You must. With the door wide open, it would be inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. The man hastily covered his mouth with his hand. His palm was large and plump, and with a little pressure, it produced a crisp sound. Along with that clump of filthy mud, it splattered all over his face. Through his fingers, he whispered, right, no loud voices, there are bad people chasing us. I must protect Mother. Xue Qingyin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Though he appeared somewhat foolish and hefty, he was undeniably a dutiful son. Mother is happy, I will not cry anymore. The man joined in her laughter, albeit quietly. As long as he was obedient, that was enough. Xue Qingyin sighed in relief. This was certainly far easier to manage than those wicked ruffians. She only knew this man was called a phone, but she still had no idea who he truly was. Xue Qingyin pondered for a moment before continuing to ask him, do you remember your father? I remember, father, yesterday gave me sweets, sweet, and mother ate some too. He said, lowering his head to rummage through his pocket. He searched and searched, finally producing 2 grass-woven crickets. Angrily, he threw them to the ground, becoming a bit agitated. Sweets. Xue Qingyin quickly soothed him, the sweets are only for a phone, mother does not eat. Why? Because a phone is the most well-behaved, the good child of mother and father. The man immediately broke into a grin, the flesh on his cheeks quivering with delight. Mother is the best. Do you know how others refer to your father? Xue Qingyin seized the opportunity to steer the conversation back on track. Others? This phrase seemed somewhat perplexing to him, as he wrinkled his face, his features scrunching together. After a moment of strenuous thought, he managed to utter a word gong. Then he squeezed out another word, gong. Xue Qingyin, gong, that seemed rather absurd. What was it, the chicken after the egg? Xue Qingyin decided against further questioning him. However, the man plopped heavily onto the ground, beginning to act petulantly. Mother, it hurts. In her heart, Xue Qingyin thought, you foolish creature, did someone administer something to you ahead of time? If he was in pain, that was his problem. She had no way to assist him. Xue Qingyin took a step back. Seeing this, the man grew more anxious, lunging forward and collapsing onto the ground, wailing in agony. Mother is not leaving, mother is not leaving. Xue Qingyin whispered, not leaving, not leaving. She wandered around the dilapidated courtyard. Although this place had fallen into disrepair, it was evident that it had once been well furnished. There was even a well in the courtyard. Xue Qingyin approached the well, peering inside. It was dark and murky, with faint ripples of water glimmering. Her heart sank with a thud, an overwhelming wave of fear for the narrow, pitch-black, and bottomless abyss washing over her. She took 2 steps back and quickly beckoned to the man. A foam, come here. Meanwhile, in another location, Prince Xian and the deputy general slowly emerged from the back room. The deputy general exclaimed, where is that Miss Xue? A palace maid nearby replied, just now, Sister Hongzhu came by, saying the princess has invited Miss Xue to the front. Prince Xian lowered his gaze, sweeping over the remnants nearby. The chess pieces still lay scattered on the board, the leaf cards were strewn about, and the teacup remained untouched, her tea having cooled without a single sip taken. They certainly departed quickly. How dare they claim to be keeping him company? The deputy general displayed a look of regret, though it was unclear what he found regrettable. The deputy general asked, Your Highness, shall we return? Yes, let us return. Farewell, Your Highness. The palace maids quickly knelt to pay their respects. As Prince Xian exited the courtyard, the guard stationed outside immediately approached, silently following in his wake. This procession exuded an unspoken authority, their menacing aura unmistakable. As they passed by, the servants of the princess's residence hurriedly retreated, not daring to even glance up. Just as they were nearing the entrance, Prince Xian suddenly halted. Your Highness? The deputy general looked up in confusion. Prince Xian turned around, immediately find Princess Jin Kei and inform her to secretly capture a palace maid named Hongzhu. He paused momentarily before continuing, I have lost something and intend to search the entire princess's residence for it. The deputy general was taken aback. How could something be lost so suddenly? What exactly had been misplaced? Why must a palace maid be captured? And why secretly? The deputy general struggled to keep up with Prince Xian's train of thought, but military orders were to be followed without question. Having grown accustomed to this, the deputy general swiftly turned and took a guard with him to seek out Princess Jin Kei. Since it was a secret capture, the operation must be discreet. If the people of the princess's residence could not manage it, they would have to intervene, ensuring it was swift, precise, and ruthless, capturing the person in a timely manner. You go find that Miss Xue. She is most likely in a secluded area, a place seldom frequented. Once you find her, do not panic, quietly bring her over. Prince Xian instructed coldly to the remaining guards. The guards did not question the reasons and immediately. Most of them had seen Xue Qingyin before. After giving his orders, only one guard remained beside Prince Xian. He paused for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he finally set off in a specific direction. Meanwhile, the deputy general arrived in the garden, where he found Princess Jin Kei riding on horseback, wielding a ball staff, engaged in a competitive game. The deputy general pondered how to approach her discreetly. After considering his options, he decided to remain silent, walking up to her and whistling softly. The galloping horse suddenly slowed its pace. The deputy general walked directly to Princess Jin Kei, grasped the reins, and led her away. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Even Princess Jin Kei was taken aback. She had intended to express her anger but restrained herself upon realizing he was the deputy general of Prince Xian. Instead, she could only grit her teeth and, I apologize for the offense. His Highness has ordered that this matter must be heard by the princess herself. Princess Jing's expression shifted several times before she dismounted. Only then did the deputy general step closer to explain the situation to her. Her face swiftly turned extremely pale, her body trembling slightly. Damn it, damn it. The deputy general remained perplexed. Meanwhile, the others watching them exchanged whispers, curious about the identity of the man who seemed close to the princess. Who is that person? He appears quite familiar with the princess. Could it be that a new prince consort is on the horizon? That is General Fong, the deputy of Prince Xian, and you do not recognize him? Oh, then he is most likely unwilling to become a prince consort. The fourth princess, overhearing the murmurs around her, felt increasingly agitated. She had no idea what was happening. Prince Xian took a series of turns, traversing through rocky corridors, ultimately arriving at a dilapidated courtyard. He paused, raising his gaze. There, he spotted Xue Qingyin struggling to lean against the wall, breathing heavily. Upon turning her head, she caught sight of him. Their eyes met. Xue Qingyin felt both startled and delighted. How fortunate that Prince Xian had come here. She licked her lips, her voice appearing delicate and weak due to her breathlessness. Your Highness, could you please assist me? I can't hold on much longer. Chapter 25. Devoting myself in gratitude to you, Your Highness. Is that not the young lady Xue? The voice of the bodyguard rang out in surprise, but the bodyguard immediately restrained his expression and sealed his lips, swiftly making his way to the courtyard entrance. Your Highness, the door is locked, the bodyguard murmured. The prince did not respond. He had already approached the wall where Xue Qingyin was precariously perched. He raised his head and softly inquired, "Are you going to jump down?" Xue Qingyin replied eagerly, "Yes, yes, yes, hurry." As she spoke, she struggled to climb up. However, her arms lacked strength. Merely clinging to the wall was a feat, let alone leveraging herself to scale it and leap down. In an instant, her face flushed a deep crimson, the tips of her fingers gripping the wall turned white. The prince's gaze flickered slightly as he commanded, "Dai Huang, come here." The bodyguard promptly turned and dashed back. The prince stepped onto his shoulder and effortlessly vaulted himself onto the wall. Before Xue Qingyin could react, he grasped her by the collar with a firm grip, the veins on the back of his hand standing out prominently, and hoisted her upward. Xue Qingyin was momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself atop the wall. With a heavy sigh of relief, she expressed, "Thank you, Your Highness." She then lowered her head to glance. "Please don't jump." He glanced up to gauge the prince's expression before continuing, "I fear I may not be able to catch you." Xue Qingyin furrowed her brow and asked, "Is there any way to find a ladder?" The prince suddenly dismounted from the wall, turned, and opened his arms toward her, his tone neither warm nor cold. "Did not the young lady Xue wish for me to catch you? It would be a further inconvenience to have you return to catch me. If I were to inadvertently injure your arm, I could never repay such a debt." Upon hearing this, the prince cast a fleeting glance at the bodyguard. The bodyguard, startled, blurted out, "But if I were to be injured, would it not be the same?" Xue Qingyin pondered for a moment. "I could offer myself in gratitude. Though, for someone like her, such a proposal would likely come across as a form of retribution." Before the alluring beauty, the bodyguard broke out in a cold sweat. He hastily waved his hands. "No, I dare not. How could I be worthy of the young lady Xue?" The prince interjected coldly, "If you do not come down, I shall take my leave." Come down, come down." Xue Qingyin, tired of lingering atop the wall, leaned forward and unreservedly plunged toward the prince. He caught her effortlessly, steady and secure, leaning against his arm. Xue Qingyin remarked, "It's a bit hard." His muscles were quite firm. Indeed, having gained an advantage, she feigned innocence. The prince lowered his gaze over her, surprisingly unperturbed. He found her to be a vibrant splash of color, vividly splashed upon the canvas, striking and animated, impossible to overlook. Noticing the prince's stillness, the bodyguard quietly inquired, "Your Highness's arm, is it broken?" The prince released his hold. Xue Qingyin steadied herself on the ground, taking a step back. However, as she did, a sudden realization struck her. This was the very opportunity she had sought to test whether she could marry the prince. Xue Qingyin hastily reached out to pinch the prince's arm, inspecting it from top to bottom. "Good, not broken." She breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the prince instinctively tensed his muscles, his eyes coldly narrowing. "What is the meaning of this?" Xue Qingyin secretly rolled her eyes. It seemed he truly was indifferent to the charms of women. She quickly replied, "You must first devise a means to unlock the door. There is still someone trapped inside." The prince recalled that when he had gone to assist Xue Qingyin, he had vaguely seen her standing on someone. His gaze sharpened with curiosity. How had she managed to free herself to such an extent? The individual had allowed her to tread upon him to scale the wall. The prince remarked indifferently, "He is merely a thief. Why not let him perish in there?" Xue Qingyin paused, sensing the heavy aura of menace surrounding the prince. She lifted her gaze to meet his and softly said, "The true culprits are those behind the scenes. They are merely pitiful souls caught in the crossfire." The prince then directed his gaze to the bodyguard, "Draw your blade and break down the door." The bodyguard complied. A few sharp sounds echoed, and the latch fell away, allowing the door to swing open effortlessly. The bodyguard stepped inside and found a figure sitting on the ground, terror etched across his face. He hastily exited and whispered to the prince, "Your Highness, it is the son of Duke Zhao." "Zhao Xufeng? Indeed, did they harbor some enmity?" "I shall escort the young lady Xue back to her residence," the prince announced, clearly indicating that her presence in this place was no longer appropriate. Xue Qingyin felt somewhat bewildered. Was this incident targeted at her? Yet it seemed as if it were also directed at the princess's residence, or perhaps, the esteemed concubine one had intended to achieve two objectives with one stroke from the very beginning? Perplexed by the convoluted circumstances, Xue Qingyin obediently followed the prince as they made their way outside. "Mother, mother!" She could faintly hear a grown man's weeping from within the courtyard, his cries resembling the wails of a tormented spirit. Yet, Xue Qingyin could not help but glance back. The prince noticed her movement and inquired, "Did he offend you?" Clearly a fool, his actions were hardly surprising. Xue Qingyin shook her head. "He is quite obedient. I even suspect he has been drugged, as he keeps lamenting his discomfort." Upon hearing this, the prince instinctively furrowed his brow. "And so I instructed him to fetch water from the well to wash himself." The prince's expression softened. When had Zhao Xufeng learned to comprehend human speech? "Perhaps your highness should still send someone to bring him a bowl of ginger soup," she suggested. Very well." As they conversed, they encountered Princess Jean K, who was hurrying toward them. Upon seeing them, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Thank you, your highness." Princess Jean K was the sister of the prince, yet their rapport seemed rather strained, lacking the warmth of the fourth princess's affectionate second brother. The tone in which the prince addressed Prince, he stated, "There is still someone inside. If you cannot handle him, it may attract enemies." What sort of individual could possibly be an enemy to Princess Jean K? Surely this Zhao Xufeng must have a significant background. Wait, could it be that he was the foolish son of Duke Zhao that their mother had mentioned? Xue Qingyin's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 26. Almost lost my innocence at that moment. Princess Jinxiao's expression shifted dramatically. She clenched her teeth and spoke in a solemn tone. Thank you for today. I shall ensure that this matter is handled with utmost precision. After saying this, she turned to Xue Qingyin, completely altering her demeanor, and smiled. Miss Xue, let us plan another outing on the boat. Someone, fetch the purple gold box from my room, and let Miss Xue take it home with her. Before Xue Qingyin could utter a word, she added, do not make excuses, go. Xue Qingyin had no choice but to remain silent and bow. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. Princess Jinxiao squeezed her hand and remarked, we share such a wonderful rapport. Why speak so formally? I must take my leave now. With that, she lifted her skirts and hurried away. As Xue Qingyin reached the doorway, the purple gold box was delivered to her. The box felt heavy in her hands, and after a brief moment, she began to feel fatigued. Luckily, her maid was patiently waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing her emerge, she rushed forward. However, she dared not look at Prince Xian and stammered nervously, Miss, why are you out so early? Xue Qingyin handed the box to her and instructed her to wait by the carriage. Then she turned to Prince Xian and asked, Your Highness, may I trouble you to enlighten me? How did Your Highness know I had been deceived? Since Jinxiao entrusted you to me, he paused, realizing the awkwardness of his phrasing. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued, she would not dare send anyone to retrieve you again. The palace maids, knowing I was in the inner chamber, would not have the audacity to act without my permission. If they wished to leave, it should have been after consulting me first. Such haste indicates ulterior motives. Indeed, people in the capital both revered and feared Prince Xian, yet one maid acted contrary to reason. Then how did Your Highness know I was there? The princess's residence once housed the idol Yun courtyard for the prince's stay. After the prince's demise, the courtyard fell into disrepair, and Jinxiao has since avoided it, rendering it a taboo within the palace. No one dares approach that area anymore, and naturally, it would be the ideal place for clandestine affairs. Your Highness is truly astute. Xue Qingyin quickly flattered. Yet she pondered, what if Your Highness had not found me? What then would have been her fate today? Lacking the strength to climb over walls, she would have been left to wait helplessly inside. There is no what if. This serves as a contingency. Xue Qingyin was genuinely astonished, her flattery growing increasingly sincere. Your Highness, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Would she have to offer herself in return? A thought suddenly crossed Prince Xian's mind, who knew Xue Qingyin would cease her discourse at this point. Another bouquet? Finally, Prince Xian completed her sentence. Xue Qingyin shook her head. I have yet to decide. After much contemplation, I realized that Your Highness, being of noble status, lacks nothing. I simply wish to present you with the essence of spring, hence the flowers I gathered. However, now, flowers seem trivial. Prince Xian paused. To her, gifting a few flowers equated to offering the entirety of spring, such eloquence, yet his gaze fell upon her lips, soft and full, reminiscent of blossoms. In that moment, Prince Xian felt as though he had truly received the essence of spring itself, distinct from the various lavish gifts presented to him by others. He gradually lowered his gaze, his tone somewhat indifferent. Very well, take your time to ponder. He was indeed curious about what she would propose next and how she would attempt to argue with him. Why was he so accommodating? Xue Qingyin was taken aback. This was not the Prince Xian depicted in the books. Prince Xian escorted her to the carriage and then assigned a guard to accompany her. Suddenly, Xue Qingyin recalled something and hurriedly pulled back the curtain, extending her neck to ask, when will Your Highness next visit the Xuanwu army's encampment? Prince Xian glanced at her. In a couple of days. Xue Qingyin nodded and lowered the curtain. This time, she was certain she could successfully host Prince Xian at the estate. Meanwhile, Xue's maid eagerly inquired, Miss, are we leaving now? Has something happened? The maid was visibly anxious. Surely, their mistress had not faced exclusion again. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. In the past, the eldest young lady often attracted disdain wherever she went. Xue Qingyin reassured her, it's nothing, today we merely came to play cuju. My physique is not suited for such activities, so the princess found me dull and rewarded me with some gifts, saying we shall plan another boat outing. The maid was momentarily stunned. Was this true? Surely, the eldest young lady was not merely seeking an excuse to save face. As Xue Qingyin spoke, she could no longer resist opening the purple gold box. As the lid lifted, a dazzling array of colors spilled forth, momentarily blinding the maid. This, the maid stammered in astonishment, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Coral stones, precious pearls, gold and silver hairpins, a string of eastern pearls all intricately layered within, there were even some rare spices mixed in, as if carelessly amassed. Just like this, they were gifted to her. Xue Qingyin blinked in surprise, pondering whether Princess Jinxiao would regret bestowing such treasures upon her if she knew that Consort Wan had intended to ensnare her. The maid abruptly closed the box, swallowing hard. Let us hasten back, I cannot shake the feeling that we may be robbed while carrying this. Xue Qingyin chuckled, what is there to fear, there are Prince Xian's guards outside, after all. Prince Xian, the maid murmured, it must be because he is a gentleman. Xue Qingyin firmly believed. Additionally, there was the underlying reason that this matter involved Princess Jinxiao. By safeguarding her, he was essentially aiding the princess. These thoughts remained unspoken between Xue Qingyin and her maid. The maid, sensing the gravity of the situation, kept her silence, vowing to herself that this must be her mistress's grand secret. She must keep her lips sealed, lest she jeopardize her mistress's endeavors. Upon returning home, Xue Qingyin rushed to find Madame Xue. Madame Xue was equally astonished. Why are you back so early? Xue Qingyin thrust the box into her mother's embrace, declaring, Here, a gift from the princess. I shall present it to you, mother. Madame Xue's face lit up with joy, yet she chided, What nonsense, the princess rewards you, how can you give it away? Mother is not just anyone. In the past, you have always brought gifts for me and my brother. Today, I shall bring you something too. I have grown up. Xue Qingyin proclaimed proudly. Madame Xue burst into laughter, unable to resist pinching her daughter's cheeks. Indeed, my dear Qingyin has grown up, now both filial and considerate. You are such a good child. Xue Qingyin tossed the box aside and ran off. I have matters to attend to, I'm going to find my brother. Madame Xue scolded playfully, You little rascal. The maids and servants nearby quickly chimed in with praise for Xue Qingyin. Time passed, and eventually, Madame Xue opened the box. Upon glancing inside, she was astounded, almost dropping the box in shock. She exclaimed, How are there so many precious items? Have you forgotten? Princess Jinxiao is deeply favored and has never been lacking in gold and silver treasures. That may be so, but what warrants such a lavish gift for Qingyin? Did they not say the princess and the eldest young lady share a bond? Given Qingyin's temperament, who could possibly connect with her to such an extent? Madame Xue remained self-aware, adding, It is indeed strange. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin burst into He Songning's courtyard with fervor. He Songning furrowed his brow but quickly smoothed it out. The past Xue Qingyin would never have dared to intrude so boldly. Her affection had made her overly cautious, fearing his displeasure. Brother! Brother! Xue Qingyin pinched herself and, with tears streaming down her face, entered, sobbing. He Songning's servant glanced at his master's expression before opening the door to allow Xue Qingyin entry. I nearly did not return today, Xue Qingyin lamented, clutching his sleeve and weeping, dabbing her tears. He Songning, he dismissed the servant and lowered his voice to ask, Did Consort Wan lay hands on you? Xue Qingyin nodded fervently, unabashedly stating, I nearly lost my chastity. Look at this, He Songning, the trouble you've caused. Forcing me towards the Prince of Wei. When Consort Wan gets angry, she directs her wrath at me. Xue Qingyin ground her teeth. He Songning's eyelids flickered, his expression changing slightly as he grasped Xue Qingyin's wrist. Yet, seeing her properly attired, He Songning released her. This matter will be addressed. Next time you go out, I shall ensure my men accompany you. Xue Qingyin now understood. Free protection should not be disregarded. She raised her gaze to him, blinking softly. Could you send a few more? He Songning, who had anticipated her reluctance, was taken aback. Why do you need so many? He Songning inquired. Xue Qingyin replied earnestly, It makes quite the impression when one steps out. As if she were about to revel in her newfound authority. He Songning, Chapter 27. I request an audience with His Majesty. The fourth princess waited until the very end but was unable to glean any fruitful outcome. Thus concluded today's game of Jiju. The attendants of the princess's residence escorted them out. I have heard that His Highness, the Prince of Xian, also attended today, one noble lady remarked. What? The noblewoman beside her could not hide her surprise. How come we did not see him? His Highness, the Prince of Xian, is no ordinary figure. He cannot simply be summoned at our whim. He likely just exchanged a few words with Princess Jinxiao before departing. It seems that His Highness may have misplaced something at the princess's residence. What? Did you not notice the commotion? Upon hearing this, the fourth princess felt a heavy weight in her heart. It appeared that trouble had arisen. An unsettling agitation surged within her, not because of Xue Qingyin, but rather, she could vividly imagine the expression on Concubine Wan's face upon her return. What would Concubine Wan think of her? Perhaps she would ponder, being a mere tool for others' use. She was utterly inadequate. The fourth princess inhaled deeply, suddenly overcome by an inexplicable sense of suffocation. It was as if she were nothing more than a complete failure in this world. No one could fathom the intricate emotions entwined within her heart. A sharp sound pierced the air. At the other end, Princess Jinxiao drew her guard sword, pointing it directly at the maid Hongzhu. The blade pierced the maid's abdomen, eliciting a pained scream as she crumpled to the ground. Yet, she was not dead. Take her to the Duke of Zhao's residence, Princess Jinxiao commanded coldly. What about the young master? He is drenched and shivering, refusing to drink the ginger soup. The maid cannot get close. The vice-captain interjected, Perhaps I should handle it. No amount of brute strength could match that of their ranks. Princess Jinxiao shot him a glance. Your clumsiness could easily harm the young master, and the Duke of Zhao would surely hold us. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the door she so despised and approached Zhao Shufeng. Do you still remember me, young master? Princess Jinxiao inquired. Bad woman, Zhao Shufeng retorted angrily, waving his hands. I want my mother. Where is my mother? You captured my father. I will kill you, kill you. Princess Jinxiao felt a headache coming on. She cursed under her breath, wishing she could eliminate Concubine Wan for placing such a troublesome burden upon her. If Concubine Wan succeeded today, not only would the Xue family girl be ruined, but the Duke of Zhao would never allow his son to marry in such a humiliating manner. He would undoubtedly suspect her princess's residence. Once the two families became adversaries, it would indeed be a significant predicament. The Duke of Zhao would go to great lengths for his son. Despite his advanced age, the Duke's temperament remained unchanged, and he shared a bond of life and death with the current emperor. Such individuals, once elevated to power, often incite the emperor's wariness. However, the Duke of Zhao was different. He had only one foolish son. The emperor not only lacked caution towards him but treated him with utmost favor. As for the princess's residence, Princess Jinxiao surveyed her. It was merely a facade of splendor. At that moment, the vice captain pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Your mother has returned home. She is waiting for you." Home, home. Zhao Shufeng scrambled to his feet, hurriedly making his way outside. "Drink the soup first and change your clothes." Zhao Shufeng glared furiously, nearly ready to strike him. Princess Jinxiao quickly interjected, "Your mother will be upset." Zhao Shufeng halted, murmuring, "Mother, mother." Seeing that his emotions had stabilized considerably, the maid approached cautiously with the garments to assist him. The vice captain took over, saying, "Let me handle this. You delicate maidens cannot withstand a beating." Fortunately, Zhao Shufeng did not spiral into another fit. He changed into the clothes, albeit they were not quite a perfect fit, and soon drank the entire ginger soup, breaking a sweat. The imperial physician from the princess's residence arrived to examine him and sighed in relief, stating, "Fortunately, he is robust. A couple of days of qingfeng powder should alleviate the agitation in his heart." Thus, the princess and her entourage escorted him back to the Duke of Zhao's residence. Upon hearing the sequence of events, the Duke's expression gradually darkened. This elderly man, with hair and beard now white, stood tall. He asked in a low voice, "Who accompanied the young master today?" "It was Zhu Qiu and a few others, 40 lashes. Those who are dead shall be buried on the outskirts of the city, and their families shall receive 50 taels of silver. Those who survive, along with their families, shall be expelled from the capital." "Understood." The servant trembled in response. Even Princess Jinxiao, known for her severe methods, felt a chill run down her spine. Thankfully, His Highness the Prince of Xian was present today. Fortunately, the Xue family girl had the wit to protect herself, preventing matters from spiraling further out of control. "I am already aware of this matter. The princess may take her leave," the Duke of Zhao stated coldly. Princess Jinxiao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from asserting her royal status, considering the Duke as hardships throughout his life. Sighing, she turned to depart. "Dismiss everyone," the Duke ordered, sending the attendants away. "Yes. Wait." The Duke paused and suddenly said, "Tomorrow, invite the Xue family." The Duke crouched before him. "A phone, does your head still ache?" Zhao Shufeng remained silent, continuing to pack snacks, mumbling, "Mother, for mother." The Duke's eyes glistened. After the loss, he protected the emperor's escape but had to temporarily abandon his wife and child, hiding them among farmers. Consequently, his wife and son endured great hardships. Today, although he held the title of Duke, recalling the past, the Duke could not help but shed tears. His voice quivered as he said, "A phone, your mother has left, she has been gone for decades." Zhao Shufeng shook his head. "Mother is here. I saw mother today." The Duke did not take it to heart. Instead, he felt increasingly sorrowful. He sat on the ground, voice hoarse, "Your mother suffered a lifetime of hardship by my side, yet she never enjoyed a single day of happiness. You are the only son of both your mother and me. Even if I were to perish, I would ensure your well-being. No one shall bully you." Wiping away his tears, the Duke rose, declaring sternly, "Let us enter the palace. I demand an audience with His Majesty." Inside the Mingi Hall, concubine one extended her delicate fingers. A maid knelt before her, meticulously applying rouge to her fingertips. "The fourth princess has returned," the matron announced. Concubine one sighed softly. "It seems Yan Yan has developed some resentment towards me these past few days," the matron replied. "Your Highness has shown her such affection. The fourth princess was merely confused by that Xue Qingyin the other day. In a day or two, she will surely come to her senses." Before the matron could finish, a palace maid hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "His Highness, the Prince of Wei, your Highness, you have not yet announced your arrival." The Prince of Wei snorted coldly, "Must I announce myself when visiting my own mother?" With that, he strode into the room. "Mother, are you aware of what transpired at the princess's residence today?" the Prince of Wei inquired. Concubine one furrowed her brow. "Are you questioning me?" The Prince of Wei's demeanor softened slightly. "That is not my intention." However, upon noticing Concubine one's delicate and gentle expression, his ire flared again. He was all too familiar with how his mother courted favor with the emperor. Her gentleness was merely a fade, but Xue Qingyin was different. Her elder brother, Xuening, had mentioned that after being provoked by him while flying kites, she had nearly succumbed to an old ailment, and if not for encountering Princess Jinxiao, she would have perished. Each time he recalled this, the Prince of Wei felt a chill run down his spine. Such beauty could vanish, leaving behind an indelible regret. Xue Qingyin was truly delicate and should be cherished with utmost care. The Prince of Wei flicked his sleeve and coldly seated himself. "Mother, have you begun to deceive me as well?" Concubine one pressed her forehead, about to respond, when another maid entered, bowing, "Your Highness, the Emperor summons you." In this palace of swirling intrigue, Chapter 28, a meeting with nobility, tension in the air at the entrance of the Xue residence, an unfamiliar face appeared once more. The doorman could not help but murmur to himself, wondering why the household had been so bustling of late, and he approached to greet the newcomer. He soon heard the announcement, "The steward of the Duke of Zhao's residence has come to deliver an invitation to Miss Xue." "What Duke?" The doorman perked up his ears for clarification. "The Duke of Zhao." That Duke of Zhao, startled, the doorman hurried inside to relay the message. How could the Duke of Zhao, who seemed so unrelated to them, suddenly be delivering an invitation to their door? The doorman was puzzled. Madame Xue was equally baffled. Could it be regarding the silk shop? She speculated hesitantly, only to promptly dismiss the thought. That shouldn't be the case. After all, to the Duke's household, it is merely a trifling matter. Why go to such lengths? If it is being delivered in the name of the Duke, it must surely be at his behest. Even if we entertain the idea that it is indeed about the silk shop, why would it be directed specifically to our Miss Xue? Madame Xue could not fathom the reasoning. At that moment, Xue Qingyin arrived and immediately noted the troubled expression on her mother's face. The maid beside Madame Xue whispered, "Madam, perhaps you should consider, is this invitation meant for the eldest daughter or the second daughter?" Madame Xue's expression stiffened. Xue Qingyin quickly inquired about the situation. The maid promptly recounted the details. "Oh, so it is indeed an invitation meant for me," Xue Qingyin stated, casually accepting a cup of tea from the maid, appearing rather unperturbed. "How could it possibly be for you?" Madame Xue frowned. "Qingyin, do not hastily claim it as yours. It truly is for me." Xue Qingyin was well aware that it must pertain to matters concerning the princess's residence. There was no escaping it. It would be better to clarify her position early on. "Where are the people from the Duke's household?" Xue Qingyin inquired further. "They are waiting outside," the young servant replied. Madame Xue scolded, "What sort of fools are out there? Do they not know to bring the guests in to rest?" The young servant stammered, "I forgot." Xue Qingdong held the position of Assistant Minister of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue, after all, was the Emperor's treasury. Given the importance of his role, Xue Qingdong had little interaction with colleagues or nobility. Meanwhile, Madame Xue and Xue Qingyin found themselves rather unpopular within the circle of noble women. Thus, it was no surprise that few distinguished guests visited, and the oversight by the servants was not particularly shocking. Xue Qingyin restrained her mother from expressing her anger, setting down her teacup and rising, "Bring me my cloak, and do not keep them waiting." "I shall go to the Duke's residence now." Madame Xue hesitated. "If this matter is not clarified, I fear you may be bullied." "How could I possibly be bullied?" Xue Qingyin puffed out her chest. "Elder brother has arranged for several servants to accompany me, each skilled in martial arts. I am the one who will be bullying others." Madame Xue's expression showed her helplessness. After all, she was still a young girl. How could she comprehend that, under the weight of power, a few servants trained in martial arts were hardly a match? Yet, seeing the bond between siblings seemed to deepen, and Madame Xue felt a measure of relief. Thus, Madame Xue said nothing further and escorted Xue Qingyin to the door. The steward from the Duke's residence stood outside with a stern countenance, appearing rather formidable. A surge of indignation welled up within Madame Xue, thinking, how could he not even recognize which Miss Xue he was addressing, yet still dare to come to our home to extend an invitation? Xue Qingyin nodded, soothingly patting her mother's hand, and replied, "Indeed, it is I." Noticing Xue Qingyin's composed demeanor, the steward's expression softened, and he invited her to the carriage. We shall return her afterward." Madame Xue replied coolly, "I fear what others may say." Currently, the Duke's residence lacked female companions. "The Duke has arranged the tea gathering at the Lotus Garden," the steward assured. Madame Xue sighed in relief. "That is good to know." What sort of place was the Lotus Garden? It was a favored venue for the noble young women of the capital. However, not just anyone could gain entry. One had to be a daughter of a noble or be invited by a member of the gentry. Today, Xue Qingyin's visit would elicit envy rather than gossip. "Let us be on our way," Xue Qingyin urged. The steward's lips twitched. This Miss Xue certainly showed no fear, did she? As the carriage set off, he glanced back to see the Xue family's servants trailing behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in total? The steward's lips twitched again. Now he understood why she was unperturbed. Upon entering the Lotus Garden, the air was thick with the scent of flowers. As Xue Qingyin alighted from the carriage, she noticed an unusual stillness within the garden, nearly devoid of visitors. Had the Duke's household reserved the entire venue? Was the Duke's influence truly so vast? If the favored consort, Lady Wan, were to take advantage of this, would the Duke's household perceive her as a cunning individual attempting to marry into wealth by targeting the simpleton? The consequences would likely be dire. Xue Qingyin furrowed her brow in contemplation. Then, guided by the steward, she pressed onward, unable to pause to admire the scenery. Finally, they arrived at a secluded area of the garden, surrounded by clusters of lotus flowers and multiple screens erected. Behind the screens sat individuals, their features obscured. Xue Qingyin sensed that the situation was amiss, but retreating was no longer an option. The steward bowed deeply toward the figure seated at the head and announced, "Your Excellency, Miss Xue has arrived." The title Your Excellency rather than Duke indicated that the person occupying the seat was not the Duke himself. But who could sit in such a position, acting on behalf of the Duke and being referred to as Your Excellency? A ludicrous thought flashed through Xue Qingyin's mind. Could it be the Emperor? However, this matter was not significant enough to warrant the Emperor's attention unless, in a fit of rage, the Duke had entangled Lady Wan in a scandal, ultimately involving Princess Jin Ke. Xue Qingyin had never realized her thoughts could race so rapidly, yet, speed did little good. Her heart sank, and she felt that whatever she said today would carry immense weight. It would be all too easy to offend the nobility and trap herself in a dire predicament. "Curse you, He Songning, this is all you're doing." Xue Qingyin bit her lip, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She bowed, mimicking the steward's formality, and addressed the figure at the head, "I pay my respects to Your Excellency." The figure responded with a deep, resonant voice, "Bring the young lord here." Yes, it was Lady Wan. Was this statement yet another attempt to ensnare her? As expected, Lady Wan continued, "Are you afraid to meet the Duke?" This was a clear insinuation that she was feeling guilty. Xue Qingyin raised her eyes, her youthful innocence shining through as she replied, I am quite favored at home. Whenever I go out, I must bring along a few companions. The figure at the head remarked, I have indeed heard whispers of this. It is said that Assistant Minister Xuan indulges his daughter excessively. Xue Qingyin blinked, feeling no shame whatsoever, but rather displaying a defiant bravado. You may be unaware, another voice chimed in, if she does not have a few people accompanying her, an old ailment may resurface on the journey, and she may not receive timely aid. Lady Wan responded coolly, no wonder it is precisely due to parental indulgence that she has Well, how bold of you to skip the pretense and aim your attacks directly at me. Just as the atmosphere began to sharpen, Jia Shufeng was brought in, his face carrying the marks of a recent scuffle. Bad person. Bad person. Jia Shufeng gritted his teeth however, upon spotting Xue Qingyin, his eyes lit up, and he rushed towards her. Lady Wan nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as something fell to the ground, producing a clear sound. A phone, the old duke exclaimed. The situation descended into chaos. To everyone's surprise, Jia Shufeng halted in front of Xue Qingyin, shouting, Mother! Xue Qingyin knack, right in front of the duke. How to describe it? All eyes turned in shock towards the duke. Xue Qingyin's face turned ashen. I apologize, Your Excellency. Chapter 29. The Duke of Zhao was greatly astonished. The news of Xue Qingyin being summoned by the Duke of Zhao's residence had also reached Xue Qingyin's courtyard. They say they are here. Although she understood in her heart that the second young lady rarely ventured out of the estate and could not possibly be acquainted with anyone from the duke's residence, she still felt it was unjust. Could they not have sent someone to inquire? Xue Qingyin opened her book and lit some incense. She had been unable to concentrate on her reading for 2 days, and upon hearing Xue Qingyan's voice, she could not help but exclaim, Do you think being invited to the Duke of Zhao's residence is a good thing? Xue Qingyin was taken aback. What makes you say that? Xue Qingyin, realizing the implication, burst into laughter. Ha, could it possibly be that someone has spoken of a match for that young master, and it has fallen upon our elder sister? Xue Qingyin did not share her amusement and replied, Perhaps it is indeed meant for her, sister. Xue Qingyan's expression changed. Are you suggesting that this Miss Xue was truly referring to us? But the elder sister, being vain, went off on her own. Xue Qingyin felt that this was likely the case, otherwise, no one would dare to propose such a match for the Xue Qingyin slapped her thigh and laughed heartily, then it would be a case of hitting the mark by mistake, quite deservedly so. The Duke's residence would not tolerate her refusal. Xue Qingyin furrowed her brow. Xue Qingyin. Yes, I should not speak so loudly. I shall refrain, my lady. Please read at your leisure and do not be disheartened. The eldest young master has not visited recently because he is busy with the imperial examinations, Xue Qingyin added. Xue Qingyin considered this true. With that, she found herself able to focus on her reading once more. However, after some contemplation, she grasped Xue Qingyin's arm and said, You should go and inform my elder brother about the situation at the Duke's residence. Why? If Xue Qingyin truly marries such a fool, it would be too tragic. My lady, you are too kind-hearted. Why concern yourself with her fate? If she truly marries, would that not be her own doing? Xue Qingyin lowered her gaze. Why should we bother with her? Moreover, if such a calamity Xue were to go mad, it would only bring torment upon them. Thus, Xue Qingyin hesitantly went to seek out Songning. Upon meeting Xue Qingyin, Songning inquired, What has happened? He had been somewhat neglectful of Xue Qingyin lately and thought it might be time to send her some gifts. Xue Qingyin relayed the news about Xue Qingyin. Songning reflected that Qingyin was indeed kind-hearted. As Xue Qingyin spoke, she became increasingly agitated and could not help but complain, The elder sister does not use her wits. Why does she follow others in every matter? Is she not already favored enough at home? Why does she seek after these things, leaving the second young lady and the eldest young master to worry for her? This remark was, in essence, a subtle jab. In the past, Songning would have thought the same, but today, no one understood better than him why the Duke's residence had come to invite someone the previous day. Xue Qingyin had returned and lamented to him, soaking his sleeve with her tears. While Xue Qingyin was indeed willful and headstrong, the matter of nearly losing her virtue was far too grave for a young girl, so grave it could frighten her to tears. Ultimately, the trouble stemmed from Prince Wei, not from her own greed. Songning rose, I shall go and fetch her. You need not concern yourself with this matter, Qingyin. Xue Qingyin nodded and prepared to withdraw, but Songning called out, Stop. Xue Qingyin was taken aback, eldest young master? Songning showed no mercy, 20 slaps, not a single one less. As Xue Qingyin looked at Songning, tears streamed. Now, her dreams were shattered, she dared not disobey and lifted her hand to strike herself. That was too light, Songning remarked indifferently. Xue Qingyin bit her lip, gazing at him in disbelief, then, filled with indignation, raised her hand to strike herself again. 1 slap, 2 slaps, she could hardly fathom how others would perceive her when she walked down the street. After delivering the 20 slaps, Xue Qingyin's cheeks felt numb, and she could hardly open her mouth. From now on, Xue Qingyin wiped her tears, her heart a tumult of shock and resentment. The implication of his words was he defending Xue Qingyin? The eldest young master was actually beginning to defend her? Xue Qingyin's loathing for Xue Qingyin surged to new heights. She covered her face with her sleeve and stumbled back, weeping as she encountered Xue Qingyin. It was kind-hearted of the second young lady to send me, but the eldest young master thinks we have conspired against the elder sister. As she spoke, she lowered her sleeve to reveal her swollen face. Xue Qingyin was taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. Everyone knows I am the maidservant closest to the second young lady. On my way back, I feared losing her face, so I did not dare to lower my sleeve. Xue Qingyin has sat there, her heart turning to ice. Was her elder brother not slapping her face? Now, she could no longer focus on her reading and stood up to seek out his songing. I will clarify with my elder brother. My lady need not go. The eldest young master instructed us not to meddle in this matter. He has already gone to fetch the elder sister. Xue Qingyin sobbed. This statement was quite similar to His Songning's original intent. However, in this context, coming from Xue Qingyin, it felt as though His Songning was reproaching them for their interference. Xue Qingyin has sank back down, her voice trembling. That very well, I understand. While this side was steeped in gloom, the atmosphere at Xue Qingyin's end finally began to shift from its earlier stagnation. The person in the main seat could not help but chuckle. What is happening here? The Duke of Zhao burst forth from behind the screen, furious. A phone, that is not your mother. Your mother has long since passed. Zhao Shufeng fell back, sitting on the ground. You are lying, you are a bad person. The Duke of Zhao was nearly driven mad. How could a stranger girl call him father? Xue Qingyin softly said, you cannot correct him, his longing for his mother surpasses all else. The Duke of Zhao calmed somewhat, his eyes reddening. Xue Qingyin crouched down and gently said to Zhao Shufeng, do not sit on the ground. The Duke of Zhao could not help but interject, he will not listen to you if you speak to him that way. Xue Qingyin continued on, your clothes will get dirty. They are hard to wash. Zhao Shufeng suddenly exclaimed, cold hands. Xue Qingyin followed his lead, yes, cold hands. Zhao Shufeng hurriedly stood up, anxiously patting his clothes, not dirty, a mama does not. When had a Feng ever been so obedient? Yet as he turned away, the tears in his eyes could no longer be contained. Choking back his emotions, he addressed the noblewoman in the main seat. Jinju once brought a Feng here alone, wandering to the southern mountains and eastern roads, relying on washing clothes to survive. When I brought her back, her fingers were frostbitten and covered in sores. The noblewoman sighed, Xiancheng, I know your heart is troubled, your longing for your deceased wife is like an ocean. But you must take care of yourself. After speaking, the noblewoman's tone shifted to one of sternness, whoever dares to scheme against the Duke's residence shall be thoroughly investigated. The Duke of Zhao wiped away his tears and looked back at Xue Qingyin, his gaze softening. Earlier, concubine one had accused her of being spoiled. However, this seemingly spoiled young lady, faced with his foolish son, maintained her composure and revealed no trace of disdain or fear, as if she were addressing a normal person. This brought a measure of comfort to the Duke of Zhao. Please, Miss Xue, recount in detail what transpired at the princess's residence that day, the Duke of Zhao said gently. Xue Qingyin took a deep breath. Here it was, the main event of the day, Chapter 30. How the noble consort compensated Miss Xue. Upon entering, I encountered the young prince. In a moment of desperation, I had no choice but to The young prince, longing for his mother, accepted my ruse without question. Xue Qingyin earnestly declared at this juncture, thereby clearing herself of any suspicions. After all, it was not her intention to conspire against the Duke's residence. Pray tell, how did Miss Xue manage to escape? According to her account, the door was locked and could not be opened, leaving her trapped in a place where no one would venture. Yet, with her delicate frame, she emerged unscathed and subsequently informed Princess Jin Ke. I beseech you to enlighten us, Miss Xue. The voice of noble consort one was calm and unhurried. Clearly, she regarded the courtroom confrontation with this question. Xue Qingyin wrinkled her nose. It inevitably led to the mention of Prince Xian, but Prince Xian might not wish to be implicated. Moreover, once he was mentioned, it would require addressing how he came to know of her disappearance, inevitably bringing forth their previous encounter over a game of chess. The more one spoke, the more it would sound as if there was an illicit affair between her and Prince Xian. Being legitimately betrothed to Prince Xian and being rumored to have an affair were two entirely different matters. The former required a proper matchmaker, while the latter could lead to dire consequences. After all, it would tarnish Prince Xian's reputation. Just as Xue Qingyin hesitated, noble consort one chuckled. Was there truly some inscrutable intrigue at play here? Noble consort one sighed. I fear that the princess has long known where Miss Xue was. Princess Jin Ke. Just as in those days, before noble consort one could finish her sentence, Princess Jin Ke was already seething with rage, overturning the table. The esteemed figure seated at the head spoke sternly, Jin Ke. It seemed she was displeased with her lack of decorum. At this moment, a cold voice, steady and unhurried, interjected, it is I. Noble consort one was taken aback, gripping the handkerchief tighter. Miss Xue is frail and unfit for the game of Kuju, so Jin Ke left. Coincidentally, the deputy commander came to report military matters. It was at that moment that the maid named Hongju came to lead Miss Xue. Wait, it was then that I sensed something amiss. Prince Xian's tone. Thus, when it reached the ears of others, it carried no hint of bias. I see, the esteemed figure mused for a moment before quietly adding, this maid's rudeness surely indicates something unusual. Prince Xian has naturally deduced where Miss Xue was taken. Duke Zhao's voice turned chilly. Indeed, which maid would dare take someone without so much as a word when Prince Xian is present? Noble consort one gripped her handkerchief even more tightly. So that was how the matter had been revealed so swiftly. It turned out Prince Xian had been involved. No wonder Princess Jin Ke spoke with such confidence today. Noble consort one's curiosity was piqued, and she remarked softly, Prince Xian is compassionate and has shown great care for Miss Xue. This statement immediately drew everyone's attention to the relationship between Prince Xian and Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyin swiftly responded, such behavior is befitting a gentleman. Had Prince Wei passed by, he too would have sought to rescue me. Noble consort 1 fell silent. The personal affair had been deftly transformed into an act of gentlemanly To continue pursuing it further would place her at a disadvantage. The esteemed figure spoke solemnly. Indeed, any gentleman would strive to offer assistance in such circumstances. However, I wonder who could be so malicious as to harm the son of Duke Zhao, drag Princess Jean K into this, and nearly endanger the daughter of Minister Xue? Princess Jean K could no longer contain herself. My maid Hongju has already made it clear, has she not? The instigator is a servant of the Xue family. The Xue family is noble consort 1's maternal clan. I suspect that without noble consort 1's approval, the Xue family would not dare act with such audacity. In contrast, noble consort 1 remained as steady as a mountain. Naturally, Princess Jean K had found herself at a disadvantage. Noble consort 1 shook her head, saying, in the end, I wish to request an imperial decree to trace the instigator among that servant and investigate my maternal family thoroughly. Xue Qingyin secretly scoffed. This was a common tactic of those in high positions. When undertaking a certain task, one must have a scapegoat prepared in advance. The actions of the consort's relatives have indeed become rather brazen. Was it not last month that they clashed with the loyal and brave duke's residence at Ruweishan Bridge? The esteemed figure suddenly interjected. A figure resembling a eunuch beside him quietly concurred. Indeed, that was the case. Could it be that the Xue family has also developed a rift with Duke Zhao's residence? Moreover, there have been numerous misunderstandings between Princess Jean K and noble consort 1. The esteemed figure nodded. They ought to be punished. Suddenly, Princess Jing's fury extinguished. She lowered her head, concealing her expression for a moment. She did not speak further. Meanwhile, noble consort 1 lamented softly. I dare not plead for them. If they are punished severely, perhaps things may improve in due course, rectifying the arrogance that has plagued both the upper and lower households. Let Xue Jiawei forfeit a year's salary, have the Xue family's palace tokens confiscated, and their offspring shall no longer accompany the crown prince and study. As noble consort 1 is also a member of the Xue family, she bears some responsibility as well. Thus, let her forfeit a year's salary and be confined for 3 months. It sounded like a harsh punishment. However, Xue Qingyin observed the expressions of Duke Zhao and the silent Princess Jean K, then glanced at noble consort 1's composed figure behind the screen. It was evident that such penalties would not jeopardize her foundation in the least. As for the maid Hongju, since we have already discerned who instigated this, those who dare betray their master shall be sentenced to execution. The Xue family must thoroughly investigate anyone associated with this matter and receive 100 strokes. The esteemed figure continued. 100 strokes, would that not reduce flesh to pulp? Xue Qingyin felt. This was the stark reality of facing imperial authority. Lives were disposed of with casual indifference, while the true instigator remained comfortably seated. Noble consort 1 hastily added, for such a grievous error, I shall send word urging the Xue family to promptly present themselves before Duke Zhao to offer gifts and apologies. Duke Zhao could no longer contain his anger, snorting coldly, my residence has no need for such trifles. Moreover, my son is a man. In truth, it is the young lady of the Xue family who has suffered more in this matter. The esteemed figure then murmured in agreement, indeed. The Xue family should rightfully compensate the young lady of the Xue family. Noble consort 1 replied, indeed. Duke Zhao inquired, noble consort, how do you intend to compensate her? This was tantamount to advocating for Xue Qingyin. Initially, Duke Zhao held a rather unfavorable impression of her, believing she had colluded with others against the duke's residence. However, now that the matter had been clarified, as he looked upon her youthful countenance, standing there demurely, he could not help but feel pity for the daughter of another family, who had become embroiled in such a situation. Noble consort 1 inhaled deeply, surprised that Duke Zhao was so meddlesome. Since this was the case, she suddenly smiled. The Xue family possesses a modest fortune. In due time, they shall send silver and silk to the Xue residence. However, to deliver these items without cause would inevitably invite speculation from outsiders. Are you suggesting to renege on the agreement? Duke Zhao's latter query remained unvoiced. Noble consort 1 promptly directed her at Miss Xue's elder brother, Xuening, shares a deep camaraderie with Prince Wei, engaging in poetry and discourse daily. Such a bond nearly fell victim to the foolishness of the Xue family. Noble consort 1's statement was an attempt to absolve. She was clearly indicating to all present our relationship with the Xue family was initially cordial, and this incident was merely the result of fool's meddling. Yet, could it be that a person as cunning as noble consort 1 would merely seek to clear her? As expected, she continued, I have a brother who has a son. Previously, he served as a companion in the Eastern Palace and will soon participate in the civil examinations. He is undoubtedly among the most outstanding of their generation. I shall take it upon myself to arrange a marriage for him with the Xue family's young lady. Thus, turning misfortune into fortune, the Xue family is willing to offer gold as a betrothal gift and silk as a mediator. Whatever treasures the Xue family possesses in the future shall belong to the young lady of the Xue family. Is this not the most legitimate and fitting form of compensation? Xue Qingyin, you certainly grasp the concept of compensation. Marrying the victim to the perpetrator, who is a complete stranger whose appearance she has never even seen, and expecting me, the victim, to feel grateful. Chapter 31. Just a little girl. Upon the utterance of these words, understanding the implication, noble consort 1 fell silent and refrained from further discussion. Xue Qingyin finally exhaled in relief. Everyone seemed eager to play matchmaker for her. Should it be permitted, she could easily take 4 husbands. Yet, was that not against societal norms? Thus, she decided to let it be. Each person present did not appear to be without their own cunning. The noblewoman softened her tone and gently inquired of Duke Zhao, Xiancheng, what are your thoughts? Xianchang was. Duke Zhao lowered his head, bowed slightly, and murmured, this matter should have been directed towards a phone, but alas, he possesses a wooden mind, in pain and suffering, he never knows to speak. It would be better to ask Miss Xue whether this course of action can alleviate her grievances. At once, the crowd turned their gaze towards Xue Qingyin. She licked her lips, hesitant to speak. Fortunately, at that moment, King Xuan unexpectedly interjected, his tone indifferent, she's merely a little girl, what could she possibly know of right and wrong? Indeed, Duke Zhao responded, turning away. Your presence here today to advocate for reform is all that Xiancheng desires. Duke Zhao bowed to the noblewoman. Finally, a smile graced her lips once more as she slowly rose. Ah, it is springtime, why waste our time here, Xiancheng, come with me to admire the blossoms and sail on the lake. What joy it would be to indulge in games and wine. Duke Zhao turned back to steal another glance at Xue Qingyin before agreeing to follow the noblewoman. Noble consort one also stood, saying, remember to send Miss Xue back to her residence safely. Be cautious on the way, lest she be jostled or bumped. While this sounded caring, Xue Qingyin felt an undercurrent of sarcasm. Once the crowd had dispersed significantly, the steward from Duke Zhao's household approached, saying, allow me to escort Miss Xue. I shall take her, Princess Jinxiao interjected. The steward hesitated, saying, but, Princess Jinxiao replied with a cold smile, what, do you doubt my intentions? Did we not clarify everything earlier? Miss Xue was frightened at my residence. I must ensure she is comforted. Of course, Your Highness, the steward stepped back obediently. They were not enemies of the princess's household, and there was no need to oppose her wishes at this moment. Xue Qingyin lowered her gaze, obediently following Princess Jinxiao as they walked outside. After some distance, Princess Jinxiao suddenly spoke, were you frightened today? Xue Qingyin pondered a moment, replying, not overly so. I initially was afraid, but seeing the princess present, first, she claimed King Xuan was a gentleman of exceptional integrity, and now she called Duke Zhao kind-hearted. However, she appreciated Xue Qingyin's remark about seeing the princess was there. Xue Qingyin replied, oh, I was unaware that His Highness was also present until he spoke. And then? Xue Qingyin inwardly wondered why Princess Jinxiao suddenly sought to pry. Today, everything passed without incident. What is losing a bit of face? Upon nearing, Princess Jinxiao could not help but express her grievances. It appeared she had long harbored resentment towards noble consort one. Xue Qingyin couldn't help but worry. Was it wise to speak so candidly? The noblewoman had not yet departed, though directed at noble consort one. Her words could easily be interpreted as a complaint. Princess Jinxiao was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, Your Highness? King Xuan chose not to elaborate further, leaving Princess Jinxiao hesitant to inquire more. Compared to the noblewoman, she seemed to fear King Xuan even more, yet simultaneously, he represented a reliable ally. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, the royal court is a treacherous web, I yearn to return to the countryside. King Xuan suddenly turned his gaze towards Xue Qingyin, speaking in a measured tone. Today, Duke Zhao spoke on your behalf out of goodwill, yet having occupied a high position for so long, he overlooked the necessity of bringing you into the limelight, which is not a benevolent act. Xue Qingyin swiftly interjected, I understand. It was indeed His Highness's interruption that was meant to advocate for me. Had I been so foolish as to accept Duke Zhao's words, declaring my satisfaction or dissatisfaction with today's outcome, it would have only provided fodder for gossip and provoked the noblewoman's ire. King Xuan responded with a simple Xue Qingyin was taken aback. Did King Xuan approach solely to convey this sentiment? Why, was he concerned that she might misconstrue his earlier remark of just a little girl as belittling her? Princess Jinxiao sighed, you were quite considerate, Your Highness. I became so enraged that I neglected to consider Miss Xue's feelings. Xue Qingyin smiled, but I have the princess's treasure box. She grinned widely, her eyes narrowing. Observing this, Princess Jinxiao released a sigh of relief, laughing, as long as you are pleased, come to my residence again to select more of what you like. Having said that, she took her leave with Xue Qingyin. Princess Jinxiao's personal escorting of her back left the household of the Xue family in astonishment. Was she not invited by Duke Zhao's household? How could it be that the princess returned her instead? Princess Jinxiao rolled up the carriage curtain and, smiling, addressed Madame Xue. Qingyin's temperament suits me well. Upon meeting you today, I see it as a trait passed down, a refined and virtuous nature. Especially when such praise comes from Princess Jinxiao, renowned for her difficult disposition in the capital. Madame Xue stiffened momentarily, but could not suppress the rising corners of her mouth. A refined and virtuous nature, how delightful to hear. Madame Xue led Xue Qingyin in respectfully bidding farewell to Princess Jinxiao. Once she departed, Madame Xue grasped her daughter urgently, inquiring, surely they are not arranging a match between you and the young master of Duke Zhao's household? Everyone adores her, so they invited me to the Furong garden for tea. It's such a trivial matter. Madame Xue responded with disbelief. This made no sense. Duke Zhao's household had no female relatives. Under any circumstance, it could not be them inviting Xue Qingyin. Did they not put you in a difficult position? Did they not torment you? Not at all. Madame Xue, racking her brain, finally exclaimed in shock, then it cannot be that Duke Zhao has taken a liking to you. Xue Qingyin responded with a laugh. At that moment, having returned empty-handed from Duke Zhao's household, Ning was also arriving back home. Upon hearing Madame Xue's words, he nearly stumbled and fell. Chapter 32. You are very clever. Xue Qingyin exerted considerable effort to reassure Madame Xue that she was not about to become the second wife of the elderly Duke Zhao, who was already in his 60s. Madame Xue bit her lip anxiously and remarked, "You used to go out infrequently, but now that you venture out more often, you attract unwelcome attention. I believe it would be wise to consider potential suitors sooner rather than later, to prevent those unsavory individuals from harboring ill intentions toward you." These words, spoken by Madame Xue, carried an air of self-promotion, akin. Had he Songning heard such sentiments in the past, he would have undoubtedly scoffed, yet, at this moment, he remained silent. Was it not he who had been initially prejudiced, failing to acknowledge Xue Qingyin's merits? He Songning's gaze flickered. The admiration of Prince Wei for her stemmed from her beauty, while the Princess Jin Kai shared a bond with her due to their temperaments. Today, returning unscathed from the Duke Zhao's Feast of Swords, what could be the reason? Now, when discussing who might have feelings for her, he Songning found himself surprisingly unfazed. "I have received quite a few marriage proposals, and today someone even mentioned the eldest son of the Xue family," Xue Qingyin said with a dismissive pout. "The Xue family? It is merely that their family holds no higher rank than a 7th-grade official. How dare they speak of a match with my daughter? It belittles her." He Songning furrowed his brow, interjecting, "You mean the family of the Grand Secretary Xue, related to concubine Wan?" Madame Xue froze in astonishment, then fell into contemplation. How could it be the Xue family? There were many officials surnamed Xue in the capital, but only the family of concubine Wan held the primary status, while the others were merely branches with little connection. Something must have changed. He Songning wished to promptly send Madame Xue away and sit down to inquire further from Xue Qingyin. The Xue family is not one we can compare ourselves to. With the backing of concubine Wan and Prince Wei, not to mention the legacy left by old Master Xue, if they were to propose their eldest son to you, Madame Xue hesitated before adding, "It is not that I underestimate you. It is simply that it may not be entirely suitable. The position of Deputy Minister of Revenue is no small matter, but there remains the Minister of Revenue above him. Additionally, the scandals surrounding the Xue family have been no secret to the outside world. Everyone recalls the incident when a concubine of the Xue family poisoned the main wife, leaving the legitimate daughter in a weakened state. Subsequently, in an effort to compensate Xue Qingyin, the family indulged their daughter, resulting in her rather willful disposition. This was also no secret. A family as concerned with reputation as the Xue family would hardly consider Xue Qingyin as a suitable match. If this marriage could come to fruition, it would certainly be favorable. After all, families like the Xues are hard to come by," Madame Xue voiced hesitantly. He Songning could not bear to hear more and interrupted coldly, "Absolutely not." Madame Xue was taken aback by his unusually harsh tone. He Songning quickly realized his loss of composure and softened his voice. The more esteemed the family, the stricter their household rules. If Qingyin were to marry into such a family, she would likely find no happiness. Madame Xue considered this and conceded, "Indeed." Xue Qingyin could not help but interject, "We are worrying for something that has not even come to pass." He Song, they worried for concubine Wan. This woman possessed a malicious heart, eager to exploit and manipulate. Though she disdained her son being ensnared by beauty, she was now recalibrating her schemes, contemplating marrying Xue Qingyin to her nephew to ensnare the wealth of the revenue department. He Songning chuckled to himself coldly. Little did concubine Wan realize the Xue family had long since aligned themselves with him since Xue Qingdong adopted him. At that moment, Madame Xue sighed indirectly and Madame Xue laughed, incredulous, "What use is a pretty face?" Xue Qingyin retorted, "A handsome face can certainly make a meal more enjoyable." Madame Xue could not help but chuckle, "You truly are still a child," fixating on Xue Qingyin was indeed quite immature. Her notions of love and romance could hardly be taken seriously. Madame Xue glanced at He Songning and remembered to ask, "Where did you rush off to today?" "I went to fetch Qingyin," He Songning replied, finally sitting down to sip his tea. "Alas, she went to the Furong garden, leaving you chasing shadows. You must be quite exhausted from all this running." She promptly instructed someone to fetch some snacks and asked the servants to prepare some snow fungus soup. "It will quench your thirst and satisfy your hunger. You two siblings must have much to discuss, so I shall take my leave." With that, Madame Xue exited. He Songning cast a glance at her retreating figure before settling beside Xue Qingyin. Previously unnoticed, now from this angle, he realized that Madame Xue was indeed a very considerate person. When the snacks were served, He Songning first took a piece and offered it to Xue Qingyin, then gently inquired, "Were you frightened today?" Xue Qingyin did not take the snack and countered, "Brother, have you washed your hands?" He Songning, is she now being picky? In the past, she would cling to his arm asking for treats. A maid soon arrived with water for He Songning to wash his hands. However, He Songning had lost his appetite. He heard Xue Qingyin whisper, "I was afraid, of course." Then Xue Qingyin recounted the events of the day, omitting certain details, such as the moment the king shattered a cup or Zhao Shufeng referring to her as mother. He Songning's eyes flickered. That strange sensation returned. When she spoke of these occurrences, her tone was exaggerated, yet there was an underlying calmness, as if she had not truly been frightened at the time. Moreover, this time she did not clutch his sleeve in tears. "Do you know who that noble person was?" He Songning suddenly asked. "Is it the current emperor?" Xue Qingyin guessed correctly. He Songning replied, "That you are quite clever." Xue Qingyin, meeting his dark gaze, quickly defended herself. If one cannot deduce this, then what kind of fool would they be? She declared defiantly, of course I am very clever. I am the cleverest. With those words, any doubt in Songning's eyes instantly vanished. He found himself amused, thinking she resembled a puffed-up cat. Are you not afraid to meet His Majesty? He asked. At the mention of His Majesty, Songnning felt a fleeting disorientation. He had only seen the Emperor a few times in his childhood, and after growing up, the Emperor had never come to see him again. He now had no idea what the Emperor had become. How ironic it was, that was his biological father. Xue Qingyin replied, I am somewhat afraid. Somewhat? Xue Qingyin felt that continuously pretending was not sustainable. She needed to gradually allow Songnning to accept her transformation. She nodded earnestly. I have met Prince Wei, and I have met the king. I have also met the Princess Jin Kei. They are all more formidable figures than those in our family. The more I see, the less fear I have. Although the current emperor is the most powerful of them all, one must remember, he is also a father. Meeting him is akin to meeting our own father. A complex expression briefly crossed Songning's face. You have thought this through. Xue Qingyin pulled back her bravado a bit. She looked up at Songnning and whispered, but I do have things that frighten me. Intrigued, Songnning prompted, more frightening than meeting the current emperor? Yes, I fear you becoming angry. Songnning felt as though he had been struck hard in the heart. Looking down at her, he found Xue Qingyin's face to appear both pitiable and endearing. Xue Qingyin rambled on, I also fear my mother being sad, and I fear that no one loves me. If only I did not have to marry, I would want to stay with mother and you forever. Songnning froze. He felt as if a soft spot within him, long shielded by layers of armor, had been gently pressed. Ultimately, he merely replied, I will ensure you have a good life. Tomorrow, Prince Wei will send gifts to the residence. The grievances you endured at concubine Wan's will surely be resolved. Xue Qingyin, you truly are unwavering in your plans. Chapter 33. Is it not wonderful to be a wealthy widow? The esteemed concubine Wan did not maintain the serene demeanor she displayed in the lotus garden. Upon returning to the palace, her emotions erupted uncontrollably, causing her to shatter the cup beside her. Taking a deep breath, she commanded, pick it up. Yes, the palace maid stammered in response. The concubine's notion of picking it up entailed retrieving the shards with her bare. This spectacle delighted her immensely. After observing for a while, the inferno of her rage would gradually subside. Such a mistress could indeed be described as tormenting, yet the other noble women of the court were far more ruthless in their cruelties. Nonetheless, the maid could not suppress the tremors in her heart. After a moment, the maid cried out in pain as a shard pierced her skin, blood flowing uncontrollably. Only then did concubine Wan finally avert her gaze, summoning her trusted matron to the inner chamber. My lady, why burden yourself with anger towards them? One has fallen from favor, another is on the brink of losing the emperor's affection, and the last is merely a young girl, the matron advised. The first referred to Duke Zhao, the second to Princess Jin Kei, and the third, naturally, to Xue Qingyin. A young girl? Concubine Wan scoffed, it is precisely this young girl upon whom I have stumbled, leading to today's predicament, one that even His Majesty has noticed. You are favored, and your brother was highly regarded in the previous dynasty, with rewards never scant. Although the punishment appears harsh, what real impact could it have? Concubine Wan responded. Duke Zhao must think the same. The matron was perplexed. And what of it? Concubine Wan chose not to elaborate further. Her loyal matron, having a lingering sense of unease resided in concubine Wan's heart, which solidified when she suggested that the eldest son of the Su family seek to marry Xue Qingyin, only to have His Majesty reject the proposal. She feared that when news of today's punishment spread, as the saying goes, one can discern subtle intentions through the sound of strings. She worried that others might perceive this as an omen of the Su family's decline. In the lotus garden, Duke Zhao sat across from the current emperor, Liang De Dai in the distance. The cries of Zhao Shufeng echoed, Mother, Mother. The cries were filled with anguish. The emperor glanced towards Zhao Shufeng and murmured, Years ago, I urged you to remarry, yet you refused. Look, Ah Feng still longs for a mother. Duke Zhao shook his head, responding sullenly, he seeks Pearl, not another. If I were to remarry, when I descend to the underworld, Pearl would not recognize me. It was rare to find a girl who did not disdain his son. The emperor seemed to see through his thoughts and remarked, this Xue girl is quite commendable. If you are moved, Duke Zhao quickly interjected, if she marries into our family, it would be akin to jumping into a fire pit. She is still quite young, she could easily be Ah Feng's daughter. The emperor chuckled, you are too kind. With that, his smile faded, and his tone grew serious. I know you harbor discontent, yet the students of Su Qin are gradually ascending to high positions. I wish to curb their influence, but I must proceed cautiously. Duke Zhao's grievances dissipated in an instant as he frowned. The Xu family's power has indeed grown excessive. It is a pity this is not a battlefield. Otherwise, though I am old, I would still willingly don armor for your majesty. The emperor patted his shoulder. I understand your sentiments. Surely Ning Ke is one of the best students Xue Qingyin has trained? Is he not due to return to the capital for his report? Duke Zhao suddenly recalled. Indeed. When Ning Ke was mentioned, the emperor's expression grew somewhat complex. This man is composed, possesses great talent for governance, and is beloved by the people. He is said to be a paragon of integrity and valor. If he could serve your majesty, would it not be splendid? The emperor set down his chess piece. Alas! This individual had no weaknesses. How could the emperor trust him fully? After the two finished their game, the emperor rose and inquired of the attending servant, has Prince Xian departed? The servant replied, Your Majesty, I do not know. I shall go seek him out immediately. The emperor smiled, Let us dine in the Lotus Garden today, invite Prince Xian to join us. The servant searched high and low but could not find him. The emperor's countenance darkened. After a moment of silence in the pavilion, the emperor suddenly declared, Prince Xian is not young anymore, it is time to select a dignified and virtuous lady as his wife. Meanwhile, Xue was still conversing with Xue Qingyin. The emperor's actions do not signify that he has truly let concubine one off the hook. Xue Qingyin thought to herself that Prince Xian had said the same. It seemed they were all astute individuals. To retreat is to advance. This forces Duke Zhao and the Xu family into a complete opposition. Xue whispered. Xue Qingyin was an excellent listener. Xue did not shy away from her, directly analyzing the situation. After all, they were aligned in their interests now. He intended to leverage her to infiltrate the Wei family. The two spoke until the moon hung high in the sky. Xue Qingyin, stifling a yawn, remarked, So according to your brother's logic, the Xu family is likely to collapse in the future. Why then should I still marry into the Wei family? After all, the Wei prince is the emperor's own son. Should the Xu family fall, what concern is it to him? If the day truly comes when the Wei prince too meets his end, Xue gazed at her and said, You would then become the mistress of the Wei family, possessing boundless wealth. Is that not desirable? Xue Qingyin felt a jolt of realization, suddenly awakening to the implications. How audacious, had he already planned this out for her? To her surprise, she found herself somewhat intrigued. Who would not relish being a wealthy widow? Yet, there lingered a fear that if the emperor ever took action, she would perish alongside the Wei prince. Though, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. The emperor had always disdained the influence of maternal relatives. History had shown this time and again, but there had been occasions where even his sons were not spared. Moreover, it was well known that the emperor genuinely favored the Wei prince. Seeing her wide-eyed and unafraid, a slight smile crept onto Xue lips. He was quite pleased with her boldness. The hour grows late, you should rest well, Xue said as he rose to leave. Upon exiting the courtyard, Xue contemplated but ultimately decided against visiting Xue Qingyin. It was too late and he did not wish to disturb her slumber. In the blink of an eye, a new day dawned. On this day, the governor of Bianzhou, Ning Ke, arrived in the capital to report for duty. The news that the current emperor intended to select consorts for the princes also spread throughout the capital. At this time, Princess Jin Ke sent out invitations to noble ladies for a lakeside outing. Each household speculated in hushed tones whether this was an opportunity to select suitable candidates. The noble ladies were all aflutter with excitement. Xie, the daughter of the grand scholar, who had been chosen alongside Xue Qingyin as a companion to the fourth princess, sat among her friends, enjoying the blossoms. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Have you heard? Xue Qingyin has gone to the Lotus Garden. What? The others quickly gathered around. Xie was momentarily stunned. The Lotus Garden. She was not permitted to go. The fact that Xue Qingyin had gone, did that mean she had received better treatment than the fourth princess, garnering envy from others? Reflecting on her previous fears of Xue Qingyin's jealousy, Xie felt a flush of embarrassment and a twinge of discomfort. Do you not know, for some reason, Princess Jin Ke has taken quite a liking to her? Surely, she was invited to the Lotus Garden by the princess. Indeed, I heard that Princess Jin Ke gifted her a whole box of jewels. A full box. While the fourth princess had bestowed upon her a glass cup from the western regions, she was overjoyed, yet, Xue Qingyin had received a whole box. Moreover, Princess Jin Ke was well known. Ever since her husband had passed, she had enjoyed the emperor's favor. As for the fourth princess, although raised under concubine Wan's care, allowing her to glimpse some status, she was still without a title and had not established her own household, rendering her inferior to Princess Jin Ke. Princess Jin Ke is proud. How could she possibly befriend her? Who knows? Perhaps we ought to learn a bit of Xue Qingyin's audacity, the noble ladies whispered among themselves, feeling both envious and disdainful towards Xue Qingyin. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin was busy preparing for the day when a matron hurried in to urge her. One cannot fathom the fortune our household has been experiencing lately. Noble guests are arriving one after another. Xue Qingyin, the Duke Zhao's household has sent someone, along with visitors from Princess Jinx and the Wei family. The matron's mouth could not help but stretch into a grin. What family could boast such visitors? Xue Qingyin couldn't help but click her tongue. She was not surprised by the Wei family or Princess Jin Ke, but why was the Duke Zhao's household sending someone? Surely they did not intend to press her into a remarriage. Chapter 34 Miss Xue's intimate possessions. Indeed, Prince Wei was quite fond of Xue Qingyin. Having only seen her once, he found himself unable to forget her. When concubine Wan intervened, his rebellious spirit intensified, compelling him to possess Xue Qingyin at all costs. Thus, in a bid to appease her, he dispatched the chief steward of the royal residence, affectionately known as Steward Jiang. The grandeur of this display underscored Prince Wei's regard for the young lady of the Xue family. Coupled with the numerous gifts, it was enough to stir the heart of not only women but even eunuchs. However, this notion abruptly faltered as Steward Jiang was ushered into the front hall. Steward Jiang glanced around. Is that not Nurse Xue from the princess's residence? He looked again, and Steward Zhao from the Duke of Zhao's estate? The household servants of the Duke often bore their master's surname, as did this steward. Nurse Xue responded coolly, while Steward Zhao offered a courteous smile. Unable to contain his curiosity, Steward Jiang mused to himself about the intriguing nature of Miss Xue. Just as he pondered, Madame Xue gracefully entered the hall, accompanied by Madame Xue often displayed a fierce temperament within the household, appearing somewhat intimidating when she refrained from smiling. Yet today, clad in deep purple attire and wearing a smile, she approached, leaving Steward Jiang astonished. What a beautiful woman! Upon observing the young lady by her side, slender-waisted and long-legged, her graceful figure was accentuated by a water-green dress, which was delicately cinched at the waist, akin to petals of a blooming flower revealing their stunning colors. She had undoubtedly inherited her mother's beauty. Though youthful, she already possessed a hint of voluptuousness. Even someone as accustomed to the various concubines of Prince Wei as Steward Jiang could not help but feel his heart flutter. Madam, Miss Xue, Steward Jiang inclined his body, saying, these are all gifts specially sent by His Highness. Madame Xue appeared momentarily dazed. Why would Prince Wei send gifts to Qingyin, even if it were to propose marriage to the eldest son of the Xu family? It was hardly fitting for Prince Wei to send someone on such a matter. Beside her, Xue Qingyin displayed a lack of interest, first regarding Nurse Xue due to their distant relationship. Nurse, have you come? I have brought an invitation and a set of jewelry. Her Highness the Princess specifically selected it yesterday, declaring it would be perfect for Miss Xue. Nurse Xue replied with a smile, handing over a box. Upon opening the box, it revealed silver hairpins, earrings, and fragrant sachets, all uniformly. The craftsmanship was exquisite, far surpassing any modern adornments Xue Qingyin had encountered. Such a complete set of jewelry, it must be quite valuable. No, Steward Jiang exhaled and Xue Qingyin felt a tinge of confusion. Why were they comparing gifts? Just then, Steward Zhao stroked his beard and chuckled. Our household has little in the way of adornments, only these items are somewhat plentiful. As his words fell, Steward Zhao took a box from a nearby servant and opened it before Xue Qingyin. Inside lay neatly arranged silver ingots, 4 rows in total. Who could resist such a sight? Xue Qingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Madame Xue, witnessing this, felt her words catch in her throat. What was happening? Were they lining up to gift her daughter? Such a scene was unprecedented in the capital. How delightful that Miss Xue is pleased, Steward Zhao beamed, his smile nearly splitting his face. Our Duke is quite fond of your daughter. Steward Jiang abruptly turned his head, while Madame Xue's expression softened slightly. So that was the intent. The Duke thinks that if Miss Xue is willing to become our young master's goddaughter, it would indeed bring joy to all. Steward Zhao finally revealed the purpose of today's visit. Steward Jiang thought to himself, could you not have conveyed that all at once? You've left my heart in turmoil? This Madame Xue remained somewhat puzzled. Why was there suddenly a proposal for a godparent relationship with the Duke of Zhao's household? How had they reached this point? Recalling the visit from the Duke's household, she had feared for Qingyin's well-being. Xue Qingyin was equally taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, you must ask my father for his consent. After all, her father was not particularly remarkable. She had no objection to having additional fathers, but she feared her biological father might take offense. Steward Zhao chuckled, the Duke will surely approach Xue Qingyin to discuss this matter. As long as Miss Xue agrees, everything will be easily arranged. This girl, was she not utterly devoted to her father? How could she so readily accept another? Steward Zhao, unconcerned with the thoughts of others, was elated at Xue Qingyin's affirmative response, leaving the silver ingots behind as he merrily returned. Nurse Xue, having left the invitation and jewelry, also took her leave. In the end, only Steward Jiang remained. Madame Xue declined Prince Wei's gifts. Steward Jiang's composure faltered. Madam, why must you be so unreasonable? If it were merely him who had come today, it would have sufficed. Yet, with 3 visitors present, he alone had been refused. Previously, he had basked in the glory of being close to Prince Wei. Now he could hardly swallow his indignation. Madame Xue remained resolute. It is precisely because the Qingyin has yet to be married, it would inevitably invite gossip. Steward Jiang smiled, though arrogance glimmered in his eyes. It would not be amiss to inform Madame Xue that His Highness is indeed enamored with your eldest daughter and seeks to take. On one hand, she was pleased that her daughter was admired, yet on the other, a sense of trepidation washed over her. The number of women in Prince Wei's harem was overwhelming. How could she bear to see Qingyin suffer? Thus, she stated, His Highness's marriage is not something we can simply agree to, it must also consider the Emperor's wishes. Steward Jiang replied, no matter, His Highness has already approached His Majesty regarding this. Madame Xue insisted, then let it wait for the arrangement of parents and the matchmaker's words. Seeing her unwavering stance, Steward Jiang forced down his frustration and turned to leave. Madame Xue, for reasons she could not quite discern, felt a vague sense of unease. Would she anger Prince Wei? Yet, the more she contemplated, the less likely it seemed that Qingyin would captivate him to such an extent. Meanwhile, Steward Jiang did not depart immediately but lingered outside the residence. Shortly thereafter, someone emerged and handed him something. He hastily tucked it into his bosom and turned to leave. Upon returning to the royal residence, Prince Wei is, rather, she stands there radiant and enchanting, Steward Jiang remarked. It is a pity that Madame Xue is so obstinate, hindering Miss Xue, that if it were not for His Highness's infatuation, her daughter would have lost countless opportunities for wealth and prosperity due to her interference. She is known in the capital as a jealous woman. I imagine her temperament is not particularly amiable. Did she truly prevent Miss Xue from accepting my gifts? Indeed, Your Highness, Steward Jiang confirmed. Though Prince Wei felt displeased, he kept his sentiments to himself. Surely, it was not another attempt to bring Xue Qingyin to him. Steward Zhao smiled mysteriously as he produced a paper-wrapped parcel, placing it in Prince Wei's hands. The servants of the Xue family are rather easy to bribe. This is an intimate possession of Miss Xue. Your Highness may take your time to unwrap it in private. Prince Wei casually tore open the wrapping but quickly closed it again. He straightened himself in his seat, staring at Steward Zhao, unable to suppress his laughter. Well done, you are quite clever. Steward Zhao sighed in relief. This would alleviate the guilt of his earlier shortcomings. Prince Wei set aside the book at his side and made his way to the bedroom. The object wrapped in the rice paper was a small sachet, palm-sized, with frayed tassels that had been poorly cut. The embroidered characters on the sachet were in disarray, with 2 threads remaining that vaguely formed the character heart. Were Xue Qingyin present, she would recognize it as the sachet she intended to gift He Songning. The opening of the sachet was ajar, revealing a corner of fabric. It was silk, as thin as a cicada's wing, folded to a size smaller than a fist. Perhaps it was cut from an undergarment, or possibly even more intimate clothing. Prince Wei lowered his head to inhale its scent, a faint yet alluring fragrance. Grasping the fabric tightly, his mind wandered, as if he were touching the delicate skin of Xue Qingyin. Meanwhile, Xue Qinggong returned home. During dinner, he mentioned the Duke of Zhao's intention for Zhao Shufeng to take Xue Qingyin as his goddaughter. Zhao Shufeng has been foolish for years. Xue Qinggong frowned. How did Madame refuse the Duke's proposal today? Xue Qingyin interjected. Mother did not say much. The man, typically so stoic that he could remain unfazed even in a crisis, appeared increasingly exasperated by family matters. He felt the urge to scold but held back, considering the Duke of Zhao. Xue Qingyin, having stirred the pot, swiftly retreated to her courtyard. Tomorrow she would need to go boating. She must get a good night's sleep. The maidservant trembled at her audacity, her hands shaking as she fetched water. Xue Qingyin remained unfazed, simply puzzled. Where is my foot towel? Why can't I find it? Chapter 35 of the remarkable Xue Qingyin. The matter of the missing dustcloth did not weigh heavily on Xue Qingyin's mind, for she deemed it rather ineffectual. On the day of the boat outing, she donned a water-red dress, complemented by a set of exquisite crystal jewelry, and draped herself in a moon-white cloak, a remnant from the previous attire of Princess Jin Ke. Today's distinction lay in the fact that Xue Qingyin was not alone. Xue Qingha had also received an invitation. Madame Xue furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. If there are no suitable garments or accessories, Xue Qingha, with her head bowed, quickly interjected, Mother, I have everything. Turning her gaze back to Xue Qingyin, she felt the urge to offer a few words of caution regarding her younger sister, yet the thought felt disingenuous, and she swallowed her words. After all, they were hardly akin to true kin. Why engage in such pretense? Off you go, Madame Xue said. Xue Qingyin responded promptly, gliding out with her servant in tow. Xue Qingha followed, somewhat astonished. Sister, are you bringing so many people? Xue Qingyin nodded. Indeed. The maid beside Xue Qingha stifled a scoff, perceiving it as mere showmanship. Upon stepping out of the Xue residence, the 2 sisters boarded the same carriage. Madame Xue had thoughtfully prepared provisions for Xue Qingyin, fearing she might succumb to hunger or boredom. Once seated, Xue Qingyin retrieved a food box. Extracting a piece of floral folded goose cake, she took a bite, the savory aroma of meat entwined with the fragrance of rice wafting up. The background music of The Taste of China began to play in her mind. How delightful! Xue Qingyin blissfully squinted her eyes, only to catch the astonished gazes of Xue Qingha and her maid. A question mark appeared above her head. What was amiss? Her feelings towards Xue Qingha were quite complex. Previously, while reading novels, she had instinctively felt pity for the female protagonist, lamenting Xue Qingha's unfortunate fate as she was constantly bullied by the supporting character. Each time He Songning disappointed her, a mere word of consolation would suffice for her to return to him. It was truly a case of pitying iron for not turning into steel. Now transformed into Xue Qingyin, she understood Madame Xue's disdain for Xue Qingha. As for her own feelings, there was no hatred, nor had she ever considered forming a close sisterly bond, for that would surely break Madame Xue's heart. Out of a shared feminine instinct, a mere gentle gesture of care would suffice. Thus, Xue Qingyin inquired, would you like some? Xue Qingha's expression grew even more peculiar, and her maid displayed barely concealed indignation. Xue Qingyin, perplexed, asked, are you allergic, unable to eat? If that, with such an unpromising start, the 2 exchanged little conversation during the journey. At last, the carriage arrived by the lakeside. Xue Qingyin leapt down first, followed promptly by several attendants. Maid Xiaoxin could not help but comment, what a spectacle! With such a grand display, are we not inviting gossip about the Xue family? Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin's maid tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Miss, you shouldn't have invited her to eat with you. She might think you're trying to embarrass her on purpose. Xue Qingyin, confused, asked, embarrass her how? Think, Mississippi after eating, where will she rinse her mouth? If she encounters nobility and smiles, revealing crumbs on her gums, what will become of her? Xue Qingyin was taken aback. So that was the concern. Moreover, if she overindulges and needs to relieve herself during the outing, it would be quite undignified. Xue Qingyin mused, even fairies must relieve themselves, what dignity was there to uphold? Typically, noble ladies refrain from drinking and eating too much during outings to avoid making a fool of themselves. Foods like scallions are strictly off limits. The maid sighed, unable to restrain herself. Xue Qingyin asked, and if one is hungry or thirsty? The maid replied, naturally, one must endure, what is there to complain about? So it was only her who struggled to endure? Xue Qingyin found such rigid adherence to rules regarding basic human needs utterly dehumanizing. As a woman, why must she constantly bear unnecessary shame? She sighed deeply, thankful for her frail constitution, as Madame Xue had been rather lenient with her. Miss Xue. Xue Qingyin did not turn, as she was well aware of her unpopularity. However, Xue Qinghe glanced back, unsure to whom the speaker referred. Miss Xue, the voice called again, drawing nearer until it stopped before Xue Qingyin. She turned her head, utterly unaware of the identity of this individual. Sensing her silence, the other party smiled. Princess Jinke has yet to arrive. I was chatting with the ladies from the Lin and Zhou households over there. Miss Xue, would you care to join us? At that moment, Jiuxin discreetly whispered to Xue Qinghe, that seems to be the daughter of the Lu family. Jiuxin had an excellent memory. Years ago, she and Xue Qinghe had attended a banquet hosted by the Prime Minister's wife, and she had remembered some of the attendees. Lu family? Xue Qinghe inquired, puzzled. In contrast, Xue Qinghe had little recollection of such matters. Perhaps it was simply that she never cared much for them. Jiuxin nodded. About 6 or 7 years ago, her father held the position of deputy minister of the Central Secretariat. Quite an esteemed official. The Central Secretariat was the core of the governing body. Xue Qinghe, well read, quickly recognized the significance. Indeed, quite impressive. She vaguely recalled the haughty demeanor of this Lu girl from years past, now seemingly cheerful as she conversed with Xue Qingyin. However, at this moment, Xue Qinghe heard Xue Qingyin firmly decline, I shall not go. Xue Qingyin rejected the daughter of the Lu family. Much to Jiuxin's astonishment, she wondered if Xue Qingyin had failed to recognize the other. The Lu girl was taken aback as well. Before she could inquire further, Xue Qingyin beamed and raised her gaze toward a distant figure. Fourth princess, you have arrived. I was just thinking of you. It turned out she had been hoping to play with the princess. The Lu girl secretly scoffed, yet she recognized there was little to criticize. She too wished to gain favor with the princesses, yet fate had not smiled upon her. The fourth princess, however, stood there dazed, her expression a mix of complexity as she regarded Xue Qingyin. Hadn't I spoken to her so warmly last time? Why does she seem to miss me so? To speak of the past, Xue Qingyin had indeed held little affection for the fourth princess. Yet, upon discovering a hint of naive simplicity in her gaze, Xue Qingyin found this refreshing. Few characters wore their malice so openly. Spending time with the fourth princess felt far more comfortable than with others who spoke in riddles. Moreover, she had a knack for reporting to Prince Xin. Thus, Xue Qingyin approached with confidence. The fourth princess leaned closer, gritting her teeth. Do I appear insufficiently fearsome? Moderately so, Xue Qingyin replied, far inferior to your second brother. The fourth princess pondered. It was indeed a valid point. She found herself at a loss for words. Xue Qingyin continued, if I am unafraid of your second brother, why should I fear you? The fourth princess nodded, finding this reasoning even more compelling. Xue Qingyin added, you still have a long way to go to match concubine Wan. The fourth princess's expression darkened naturally, yet soon, another thought crossed her mind, and her countenance shifted as she whispered, that day, what exactly happened? Why was concubine Wan suddenly confined? Xue Qingyin tilted her head, smiling as she regarded her. What do you think, princess? The fourth princess gasped. It was you actually. She had defeated even concubine Wan. Xue Qingyin was truly formidable. A sense of absurdity washed over the fourth princess, as if she had thought herself fearsome, only to realize her own insignificance. In the distance, Princess Jinke could not help but sigh. To think she could frighten the fourth princess into such a state. The Xue girl is indeed intriguing. Your Highness, would you not agree? Chapter 36, Help. King Xuan remained silent, merely casting a distant glance in the direction of Xue Qingyin. Princess Jinke, feeling a sudden wave of ennui, pondered for a moment before exclaiming, the jewelry she wears today was a gift from me. What do you think? It suits her perfectly, delicate as water and enchanting as the wind. King Xuan's gaze flickered slightly. The brilliance of her crystal-clear skin and the radiance of her complexion indeed gave Xue Qingyin an aura reminiscent of garments woven from the essence of the wind and adorned with the purity of water. I have heard that father intends to select a lady from the Lu family or the Qi family to be your secondary consort. Will you not go take a look? Princess Jinke ventured to broach another topic. King Xuan still appeared disinterested. Princess Jinke, feeling increasingly frustrated, continued, I also heard that yesterday, King Wei sought an audience with father, expressing his desire to marry a daughter of the Xue family as his primary wife, only to incur father's wrath. Suddenly, King Xuan recalled the previous incident when they had flown kites on the outskirts of the city, where Xue Qingyin had left in tears, followed closely by King Wei's attendants. Thus, upon hearing Princess Jinke's words, he felt no surprise. He replied coolly, indeed, a well-deserved punishment. You know King Wei's temperament, he is quite stubborn and relies heavily on father's affection. Perhaps this matter may eventually come to fruition. Princess Jinke sighed. Very well, I expected you would have some reaction to this news, but it seems I was mistaken. You do not harbor any feelings for that Xue girl, she added. Feelings? What could that possibly feel like? King Xuan was at a loss. Princess Jinke shook her head repeatedly. I cannot fathom what kind of woman could possibly capture your heart. Alas, it seems we shall remain single until old age. No, I shall be the one to grow old alone. You, however, will not. Your father has already chosen a secondary consort for you. All that remains is for you to select a primary wife at your leisure. Choose one with a good family background and pleasing appearance, and your residence will soon be bustling with life. At her words, a sudden wave of distaste surged within King Xuan. The royal residence felt as confining as an iron barrel to him. He had no desire for unfamiliar women to dwell within the palace. I shall not take a wife, he declared. Then father will surely be furious. Princess Jinke paused before her tone shifted abruptly. King Wei is approaching. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin continued her conversation with the fourth princess. King Wei strode purposefully towards them. Anyone with eyes could not fail to notice his intent. Previously, during the kite-flying event, King Wei had approached Xue Qingyin, and now he was doing the same again. Coupled with the rumors of Xue Qingyin's visit to the Furong Garden, it appeared that her selection as King Wei's consort was all but a certainty. This news brought a great sense of relief to Miss Lu. Thankfully, Xue Qingyin was not her rival. Miss Xue, King Wei called out eagerly, only then noticing the fourth princess beside her. Yan, you are here too, the fourth princess affectionately greeted, Brother Wei. From the perspective of their titles, she should have been closer to King Xuan. Xue Qingyin pursed her lips, bewildered by the intricate relationships within the royal family. King Wei smiled and reached out to gently touzle the fourth princess's hair. Yan, did you like the gift I sent you the other day? The fourth princess replied softly, I did. Did you see that boat over there? King Wei inquired. The fourth princess looked over. The Qingyue boat was quite renowned in the capital. King Wei continued, come, let us take a ride together. Miss Xue may join us as well. Xue Qingyin promptly declined. Do you think that is appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Although he had been reprimanded the previous day, King Wei felt assured that his father favored him, and thus, nothing would go amiss. Moreover, Xue Qingyin's personal belongings were already in his possession. He was determined to have her by his side. Xue Qingyin replied, I brought my sister with me today. I cannot leave her behind with His Highness. King Wei's interest was piqued. Sister, how many siblings does Xue Ning have? Where is she? He asked. Xue Qingyin frowned, fearing that this infatuated man might also take a liking to Xue Qingyi. It was not out of jealousy. Rather, she was concerned that Xue Qinghe might not withstand such advances and suffer harm. At that moment, the maid Zhou Xian had already accompanied Xue Qinghe over. Zhou Xian thought for a moment that it would be unfair for Xue Qingyin to bask in all the glory alone. Their lady should be bolder. Thus, she decided to use Xue Qingyin's connections to meet more influential individuals, which would surely make Xue Qingyin feel uncomfortable and regretful. Xue Qinghe had initially contemplated being more generous, but as she approached King Wei, she still felt a bit shy. Miss, Zhou Xian called out, where are we headed? Upon hearing her address, King Wei recognized her identity. He looked at Xue Qinghe and asked, is this your sister? Xue Qingyin replied. Yes. Noticing the coldness in Xue Qingyin's tone, Zhou Xian thought to herself, as expected, Xue Qingyin does not wish for the second young lady to thrive. She alone basked in King Wei's attention, doing her utmost to keep the second young lady away. King Wei scrutinized Xue Qinghe closely. She was indeed quite beautiful, her eyes brimming with emotion, exuding a sense of fragility. When she lowered her gaze, she appeared utterly pitiable. What a pity. King Wei sighed inwardly. He had a concubine from Yangzhou, a gift from a local official. As he indulged in her company more frequently, the allure began to fade. Miss Xue, would you care to join us on the boat? King Wei offered. Zhou Xian was overjoyed, feeling that the moment of destiny had arrived. At this moment, Xue Qingyin also relented. Thank you for the invitation, Your Highness, but it seems we are still a few people short. Short, King Wei thought, perplexed by her lack of understanding of the situation. It was precisely because fewer people were present that the outing would be more enjoyable. Xue Qingyin raised her gaze and fixed her eyes upon him. Why not invite a few more? Her eyes sparkled with mischief. In an instant, King Wei was captivated, unable to utter a word of refusal, merely asking, very well, if you have a few good friends, feel free to bring them along. It was but a trivial favor to enhance her standing among other women. Furthermore, should she taste the sweetness of power and status, she would naturally be inclined to accept his proposal. Xue Qingyin's smile blossomed even more radiantly. She turned and walked in a certain direction. Princess Jinke, King Xuan, she bowed and then lifted her head, sincerely inviting, Your Highness, Princess, shall we take a boat ride together? Princess Jinke clapped in enthusiasm. Excellent, I intended to invite you as well. I just wasn't sure if King Xuan. Xue Qingyin's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope as she gazed imploringly at King Xuan. Your Highness, are you too busy to join us? Now that everyone was present, what business could he have that was more pressing? King Xuan moved his lips. Very well, let us go. Xue Qingyin beamed. Let us go. She appeared exceedingly delighted. King Xuan felt a sudden lightness, as if her joy had infected him. He couldn't help but notice the girl before him, her features outshining the very springtime. Before long, the Qingyue boat was bustling with activity. King Wei watched as Xue Qingyin approached, accompanied by the tempestuous Princess Jinke and the brooding King Xuan. This was her idea of friends? King Wei's expression faltered. Xue Qingyin quickly returned to the group, clapping her hands in delight. Everyone is here, let us set sail. In that moment, the roles seemed to shift. She became the gracious host. King Wei was compelled to bow his head. I pay my respects to my elder brother, the fourth princess hesitantly called out. Second brother, help. The fourth princess felt tears welling up. King Wei, her brother, and the second brother were not on good terms with Jinke. Looking at Xue Qingyin, she was all smiles, relaxed, and at ease. It was evident that she possessed formidable skills. Chapter 37 of the Arena of Demons, Part 1. Qingyue boat had never before hosted such a multitude of guests, each of such esteemed status. Your Highness, Prince Xian, Your Highness, Prince Wei, and Princess Jinxiao, the boatmaster. The previous night's romantic musings of Prince Wei had now evaporated, leaving his mood decidedly sour. He spoke coldly, lead the way. Yes, rest assured, there is no one else aboard, the boatmaster responded. Prince Wei, disinclined to engage in conversation, would have welcomed such news earlier, but in this moment, it served only to remind him that he would soon be obliged to face Prince Xian across the table. As Prince Wei took a couple of steps forward, an unsettling realization struck him, prompting him to halt and, with a strained voice, utter, please, elder brother. Xue Qingyin, trailing behind, nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, she had been correct in her assessment. During the last poetry gathering, Prince Xian had overshadowed Prince Wei entirely. Increasingly, Xue Qingyin felt that marrying Prince Xian was a commendable choice. Yet, he presently seemed to embody a rather indifferent disposition towards women. She sighed softly in her heart. At that moment, the boatman cautiously poked his head out, inquiring, my lord, shall we set sail? Prince Wei turned back, yes. The boatman promptly resumed his seat. The vessel soon glided away from the shore. Xue Qingyin swayed slightly, and Xue Qingyin exclaimed, Miss. Xue Qingyin had grasped the railing, feeling somewhat awkward. At this juncture, Prince Xian also turned his head back, directing his gaze towards Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyin thought, what is it? Prince Xian averted his gaze, as if nothing had transpired. Just then, Princess Jinxiao's voice chimed in, Miss Xue, are you feeling unwell from the boat's motion? She paused for a moment before continuing. These two Miss Xues were indeed troublesome. Calling the elder Miss Xue was rather peculiar. Princess Jinxiao straightforwardly asked, Qingyin, are you dizzy? No, I am not. That is good. I recall your constitution is rather delicate. Princess Jinxiao turned her head back. Prince Wei was taken aback, internally seething. How could he have forgotten this detail? It was indeed Princess Jinxiao who had stolen the lead. However, it was not too late to rectify the situation. He halted his steps and extended his hand towards Xue Qingyin. Miss Xue, allow me to assist you. Xue Qingyin, witnessing this, was incensed, thinking that those unaware might assume the elder Miss Xue was about to tumble into the river. Yet, Xue Qingyin deftly sidestepped, smiling gently, I am quite steady. Prince Wei retracted his hand, disappointment flickering across his face. Xue Qingyin, meanwhile, was curious. Had Prince Xian glanced her way out of concern for her potential seasickness? She deemed it unlikely. Surely, Prince Xian did not possess the leisure to concern himself with such trifling matters. The group was led to the second floor of the painted boat, where a large round table awaited, perfectly accommodating all present. The boatmaster cautiously poured tea for them, sensing an oddly strained atmosphere. Xue Qingyin mused on the unfortunate absence of Xue, thinking it would have been far more enjoyable had he been present. Xue, seated by the window engrossed in his reading, suddenly sneezed, assuming someone was thinking of him. Meanwhile, an array of delicacies and fruits were brought forth. A palace maid opened the window, allowing the breeze from the lake to waft in, carrying a hint of gardenia fragrance. It was rather uncomfortable, thought the fourth princess. Why was no one speaking? Princess Jinxiao too felt a twinge of awkwardness. She and Prince Wei had little in common to discuss. After much contemplation, she addressed Xue Qingyin, is your cloak perhaps a tad too thin? When we reach the center of the lake, it may become rather chilly. Xue Qingyin replied, it is not too thin. It is quite suitable. Princess Jinxiao smiled, that is good to hear. I did not anticipate you would wear it. Seeing you adorned in it brings me great joy. Since the princess has bestowed it upon me, I shall certainly wear it often. In truth, it was merely a gift from Prince Xian, borrowed under her name. Yet, by donning it entirely, Xue Qingyin demonstrated her appreciation for the gifts, pleasing the giver immensely. Princess Jinxiao gazed at her with a smile, as if through Xue Qingyin, she glimpsed her own youthful self from years past. Suddenly, Prince Wei interjected, Miss Xue, the adornment upon your head, was it also a gift from you? It resembles the wedding gift bestowed upon you by our late father. Princess Jinxiao's countenance turned cold, indeed. Jinxiao, you are putting Miss Xue in a perilous situation, Prince Wei remarked with a chuckle. How? Princess Jinxiao's expression turned apologetic. Qingyin, she was unconcerned about being reprimanded by her father, but feared implicating others. Xue Qingyin, however, was entirely unfazed. With a graceful motion, she lifted her hand to remove the hairpin. Shall I take it off then? As the hairpin, a gentle breeze caused it to sway, exuding a delicate charm. Prince Wei's breath momentarily hitched, and he quickly added, if Miss Xue favors jade, a box was recently sent from Yuzhou, which could easily be fashioned into adornments for you. Before Xue Qingyin could decline, Prince Wei rose and hurriedly continued. At this moment, he clapped his hands. Immediately, a young eunuch approached, carrying a redwood box. It is rather peculiar to arrive aboard with jewelry and disembark empty-handed. It inevitably invites speculation. Coincidentally, I have some ornaments here. Prince Wei pushed the box towards her. Miss Xue, please. Such thorough preparations? Xue Qingyin regarded him with skepticism, noticing her hesitation. Prince Wei grew anxious. He unlocked the box, lifting the lid to reveal the jewelry within. It was indeed the emerald adornments that the steward of Zhang had intended to gift but had ultimately failed to deliver. Xue Qingyin's eyelids fluttered. Now she understood Prince Wei's character. He was relentless in his pursuits. He would employ every means necessary to ensure her acceptance. Jinxiao, Prince Xian spoke up. Princess Jinxiao, caught off guard, did not respond immediately. Prince Xian swiftly raised his hand, snatching the hairpin from her hair. Princess Jinxiao, realizing the implication, quickly asserted, there is no need for concern, Prince Wei, I shall reward Miss Xue with another hairpin. Princess Jinxiao was fond of extravagance. Her own attire was characterized by opulence, adorned with countless jewels, and now, bestowing the hairpin upon Xue Qingyin was entirely reasonable. Others would only envy her for such a display of camaraderie. The palace maid beside Princess Jinxiao promptly accepted the hairpin with both hands, moving behind Xue Qingyin to replace her previous adornments with this golden hairpin. The hairpin, intricately designed in the shapes of birds and flowers and embellished with pearls, was worth a fortune. Yet, its brilliance could not overshadow Xue Qingyin's beauty, rather, it accentuated her allure even further. Upon witnessing this, Princess Jinxiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was indeed true that the more splendid the garments and jewels, the more radiant the individual appeared. Even Prince Wei momentarily lost his focus, refraining from hastily competing with Princess Jinxiao. Only Xue Qingyin thought to herself, how fortunate I am. After a moment, Prince Wei chuckled softly, returning to his seat. Enough, it seems these emeralds are not fated for Miss Xue. With that, he raised his hand and tossed the jewelry out the window. Everyone heard a splash, clearly indicating it had fallen into the water. Xue Qingyin, what a waste, such a person should be punished by being sent to a famine-stricken area to eat dirt. What are you all staring at? Prince Wei turned to them. Miss Xue, do not be afraid. Why not indulge in some pastries? Yet, Prince Xian calmly interjected, retrieve it. What did you say, elder brother? Prince Wei assumed he had misheard. Chapter 38 of the battlefield, Part 2, the mulberry branches are bare, the earth breathes smoke. The drought in Longyu has left the people to suffer from famine. King Xian cast a sidelong glance at him, the corners of his eyes drawing a sharp and cold arc, as if he were gazing upon a loathsome corpse. A pang of anxiety gripped King Wei's heart. The memories of fear and disdain towards King Xian, which had been deeply etched into his bones since childhood, surged back to the forefront of his mind. What concern is the drought in Longyu to me? King Wei considered voicing this thought, but he promptly restrained himself. King Xian then inquired, what is it? Has the decree from our father to reduce palace expenditures for a month not reached your desk? In truth, the drought in Longyu had little impact on King Wei's lavish indulgences, be it smashing emeralds or tossing silver coins. Yet, King Xian's words were intertwined with the imperial will. Should King Wei dare to proclaim, it has nothing to do with me, he would inevitably be reported to the throne. Suddenly, a smile broke across King Wei's face. I acted rashly. Soon there will be someone to dive in and retrieve it. He swiftly changed the subject. Brother, having been in the military for many years, your temperament has grown increasingly severe. I wonder, when the consort enters the palace, if she were to accidentally shatter a precious item, would you utter these words to her as well? King Xian maintained his calm tone and countered, is that how you speak before our father? King Wei fell silent, no longer daring to question King Xian. Resigned, he sat down and remarked to Xue Qingyin, are you frightened? His Highness King Xian is always like this. Once, the fourth princess almost fainted from fear at his words. The fourth princess hesitated, for being publicly embarrassed is an unpleasant experience. Xue Qingyin, with an innocent expression, replied, I do not find His Highness King Xian frightening at all. King Wei's movements froze momentarily. Xue Qingyin leaned in and whispered, what he said does hold some truth. King, does that imply I have no reason? Unable to contain his sarcasm, he retorted, oh, is that so, Miss Xue? Your courage is quite remarkable. However, most only know of my brother's glorious military exploits. Do you know how he conquered the northern D? As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at King Xian's expression. King Xian sat upright, leisurely toying with his teacup, showing no intention of interrupting him, as if he were curious to hear what King Wei would articulate today. King Wei found King Xian's demeanor intolerable, as if he alone remained unfazed amidst the chaos. His forces slaughtered the royal court of the northern D, King Wei declared. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, I am aware of that. I have read a line or two in books. He beheaded members of the royal family and stacked their heads into towers, each head retained a fierce glare, blood streaming down, almost forming a river. Consequently, when my brother returned to court, all the civil officials felt he still bore the heavy scent of blood. Ah! Zhou Xian could not help but let out a soft exclamation, instinctively shrinking back. Glancing at Xue Qingyin, her complexion had also turned pale. In this moment, King Wei felt quite satisfied, yet, when he turned his gaze to Xue Qingyin's face, she was unperturbed. How could she maintain such composure? Years ago, when King Xian returned to court, King Wei had met his gaze and could not help but feel his heart tremble, retreating 2 steps. Xue Qingyin appeared engrossed and asked, is there more? In the original text, King Xian's grand events were primarily emphasized, while the finer details were largely omitted. At this moment, Xue Qingyin was akin to a child listening to a story, eager to fill in the gaps of what she had not previously read. King Wei, she has not had enough, but having begun, and with King Xian offering no interruption, King Wei felt compelled to continue. 2 years ago, when Meng Mao rebelled in Lingnan, after King Xian captured him, enough. Princess Jinxiao's sudden interjection broke the flow. She fixed her cold gaze upon King Wei and stated, what is the point of recounting this? King Wei sighed, I merely feel that my brother, having long resided in the military, shows us little familial affection. He is exceedingly cold and unchanging. Xue Qingyin took a sip of tea and earnestly pointed out, have you considered that perhaps the issue lies with you? King Wei, his expression momentarily blanked, the issue with him? Princess Jinxiao nearly burst into laughter. King Wei, relying on their father's favoritism and supported by Consort Wan and others, had played the role of a virtuous king, who would dare openly criticize him? Clearing her throat, Princess Jinxiao prepared to defend Xue Qingyin, lest King Wei hold a grudge against her. However, Xue Qingyin was unfazed. Not only was she unafraid, she continued to suggest whimsically, you see, if you were to give that box of emeralds, originally meant for me, to King Xian, wouldn't that mend your brotherly bond? Gift something to King Xian, unless he had lost his mind. As a younger brother, one should respect his elder. Is that not the principle? Xue Qingyin mused, bewildered, that is what my books say. King Wei met her gaze, which was clear and innocent, brimming with naivety. The anger that had flared within him dissipated entirely. What could she possibly understand? Perhaps she genuinely believed he was troubled by the lack of harmony with his brother. She was sincerely attempting to offer him advice, to consider his well-being. The more he pondered, the more he felt convinced of this notion. In his chamber, every concubine merely echoed his sentiments. As the saying goes, loyal words are often unpalatable. With a stiff expression, King Wei managed to muster a semblance of a smile and said, "Indeed, Miss Xue makes a valid point." After all, it was enough to placate Xue Qingyin. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyin smiled brightly. King Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Jewelry and treasures could not appease her, yet this straightforwardness could. How delightful! The more he found it intriguing. Princess Jinxiao also felt a sense of novelty. She now thought that if Xue Qingyin were to marry King Wei, it might indeed be quite entertaining. "Let us return," King Xian's voice rang out once more. "Return?" King Wei echoed. "Brother, we have just reached the center of the lake. Boating is dull." King Xian replied indifferently. King Wei mused to himself that such was the case for King Xian. He had no interest in boating, moongazing, or composing poetry. Most noble ladies in the capital adored his military prowess. As for literary talent, King Wei fancied himself superior. With a smile, King Wei conceded, "Very well, let us heed my brother's wishes and return." He could hardly wait to be alone with Xue Qingyin. The boat returned to the shore. King Xian glanced at Xue Qingyin. "Jinxiao, see the Xue girl home." Princess Jinxiao, treated like a maid, complied without complaint. Xue Qingyin felt somewhat bewildered. "I asked this how I am being sent home," she sniffled, feeling a chill. King Wei's expression shifted slightly. "Miss Xue is leaving already." King Xian regarded him coolly. What more does King Wei wish to keep her for? King Wei hesitated, uncertain of King Xian's intentions. "I merely thought we had not exchanged many words." King Xian fixed him with a stare. "Today has been sufficient conversation." A jolt of apprehension coursed through King Wei. King Xian certainly held a grudge. All that nonchalance was merely a fade. King Wei recalled, in his youth, when he had competed in archery with King Xian, that he had secretly drugged King Xian's horse, which subsequently died. The next day, he was thrust into the water by King Xian and nearly drowned. After being rescued, he fell gravely ill. Was he truly less valued than a horse? He had not been mistaken in claiming that King Xian lacked familial affection. Unfortunately, he had been interrupted by Princess Jinxiao earlier, preventing him from elaborating to Xue Qingyin. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin had already been escorted into the carriage by Princess Jinxiao. The princess pressed a bundle into her palm, smiling. "Still cold, are you?" Xue Qingyin sniffled again, her nose slightly reddening. "I underestimated the wind on the lake." Princess Jinxiao chuckled. "Perhaps King Xian noticed you were cold," which prompted him to have King Wei return the boat. "Is that so?" Xue Qingyin dismissed the notion. It was merely a possibility, and thus, non-existent. Princess Jinxiao observed her expression and thought to herself, "Seeing her like this, I feel a pang of pity. I wonder what King Xian thinks." Princess Jinxiao was not one for imaginative speculation. Meanwhile, King Wei contemplated pursuing Xue Qingyin's carriage. King Xian looked at him and remarked, "Take your time to pick up." "Does he truly expect me to go back and retrieve the emeralds?" "Brother, do not be too overbearing," King Wei exclaimed in anger. King Xian stated, "Miss Xue is correct. There should be a hierarchy among siblings. As a younger brother, one ought to obey the elder." With that, he turned to leave. King Xian's subordinates hopped onto the boat, grinning, and promptly took the place of the boatman, maneuvering King Wei back toward the center of the lake. King Wei was instantly infuriated, cursing inwardly 100 times. After King Xian departed, he returned to the palace to pay his respects to Emperor Liang Di. Upon seeing him, the emperor was quite pleased and inquired, "Did you encounter the ladies from the Lu and Xiao families?" "I did not." "You did not?" Emperor Liang Di sat up straight. "Didn't you go to the lake with Jinxiao?" "The wind was strong on the lake." "The wind was strong enough to turn the tip of the Xue girl's nose red. The lingering snow of spring had not yet fully melted. Should she catch a chill, she would likely end up resembling a wilting flower, pitifully leaning there." "Then let us arrange another day." "No need for another day. I have no interest in the ladies from the Lu and Xiao families." "You haven't even seen them." Seeing King Xian's frigid demeanor, the emperor's tone softened abruptly. "What kind do you prefer?" "What kind do I prefer?" King Xian's mind suddenly conjured the image of Xue Qingyin resting her chin on her hand, listening intently to King Wei recount his stories, looking utterly engrossed. Chapter 39 The Fury of He Songning. "I've heard that your household has a villa in the countryside?" Princess Jin Ke remarked with a smile. Indeed, Xue Qingyin mused, wondering if this information had originated from King Xian's lips. Yet, a man of his stature would not casually mention such matters. "I am quite intrigued. I shall visit the villa in 2 days, she declared. "Excellent." Xue Qingyin contemplated that it was about time for her to visit the estate as well, for there were still some properties she had yet to examine. Amidst the flurry of her recent activities, she had neglected this task. Princess Jin Ke lowered the carriage curtain and, after escorting Xue Qingyin a short distance, turned to return. Today, she had invited a company to enjoy a lakeside outing, and hence, she could not leave at a whim. As the curtain fell, Xue Qingyin cast a sidelong glance at Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe's complexion remained pallid, revealing little emotion, though her maid displayed an unmistakable look of indignation. What could be the source of such ire? Xue Qingyin began to grasp the situation. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "If Qinghe wishes to stay and play a while longer, she may do so. The coachman will return shortly to await you." After a brief hesitation, Xue Qinghe ultimately opted to remain. She had sensed her confinement within the inner quarters, relegated to waiting for her elder brother's visits. It was high time she attempted to venture out, much like Xue Qingyin. Unaware of her thoughts, Xue Qingyin rubbed her nose and made her way back home. Upon her return, Madame Xue, noticing her daughter alone and her headpiece altered, hurriedly inquired, "What has transpired? Have you suffered some grievance?" Xue Qingyin shook her head, removing her hairpin as she replied, "Did you not notice how much more valuable this is?" Madame Xue gritted her teeth in irritation, "You little money grubber. Who cares for such trifles?" Indeed, I know that mother is concerned for me," Xue Qingyin said, embracing her mother and planting a kiss on her cheek. Madame Xue was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, she felt her daughter had grown increasingly affectionate towards her with each passing day. When had the daughters of other families ever exhibited such lack of decorum? Yet, despite herself, Madame Xue couldn't help but smile. She playfully tapped her daughter's head. "Be serious, I must ask you, where is Xue Qingyin?" "I felt a draft and, fearing the chill, returned first." She wished to remain there a while longer. Madame Xue furrowed her brows. "What do you mean by a draft?" She then hastily pulled Xue Qingyin inside. She endured her impatience and finally said, "Next time, do not leave Xue Qingyin behind." "Why not?" Xue Qingyin questioned, perplexed. "If I had taken her with me, she would have had no chance to enjoy herself, and I would have had to accommodate her. That would have been far worse." Madame Xue scoffed. "What do you know? She is still just a child. Leaving her behind, should anything unfortunate occur, you would find it hard to explain." Xue Qingyin considered this and acknowledged the possibility. "I left the coachman and 2 of my elder brother's servants with her. She has her maid to look after her as well." Madame Xue responded with an then proceeded to prepare a hot bath for Xue Qingyin. This was the most effective remedy against the chill. After her bath, Xue Qingyin lazily donned fresh attire. Her maid approached with a cloth to dry her hair. Xue Qingyin settled at the table, yawning as she perused the account books. At that moment, a young servant came to report that the steward from the villa sought an audience with the young miss. Xue Qingyin glanced down, pondering it might not be entirely appropriate. Upon hearing, the steward was secretly alarmed, realizing that the young miss had connections with the Xuanwu army, truly a formidable influence. Today, he discovered that her temperament was equally formidable. And so, the show of authority commenced. The steward dared not refuse and hastily penned the note. Having recently dealt with some individuals, he was determined to secure his position. Before long, a piece of paper accompanied by a heavy, lacquered box was delivered to Xue Qingyin. The maid, witnessing this, straightened her back, feeling a sense of pride how splendid it was that their young miss was now becoming a figure of authority. Xue Qingyin wiped her hands and opened the box. Inside lay a silver. Xue Qingyin couldn't help but chuckle. Why is it that everyone seems to be sending silver these days? She initially assumed the steward to be audaciously attempting. However, upon unfurling the paper, she found it clearly stated that the silver was sent by the Xuanwu army. They had been galloping on the hills every day, and this was the fee for renting the space. Xue Qingyin couldn't help but exclaim, "How straightforward." The maid, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Is this the money that the young miss has earned?" Xue Qingyin reflected and deemed it so, although it had required little effort, almost coming to her effortlessly. It was fortunate she had met King Xuan on several occasions. When it came down to it, the credit belonged to him. As she nodded and gleefully gathered the coins, she envisioned a future in which, should events unfold as in the original story, Xuan would rise to power, and she could accompany her mother to a faraway land for a life of beauty and ease. "The young miss is truly remarkable," the maid praised. Just as the words left her lips, the door was suddenly flung open with great force. The impact reverberated loudly, causing Xue Qingyin to frown and look up, only to see Xuan entering with a frost-laden expression. The servants and maids were immediately taken aback, trembling as they whispered, "What is the young master doing?" Xuan, regaining some composure, stated in a low voice, "You may leave." The servants hesitated, afraid to depart. Xuan turned his gaze upon them, and they, sensing his authority, scurried away in haste. Xue Qingyin sighed inwardly. What kind of household was the Xue family? She closed the wooden lid with a snap before meeting Xuan's gaze. His face was stormy, his eyes darkened. Xue Qingyin bit her lip, surprisingly realizing that she felt less intimidated by him than she had anticipated. Upon recognizing her appearance, Xuan paused momentarily. Xue Qingyin's long hair had not yet been completely dried, cascading chaotically over her shoulders. The warmth of the room had flushed her cheeks slightly, giving her an ethereal quality. She wore a thin, silken garment that clung to her form, revealing a hint of pale skin, rendering her appearance both languid and delicate. Xuan recalled how Madame Xue often remarked on her fragility, noting that even slightly coarse fabrics would leave her skin reddened. But Xuan furrowed his brow fiercely, instinctively stepping back a pace as he coldly remarked, "You left Xue Qingyin alone by the lakeside today." Xue Qingyin corrected him, "I did not abandon her. I merely left her." "Is there a difference?" "Of course there is. I was feeling unwell, hence I departed first. Have you considered the consequences of leaving her there alone?" "Xue Qingyin, she is not you. She rarely ventures out, her disposition is gentle, and she is not adept at socializing." "As if I were particularly skilled at it," Xue Qingyin exhaled, interrupting him directly. "So, the situation had indeed turned troublesome. She was shoved into the water and sustained a head injury." Xuan's voice was chilling. "She has just been brought back home." Xue Qingyin thought to herself, "Why should I be concerned? I inquired whether the doctor had visited. You refused to answer me. What exactly do you expect me to say? Should I weep and claim it is all my fault?" Chapter 40, Who excels in sarcasm? Xue Qingyin's tone could be described as unremarkable. He Songning, influenced by her demeanor, instantly regained his composure. He stared at Xue Qingyin for a moment before releasing his grip. Xue Qingyin averted her gaze. Indeed, there were already finger marks left behind. The stark contrast of her fair skin against the crimson marks was particularly jarring. Given time, the red marks might very well turn blue and purple. If he had choked me, I would have been finished, Xue Qingyin inwardly cursed. Damn He Songning. The doctor has seen her. He Songning spoke again, having noticed Xue Qingyin's movements, and glanced at her shoulder. The glaring color caught his eye, causing his eyelid to twitch as he instinctively lowered his gaze to his own hand. Had he truly exerted such force, upon reflection, Xue Qingyin appeared almost pitiable. Oh, what did the doctor say? You didn't go to see Xue Qing, huh? Oh, you came straight to vent your anger on me? Her tone was frosty, laced with a hint of sarcasm, yet, He Songning found himself unable to counter her remarks. If she dies, you can come and strangle me then, big brother. She emphasized the last two words with a biting tone. He Songning maintained a stern expression, remaining silent as he stepped closer and placed his hand on Xue Qingyin's shoulder. His fingers were icy cold, sending a shiver down her spine, prompting her to exclaim, "What are you doing?" He Songning met her gaze, which now bore a wary look. The past intimacy and admiration they once shared seemed to vanish in that instant. This was a scene He Songning had always relished seeing, yet in reality, it did not bring him the joy he had anticipated. I instructed the maid to fetch some medicine, He Songning said. Xue Qingyin replied, "No need, you should go find Xue Qinghe instead." Now that He Songning had regained his calm, he was no longer in such a hurry. He stood there, motionless. Xue Qingyin regarded him with confusion. "Why aren't you going, big brother? Are you afraid you might accidentally strangle the doctor?" He Songning's lips twitched slightly. Her words were laced with evident sarcasm, yet, when she spoke, her eyes appeared so clear and innocent. He Songning turned and opened the door. The maid kept her head down, not daring to inquire about what had transpired, and rushed toward the lacquered red cabinet. After pulling open a drawer, she retrieved a small porcelain jar. "Mississippi. Where are you injured?" the maid asked. He Songning cast a glance at the small jar in her hand. Upon opening the lid, it was clear that only a thin layer of the ointment remained. Did Xue Qingyin frequently suffer injuries? It was no wonder he had exerted such force. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the maid gasp, "Where did you get hurt? How did it become so serious?" He Songning's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Well, it was indeed his excessive force. At that moment, Xue Qingyin muttered one word: "A dog." He Songning, the maid, still puzzled, asked, "What dog?" She applied the ointment gently to Xue Qingyin's shoulder, but as she did so, she slowly began to notice something amiss. It certainly resembled the imprint of fingers. Could it be that the eldest young master? The maid's back turned cold, and she dared not look back, nor contemplate the situation further. What on earth had transpired? Taking a deep breath, the maid put away the ointment and whispered, "Shall I brew a pot of tea for the eldest young master?" Xue Qingyin assumed he would decline. To her surprise, He Songning replied, "What, still not leaving?" Xue Qingyin inwardly scoffed, wiping her hands and taking some pastries from the table to feed herself. Should it be said that her heart had expanded compared to the past, yet this expansion was hardly in the right context. "Why do you seem unwell today?" He Songning inquired as he sat down. Xue Qingyin retorted, "Now you remember to show concern for me?" He Songning, Xue Qingyin did not go too far in provoking him. After all, pushing the limits would not be in line with her true nature. She set down the pastry, dusted off her hands, and replied, "A cold wind blew over the lake. It was freezing. Big brother knows my constitution cannot withstand it, so I returned first." She contemplated for a moment but did not feel the need to justify herself extensively. He Songning's character was inherently domineering. The more she explained, the more it might seem as if she were making excuses in his ears. Wasn't Prince Wei also present today? Not only him, but also Prince Xian, Princess Jinke, and the fourth princess. They were all there. Xue Qingyin paused, then asked in return, "Who pushed Xue Qingyin?" "No one admits to it." He Songning's tone turned icy. Had he not known that Xue Qingyin lacked the means to orchestrate such a scheme, he might have suspected her of inciting those noble women. Of course, no one would admit to it, but was there no one else to identify the culprit? There was not. Xue Qingyin was perplexed. She then heard He Songning coldly state, "The women of the household have few friends outside, naturally no one would identify them. Am I to be blamed, or should it be Xue Foreign?" Xue Qingyin pouted, thinking that having poor social connections was an inevitable circumstance. She promptly suggested, "Big brother should ask them yourself." "What do you mean?" "Those noble women would surely speak up for you." He Songning, "Is she suggesting I sell male beauty?" Seeing him silent, Xue Qingyin casually remarked, "In any case, I'm not in a hurry." At that moment, someone outside the door announced, "Xue Qingyin, who serves the second young lady, wishes to speak with the eldest young master." He Songning glanced at Xue Qingyin's expression. She showed no signs of wanting to stop him. "Let her in," He Songning instructed. Before long, Xue Qingyin entered alongside the maid carrying tea. Upon seeing He Songning, Xue Qingyin felt a shiver run down her spine. However, thinking of Xue Qinghe lying in bed, she summoned her courage deep down. She secretly believed that the second young lady deserved this fall. If it weren't for this incident, how could she have lured the eldest young master back to their courtyard? Xue Qingyin squeezed her palms, tears welling up in her eyes. She cried out, "Eldest young master, the second young lady, she..." He Songning sprang to his feet, his voice sharp, "What happened to her?" Xue Qingyin's tears flowed freely. "Stop just crying. Speak." He Songning's expression darkened ominously. Xue Qingyin hastily stifled her sobs, choking out, "The doctor said she injured her head and will likely be bedridden for half a month, needing to take medicine daily." She can't even stand up to walk, the second young lady says every slight movement causes her pain and dizziness, and she feels nauseous. Xue Qingyin, she held no particular animosity toward Xue Qinghe. However, the maid's lengthy account made it sound as if Xue Qinghe were on the brink of death. Looking at it now, it seemed to be a concussion. This condition was neither trivial nor severe. It certainly required care. The second young lady has endured much hardship since childhood, yet now she must suffer this undeserved misfortune. Experiencing such pain, the doctor brewed medicine, and the second young lady can barely stand the smell without feeling nauseous. Xue Qingyin lamented, her voice breaking into tears once more. Xue Qingyin replied lazily, the medicine is indeed hard to take, I've endured it for more than a year. Xue Qingyin fell silent, she had almost forgotten this detail. After all, this young lady had been a frail child from birth. Hearing her words, Songning's gaze flickered, revealing a contemplative expression. However, he soon discerned something strange in Xue Qingyin's previous statement, undeserved misfortune? Xue Qingyin cautiously glanced at Xue Qingyin's direction. Xue Qingyin, surely this doesn't concern me again? After the eldest young lady left, Princess Jin Ke returned and invited everyone aboard the ship. Just as we were boarding, I vaguely heard someone ask, is that Xue young lady? By the time I realized, the second young lady had been knocked to the ground, nearly falling into the water. So you mean to say that person was originally aiming for Qingyin, but mistook Qinghe for Qingyin after the eldest young lady left? Chapter 41. Miss Xue's boast. Xue Qingyin was left in a state of bewilderment. Could it truly be related to me? Sonning turned to glance at Xue Qingyin before inquiring, did you clearly see who asked? No, I didn't. But if I heard the voice again, I would recognize it, she replied. Sonning fell silent, his current abilities had yet to reach the point where he could gather all the noble ladies of the capital in one place to apprehend the culprit. Xue Qingyin furrowed her brow in contemplation and asked, naturally, you didn't see who pushed her either? Xue Qingyin timidly responded, no. Xue Qingyin rubbed her temples, feeling utterly exasperated. Just then, a maid outside announced, Madam is here. Xue Qingyin's face turned pale with fright, instinctively curling up as if wishing to disappear into the ground. Sonning felt a jolt of unease as well. With a loud crash, Madame Xue flung open the door, her entrance more thunderous than when Sonning had opened it earlier. She glared furiously at Sonning. I knew you were here with Qingyin. Before Sonning could utter a word of defense, Madame Xue approached Xue Qingyin and coldly remarked, has something happened to the second young lady? What are you doing here? Xue Qingyin stammered, I came to find the eldest young master. Shouldn't you be tending to your own lady? Why yes, I will return to care for her right away. After finishing her sentence, Xue Qingyin quickly bowed her head and scurried away. Madame Xue scolded, what kind of servant are you, lacking any sense of propriety, only stirring trouble in the midst of chaos, you ought to be sent away from the household one day. Sonning shared a sense of annoyance. At that moment, Madame Xue turned to him and said, I thought you were here to speak on her behalf. Sonning replied, she is merely a servant, and her foolish actions are Please do not let her vex you, lest you harm your own health. Madame Xue snorted, what brings you to my daughter's side, are you here to seek justice for Xue Qinghe? Sonning had regained his composure and quietly remarked, what justice? Qingyin is not the one who pushed her. Just as well, so what is your purpose here? I heard that Qingyin was unwell and left early, so I came to see what was amiss. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, how good you are at pretending. Madame Xue scrutinized Sonning with a hint of disbelief, then turned to Xue Qingyin and asked, why is your hair still damp? Xue Qingyin shot a discreet glare at Sonning. Obviously, it was because of him, yet she replied sweetly, I was so engrossed in conversation that I neglected to dry it. Madame Xue shot her an irritated look and said, enough, rest early. Seeing that the siblings had not quarreled, she felt a sense of relief. As Madame Xue turned to leave, she paused halfway and added, I had someone send over some ginseng soup. Though I may not favor her, I would never intentionally harm her. Madame Xue pressed her lips together. Indeed, Xue Qinghe's mother had erred. All of this stemmed from her actions. She had harmed both Madame Xue and Xue Qingyin, as well as her own daughter. Mother has left, you should go now, brother. Xue Qingyin urged. However, Sonning turned back, picked up a soft cloth hanging nearby, and approached Xue Qingyin from behind, gently drying her long hair. Xue Qingyin felt a sudden chill run down her spine. What is wrong with you? What ailment has struck you now? Sonning remained silent, focused solely on drying her hair. Xue Qingyin sat rigidly for a moment, unable to endure it any longer. Realizing she could not dissuade Sonning, she resigned herself and said, wait. Sonning looked down at her. Xue Qingyin kicked off her shoes and reclined against the nearby soft couch, resting her head on its edge. All right, you may continue drying. Sonning was at a loss for words. So she was merely tired of sitting, yet, upon this observation, Xue Qingyin did not seem as petty as before. Sonning continued drying her hair for an indeterminate length of time. Xue Qingyin, gradually succumbing to drowsiness, unconsciously closed her eyes. In the ensuing silence, Xue naturally lowered his gaze. He caught sight of Xue Qingyin's delicate neck, her beautiful collarbone, and the bruises forming on her shoulder. He paused momentarily before averting his gaze. When Xue exited the room, Xue Qingyin was already sound asleep. The maids returned quietly, resuming their task of drying Xue Qingyin's hair until no moisture remained. Xue lingered at the door for a moment before softly asking, "Is it always this troublesome?" One maid replied, "Indeed, however, we cannot be careless. The eldest young lady is prone to illness. When she falls ill, it takes 3 to 5 days for her to recover. A few days ago, when the eldest young master was away, the medicinal scent in her chamber was overwhelming." Xue replied, "Understood." After leaving, Xue decided to visit Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyin was there, applying a cloth to her head. A bowl of medicine sat nearby, exuding a pungent aroma. Xue Qingyin propped herself up and, noticing his gaze on the medicine bowl, couldn't help but say, "It's not that bitter." In previous encounters, Xue would have retorted, "How could it not be bitter?" But today, he simply responded with an Xue found himself at a loss for words, for he had just realized that Xue Qingyin had to consume far more medicine. His acknowledgement instantly silenced the room. Xue Qingyin has suddenly felt that the distance between them had inexplicably widened. "Focus on your recovery. In due time, we shall attend gatherings again. If Xue Qingyin identifies the assailant, I will seek vengeance on your behalf." Xue Qingyin smiled, realizing it was all merely an illusion. Her eldest brother still cared for her. Meanwhile, the maid beside Xue Qingyin was also lamenting, "The eldest young master treats the young lady well. Look at this hair, it was dried with such patience by him." Thank goodness Xue Qingyin was asleep. Otherwise, she would have surely stood up to refute the claims. The incident involving Xue Qingyin, aside from igniting Xue ire in front of Xue Qingyin, had not stirred much commotion within the household. Xue Qingyin was quite unhappy, thinking, "Am I the only one who has been wounded?" The following day, she resolved to take a stroll in the countryside to clear her mind. Just as she stepped outside, she collided with a breathless messenger rushing to deliver news. The silk shop is on fire, and there are still members of the Lu family inside. We even clashed with the Zhaoguogong's household." The messenger gasped for breath, requesting to see Xue Qingyin felt a surge of dread. A fire, could it be the handiwork of the Zhaoguogong's household? Was this a consequence of Xue previous ruthless actions, leading to retaliation? After all, lives were at stake. "Take me there at once." Xue Qingyin insisted. The messenger hesitated, surprised and unsure. "The eldest young lady is going alone." Xue Qingyin donned her veil and nodded, "Yes, I alone am sufficient. But the Zhaoguogong's people, once they see me, they will have to kneel and bow." The messenger dared not persist, fearing that time lost could cost lives, and hurriedly led the way, guiding Xue Qingyin forward. He inwardly sighed, hoping that the young lady was not merely boasting. Chapter 42 of The Arrival of the Young Lord. As Xue Qingyin sat in the carriage, drawing near to the silk shop, she was enveloped by an inexplicable warmth. Lifting the curtain, she beheld the firefighters, known as the Wu Hopu, already on the scene. Water bags were being hurled, while others dashed about with water buckets, creating a scene of frenzied activity. The Wu Hopu served as the fire brigade of this era. Glancing hurriedly, Xue Qingyin discerned that the firefighting equipment was woefully inadequate compared to future innovations, likely proving ineffective in combating the flames. Realizing she could offer no assistance, she turned her gaze elsewhere. Over yonder, several laborers from the silk shop were pinned to the ground. A tall youth clad in coarse cloth sat atop one of the workers, disdainfully proclaiming, "I told you this matter has nothing to do with us. Why do you refuse to listen?" At that moment, the steward who had reported to the Xue family noticed the scene, his brows furrowing in anger as he shouted, "The eldest Miss Xue has arrived." Regardless of its efficacy, her status as the daughter of a deputy minister placed her above them. The declaration indeed silenced the crowd. The young man looked up at Xue Qingyin, retorting, "And who might the so-called Miss Xue be?" Xue Qingyin, steadying herself with the help of her maid, alighted from the carriage, retorting, The young man hesitated, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Xue Qingyin glanced back, noting the impressive display. If only she had the 2 others she had lent to Xue Qingyin yesterday, their presence would have further amplified her authority. Taking 2 steps forward, she inquired, "Are you from the Zhao Duke's residence?" The young man remained silent, but one of his companions answered, "Indeed, what of it?" Observing the laborers struggling on the ground, Xue Qingyin coldly commanded, "Release him and summon your steward Zhao to speak with me personally." "Steward Zhao?" The young man was momentarily taken aback. His companion clarified, "She must mean Lord Zhao." The young man scoffed, "What audacity, you ought to consider your own standing." The steward accompanying Xue Qingyin was incensed, exclaiming, "Open your eyes and see, this is the daughter of..." The steward instinctively took a step back, only to be halted by Xue Qingyin's hand. He turned in surprise. Xue Qingyin thought to herself that while she may not understand much, it was clear that whoever retreated, the silk shop's workers were merely intimidated by the Zhao Duke's power, but she felt no fear. Standing firm, Xue Qingyin instructed those behind her, "Go to the Zhao Duke's residence immediately and invite the young lord. Make sure to include steward Zhao." The servant hesitated, expressing concern, "But are we only just established relations with the Zhao Duke? Won't this invite scrutiny?" Yet Xue Qingyin was resolute, "Go at once." The servant, unable to defy their mistress, swallowed their apprehensions and hurried off. The opposing group nearly burst into laughter. Invite the young lord, who could possibly summon him? Did they not know that the young lord's mind was that of a child? He would not care who you were? He simply would not respond. Furthermore, the duke's household treated him with utmost care. They would never allow just anyone to take him away. One would need to be a princess to have such authority. Xue Qingyin noted the scorn etched on their faces but chose to disregard it, turning to the steward. Go check if those trapped inside have been rescued. The steward felt somewhat awkward, as he was uncertain of Xue Qingyin's intentions. Amidst the chaos, he found himself at a loss for what to do. However, her directive provided him with clarity, restoring his sense of purpose. I shall go, he declared, hastening toward the fire. The young man scoffed from behind. What a coward, leaving a girl behind while he runs away. Xue Qingyin glanced back, challenging. Is it not enough that I possess courage? The young man muttered under his breath. What girl brags about her bravery? Xue Qingyin languidly retorted. And yet, you have witnessed it today, have you not? The young man fell silent. Although Xue Qingyin's words were delivered slowly, they were sharp, yet somehow, they did not incite anger but rather a desire to counsel her against such bravado. The steward soon returned, relief evident in his voice. The firefighters managed to rescue the individuals trapped inside. One suffered some burns, but thankfully, their life is not in danger. That is good. As long as lives are saved, the loss of goods is inconsequential, Xue Qingyin replied. The steward felt a sense of ease at her words. Curiously, she asked, why are the nearby shops all closed tight? It is broad daylight. Did no one notice the fire? She was merely speculating, but the steward awkwardly replied, many are envious of our success. Xue Qingyin mused to herself that He Songning's reputation was not as stellar as one might think. The young man behind chuckled, envious, clearly, it is because you all are too ruthless in your dealings, the steward, stifling his anger, retorted, and how do you fare in comparison? The young man, unashamed, pointed at the steward, well, at least we are slightly better off. Xue Qingyin was at a loss for words. How absurd it was to compare levels of mediocrity. Enough, she commanded without turning back. Meanwhile, at the Zhao Duke's residence, the steward arrived to relay the message from the Xue family. The news quickly reached Steward Zhao, who was elated, exclaiming, I heard from the Duke that recently, Deputy Minister Xue has been rather grim-faced at court. I assumed the words of the Xue young lady had fallen on deaf ears, but now she invites us for tea. Surely, this means all is well. Henceforth, Deputy Minister Xue will have no cause for complaint. Steward Zhao pondered for a moment before instructing a servant to bring gifts, filling both hands. He then proceeded to meet the young lord, Zhao Shufeng. Today, Zhao Shufeng sat in the courtyard, lost in thought for half an hour, with no one knowing what occupied his mind. He had little appetite these days and, after a prolonged period of stillness, began to draw circles in the dirt with 2 twigs. Upon seeing him, Steward Zhao felt a pang of emotion, letting out a heavy sigh as he approached. Young lord, let us go out for tea. Zhao Shufeng remained motionless. Steward Zhao then added, to see your mother. At this, Zhao Shufeng sprang to his feet, looking around. Where is the food? Where is the food? Steward Zhao observed the situation and thought to himself that they were indeed neglecting the Xue young lady. She was a pure maiden, and yet, here they were, confusing her with mother. But there was no other option. For this, he would gladly serve the Xue young lady tirelessly. Zhao Shufeng fidgeted for quite some time at home. Eventually, Steward Zhao could no longer contain himself, urging, if we do not leave soon, your mother will no longer wait for you. At last, Zhao Shufeng hurriedly ceased his antics. Steward Zhao glanced at his bulging pockets and sighed. The outdated firefighting methods ultimately led to the complete destruction of the silk shop, a development that Xue Qingyin found unsurprising. When the exhausted firefighters returned, she instructed a servant to bring forth the fruit she had purchased from the market earlier. They shared the fruits among themselves, quenching their thirst and alleviating the heat. It seemed that next time, they would be even quicker to respond in a crisis. Before long, the right patrol envoy and the officers of the Jingzhou prefecture arrived in succession. Xue Qingyin swallowed hard. She had never witnessed such a scene, but it mattered not. After all, her father was a deputy minister. As she straightened her back in quiet determination, a voice rang out, the young lord of the duke's residence is passing through. All idle persons should quickly step aside. The grandeur of the occasion was palpable, and in comparison, Xue Qingyin felt quite insignificant. The right patrol envoy and the Jingzhou officers promptly offered their respects, while the group led by the young man leaped in shock, staring. Yet, the carriage from the Zhao Duke's residence indeed approached. As the curtain was drawn back, young Lord Zhao Shufeng bounded down, making a beeline for Xue Qingyin. She pondered briefly, hoping he would not collide with her. At that moment, Steward Zhao chased after him, calling out, young lord, slow down, slow down. Zhao Shufeng halted before Xue Qingyin, his stature resembling that of a small mountain, intimidating yet endearing. Steward Zhao hurriedly embraced his waist. Just as Zhao Shufeng was about to exclaim mother, Steward Zhao interjected, young lord, this is Ayin. Ah, Ayin? Zhao Shufeng appeared perplexed. Indeed, that is how you should address her, Steward Zhao reassured, attempting to blur the lines between mother and Ayin. Zhao Shufeng tilted his head in contemplation but, unable to grasp the concept, decided not to dwell on it. He carried a pouch woven with golden threads, glimmering with opulence. Zhao Shufeng pulled open the pouch and exclaimed to Xue Qingyin, eat, eat. Xue Qingyin glanced inside, discovering an assortment of pastries, date flour crisp, jade balls, translucent rice cakes, both savory and sweet, hot and cold, fruits and cheeses all jumbled together. Some pastries had crumbled, and some cheese had melted, creating a sticky mess. Seeing this, Steward Zhao could not help but facepalm. What on earth was this? What maiden could possibly consume such a concoction? It was a miracle if she didn't retch, yet, he could not argue with the young lord, watching helplessly as Zhao Shufeng stuffed all the treats he deemed delicious into his pouch. Steward Zhao dared not look at Xue Qingyin's expression. Chapter 43. Miss Xue is truly remarkable. Xue Qingyin gazed momentarily at Zhao Shufeng's golden pouch, not out of a loathsome fixation. The essence of that advertisement revolved around an elderly man afflicted with Alzheimer's disease, who had lost the ability to recognize his own son, yet, he consistently remembered to pocket dumplings at the dining table, for he held on to. Much like that advertisement, the young master of the Zhao family could not recall that his mother had passed away many years ago, yet he persistently remembered to bring her delicious food. Xue Qingyin cherished the love bestowed upon her by Madame Xue, a treasure not easily acquired. After a moment of reflection, she softly remarked, "You haven't washed your hands." It preserved the dignity of the Zhao family while sparing her from discomfort. This Miss Xue was indeed exceptionally astute. Zhao Shufeng, however, failed to grasp Xue Qingyin's meaning, and disappointment washed over him, causing his shoulders to droop like a dejected dog. At that moment, Xue Qingyin summoned a maid to fetch a clean cloth from the carriage. She placed the cloth underneath, pinched a piece of the translucent flour cake from Zhao Shufeng's pouch, and took a bite. "It's a bit cold," she remarked. "Next time, it would be even more delightful if you packed it in a box." After speaking, she pointed to the jade dew dumpling and added, "I adore this as well, but alas, it has nearly melted. It ought to be paired with ice, correct?" Zhao Shufeng's eyes sparkled with delight. He stared intently at Xue Qingyin, not fully comprehending her words, yet he listened with rapt attention and joy. Meanwhile, Steward Zhao was profoundly impacted, gazing at Xue Qingyin in astonishment before he could not help but chuckle. The young lady of the Xue family was not merely clever, describing her as possessing the grace of a noble heart would not be an exaggeration. He murmured, "Next time, we must certainly include ice." Others nearby, upon overhearing this exchange, could not help but notice the close relationship between the Xue family and the Zhao family, yet, they had never heard of such a connection before, leaving them to ponder in silence. The truth was that events surrounding the princess's residence and the subsequent confrontation at Furong Garden had been shrouded in secrecy, leaving outsiders oblivious to the intricate ties between the Xue family and the Zhao family. After finishing the piece of translucent flour cake, Zhao Shufeng quieted down, his gaze fixated on the cloth in her hand, as if hoping she would consume more. Steward Zhao, unable to suppress his amusement, took a moment to survey the surroundings. Soon, he realized that this was not an appropriate place for tea. Being the chief steward of the duke's estate, he was no fool. With a swift change of thought, he began to comprehend the unfolding situation, and without waiting for Xue Qingyin to speak, he inquired, "Has there been a fire? Is it related to the Xue family's property?" Xue Qingyin nodded in affirmation. Immediately, Steward Zhao turned to the right patrol officer and the soldiers from the Jingzhou prefecture, speaking in a low voice, in broad daylight. The right patrol officer and others felt a chill run through them, responding in unison, "Indeed." After all, given the esteemed title of the Xue minister, they dared not show any negligence. However, it was well understood that in the capital, many powerful figures existed, and to dare to set fire to the Xue minister's property, one could only imagine that those behind it were not to be trifled with. With the duke's estate's backing, they could now proceed without fear of future repercussions. However, the steward of the silk shop wore an unusual expression in his mind. He questioned whether it was not indeed the people from the Zhao family who had started the fire. It appeared as though they were about to stir up a hornet's nest. The steward promptly spoke, "Coincidentally, there are still a few individuals from the duke's estate present here." Upon hearing this, Steward Zhao immediately sensed something amiss and turned to ask, "Where are they?" The steward gestured towards the group of young men. At that moment, the young man's brows were furrowed as if he could crush a mosquito. His companions behind him were far less composed, looking at Xue Qingyin in terror, trembling in fear. The previously subdued workers from the silk shop finally seized the opportunity to rise from the ground, pointing angrily at the group of young men, exclaiming, "It's all them, young lady, you must seek justice for us." At this point, the tables had turned. Steward Zhao cursed silently under his breath. He understood the situation. These scoundrels had clashed with the Xue family. If they were also responsible for the fire. Steward Zhao's expression darkened. "Individuals from the duke's estate? I have never seen you before," he inquired coldly. Though Steward Zhao was not young, having served the duke for an extended period, he had inevitably absorbed some of the duke's military demeanor, making his stern countenance quite imposing. One by one, the young man's companions fell to their knees. The young man could only lower his head and bow. "I am Kong Kun. 2 years ago, I accompanied my uncle to pay a visit to the chief steward." Steward Zhao's memory flickered. Indeed, he recalled the family. Kong Kun's uncle, Kong Jin, was quite adept in managing affairs, and Steward Zhao had entrusted him with overseeing a portion of the duke's estate. Kong Jin had mentioned that his nephew was a young man of great ambition and capability. Steward Zhao felt his temper flaring. This was the ambition, this was the capability. He took a swift step forward, delivering a resounding slap to Kong Kun's face. The force was tremendous, and even Xue Qingyin could distinctly hear the sharp crack of the impact. As Kong Kun turned away, half of his face quickly swelled, and the corner of his mouth split open. "Bow down," commanded Steward Zhao sternly. The steward of the silk shop recalled the words of the young lady from the Xue family, "When they see me later, they will have to kneel and bow." Bowing was not far off. The steward of the silk shop felt a surge of satisfaction. In contrast, Kong Kun's previously imposing figure now seemed diminutive. While his companions knelt in submission, he gritted his teeth, refusing to bow. Steward Zhao, however, remained unperturbed, coldly stating, "Unwilling to kneel, very well, then summon your uncle. Today, those deserving of punishment shall be punished, and none shall escape the duke's estate." No, please, Chief Steward, spare me. I alone shall bear the consequences for my actions. There is no need to involve my uncle, Kong Kun responded, heavily kneeling on the ground. The sound of his bones striking the floor echoed sharply, causing Xue Qingyin to wince in empathy. At that moment, the right patrol officer and others, recognizing that this was a matter of domestic affairs, naturally felt it inappropriate to linger and quickly bowed in farewell. The eye in the blink of an eye, only a few remained. Kong Kun lowered his head and spoke, unaware of the ties between the young lady of the Xue family and the estate. My actions today were reckless. However, the matters concerning the silk shop have nothing to do with us, Steward Zhao retorted angrily. Do you dare to shirk responsibility? He picked up a charge. Among those present, aside from Zhao Shufeng, only she possessed the authority to halt him. Steward Zhao abruptly ceased his motion, turning to look at her, while Kong Kun and the others regarded her with astonished expressions, albeit with Kong Kun's gaze carrying a hint of complexity. However, if they truly did not commit the acts of which they are accused, they must be granted the opportunity to defend themselves. To clarify matters, lest we mistakenly release the true culprits, Xue Qingyin articulated calmly. It was quite concerning to have individuals harboring intentions of revenge against the Xue family lurking in the shadows, and there was no need to wrongfully accuse someone simply because they were unlikable. Xue Qingyin pondered that after today's events, the next time they encountered her, perhaps they would be inclined to respectfully address her as grandmother. Steward Zhao tossed the piece of wood aside. Why have you not thanked Miss Xue? Kong Kun's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. He prostrated himself on the ground, sincerely bowing his head to Xue Qingyin. Thank you, Miss Xue. The steward of the silk shop, feeling anxious, thought that the young lady was unaware of what kind of person Kong Kun was, an individual who harbored a grudge. Today, it mattered not whether he was guilty, they must restore the dignity of the Xue family. After addressing the immediate threat, they could determine how many arsonists there were, whether 1, 2, or 3. In the end, it would be the young lady who decided their fate. Xue Qingyin tossed the cloth she had used to pad the snack onto Kong Kun's head, saying, Here, wipe your blood. With that, she turned and said, Let us find a place to truly enjoy some tea. Steward Zhao chuckled. Very well. This Miss Xue was indeed a remarkable person. Meanwhile, Kong Kun seized the cloth, lowering his head to wipe his face. The cloth still retained the aroma of the snack, mingled with the sweet fragrance of a young lady and a faint medicinal scent. Kong Kun buried his head lower still. Chapter 44. Is she playing with him? The Xue family possesses a tea house, just as the Zhao Duke's residence does. The former's wealth pales in comparison to the latter's, naturally resulting in a disparity in the quality. Yet, when Xue Qingyin extended an invitation to them to visit the Xue family tea house, Chief Steward Zhao did not exhibit a hint of disdain, cheerfully taking Zhao Shufeng along with him. The manager of the silk shop felt a twinge of impatience. What about the matters concerning the silk shop? Xue Qingyin's approach was entirely different from Yisongning's. Had it been Yisongning at this moment, he would have nonchalantly declared a desire to eliminate the arsonist. But Xue Qingyin left them utterly perplexed. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. We shall simply await the results from the Jingzhou prefecture. Unlike Yisongning, she did not possess a strong desire for control. If others could accomplish tasks efficiently, she resolutely refused to burden herself. Indeed, this matter has already been entrusted. Why should we worry further? Chief Steward Zhao echoed. The managers from the Xue family were, in fact, somewhat lacking in composure, not exhibiting sufficient calmness when faced with challenges. Zhao thought. In truth, having a master as formidable as Yisongning, coupled with his naturally suspicious disposition, it was no surprise that those beneath him were weak-willed and indecisive. Xue Qingyin, however, was indifferent. She believed that every situation has its merits and drawbacks. She left the crowd from the silk shop and proceeded to the tea house, the Xue family's tea. Moreover, fortunately, no incidents had occurred at the tea house today, otherwise, attracting an enemy would surely exhaust her. Miss? The manager of the tea house was taken aback upon seeing Xue Qingyin, momentarily hesitant to recognize her. Since it was her first visit, and she had not brought the chief steward with her, it was her servant who took the initiative to clarify her identity. This is the young lord from the Zhao Duke's residence, and this is Chief Steward Zhao, Xue Qingyin promptly introduced. The tea house manager had initially thought that the master had come unannounced to reprimand the staff, but now found himself utterly bewildered. If memory served correctly, the shops affiliated with the Zhao Duke's residence had not been on particularly good terms with them, right? It was precisely because they dared not offend the Zhao Duke's residence that they consistently found themselves retreating in defeat. He had heard that not long ago, even the silk shop had been vandalized, becoming a laughingstock among the This had forced the others within the Xue family's enterprises to bow their heads in submission. A myriad of thoughts flashed through the tea house manager's mind, and when he brought out the tea, he appeared exceedingly respectful in front of Chief Steward Zhao and Zhao Shufeng. Chief Steward Zhao frowned and said, Miss Xue, please go first. The tea house manager immediately realized he had misstepped in his flattery. He quickly turned to serve tea to Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyin, however, was unconcerned and pushed the cup towards Chief Steward Zhao, saying, I do not care for this. Chief Steward Zhao, Yang Xian or Shazhou Huanya. Chief Steward Zhao pondered privately that if Miss Xue had a preference, he would select some from his own tea house for her next time. Yet Xue Qingyin shook her head, saying, as long as it does not contain salt, gin. It was more akin to gruel, yet currently, this was the prevalent manner of consuming tea. The Xue household's tea preparation was comparatively conservative, only favoring the addition of dried orange peel for its digestive benefits. Brewing a pot of it had become Xue Qingyin's exclusive tea. The concoction served at the tea house seemed determined to incorporate every possible seasoning, eager to showcase its prowess. Absurd, Xue Qingyin mused. Miss Xue is not at all daunted by the bitterness of the tea? Chief Steward Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Xue Qingyin replied softly, how could it be bitter? The aftertaste is sweet, and the aroma of the tea lingers persistently. If one has consumed rich or savory dishes, what could be more fitting than a cup of tea without any additives? To possess such extraordinary insight and not conform to the mundane is indeed a rarity in this world. Chief Steward Zhao's praise left Xue Qingyin slightly flushed. Could it be that your method of enjoying tea is the true aberration? After all, in later times, everyone drinks tea without any additives. It hardly qualifies as her extraordinary insight. Following Xue Qingyin's suggestion, Chief Steward Zhao tried some sweet pastries first, then sipped the unadulterated tea. Indeed, it possesses a unique flavor, he praised. Even Zhao Shufeng, beside him, imitated the gesture, took a sip, and promptly spat it out with a cry. Xue Qingyin couldn't help but laugh, prompting the manager to fetch more pastries for Zhao Shufeng. Zhao Shufeng would eat one piece but always leave one for her. He had quite the appetite, and by the time he finished, the pastries in front of Xue Qingyin had nearly formed a small mountain. The teahouse manager couldn't help but entertain the absurd thought that the Zhao Duke's residence was intent on consuming them into ruin. Fortunately, at that moment, Xue Qingyin set down her teacup and inquired, have you been to the outskirts of the city? Would you care to join me, young lord? Chief Steward Zhao's eyes brightened at the suggestion. Eager for the opportunity, however, he feared he might burden Miss Xue, but such an opportunity was indeed rare. After a moment's contemplation, Chief Steward Zhao affirmed, let us go. As they exited the tea house, Chief Steward Zhao specifically called the manager to inquire, how has business been at your tea house of late? The manager dared not answer, thinking, this is the rival family. Just answer as asked, Xue Qingyin interjected. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow and said, this year, many regions have faced droughts, which has naturally affected the tea harvest. As for business, it is, of course, far from that of the silk shop. Chief Steward Zhao said nothing more but wore a contemplative expression. Given how well Miss Xue treated them, they naturally ought to reciprocate. Unbeknownst to Xue Qingyin, Chief Steward Zhao was deep in thought as she strode outside, spotting the young man named Kong Kun still lingering outside. He was wiping his forehead with a cloth. After such a long time, his face had swollen even more, with his eyes squinting in a fierce manner. However, upon noticing Xue Qingyin looking at him, he hastily lowered his head. Get back and accept your punishment. Chief Steward Zhao's expression soured upon seeing him. Kong Kun promptly complied and left with his companions. An hour later, Xue Qingyin arrived at the estate in the outskirts of the city. Yet the atmosphere around was markedly different. Xue Qingyin's maid couldn't help but shiver. Why is no one here to greet us? Xue Qingyin was puzzled as well. Could it be that another incident had occurred? Just then, several armored figures wielding long spears entered their line of sight, exuding an imposing aura. Chief Steward Zhao's body tensed. The Xuanwu army? He grabbed Zhao Shufeng, his expression grave. Xue Qingyin, however, suddenly realized and approached them, asking, where is General Du? Chief Steward Zhao was taken aback, thinking how audacious Miss Xue was. Fearing nothing of the Xuanwu army halted their steps and exchanged glances. Are you the young lady of the Xue family? Xue Qingyin nodded. Chief Steward Zhao watched in astonishment as, moments later, the door opened, and a young general hurried out, warmly engaging Xue Qingyin in conversation. He could not hear their words, but he was deeply impressed. How could Miss Xue interact so amiably with anyone? This was indeed a remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Du Hongxue informed Xue Qingyin of the situation. So it was under the orders of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Xian, Xue Qingyin murmured. Du Hongxue nodded with a smile. His Royal Highness has stayed here for 2 nights. Yet the host they had planned to entertain was absent. Xue Qingyin could not help but feel a twinge of guilt as she touched her nose. Suddenly, Du Hongshue's tone shifted. His Royal Highness is inside. Someone has already gone to inform him. Xue Qingyin replied, ah? Well then, I have become the guest. Xue Qingyin strode confidently ahead of Du Hongxue, entering the door without a trace of trepidation. Halfway through, she remembered to turn back and beckon Chief Steward Zhao. Bewildered, Chief Steward Zhao followed behind with Zhao Shufeng, and upon entering the flower hall, he instinctively straightened his posture, feeling a chill creep through his old bones as he faced the Prince of Xian. However, at this moment, it was too late to retreat. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness. The crowd bowed to the figure seated prominently. Today, the Prince of Xian was clad in a white robe, adorned with a jade belt at his waist, exuding an aura of calmness and nobility. Yet, with the slightest shift of his gaze, one could discern a dark sleeveguard clasped around his left forearm. The sleeveguard's design was cold and hard, its lines sharp, emanating a palpable aura of menace. The juxtaposition of the white and black created a striking contrast, the calm nobility intertwined with a chilling sharpness. For some reason, Xue Qingyin tilted her head, contemplating the Xue Qingyin gazed at the Prince of Xian, who was also observing her. An atmosphere of icy tension enveloped the room, rendering everyone momentarily speechless. The Prince of Xian moved his lips, his tone cold and firm. The estate of the Xue family, indeed. Before he could utter the last 2 words, Xue Qingyin quickly interjected, Your Royal Highness, might you lend me the cavalry from the army to teach us how to care for horses? If not now, then when? Xue Qingyin mused. In the Xue residence, He Songning was apprised of the troubles at the silk shop, but the hour was already late. A servant informed him, the young lady has gone to the tea house with the manager. What could she possibly resolve? He Songning muttered, biting his lip. He then rose and declared, to the silk shop. However, upon arriving at the silk shop, the manager informed him that the young lady had gone to the tea house. He Songning proceeded to the tea house. Upon arriving, the tea house manager respectfully stated, the young lady mentioned she has gone to the estate in the outskirts. He Songning indeed, she has grown up, developed her temper, and sharpened her wits. Is she deliberately toying with him? Chapter 45. Does she like me? The complexity of emotions was not solely confined to Songning. On the other side, Duke Zhao had just returned from the palace, only to discover that his son was absent. Upon inquiring with the servants, he found that even Chief Steward Zhao was missing. Sitting alone at the table, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Fortunately, Chief Steward Zhao had sent someone back to report, revealing that his son had gone to the outskirts of the city with Miss Xue. He softly questioned the messenger, what else did the steward say? The young servant pondered for a moment before responding. He also mentioned that Miss Xue is truly remarkable, possessing both exceptional intelligence and a noble character. Duke Zhao interrupted him, all right, I understand. He was well aware of his old steward. For Zhao to express such praise, Miss Xue must indeed be extraordinary, reflecting on that day in the Furong Garden. Xue Qingyin was calm and composed, she indeed warranted attention. Duke Zhao fell silent for a while before stating, prepare to proceed. The young servant looked up in surprise. Then Miss Xue would attract less scrutiny, wouldn't she? Duke Zhao lapsed into silence. He had contemplated adopting a son for Zhao Shufeng long ago, yet the relatives he considered were all commoners, who had risen alongside him. Among them, how many could be deemed worthy? Well, one day, should he pass away, those adopted relatives might quietly mistreat Zhao Shufeng. Thus, Duke Zhao had abandoned the thought in this world, even the closest blood ties could not be relied upon. Moreover, what of the distant branches of kinship? It was only today that Duke Zhao was stirred by a flicker of hope ignited by Xue Qingyin. Go ahead and prepare, he commanded in a low voice. At the estate on the outskirts of the city, Chief Steward Zhao was accompanying Xue Qingyin to meet the stable master of the Xuanwu army. The stable master, in his 40s, had calloused hands and a kneeling before the prince, he dared not raise his head. The room was silent. Xue Qingyin could distinctly hear his labored breaths. The stable master was terrified that he had never imagined that one day he would stand before His Highness the Prince. He bowed deeply and cautiously raised his head, his voice strained, Your Highness, I do not know what I can do. Xue Qingyin replied, there is much you can do. I have heard from Chief Steward Du that you possess exceptional horsemanship skills. Yes, the stable master stammered, astonished to hear a woman's voice, and was too intimidated to look up, thinking to himself. The stable master thought as he lifted his gaze and saw the two individuals standing behind the slender girl. I can. Then I would be most grateful. No, I dare not. The stable master felt as if he were in a dream, astonished that such nobility would speak so courteously to someone of his lowly status. Xue Qingyin then sent the two horse caretakers away, following the stable master for further training. As for herself, she turned around to personally pour a cup of tea for His Highness, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. The prince moved his lips slightly, Then, he gazed at her. Xue Qingyin spoke again, but rather than expressing her gratitude, she inquired, Will Your Highness be staying at the estate tonight? The vice commander, chuckling, was about to say they would return to the city shortly. However, just as he opened his mouth, he heard the prince respond, Which courtyard will Your Highness be residing in? Xue Qingyin asked. Yu. Why not stay in the main? It was because the host was absent, she remarked. You should stay in Xiaoshuan courtyard. It is larger. Yu is rather small, being the place where my elder brother resided. The prince paused. From her tone, it seemed she did not share a harmonious relationship with her brother. However, the prince himself had never been on amicable terms with others, so he found it unsurprising. The vice commander suddenly interjected, Will Miss Xue also be staying the night? Xue Qingyin nodded, Yes, for a few days, to clear my mind. Is there something troubling you? The vice commander inquired with concern. Xue Qingyin sat down and replied, It is neither too great nor too trivial. I have merely suffered some unjust grievances. Both the vice commander and Chief Steward Zhao simultaneously asked, Who is it? Who would dare to make Miss Xue suffer? Xue Qingyin furrowed her brow and softly said, That is rather inconvenient to disclose. You still cannot contend with He Songning. It would be easy for He Songning to turn the tables on you. Thinking of this, Xue Qingyin could not help but glance at the prince again. This one seemed somewhat acceptable. He was also a formidable character. Seeing her in silence, merely gazing at him, a thought flitted rapidly through the prince's mind. Did she seek something from him but found it difficult to voice? Your Highness, there is one matter. The prince paused. It seemed there was nothing she was shy about expressing. On that day at the lake, I heard that the current emperor intends to select a primary and secondary consort for you and Prince Wei. Is that true? The vice commander quickly affirmed, Indeed, such a matter exists. Xue Qingyin nodded. Has a selection been made from that day at the lake? The vice commander dared not respond and turned to look. Consequently, Xue Qingyin also gazed at the prince. Even Chief Steward Zhao appeared curious as Zhao Shufeng sat there, blankly observing everyone looking at the prince, and thus he too turned to look. However, upon a single glance, he fearfully covered his eyes. The prince replied, "No." He stated it succinctly. The vice commander thought to himself, did it not say that certain young women from the... How could there be none? Miss Xue seemed particularly interested in this matter, as she inquired further, will there be another selection in the future? The flower hall fell silent for a moment. What did she intend to do? The prince pondered. Did she wish to participate in the selection? Is there to be no selection? Xue Qingyin displayed a look of disappointment. There will be. The prince spoke in a low tone. When will it be held again? Xue Qingyin asked eagerly. On that day, seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Emperor Liang had not intended to raise the matter again. Therefore, this second selection had not been scheduled. The prince stroked the armrest of his chair and replied, 3 days hence. Xue Qingyin pressed her lips. May I attend? What a straightforward question. The vice commander's eyes widened in surprise. Miss Xue must indeed have feelings for his highness. He had never encountered such an earnest young lady before. It was, indeed, a unique experience. How would his highness respond, this prince, so oblivious to romantic sentiments? The vice commander's curiosity surged. You may attend, the prince replied. Xue Qingyin was utterly delighted. It would be best if everyone could attend. This sudden twist left the vice commander dumbfounded. Everyone could attend. Was Miss Xue not concerned about having too many competitors? The prince also paused for a moment. What was going through Xue Qingyin's mind? This piqued his interest. He inquired. Who do you mean by everyone? All eligible noble ladies in the capital. Very well. The prince nodded slightly. It was not a difficult request. If that is what she desired, then so be it. I wish to stand in a place where I can hear everyone speak. Xue Qingyin began to make wishes to the prince. After all, this individual possessed extraordinary capabilities. If it could not be arranged, so be it. If it could, that would be splendid. To his surprise, the prince was quite accommodating, responding, that can be arranged. Xue Qingyin clapped. Your highness is truly remarkable. The prince caught sight of the radiance dancing in her eyes, and unexpectedly, he felt a flicker of unnameable emotion arise within him. He was certain that this emotion was not dark, but rather filled with light. Does she like me? This thought flashed swiftly through his mind, ultimately fading away. Meanwhile, what was Xue Qingyin contemplating? She was determined to find out who had pushed Xue Qinghe. Was that not a simple task? Presently, neither she nor He Songning possessed the capability to gather all the noble ladies of the capital in one place, but the emperor had the power to summon them willingly, such as for the selection of consorts for the two princes. It was a most logical opportunity. Your highness, the eldest son of the Xue family has arrived outside the estate, seemingly seeking Miss Xue. Someone whispered from outside the door. He Songning has come? To seek me, should he not be at home with his lady? Xue Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a touch of disbelief. Chapter 46. So, do you wish to marry Prince Xian? He Songning was ushered into the room, and upon catching sight of Prince Xian, a fleeting expression of peculiarity crossed his face. I pay my respects to your highness, Prince Xian, He Songning said, bowing before lifting his gaze. For a brief moment, their eyes met, only to have He Songning swiftly turn his attention to Xue Qingyin. Are you feeling better? He inquired. Xue Qingyin averted her gaze, responding with a soft, I was concerned when you were delayed in returning, so I searched several places before discovering that you had gone to the estate on the outskirts of the city. He Songning's tone was devoid of emotion, yet it carried an undercurrent of reproach. Xue Qingyin retorted, I informed mother. Whether Madame Xue communicated with you or not is of no concern to me. Besides, why are you watching me so closely? You have never shown such interest before. Xue Qingyin countered, what of Xue Qinghe? He Songning pressed his lips together, and even Prince Xian could sense the momentary displeasure radiating from him. She is still unable to walk, He Songning replied. Xue Qingyin responded lightly with an O. Prince Xian lifted his eyelids, perceiving the emotional distance between them, likely stemming from this person named Xue Qinghe. From the name, is she Xue Qingyin's sister or younger sibling? Xue Qingyin quickly continued, if you are truly worried, perhaps you should ask Prince Wei to send his royal physician to examine her at our residence. Her words were spoken with genuine intent. However, He Songning subtly furrowed his brow. Xue Qingyin would never suggest such a thing, and coupled with her sudden appearance at the outskirts instead of returning home, was she avoiding him? Had that day truly hurt her deeply? This thought flitted through He Songning's mind, embedding itself deeply rather than dissipating. The deputy commander, perplexed by the atmosphere and entanglements, blurted out, is it serious? If it is a grave ailment, why doesn't Miss Xue seek out Prince Xian directly? There is no need to seek help from afar. The oddity in He Songning's eyes intensified. Seek help from afar, which is near, and which is far. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin sighed, it would not be appropriate to trouble Prince Xian with every matter. My face is thin, and if I overuse it, there will be nothing. I shall seek out Prince Wei myself. Prince Xian interjected, go find Jin Ke. Xue Qingyin turned to look at him. Prince Xian regarded Xue Qingyin, entirely dismissing He Songning, and stated plainly, you should seek Jin Ke. She will agree to assist you. Xue Qingyin thought to herself that this might not be a good idea. To seek out Princess Jin Ke for the sake of Xue Qinghe, wouldn't that be a futile endeavor? Prince Xian seemed to see through her thoughts, saying, Jin Ke will be delighted. Only then did Xue Qingyin obediently respond, "Oh, all right." Xue fell silent as a maidservant brought in tea. He accepted it with one hand and sat beside Xue Qingyin. The atmosphere seemed to grow increasingly awkward. Only the deputy commander appeared unfazed. Prince Xian was known for his cold demeanor and few words. Where he was present, there was often a palpable tension and silence. Ultimately, it was Xue Qingyin who broke the stillness, asking, "Are you not returning, elder brother?" Xue replied nonchalantly, "I will stay here with you." "Is everything all right with you?" Xue Qingyin wondered. She could only pout and ask, "Where will you stay tonight, elder brother?" Xue responded, "Naturally, I will stay at the same place as before." "But Prince Xian is residing there. Autumn Xuan Court is certainly not an option for him either." "Since Prince Xian is not staying there, it is not for him to occupy." Xue did not dwell on this issue too much, stating, "I will stay wherever you do." Xue Qingyin. "Are you not concerned that I might develop feelings for you and cling to you endlessly?" Eventually, Zhao Shufeng and Steward Zhao were also settled into Prince Xian's courtyard. The thought of returning to sleep and still encountering Xue made Xue Qingyin feel somewhat irritable. She decided to walk alone up the mountain, leaving no one behind. Perhaps it would be better to go see the horses. Qingyin. Xue voice called from behind. Xue Qingyin, having climbed the slope until she was out of breath, felt a surge of anger. After all that effort to climb, how could he catch up so easily? She turned around, her tone flat. "What is it?" "I just learned that on the day of the lakeside outing, the servants I assigned to you were divided, and you gave 2 to Qinghe," Xue murmured. "Oh." Seeing her demeanor, Xue felt an unwarranted irritation arise within him, and he unconsciously stepped closer, saying, "Qingyin." Xue Qingyin could not help but interject, "If you have something to say, could you please say it quickly?" Even a blind man could sense her impatience. "That day, it was my fault," Xue admitted. As he spoke, he raised his hand to pull aside Xue Qingyin's collar, intending to check the marks on her shoulder. Xue Qingyin abruptly stepped back, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Xue irritation deepened. With a stern expression, he said, "I want to see your injury." Xue Qingyin replied, displeased, "No." This incident provided her the perfect opportunity to express her feelings. She no longer had to play the role of her former self. Xue was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to persuade her. Be stricter. Xue Qingyin was clearly in a foul mood, and if he were to be any harsher, she would likely avoid him for an eternity. He could only change the subject, asking, "What brings Prince Xian here?" "The Xuanwu army is stationed nearby." "Prince Xian has taken control of the estate?" "Yes." Xue Qingyin replied, catching a hint of hostility in Xue eyes. Xue tone darkened. "You today what?" Xue Qingyin perked up her ears. Xue, however, did not elaborate, instead abruptly changing the subject. "Do you truly wish to marry Prince Xian?" Xue Qingyin was about to speak when someone cleared their throat. Xue's expression shifted slightly, but he did not turn around. Xue Qingyin, however, looked up to meet the newcomer, Deputy Commander Feng. It was indeed Feng Qingzhong, Prince Xian's deputy commander. He rubbed his nose and said, "I noticed that Miss Xue was without a maidservant, and recalling that you mentioned coming to the estate to clear your mind, I feared you might have some troubling matters weighing on you, so I hurried after you." "Were you speaking of Prince Xian just now, or was it about the royal physician?" His words indicated that he had not overheard too much of their conversation, yet the coldness in Xue's eyes remained. His naturally suspicious nature would not easily dismiss his doubts. Xue slowly turned around, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Deputy Commander Feng. I will stay with Qingyin." Observing their sibling relationship, it seemed rather strained, but nevertheless, Feng Qingzhong maintained a smile, saying, "Very well, you may proceed, just be cautious, as the evening draws near, and the path may be slippery." Xue replied, "It is of no concern. There are accommodations on the back mountain, though humble, they are suitable for lodging." "Xue Qingyin, then I certainly will not go with you. I am rather fatigued, it would be best to return and rest." Xue Qingyin lazily yawned, turning to head back down the slope. Xue, is her temper so flared now? Is she unwilling even to be alone with him? Xue, feeling a surge of restlessness, pressed his lips tightly together and followed closely behind. As they walked away, Feng Qingzhong lingered for a moment before stepping into the thicket nearby. There stood Prince Xian, and Feng Qingzhong quietly called, "Your Highness." What had they truly overheard? Quite a bit from the quarrel between the... He held a favorable impression of the Xue family girl and quietly remarked, "Miss Xue must genuinely harbor feelings for His Highness, rather than harbor any ulterior motives, otherwise, wouldn't it be the same if she were to marry Prince Wei?" Prince Xian merely replied indifferently, "Investigate the situation regarding Xue Qinghe." Chapter 47. The Xiang dynasty. She extended her hand and changed her surroundings, yet she felt a certain unease in her slumber. Xue Qingyin, rarely waking early, completed her morning rituals and donned her attire before stepping outside. The village, nestled against the mountains and surrounded by trees, welcomed her as she inhaled deeply, the fresh scent of grass and foliage filling her nostrils. Just as she began to feel at ease, she inadvertently... Startled, Xue Qingyin focused her gaze and discovered a large figure curled up by the door, soundly asleep. It was none other than Zhao Shufeng. What were those people outside doing? How did they all end up here? However, at that moment, she had no time to ponder these questions, concerned he might catch a chill. Xue Qingyin bent down and called out, "Offum." Zhao Shufeng jolted awake, grasping Xue Qingyin's sleeve and stammering, "Mother, mother." His face was a portrait of terror. Xue Qingyin softened her tone, asking, "Did you have a nightmare?" Zhao Shufeng shook his head vigorously, his forehead colliding with the doorframe. The guards stationed outside finally heard the commotion and hurriedly opened the door, only to be left dumbfounded. The maid raised her eyebrows at the sight, yet she could hardly scold someone of such esteemed status. "Afraid of what?" Xue Qingyin inquired. Afraid, Zhao Shufeng struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally managing to squeeze out a name, he Junting. The maid pondered internally, who was this? He was a royal surname, Xue Qingyin quickly realized. Was that not the title of Prince Xian? The original text indicated his name was indeed He Junting, while Prince Wei was called He Wanan. "I am going to get something to eat, will you join me?" No. I don't want to see He Junting." Such fear, hadn't they gotten along well just yesterday? It was no surprise he refused to stay in Prince Xian's courtyard and had sneaked away here. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qingyin reassured him, "What is there to fear? I will protect you." The maid's expression twitched, internally lamenting that with Zhao Shugong's considerable stature, it was he who should be protecting the young lady, not the other way around. Unexpectedly, this tactic seemed to work wonders on Zhao Shufeng. The terror etched on his face was promptly replaced by a goofy grin as he nodded eagerly. Yes, mother will protect me. Mother is the best." The maid stepped forward, lowering her voice. "Miss, will you really allow him to address you like that? If others hear," Xue Qingyin, unperturbed, replied, "if others hear, they'll still have to call me great-grandmother. Such a high title, isn't it delightful?" The maid fell silent. Hearing this, Zhao Shufeng seemed to recall something and stuttered, Ian. Xue Qingyin paused in surprise before responding. How long had Steward Zhao spent correcting Zhao Shufeng's address? "Shall we go?" "Yes, Ian, let's go." Xue Qing. Inside the main hall, Steward Zhao was in a state of restlessness. As soon as Xue Qingyin entered, she spotted him, and he, upon noticing Zhao Shufeng behind her, let out a sigh of relief. "Steward Zhao, you must have been quite frightened?" Xue Qingyin approached him. The Duke of Zhao commanded the Zhao army, which did not quite align with the Xuanwu army. The Xuanwu army was known for its ruthless methods, causing even Steward Zhao to instinctively wish to avoid their Yet, ironically, he now found himself grateful for their presence. An 8 immortal table had already been set in the main hall, adorned with tea and pastries. A servant, standing nearby, quietly inquired of Xue Qingyin. As they conversed in a friendly manner, He Songning, unable to contain himself, called out softly, "Qingyin." Besides Steward Zhao, there was also He Songning in the main hall. However, feigning surprise, she turned her head and exclaimed, "Ah, brother, you are still here?" He Songning clenched his teeth, seemingly wanting to pull Xue Qingyin closer. Steward Zhao chimed in, "Young Master Xue, you should be preparing for the spring examinations. You ought to be busy studying." He Songning smiled slightly. "No need for Steward Zhao to worry, this place is quiet and perfect for studying." Xue Qingyin, however, He Songning continued, "I have already instructed my servants to bring all my books and texts to the village." Xue Qingyin was left stunned. This was catastrophic news. "Xue Qingyin, please don't." After making this declaration, He Songning deliberately turned to gauge Xue Qingyin's reaction. To his dismay, she appeared utterly distracted. When it came time for breakfast, she found the food tasteless. After finishing her meal, Xue Qingyin asked a maid to fetch the kite. The maid went alone, but returned with 3 others, all holding the large snake kite that He Songning had purchased for her previously. Upon seeing the kite, He Songning felt a twinge of pain in his arm. He pressed his lips together, preparing to say that he likely wouldn't have time to accompany her in flying kites today, only to witness Xue Qingyin turn to Zhao Shufeng and declare, "Let us fly kites today." Fly. Zhao Shufeng clapped his hands in delight. He Songning, left speechless, realized that today he could not even serve as a mere tool. Only Steward Zhao was pleased, for their little prince could finally escape the monotonous cycle of. Xue Qingyin took Zhao Shufeng to fly kites while He Songning returned to the courtyard to read. When reading, he was usually very focused, yet today was different. Xue Qingyin handed the kite directly to Zhao Shufeng and, after teaching him how to get it airborne, settled down to watch. Her frail body could not withstand excessive exertion. Merely watching sufficed. As Zhao Shufeng, tall and strong, possessed a natural advantage in kite flying. Moreover, he was obedient and easy to manage, running when the kite was soon soaring high into the sky, far easier than commanding. He Songning. Steward Zhao stood nearby, initially concerned as Zhao Shufeng's face turned red from running but quickly suppressed his feelings. "You are so clever. Well done. Higher, even higher." The melodious voice of the Xue family lady rang out. Tears nearly escaped from Steward Zhao's eyes, yet he held them back. He thought to himself, this was the first time someone had praised the young prince for his intelligence. Meanwhile, He Songning could not hear Xue Qingyin's laughter. Yet the kite climbed higher and higher, finally entering his line of sight. Sitting by the window, he merely needed to glance outside to see the kite twisting and turning, resembling not a snake, but a galloping dragon. It was exceedingly eye-catching. Suddenly, He Songning realized that he was not the only irreplaceable person in Xue Qingyin's life at this age. As a child, she had longed for a new older brother. Now that she had grown, was she not more capable of realizing that desire? Rarely, unexpectedly, he found himself unable to concentrate on his studies. Zhao Shufeng ran joyfully against the wind, unaware of how long he had been running. Fearing he might faint from overexertion, Xue Qingyin called out to him to stop, but the kite slowly descended, only to become snagged in a tree. Their fun had come to an abrupt end. Xue Qingyin pouted as Zhao Shufeng stood there, dazed, holding the string, drenched in sweat, his collar soaked, yet when Steward Zhao looked at him, he saw the boy's bright, shining eyes. The young prince was happy. It had been a long, long time since he had felt such joy. Let us not play with this anymore, let us go horseback riding, Xue Qingyin suggested, turning to walk outside. Zhao Shufeng, not entirely understanding what horseback riding entailed, simply followed her. Xue Qingyin arrived at the back mountains horse grounds in a carriage inside. A horse race was underway, and the sounds of the crowd echoed even from a distance. She quickly spotted Prince Xian, who was riding a fine steed. The horse was handsome and majestic, its long neck towering above the horses at the Xue family's stables. A Prince Xian, tall in stature, commanded the attention of those around him as he rode. The horse galloped forward with vigor, the prince exuding an aura of invincibility. The mountain breeze was sharp, and the hem of his garment fluttered in the wind. Even from a distance, Xue Qingyin felt as if she could hear the sound of the galloping hooves. The soldiers around them gasped in awe, while onlookers could only watch as Prince Xian led the charge with an overwhelming presence. Had he just leaped over the barricade? He charged straight ahead, finally stopping right before Xue Qingyin. Zhao Shufeng, frightened, shouted and fell to the ground. Xue Qingyin squinted, raising her gaze to Prince Xian. Today, he wore a flowing robe, resembling a young nobleman leisurely enjoying wine atop a high throne. He leaned forward, extending his hand towards Xue Qingyin. Would you like to ride? At that moment, He Qingzong turned around, dispersing the remaining soldiers, who were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 48. She nodded slightly. I do. However, she quickly shook her head, revealing no hint of disappointment, merely stating a fact. I cannot ride. After just a few jolts on horseback, perhaps even just 3 or 4, I would be at a loss. Prince Xian curled his fingers, speaking in an airy tone about what seemed an utterly trivial matter. Well, then you shall ride with me. At the sound of his voice, Xue Qingyin instinctively turned to look at Steward Zhao, who, feigning ignorance, directed his gaze elsewhere. As for Zhao Shufeng, he sat on the ground in terror, half raising his hand, uncertain whether to grasp her hand. Xue Qingyin gently inquired, would this not trouble His Highness too much? What difference does it make from before? Reflecting on his words, Xue Qingyin realized, oh, indeed, she had never shied away from troubling him, whether it was that day with the kite, at the Jinke princess's residence, or borrowing a horse from him. It was fortunate that Prince Xian had a good temperament. Thus, she hesitated no longer, lifting her head with a radiant smile, and reached for Prince Xian's wrist. Such a grip caused Prince Xian to lower his gaze, taking in the sight of her delicate fingers, which she had held firmly onto him. The moment she exerted pressure, the intimacy of their touch became more tangible. Her skin, kissed by the cool mountain breeze, transformed into a warmth that bordered on fervor. At that moment, Xue Qingyin lifted her skirt and struggled to step into the stirrup, but she failed to mount. Embarrassed, she looked up at Prince Xian, yet the backlight obscured her view of his expression. However, in the next instant, Prince Xian leaned forward, wrapping his arms around her waist. Xue Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, only to find herself firmly seated upon the horse's back, or rather, in his embrace, for Prince Xian's arm remained securely around her waist. Though not tight, it was remarkably assertive. Lowering her gaze, Xue Qingyin caught sight of Prince Xian's hand gripping the reins. His long fingers extended from a powerful wrist, and higher still, beneath the sleeve, she could almost envision the elegant musculature beneath. With a soft exhale, Xue Qingyin glanced down at the ground below. It was indeed quite high. She could scarcely fathom how effortlessly Prince Xian had lifted her onto the horse. As Prince Xian urged the horse forward, Xue Qingyin instinctively leaned back, unwittingly nestling deeper into his embrace. Wait, she exclaimed. Prince Xian halted, his voice low and resonant in her ear. At that time, the Duke was unaware of the young lord's natural foolishness, and to placate him, he would occasionally take him riding. However, as he grew older, it became increasingly unwise to allow him to ride. Shall we give it a try? Xue Qingyin proposed. After a moment's hesitation, Steward Zhao steeled himself. Very well. Zhao Shufeng, still oblivious to the unfolding events, scrambled to his feet, eyes wide as he saw Xue Qingyin perched in Mother, he shouted, then quickly shifted to Ian. It seemed he wished to rescue Xue Qingyin from the clutches of this formidable figure. Taking a few steps forward, Steward Zhao hastily tugged at his sleeve. Young lord, pursue the horse. Otherwise, we shan't catch up. As he pondered whether Zhao Shufeng understood, the young lord suddenly dashed toward the fence, commandeering a horse and swiftly mounting it. His agility was utterly incongruous with his frame. Steward Zhao stood there dumbfounded. Giddy up, giddy up. Zhao Shufeng exclaimed. Prince Xian narrowed his eyes and then suddenly spurred his horse into a gallop. Xue Qingyin only heard him say, hold on tight. His voice, yet, as someone who had never ridden before, a wave of confusion washed over Xue Qingyin. Hold on, surely, she could not grasp the reins, they must remain in Prince Xian's control. Fearful of falling. In her haste, she shifted her weight. She heard Prince Xian emit a muffled grunt. Xue Qingyin, it seemed she had inadvertently settled upon his thigh. In an instant, she froze, her senses heightened to an extreme. She could scarcely discern whether the firm sensation beneath her was the adornment around his waist or something else entirely. Daring not to move, she found herself enveloped in the chill of Prince Xian's aura. They soon dashed into the riding arena, where the other horses hastily sidestepped, as if recognizing a sovereign behind them. Zhao Shufeng shouted giddy up as he pursued, quickly vanishing from sight. Steward Zhao was utterly astonished. How had he been left behind? He quickly sought out a horse himself. The spring day still carried a hint of chill. Before long, Xue Qingyin felt the brisk wind cutting through to her bones, nearly rendering her face numb. She could not endure such gusts. Without a second thought, she grabbed Prince Xian's robe and nestled into the warmth of his outer garment. Prince Xian cast a glance at her, permitting her actions. Xue Qingyin soon noticed the speed was slowing down. Was it for her sake? Clutching Prince Xian's hand a bit tighter, she raised her voice. No need to slow down, galloping is far more exhilarating. Indeed, her clumsiness paired with her love for play was evident. Prince Xian replied succinctly, you are cold. Xue Qingyin pressed closer to his chest, but now I am not cold, wrapped in your garment, riding swiftly is truly delightful. Furthermore, Prince Xian's body radiated warmth. What joy! The wind was battering Prince Xian, not her. Prince Xian. It was the first time he encountered such an extraordinary woman as Xue Qingyin. He ceased speaking, tightening his embrace, securing her firmly within his grasp. They continued at this pace for 8 laps, yet Xue Qingyin still felt it was insufficient. The exhilaration grew within her, as if her very soul yearned to break free from its confines and revel in the freedom. But just then, Prince Xian pulled the reins, coming to a stop. Xue Qingyin pouted, are we not riding anymore? If you can rise from bed tomorrow, I shall bring you riding again another day, Prince Xian replied nonchalantly. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, do not underestimate me, you shielded me from the wind, so how could I fall ill? Rest assured, your highness, I shall return tomorrow. She paused, then added hastily, I only wonder if your highness will still be here? I shall be. That is splendid. Xue Qingyin sighed, it is just a pity that in a few days, it may no longer be possible. Why would that be? Before she could respond, Prince Xian had already surmised the answer. It was evident that Xue Qingyin's elder brother had a close relationship with Prince Wei. During the lake outing, it was unmistakable. Naturally, the Xue family would devise a way to wed their sister into the Wei family, yet Xue Qingyin had no affection for Prince Wei. The one she cherished was him. This thought flitted through Prince Xian's mind, and he found it to possess a unique flavor, one he had never experienced before. He refrained from further inquiry. Dismounting, he extended his arms toward Xue Qingyin. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Drawing on her previous experience of leaping over the wall, Xue Qingyin hesitated not a moment, leaping into Prince Xian's embrace. He caught her securely, then gently set her down on the ground. Not far away, Steward Zhao observed this scene, barely having time to rejoice in Zhao Shufeng's transformation today. He sighed inwardly, realizing the trouble that Xue Qingyin's connection with Prince Xian might bring. Suddenly, Xue Qingyin sneezed. She shrugged her shoulders, only to realize her back was drenched in sweat. Noticing her movement, Prince Xian removed his outer robe and draped it over her. Xue Qingyin looked down at the robe enveloping her. It was exceedingly large, unmistakably a man's garment. Moreover, it was embroidered with patterns of waves and cliffs. Such intricate designs were not found on just any garment, immediately revealing the noble status of its owner. Thus, wrapped in this, returning to the manor, did this not equate to proclaiming to all that she had an affair with Prince Xian? Xue Qingyin blinked, momentarily bewildered. Last time, Prince Xian had offered her the Jinke princess's cloak. Why was this occasion different? Chapter 49. Qingyin, I have undervalued you ever since Xue Qingyin ascended the mountain for horseback riding. Xue found it considerably easier to immerse himself in his studies. A young servant gently called to him from behind a door, young master, it is time for your meal. Only then did Xue set down his writing and rise. Aside from the inexplicable headache and annoyance that Xue Qingyin brought him, the countryside is. He casually closed his book and accompanied the servant to the main hall. Just as they arrived, Xue Qingyin descended from the mountain and bumped into Xue at the entrance. Xue gaze immediately fixated on the outer robe draped over her shoulders. His pupils constricted sharply, a myriad of emotions surging forth before being quickly concealed. Qingyin, he intentionally called out to her. Upon seeing him, Xue Qingyin did not hurriedly remove her outer robe. Instead, she approached him and said, elder brother is still here. Xue tugged at the corners of his mouth. Are you worried that I cannot focus on my studies here? Xue gaze suddenly roamed over her. Lowering his voice, he remarked, Qingyin, I must confess, I have underestimated you in the past. As he spoke, he placed a hand on her. Xue could not help but reflect on his past impressions of Xue Qingyin. Why had he once found her so irksome? At that moment, the crown prince entered, followed by Steward Zhao and the exuberant Zhao. Xue discreetly scanned them and then raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat from Xue Qingyin's forehead, saying, how did you end up with such a sweaty brow from playing outside? He appeared quite the concerned elder brother. Xue Qingyin evaded him, replying, I went horseback riding. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue frowned, you ride horses? Even a slight bump in a carriage would cause her to. Xue furrowed his brow even deeper. This time, servants in the estate began to present the dishes. Sit down and eat, why are you all staring at me? Xue Qingyin was the first to. Regardless of other matters, she was always eager to eat. Your Highness, please begin. Xue politely gestured to the crown prince. The crown prince paid him no heed, taking a seat directly in the main position. To his left sat Zhao Shufeng, and aside from the crown prince, he was the highest in rank present. To the right. Vice-General Fang Qinzhong naturally took his seat. Fang Qinzhong then felt a chill at his back. It seemed he should not be sitting here, yet, to stand again now would appear too deliberate, so he suppressed the urge. What is this? Xue Qingyin smiled and asked, are you inquiring about this dish, or that one? Fang Qinzhong was taken aback. Why do these dishes differ so much from those in the taverns of the capital? Of course, they were different, Xue Qingyin thought. Upon her arrival, she had discovered that stir-frying was not in vogue. Instead, braising, roasting, or even consuming raw dishes was more common. For instance, fish sashimi was highly popular in the capital. Now, Xue Qingyin had merely brought stir-fried dishes to the table, along with some recipes that were only beginning to trend in later times, such as roasted duck. However, what was presented to them consisted of only a few slices of duck skin, artfully arranged but sparingly portioned, thus appearing exquisite. There was also double-skim milk, topped with boiled red beans, honey, and dried grapes. This was a delicacy entirely absent from the current era. Xue Qingyin had dared to invite the crown prince to dine, as she had been informed by Madame Xue that Xue Qingyin's intention was to have her prepare a few novel dishes for the crown prince to sample, thereby leveraging his name to spread her fame. What would this estate become? It would transform into a resort akin to those in later times, solely profiting from the nobility. Lacking the formidable skills of his Songning, Xue Qingyin naturally had to take a more circuitous path. She signaled to her maid to set the table properly before saying, "I invite your highness and General Fong to savor these dishes." Fong Qingzhong dared not touch his chopsticks until the crown prince did so first. Unable to contain himself, he then remarked, "Why did we not see these dishes a few days ago?" Xue Qingyin gently nodded, "Because I only arrived yesterday." Fong Qingzhong could not help but, "I seldom ventured out, and in my spare time, I could only ponder over such trifles." Upon hearing this, Fong Qingzhong's expression grew serious. Steward Zhao also felt a twinge of sympathy. No wonder Miss Xue bore no disdain for their young master. She too had endured the torment of illness. Though their experiences were different, there was a commonality. "This tastes delightful," the crown prince's voice broke the suddenly somber atmosphere. Fong Qingzhong and the others began to eat as well. So fragrant, more aromatic than roasted. There's a sweet, crispy flavor. What is this? Xue Qingyin lightly clapped her hands. The maid behind her respectfully presented a document. Fong Qingzhong took it and brought it to the crown prince. Upon opening it, he realized it was a menu. The handwriting was hasty but clear in its names. Even His Songning could not help but look at her with newfound respect. Xue Qingyin's management of the estate was not as dismal as he had imagined. She was not merely pursuing a whim, she was genuinely committed to running it well. Fong Qingzhong noticed a lengthy list on the menu, some items evidently not yet served at the table. He could not help but smile. How much silver would one need to pay to enjoy the remaining dishes? Yet Xue Qingyin shook her head, rare for her to say, "No need for silver." Fong Qingzhong inwardly muttered, was it because of the crown prince's influence? But that did not quite make sense. Last time, at the racetrack, she had not seemed to shy away from collecting her dues. The crown prince, who had remained silent, shifted his gaze and quietly said, "If you wish to engage in long-term business, the person who penned this menu should be replaced." His Songning pressed his lips together, ready to speak. He had excellent handwriting and could certainly write for Xue Qingyin, but was it appropriate for him to be the one to write a mere menu for the estate? If only Xue Qingyin would relent, it was not entirely out of the question. These thoughts flashed rapidly through His Songning's mind. However, before he could voice them, the crown prince continued, "What about Lu Xiuyuan?" His Songning's expression darkened, and he firmly shut his mouth, no longer attempting to speak. Steward Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "Lu Xiuyuan to write the menu, he would likely refuse." Only Xue Qingyin appeared perplexed. Who is Lu Xiuyuan? Fong Qingzhong also did not know, displaying the same bewilderment of the uninformed. At that moment, Steward Zhao chuckled. It is no wonder Miss Xue, who resides primarily in the inner courtyard, has not heard of his name. Lu Xiuyuan gained fame at the tender age of 13. His calligraphy is unparalleled, fetching prices as high as 1,000 taels for a single piece. This is due not only to his exceptional skill but also to his proud nature, making his inscriptions hard to come by. Rarity naturally commands a high price. Xue Qingyin's eyes brightened at this revelation. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The servants of the Xue family could not help but marvel quietly. The eldest young lady had such impressive connections. The crown prince was willing to invite Lu Xiuyuan to serve her. What silver could their estate possibly earn on a daily basis? Cultivating good fields was already a feat. Their eldest young master did not even regard their business. If they could truly obtain Lu Xiuyuan's calligraphy, it would hardly be a mere menu, it would be a unique masterpiece. While the servants sighed in admiration, Xue Qingyin quickly followed up, "Are there any other remarkable painters?" Her gaze sparkled, exuding an unintentional charm. "None," the crown prince replied. Xue Qingyin's face fell in disappointment, but it was quickly replaced by a smile as she said, "No matter, this is sufficient." "Thank you, your highness, I have no way to repay you." Such phrases had become second nature to her. The crown prince looked at her and simply uttered two words, "No need." Yet these words, spoken from his lips, carried a different depth of meaning. After riding for such a long time and having eaten half her meal, Xue Qingyin soon felt a wave of weariness wash over her. She yawned and, leaving the others to enjoy these novel dishes, called for her maids to assist her back to her quarters for a wash and rest. The crown prince's outer robe still adorned her, and none suggested she remove it. As she made her way to her courtyard, she encountered several members of the Xuanwu army along the way. These tall, stern-looking soldiers immediately averted their gazes upon noticing her attire, hastily bowing their heads and stepping aside to let her pass. Xue Qingyin was somewhat taken aback. No wonder the crown prince was unafraid of who would dare speak of it outside. The crown prince was indeed meticulous. Xue Qingyin tightened her grip on the outer robe, which still retained a faint scent of sandalwood, instilling a sense of. She then boldly stepped over the threshold. The door closed behind her. The maids brought water for her bath. As Xue Qingyin shed her garments and stepped into the bathing tub, she noticed a maid gazing at her with bright, sparkling eyes, speaking cautiously yet barely able to contain her excitement. Is the young lady about to become the crown princess? Chapter 50. The young lady's countenance remains paramount. The maidservant waited anxiously for a considerable time, only to be met by her esteemed young lady, who leaned against the bathing tub, gazing skyward with a resolute and succinct three-word reply, I do not know. The maid, left with no choice, reluctantly set aside her aspirations of soaring to the heights of opulence alongside her mistress. Warm water enveloped Xue Qingyin's form. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her figure was both voluptuous and delicate. Even the maid, stealing glances, felt a sudden stir of emotion. Although the young lady appeared as a mere ornamental vase, it would indeed be a pity if she did not aspire to be a princess. Moreover, this face contained a hint of wisdom, for gentle ripples suggested the presence of insightful thoughts within. As the maid's mind wandered, Xue Qingyin suddenly felt an itch at the root of her thigh, prompting her to scratch instinctively. Upon doing so, she gasped, ouch, for the pain was unexpectedly sharp. Lowering her gaze, she inspected the area through the undulating water and discovered that her thigh had been chafed. Overcome by excitement earlier, she had been oblivious to the discomfort. Now, upon contact with the water, both itchiness and pain assailed her senses. Not daring to linger in the water any longer, she hastily rose to rinse off the sweat. The maid supported her, but as she attempted to step forward, pain shot through her. How can it hurt so much? No wonder the prince had insisted she cease her horseback riding. No wonder he remarked that it would be a miracle if she could rise by the morrow. For others, even the discomfort of a saddle would be preferable to her plight. After all, her frail constitution had been delicate since childhood. Even coarse linen could inflict injury upon her. Setting aside her musings on the peculiarities of the situation, Xue Qingyin pulled the quilt over herself and lay with her legs askew. Thankfully, despite the pain, it did not impede her rest. She slumbered soundly until the sun was high in the sky the following day. Gradually, she became aware of a cool sensation upon her legs. Startled, she opened her eyes to find the maid seated by her bedside, applying medicine. With a sigh of relief, she remarked, I completely forgot to apply the medicine yesterday. Had I done so sooner, it might have healed more quickly. The maid replied, the medicine just arrived. Xue Qingyin accepted the jade medicine bottle from the maid. The emerald vessel bore no inscriptions or labels, leaving the nature of the medicine a mystery, yet its exquisite quality suggested it was of considerable worth. The jade used for the bottle appeared superior even to the hairpin her mother wore. Xue Qingyin inwardly expressed her astonishment at such wealth. This made the earlier suggestion from Yi Songning of marrying the Prince of Wei, enduring his demise, and inheriting his fortune, seem increasingly appealing. After all, they were all sons of the emperor. Surely, they possessed great riches. As she toyed with the bottle, laughter suddenly echoed. How did you end up in such a state? She looked up to see the resplendently dressed Princess Jean K. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xue Qingyin curled her legs. The princess sat beside her and remarked, upon my arrival today, the prince returned to the city. His deputy mentioned you were unwell, so I thought to come and keep you company. Returned to the city? The prince said he would still be at the estate today. Unable to comprehend, Xue Qingyin dismissed the matter as trivial. I rode yesterday and got chafed, she explained. Then today, you must find walking quite a challenge. The princess, suddenly recalling, she added, aren't you afraid of being jostled while riding? I remember you were quite frail and shouldn't be riding at all. Xue Qingyin smiled, I have my methods. The princess was about to inquire what methods, when her gaze, recognizing it as a royal supply, the princess immediately understood. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Qingyin broached the subject of borrowing the imperial physician. The princess chuckled, why seek the far when the near is at hand? Hadn't she followed the prince's suggestion to approach the princess, why, then, was it considered seeking the far? Noticing her confusion, the princess found her adorable and laughed heartily. I always thought you quite clever, yet today you seem rather foolish. The prince is right before you, why not approach him instead of coming to me? It was the prince's instruction for me to seek the princess's assistance. Ah? The princess paused, then asked, whom do you wish to? Is it not for yourself? No, it is for my half-sister. The princess's expression brightened with understanding, her smile transforming into something extraordinary. Ah, now it makes sense. I always said, the prince's temperament remains unchanged. What temperament? Xue Qingyin's heart raced with curiosity. Must she always speak in riddles? Could she not be straightforward? However, the princess seemed disinclined to elaborate further, recognizing that Xue Qingyin was unlikely to rise from her bed. Thus, she took her leave to ride upon the hills. The bond between Xue Qingyin and the princess had yet to deepen significantly. For now, it was merely a matter of affinity. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that the princess did not linger. Xue Qingyin stared at the canopy above her bed, utterly bored. Regret washed over her. She lamented having run around so much. The maid, wearing a forlorn expression, replied, what story shall I tell? I have not read much. Well, tell me tales from the manor. Any gossip will do, even ghost stories. The maid perked up. We often share such tales while keeping vigil at night. Meanwhile, the prince was in audience with the emperor. Emperor Liang, in good spirits, warmly remarked, "You have been diligent in your recent visits. I am greatly pleased. Rise, please." The prince stood and got straight to the point. It would be better to host a banquet in the palace. The emperor, catching on, was astonished. "You wish to borrow the palace for selecting a bride?" The prince remained silent for a moment, pondering unuttered thoughts. Finally, he replied, "Yes." The emperor, naturally, would not refuse. After a brief consideration, he declared, "Very well, in the name of the Empress Dowager, I shall invite the noble ladies to a banquet." The prince, in a calm tone, added, "Invite all the noble ladies." The emperor found this peculiar. The prince had never been one to pursue beauty. His demeanor had remained unchanged since returning from the lake. This led the emperor to wonder if his son might possess a penchant for the unconventional. Why was he so proactive today? Suppressing his curiosity, the emperor thought it good that the prince was finally opening up. "I only hope for your swift marriage," he said, patting the princess' shoulder, his tone somber. "You need not trouble yourself, father," came the prince's cool response. Yet, the emperor felt comforted by it and wished to extend an invitation for dinner. The prince, however, declined. The emperor's disappointment was palpable. "Are you still preoccupied with matters of the Anxi army?" Pausing, he added, "I have taught you before that some matters do not require excessive compassion." Xue Qingyin, if present, would surely be astonished, for the prince's portrayal differed entirely in the emperor. The prince stood silently, absorbing the emperor's words, before finally replying, "It is not the Anxi army." "Then what is it?" "Training the troops outside the city." "Oh." The emperor frowned. "Very well, I understand you cannot set aside military affairs." "On the day of the banquet, you must stay in the palace for dinner, no excuses." "I shall obey your command." The nearby attendants, accustomed to the somewhat distant exchanges between the royal father and son, displayed no signs of surprise. Xue Qingyin lay in bed, listening to tales for 2 hours, her bones aching from the position. Just as she could bear it no longer, a distant voice, cool and indifferent, called, "Will you write again?" Had he not returned to the city? Xue Qingyin's eyes widened. Meanwhile, in the Xue residence, Xue Qinghang realized that Songning would not be visiting today either. His visits had grown increasingly rare. Was it because Xue Qingyin had become more captivating? Had he finally remembered to care for his dear sister? Just as Xue Qinghang's mind raced with thoughts, Xiaoxin burst through the door, her face alight with joy, trembling with excitement. "Second young lady. The imperial physician has come to our residence." Xue Qinghang wondered. "What of it?" Xiaoxin exclaimed. "He is here to attend to your health. He must be concerned about you developing any lingering ailments." Her voice rang out high and clear, as if she wished the entire household to hear. "Surely, it is the eldest young master. The eldest young master is close with the Prince of Wei. He previously mentioned wanting to invite someone for the eldest young lady's health, but it never came to pass. Now, it is the second young lady's beauty that has garnered such attention." As she spoke, Xiaoxin's excitement was palpable. Chapter 51. The imperial banquet approaches. Even someone as indifferent to fame and fortune as Xue Qinghe could not help but feel a flicker of excitement at this news, her previous gloom dissipating by a third. It was not long before someone led the imperial physician to the courtyard. Xue Qingyin craned her neck to look outside, yet she did not catch a glimpse of Madame Xue. "Why isn't the madam here?" "Is it really the imperial physician who has come?" Xue Qingyin murmured softly. In truth, she merely wished to see the displeased expression on Madame Xue's face. With no one to boast to, her joy had been severely diminished. Xue Qinghe, propped up in the inner chamber, still felt a dull ache in her head. Xue Qingyin ushered the physician inside. The physician, in his 40s, called out from a distance, "Is this Miss Xue? I come at the behest of Princess Jean K to attend to your ailment." "Princess Jean K?" Xue Qingyin blurted out. "Isn't that from the Wei Wang residence?" The physician, perplexed, retorted, "How could it be from the Wei Wang residence?" At this, Xue Qingyin was left speechless. Xue Qing's face paled instantly, feeling acutely embarrassed. The memory of Xue Qing's earlier foolish question about the Wei Wang only deepened her discomfort. Suppressing her own embarrassment, Xue Qinghe said, "The maid is merely being foolish. Do not hold it against the physician." Xue Qingyin hesitated, wanting to say more but ultimately clamping her mouth shut in frustration. News of the imperial banquet spread quickly among the families, prompting Madame Xue to summon Xue Qingyin back. Songning, blissfully unaware, awoke to find Xue Qingyin had left. He let out a cold laugh, nearly grinding his teeth in anger. In just over 10 days, it felt as though all the resentment of a lifetime had been unleashed. The scholar's boy, trembling slightly, asked, "Young master, shall we return to the residence?" The boy, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, simply thought that as an elder brother, he had come to the estate to study in order to mend the sibling bond with the eldest daughter. He Songning's brows furrowed darkly as he forced out a response, "We shall not return." Thankfully, studying at the estate was fitting. If he were to carry his study materials back to the residence now, it would only serve as a jest. The scholar's boy nodded hesitantly, prepared to leave and allow He Songning some peace to study. Suddenly, He Songning inquired, "Have the people from the Duke of Zhao's residence departed?" The boy nodded, "They have also left." He Songning's, they even managed to take Zhao Shufeng with them. Did they not think to send word to him? Truly, their audacity had grown immensely. Upon entering her home, Xue Qingyin sneezed, rubbing her nose. She was assisted by 2 maidservants as she gingerly made her way inside. Madame Xue, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "What happened? Did you fall?" Xue Qingyin sheepishly confessed, "I was riding a horse." Madame Xue rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Aren't you afraid of falling ill again?" Leaning against her, "In the future, my health will only improve. You need not worry about me anymore." "Perhaps you should wait until your legs are fully healed before making such claims," Madame Xue replied, pausing before adding, "Besides, even if you recover, a mother will always worry for her child. I will forever be concerned about whether you are eating well and feeling happy." Xue Qingyin snuggled closer, indulging in a moment of affection, yet Madame Xue pushed her away, frowning. "What shall we do about the imperial banquet?" Xue Qingyin froze. The imperial banquet? Oh dear, she had completely forgotten. She should not have ridden a horse. What now? A sense of dread began to creep in. Meanwhile, Xue Qing had exhaled in relief. The physician had diagnosed her and found nothing serious. After reviewing the prescription left by the previous doctor, he made slight adjustments and informed her that with another week or so of recuperation, this was indeed the best news amidst the day's awkwardness. Zhou Xian had seemingly vanished, just as Xue Qing had hesitated on whether to speak with her about being more cautious with her words in the future. Zhou Xian burst through the door in haste. The eldest lady returned because of the imperial banquet that day by the lake. It was said that the prince did not select her. The banquet will be held again the day after tomorrow, and there may still be selections to make. That wretched person who pushed you, Miss Eyre, do we even know if we can attend the banquet now? As she spoke, Zhou Xian's eyes brimmed with tears. Seeing her genuine concern, Xue Qing has swallowed her admonitions. As Zhou Xian wiped her eyes, she suddenly shifted to an angry tone. "And you don't know, the eldest lady returned being helped by someone. Is she injured? What are you talking about? Do you truly believe it was mere coincidence that she was injured at the same time as you? She only wishes to compete for the young master's affection. As a legitimate daughter, has she not received enough? Why must she covet everything you have?" Today, she walked with such exaggerated caution, perhaps mocking you, Miss Eyre. Xue Qingha fell silent, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. At that moment, Xue Qingyin, unaware that others were plotting against her, reapplied her medicine and then leaned back against her waist pillow, asking her maidservants to play cards with her. The Duke of Zhao's residence, Zhao Zhongguan, was also discussing her. He had summoned a horse. "What is this for?" the Duke of Zhao inquired. Zhao Zhongguan then turned, speaking softly to Zhao Shufeng. With Xue Qingyin as an example, Zhao Zhongguan found it increasingly easy. Observing Zhao Shufeng's demeanor soften considerably, the Duke of Zhao felt a pang of jealousy. Just as he was about to explode with envy, he watched as his foolish son suddenly mounted the horse. The Duke of Zhao's eyes widened in alarm. This cannot be." Zhao Zhongguan hurriedly reassured him. "Please, wait a moment, look below." Zhao Shufeng grasped the reins, calling out, "Giddy up." The horse sprang into motion, shedding its foolish demeanor, and Zhao Zhongguan murmured, "The young master will master this quickly. See, he has talent." Tears streamed down the Duke's face as his hands trembled. He laughed and cried, his voice booming like a bell, "My son? Truly my son, his veins flow with the blood of both me and Jinju. He ought to possess the bearing of a warrior. Excellent, excellent, now I can die in peace." From this day forth, he knew his son was no longer the foolish boy who merely sat idly, indulging in food and drink. What an admirable daughter of the Xue family! I must repay her, and handsomely. The Duke of Zhao was so excited he nearly stumbled over his words. If she could teach a Feng to be self-sufficient, then I would fear nothing in the future. Moreover, there is one more matter to report to the Duke, Zhao Zhongguan said, appearing much calmer, having nearly exhausted his excitement while at the Miss Xue was frail in her youth and had to take medicine, which left her with a faint medicinal fragrance. The Duke of Zhao fell silent, then murmured, "That must be the reason." When Jinju was bedridden with illness, she too took many medicines. She could not bear to leave a Feng or me, refusing to close her eyes. Yet, despite enduring the medications for so long, she ultimately could not. A Feng must have vivid memories of those days. Indeed, Zhao Zhongguan hesitated. Now that we know the reason, it would be easy enough to create more individuals with a similar scent. But who among us would dare teach a Feng these things? As you said, someone who would not disdain him and would openly accept his kindness. How many would fit that description? Zhao Zhongguan smiled. To be honest, I have thought the same. However, without your approval, how could I take such liberties? I have one more matter to discuss with you. Recently, Miss Xue has taken over the Xue family business, and the tea shop's business is rather bleak. The Duke of Zhao listened intently as Zhao Zhongguan continued to eye in the Duke of Zhao's residence. The air was filled with a rare warmth amidst their ongoing conversation. The imperial banquet was fast approaching. As the young ladies from various families fretted over how to present themselves appropriately for such an important occasion, a grey, shabby carriage pulled up at the doorstep of the Xue family. Chapter 52. His father's flatterer. When Xue Qingyin was assisted out by her maid Xiaoxin, she unexpectedly collided with Xue Qingyin, who was making her way out. The moment Xue Qingyin was not faring much better, she struggled to walk, appearing even more pitiful than Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyi's expression shifted, and for a fleeting moment, she wondered if Xue Qingyin was being deliberate. It was I who summoned you. Today you shall accompany me to the palace. Xue Qingyin's voice rang out. Xue Qingyin looked up in astonishment. Are you feeling any better? Xue Qingyin inquired, regaining her senses. Xue Qingyin lowered her head and replied, yes, somewhat better. She refrained from saying more. Xue Qingyin felt a touch of awkwardness and decided it was best not to pry further. Miss Xue. Near an inconspicuous grey carriage stood a petite woman, who spoke softly, drawing the gazes of Xue Qingyin and the others. Xue Qingyin instantly surmised that the woman was calling for her sister. Indeed, the woman approached Xue Qingyin and asked with a smile, has Miss Xue run out of medicine? Xue Qingyin immediately recognized who had sent her. Who else could it be but the Prince of Xian? She was somewhat puzzled as to why the prince would send someone at this hour. Was he intending to escort her to the palace? Suppressing her curiosity, she replied with a smile, there is still plenty left, enough for 3 more horseback rides. The woman couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Xue is truly a witty person. This further confirmed to Xue Qingyin that the woman was indeed associated with the Prince of Xian. The woman softly stated, I am Wanxia, a maidservant attending to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, sent to escort Miss Xue to the palace banquet. The people behind Xue Qingyin were taken aback. Previously, it had been Princess Jin Ke, then a messenger from the Duke of Zhao, and now it was someone sent by the Empress Dowager. What kind of fortune was the young lady experiencing? They had no idea, and neither did Xue Qingyin comprehend it fully. Wasn't she supposed to be associated with the Prince of Xian? How had she become a messenger for the Empress Dowager? Miss Xue seems lost in thought. Let us speak inside the carriage, the maid Wanxia urged. Xue Qingyin took a couple of steps forward, then remembered, turning back to call out, Qinghe, you come too. Xue Qinghe hesitated. Since Wanxia had come specifically to find Xue Qingyin, what business did she have in accompanying her? Xue Qinghe feared the maid might utter something harsh, and she also dreaded that Xue Qingyin had summoned her merely to humiliate her. Are you feel? Xue Qinghe was at a loss for words. It was Wanxia who seemed to sense her unease, saying, please. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly moved to stand. Xue Qingyin did not hear, but Wanxia suddenly turned around and asked, what did you say? Xiaoxin was so startled that her face turned pale, and she could not utter a word. Fortunately, Wanxia did not pursue the matter further, allowing Xiaoxin to sit down beside Xue Qinghe, still trembling. Since her birth, Xue Qinghe had never attended a palace banquet and had never witnessed such grandeur. Were it not for the lake outing the other day, which had somewhat steeled her nerves, she would likely have been too frightened to enter the palace today. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a dull ache in her heart. When she turned her head, she discovered Xue Qingyin was actually leaning against the carriage's cushion, dozing off. Xue Qingyin had fallen asleep right at the palace gates. Xue Qinghe looked up, the towering palace gates overwhelming her senses. And Xue Qingyin, she lazily opened her eyes, raising her hand to press against the corner of her eyes, leaving a faint blush in its wake. When she looked around, it seemed as if she was at a loss for words. Wanxia gazed at her momentarily, then turned to lift the carriage curtain. Xue Qingyi's gaze instinctively drifted outside. To her astonishment, several strong men were waiting outside, lifting a small palanquin. Unfamiliar with the palace's customs, Xue Qingyin wondered if such treatment was afforded to everyone. Xue Qingyin, meanwhile, was frowning. Why are there so many people? She had never anticipated. Wanxia replied casually, no matter, they can bring another palanquin. Before long, several more strong men arrived, carrying another small palanquin. Thus, Xue Qingyin and Xue Qinghe were lifted and carried through a maze of high-walled alleys, eventually arriving at the inner palace. The room they were left in was somewhat small, with poor lighting. Sunlight filtered through the diamond-patterned windows, casting sparse patches on the floor, failing to dispel the chill in the air. Xiaoxin's lips turned pale as she trembled, unable to stand steady. What is this place? Why haven't we seen anyone along the way? Xue Qinghe's anxiety was instantly piqued. Xiaoxin continued. Could it be that some— Xue Qingyin remained calm, her demeanor appearing slightly infuriating compared to their anxiousness. Aren't you afraid, miss? Xiaoxin blurted out. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, why should I be scared? The matter regarding the Prince of Xian is not like that wretched Wang of Wei. I doubt he would act recklessly. Seeing her silent, Xiaoxin's resentment crawled through her heart like ants. The atmosphere was tense. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, where silence reigned, an older woman spoke. Which one is it? Wanxia knelt before her, whispering, the one casually drinking tea. The older woman observed Xue Qingyin take a sip of tea. However, upon noticing the lack of amusement on the older woman's face, none other than the Empress Dowager, she quickly stifled her laughter. She spoke softly. The eldest daughter of the Xue family is quite composed, and her background is not insubstantial. Background? Her mother is a merchant's daughter, and her father is merely a smooth-talking flatterer. The Empress Dowager replied coldly. Wanxia dared not speak further, unbeknownst to Xue Qingyin and her companions. On the other side of the wall separating them from the main hall, the esteemed Empress Dowager of the Great Liang. How can we allow such a girl to take advantage? I have heard that the Wang of Wei is also infatuated with her, and Lady Wan would certainly not permit such a girl to marry her son. If she herself does not desire her, how can we offer her to the Prince of Xian? Wanxia managed to interject, but when has the Empress Dowager ever seen His Highness treat any woman with such regard? If he truly likes her, the Empress Dowager fixed her icy gaze upon Wanxia for a moment. Just as Wanxia felt overwhelmed, the Empress Dowager unexpectedly relented. In the side hall, Xue Qingyin was growing increasingly restless. She bit her lip. Sister, at that moment, footsteps approached the door. The footsteps were steady and powerful, neither hurried nor slow. Xue Qingyin looked up. Was it His Highness the Prince of Xian? The prince did not expect an additional person. He cast a cold glance at Xue Qingyin, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Come with me, he instructed Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyin, bewildered, asked, "What, are we eloping?" Chapter 53. The elopement. Xue Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on the audacity of her own words. How could she dare to speak to the Prince of Xian? The prince, however, paused momentarily, casting a penetrating glance at Xue Qingyin, and then a flicker of emotion danced in his eyes as he simply stated, "Let us depart." Xue Qingyin obediently followed suit. You too, she instructed Xue. The prince subtly furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. He guided them to a large screen, where they stood sheltered from view. The screen was composed of 3 panels, creating a hazy veil that obscured their surroundings. It soon became apparent why they had encountered no other individuals on their way. The other noble ladies attending the banquet were just beginning to enter the hall one by one to pay their respects. Here they stood, behind the screen, able to gaze down upon the other noble women with ease. In an instant, Xue Qingyin's heart raced, her breathing becoming labored. Those elevated noble women were now rendered lesser in stature before them. Was this the delight that comes from wielding power and status? On the other hand, Xue Qingyin observed the scene with profound astonishment. No wonder they had come to this place. She quietly shifted closer to the prince, tugging gently at his sleeve. The prince turned his gaze towards her. Xue Qingyin gestured animatedly, signaling him to lower himself slightly. Otherwise, how could she converse with him? The prince inclined his body toward her. Xue Qingyin leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "How did your highness know what I intended to do?" Simply by a casual inquiry, one could ascertain that on that day, Xue Qingyin was. Your intentions for the palace banquet are thus quite evident, the prince remarked nonchalantly. After a brief pause, he added, "It is apparent that Miss Xue does not genuinely wish to attend the banquet." The words she had previously uttered about wanting to marry him lost half their persuasive power. Xue Qingyin felt no shame or embarrassment. Instead, she smiled brightly. "Your Highness, it seems we possess a remarkable telepathy. Your guesses are always spot on." A surge of emotion stirred within the prince, though he could not precisely identify its nature. He simply gazed at Xue Qingyin, finding her countenance lively and pleasing to the eye. With a dispassionate tone, he inquired, "And what comes next?" Next, naturally, we must apprehend the perpetrator who pushed the second miss." Xue Qingyin replied without a moment's hesitation. Xue Qingyin clicked her tongue, momentarily baffled by the prince's meaning, and tentatively responded, "I would offer my body in return?" Realizing this was not quite right, Xue Qingyin felt as if she caught a glimmer of interest in his cold eyes. In a hushed tone, she confessed, "I have thought of it." Resolutely, she decided to be bold. Since my temper is not the best, I cannot tolerate grievances. Moreover, I have a penchant for lavish adornments and exquisite garments, spending money as if it were water. If your highness were to marry me and later discover I am such a person, what would happen if you cast me out in a fit of rage? In truth, only a fool like Prince Wei would be so superficial as to judge solely by appearance. Xue Qingyin inwardly lamented this unfortunate reality. The prince spoke again, his voice calm. "At today's banquet, my father will appoint you as the future Princess Wei." Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyin felt as though her head might explode. What? How could this come so suddenly? She struggled to regain her composure. "But doesn't Consort Wan dislike me?" The prince's voice dropped to an almost inaudible whisper. "Precisely because she does not favor you." Xue Qingyin. The emperor did not wish for Prince Wei to grow too close to his maternal family. He sought to weaken their influence, just as the emperor aimed to sever any ties between him and his maternal lineage. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the Furong Garden, every word spoken by each person seemed laden with significance. Except for herself. "Do you wish to marry Prince Wei?" The prince's voice once again pierced her thoughts. Instinctively, Xue Qingyin shook her head. At that moment, Xue Qingyin suddenly grasped Xue Qingyi's sleeve, her voice trembling as she whispered, "That person who pushed the second Mississippi." Xue Qingyin turned to look, finding an unfamiliar noblewoman. Realization dawned upon her. Xue Qingyin had brought her along under the pretense of the prince's company, all to capture someone. A complex swirl of emotions surged within Xue Qingyin as she quickly turned back to Xue Qingyin. Upon seeing her, Xue Qingyin froze in shock, for Xue Qingyin had, unbeknownst to them, drawn exceedingly close to the prince. The two engaged in an intimate conversation. The prince maintained his customary icy demeanor. Still, the way he leaned in to listen possessed an undeniable softness. Xue Qingyin tugged at Xue Qingyi's sleeve, pulling her from the overwhelming shock. "Do not speak," Xue Qingyin urged through gritted teeth. "What?" Xue Qingyin has Do not let Xue Qingyin identify them. Xue Qingyi's lips moved slightly. "But why?" "My dear girl, you must think of yourself. The eldest young master has only just begun to pay attention to you again. If you capture the culprit so swiftly, will he still care for you?" Xue Qingyin opened her mouth. But sister, you specially," Xue Qingyin snapped. "Was it for you? It was for His Highness. You are merely a pretext for her." She has smoothly maneuvered her way into the prince's favor, seeking to claim your gratitude. Do not be foolish, my second miss. Do you honestly believe she lacks ulterior motives? Her cunning far surpasses yours. She easily rekindled the eldest young master's affections and effortlessly ensnared the powerful nobles of the capital. As Xue Qingyin spoke, her voice. Xue Qing has suddenly pulled her sharply. Xue Qingyin leaned close to her ear, speaking in a hushed tone only they could hear. Consider your own future. Second Mississippi, you are not young anymore. It is time to think of marriage. If you do not have someone to rely on, your days as a married woman will be even more challenging. Remember, your maternal family has endured years of decline. It is all contingent upon your future marriage. Suddenly, Xue Qingyin conceived another idea. Otherwise, why not devise a way to catch the nobles' eye today? Xue Qingyin was not lacking in beauty, yet what frustrated Xue Qingyin was her consistent indifference to the world. While they grappled with their thoughts, Xue Qingyin was not faring any better. Once the emperor took control of the situation, it was no longer a matter of her employing petty tricks to evade scrutiny. Xue Qingyin remained deep in thought. The prince spoke calmly. Let us go. Xue Qingyin instinctively followed him. After taking a couple of steps, she remembered. What about my sister? She will Someone will come to escort her. And where are we going? It did not seem they were headed to the banquet. Xue Qingyin pondered. Did you not wish to elope, Miss Xue? The prince maintained his impassive facade, casually uttering flirtatious words. Her delicate pride. Xue Qingyin followed King Xuan out of the inner palace and into the main palace. As they traversed the path, the vigilance along the way became markedly more stringent. The atmosphere was so solemn and oppressive that Xue Qingyin felt this was not a mere elopement. Rather, it seemed as though they were leading her to be sold. As they walked, the soldiers did not cast curious glances. Perhaps they dared not look up. A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through Xue Qingyin's mind. King Xuan halted and stated, "That is the Taiha Hall." Xue Qingyin paused to gaze at it as well. Not far away stood a grand, two-story edifice, its vermilion columns towering majestically, exuding an air of dignity and nobility. Even from a distance, one could sense its imposing presence, akin to a ferocious. Father enjoys dining and meeting with officials here, King Xuan remarked dismissively, before gesturing toward another direction. Over there lies the Qingxi Hall. The Qingxi Hall appeared even more magnificent, dwarfing the Taiha Hall. Its exterior walls and tiles were adorned with bright colors, rendering it less oppressive in comparison. That is where we are headed, King Xuan declared. Xue Qingyin voiced her confusion. Is hiding truly effective? She felt the logic was somewhat flawed. After all, if the emperor genuinely intended to bestow her upon Prince Wei, her presence or absence would not alter the outcome. It is not about hiding. What could it be then? Xue Qingyin glanced at him, but King Xuan remained reticent, showing no inclination to elaborate. Fortunately, Xue Qingyin was one to find solace in her own contentment. She followed King Xuan into the Qingxi Hall. Upon entering, she realized the vastness within. The bookcases at the entrance towered high, seemingly reaching the heavens. Ahead were the 9 connected rings and chessboards adorning the walls. Additionally, there were areas for polo, archery, throwing pots, and swinging. Xue Qingyin suddenly comprehended that this was a place of leisure and entertainment. The discomfort of their previous walk, along with the potential displeasure of being bestowed upon Prince Wei, was instantly overshadowed by her burgeoning interest in the myriad of novel experiences surrounding her. Xue Qingyin inquired, "May I play?" King Xuan nodded slightly. Of course. A few palace attendants stationed within the Qingxi Hall hurriedly bowed upon seeing King Xuan. When they noticed Xue Qingyin rushing toward the archery set, they dared not. Xue Qingyin carelessly selected a bow, drawing it back, only to find she could not manage it. After a few attempts, she finally chose the smallest one. This one was manageable. She shot a few arrows haphazardly, though none hit the target. Xue Qingyin was thoroughly engrossed, thinking she would request the horse grounds to arrange a similar setup upon her return. As she pondered, she bent down to retrieve another arrow. King Xuan placed a hand on her wrist, saying, "Do not play any longer, unless you wish to feel pain in your hands tomorrow as well." Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyin promptly relinquished the bow and arrows. She had nearly forgotten, if one had never engaged in such activities, it was easy to strain the muscles of the shoulder and arm. "Then I shall opt for something more leisurely," Xue Qingyin replied glumly. She turned around and eventually found herself beside the swing, weakly pointing. "It appears I am only suited for this." King Xuan seemed to smile faintly at her words. Xue Qingyin sat down, pushing off with her legs, and the swing began to sway, yet it still lacked the thrill of playfulness. Xue Qingyin smacked her lips, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. At that moment, footsteps suddenly approached. "Someone is coming." Without a second thought, Xue Qingyin quickly stood up and glanced at King Xuan's expression, attempting to discern the identity of the newcomer through his demeanor. The next moment, her curiosity was satisfactorily answered. "I have heard from Xuan that you are in the Qingxi Hall. What prompted your sudden visit here?" The visitor spoke with a light tone, entirely different from the one used in the Furong Garden. Xue Qingyin's heart skipped a beat. It was the emperor. King Xuan's voice resonated in her ear. "Do not move." Xue Qingyin remained still. The emperor's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. An indescribable silence enveloped the space. Xue Qingyin tilted her head curiously to take a look. To her astonishment, she saw their reflections on the nearby fabric screen, their figures intertwined as if embracing. Coincidentally, the screen was embroidered with a depiction of mandarin ducks nestled together. The emperor's voice broke the silence once more, as he calmly uttered, "King Xuan." There was no trace of anger in his tone. King Xuan responded and stepped out to pay his respects. Left behind the screen, Xue Qingyin was uncertain whether to bow in greeting, feeling a surge of trepidation. After all, she was facing the might of imperial authority. Who could remain unshaken in such a moment? Emperor Liangde spoke blandly. "May I inquire which family's young lady you are? Why do you not dare to present yourself before me?" King Xuan replied, she possesses delicate pride. Emperor Liangde fell silent for a moment. Xue Qingyin sensed that this silence was likely the emperor silently digesting his frustration. After a pause, he suddenly sighed and said, I have never encountered anyone with such Very well, even if we do not meet face to face, you ought to inform me which family's young lady you are. Otherwise, if I inadvertently bestow her upon another later, how would that be resolved? Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyin's heart leapt to her throat. Surely he would not inquire about my name to plot my fate. King Xuan remained unhurried, stating, the young lady of the Xue family. Emperor Liangde showed no surprise, his tone somber. I see. King Xuan slightly bowed. I apologize for troubling father. Emperor Liangde chuckled. To receive such a statement from you is indeed rare. After a moment, he composed himself and added, after the burning of a stick of incense, you must attend the palace banquet. King Xuan acquiesced. The emperor cast not a glance at the Xue Qingyin hidden behind the screen and turned to leave. Just like that, it was over. No further inquiries. Not even seeking clarity on the matter, Xue Qingyin blinked, feeling somewhat unreal. King Xuan remained outside the screen. Xue Qingyin cautiously moved toward him. As he turned, he saw her peeking from behind the screen, looking adorably curious. Are you still playing? King Xuan asked her. Xue Qingyin thought to herself that since King Xuan appeared unperturbed, tall enough to shoulder any calamity, why should she be anxious? Thus, she readily. King Xuan instructed someone to retrieve the double-six chess set from the wall. Shall we play this? Previously, Xue Qingyin had been intimidated by their last game. She proposed, let us roll the dice and wager 8 tails of silver. King Xuan raised an eyebrow. 8 tails, considering her temperament, why not wager more? Xue Qingyin discerned his thoughts and asserted, what if I lose? Anything beyond 8 tails would pain my heart. If I win, although 8 tails is modest, it would bring me joy to receive any sum from the heavens. King Xuan remained silent, though there was some merit in her reasoning. He played dice with her for a while. In the end, Xue Qingyin won 16 tails, and as she stood, she declared she would not continue playing. Why not? You have already won. Playing further could yield greater rewards, and losing would only mean losing a portion of what you have already gained, King Xuan remarked, looking at her. One must know when to stop, Xue Qingyin said with a gleam in her eyes. Only then did King Xuan rise. Let us go to the palace banquet. As Xue Qingyin took a couple of steps, her expression fell. Are we leaving? A hint of amusement seemed to grace King Xuan's face as he suggested, shall we sit instead? Xue Qingyin readily agreed. A few strong men soon arrived, carrying the familiar small sedan chair to the front of the Qingxi hall. Upon sitting, she suddenly realized, but where is his highness? She inquired. She sat alone, and one might mistakenly think her more noble than King Xuan. I do not favor such things. Oh, very well, Xue Qingyin comfortably settled in, feeling no fear at all. Meanwhile, upon discovering that Xue Qingyin had vanished, Xue Qinghua had already been in a state of panic for quite some time, tightly gripping Xue Xian's hand. An unfamiliar palace maid approached to guide them. Xue Qinghua could not help but ask, where has my sister, the eldest Miss Xue, gone? The maid smiled. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Xue Qinghua had no choice but to silence her inquiries. Once the maid led them to the banquet and they were seated, Xue Xian whispered, how disdainful. What, was only Xue Qingyin worthy of respect? Did they all deserve to be mistreated? As Xue Xian grumbled, she looked up and spotted Xue Qingyin entering, the eldest Miss Isnt secretly meeting with King Xuan. Is she? Do not speak nonsense. How is that nonsense? You saw how intimate they were just now. Xue Xian felt a surge of indignation. That was King Xuan, after all, she spat. Without parental orders or a matchmaker's guidance, she dares to behave thus. The eldest miss truly has no shame. Who knows whom the current emperor might choose to bestow upon King Xuan? Such words were best left unsaid. Just then, a eunuch raised his voice, the last syllable lingering, the emperor has arrived. A wave of trepidation swept over the assembly, and all hastily knelt. Chapter 55 of the banquet. In the marriage proposal. After completing her ceremonial bow, Xue Qingyin felt a slight chill enveloping her. Upon raising her gaze, she discovered that someone was observing her intently. It was a middle-aged man with a gentle countenance, exuding an innate authority without a trace of anger. Dressed in a dragon robe, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage. It was none other than Emperor Liangde. Beside him stood the graceful consort Wan, along with an elderly woman with an intricately styled high bun, who must be the Empress Dowager. Under the scrutinizing gazes of these three powerful figures, Xue Qingyin found herself emboldened. She resolved to eat and drink as she pleased. After all, what else was there to do, to simply wither away on the spot? Such a cunning mind, Consort Wan mused inwardly. What a simpleton, thought the Empress Dowager. She bears a resemblance to her father, Emperor Liangde contemplated. Yet, as he recalled that Xue Qingdong was raising a son of his own, his expression darkened once more. Unbeknownst to Xue Qingyin, the three eminent figures were drawing vastly different conclusions about her. Given that even the emperor had graced today's banquet with his presence, the noble ladies in attendance were inevitably rendered somewhat restrained. However, Xue Qingyin was not the only one standing out. The young ladies of the Lu and Xiao families, whom Emperor Liangde had previously considered for Prince Xian, also exhibited remarkable poise. At that moment, the hall was filled with the melodious sounds of silk music, alleviating some of the tension. Xue Qingyin settled next to Xue Qinghe and leaned slightly towards her, lowering her voice to inquire, have you discovered who pushed you forward? Xue Qinghe hesitated, her brow furrowing. You haven't found out? She had specifically brought them here. Could it be that Xue Qinghe was entirely oblivious to the purpose of standing behind the screen? After a moment of internal struggle, Xue Qinghe finally exhaled and replied, I have found out. Xue Qingyin, standing behind them, widened her eyes and Xue Qingyin turned to Xue Qingyin, who wore a stiff expression. It was no longer feasible to lie at this point. With a clenched jaw, she finally confessed. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Since she was the only one who had heard the voice at that moment, and the second young lady had been oblivious, she could assert anything she wished. If the eldest young lady ended up incurring the wrath of a noble lady of higher status, while the one who originally bore animosity towards her remained hidden in the shadows, that would be quite entertaining. Contemplating this, Xue Qingyin shook her head timidly and said, "No, perhaps it is best not to say that we might not be able to afford the consequences." Qingyin's curiosity was further piqued, which esteemed noble lady wished to ensnare her, only to foolishly She turned to her maidservant and asked, "Have we met? Do I have any enmity with her?" The maidservant appeared equally perplexed. Suddenly, Xue Qingyin turned back to Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyin pondered carefully. Alas, her original self's mind was a blank slate. Aside from harboring thoughts of Yusongning, she knew nothing else. Just then, Emperor Liangde chuckled. "He is far away in Jiannan, unable to attend to you and your mother, which must have caused you some distress." The Chao family daughter bowed again, saying, "My father holds your majesty in high regard. Our household does not feel burdened, and we are filled with gratitude." Emperor Liangde then asked, "How is your mother faring?" "Please do not trouble yourself, your majesty. Each day, she grows warmer in health, and her constitution improves. You are now sick. Perhaps you could sample it on his behalf." With that, he instructed a nearby young eunuch to serve the dish to Xiao Sinyu's table. Receiving a royal dish was undoubtedly a mark of favor. Xiao Sinyu quickly bowed again in gratitude before returning to her seat with proper decorum, eliciting envious glances from the other noble ladies. While they quaked in fear before the emperor, Xiao Sinyu was already conversing with him at ease. Having good parents makes all the difference. At this moment, Xue Qingyin began to piece together the significance of the Chao family. They hailed from Jiannan, indicating her father was not a court official. If a local official could incite Xue Qingyan's words about being unable to afford offense, then Xiao Sinyu's father must be the highest-ranking official in the area, the military governor. However, Jiannan was not particularly affluent, and by comparison, Xue Qingdong was not lacking either. Unless Xiao Sinyu's mother possessed a remarkable background, it would not explain why As Xue Qingyin's thoughts swirled, Emperor Liangde summoned another young lady. The dialogue proceeded similarly to before. This time, it was the Lu family daughter who had engaged Xue Qingyin in conversation during the Xue Qingyin grasped the situation. Any lady singled out by the emperor and asked about her age and marital prospects was essentially being signaled to the others. The Lu and Xiao ladies were clearly the designated brides. Yet, it remained uncertain which was intended for Prince Xian and which for Prince Wei. Moreover, regarding what Prince Xian had mentioned, would she truly be promised to Prince Wei? Could the earlier event Was the emperor's resolution so easily shaken? As Xue Qingyin pondered, she found the intricacies of the matter exceedingly convoluted, prompting her to lower her head and take a sip of wine. Ah, how dreadful! At this juncture, the Lu lady concluded her conversation and returned to her seat. When Xue Qingyin lifted her head again, she could distinctly see the expressions of hope on the faces of the other noble ladies. They all yearned for the emperor to call their names, for even a mere few words exchanged at this banquet would grant them enough prestige to boast for at least 3 or 4 years. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, how can it be that I comprehend this while you remain oblivious? This is not merely about appearances, it also requires the backing of one's parents. Just then, a sigh of anxiety escaped Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyin appeared indifferent, while Xue Qingyan's face was filled with disappointment, as if she had hoped for a grand display at today's banquet. Your humble daughter, Lu Yueran, pays her respects to your majesty. In the blink of an eye, yet another noble lady was called forth. Xue Qingyin cast her gaze over, certain she had never seen this Lu lady before, though her figure bore a faint semblance of familiarity at this time. Emperor Liangde's inquiries were more extensive. He first asked what book she enjoyed reading, then her age and marital status. Subsequently, he smiled and remarked, what a splendid girl with a heart full of beauty. Lu Yueran's face lit up with barely contained joy as she hurriedly bowed in gratitude for the emperor. Emperor Liangde then shifted the conversation, saying, I believe you would be quite well suited for Prince Wei. What do you think, Consort Wan? Consort Wan laughed. If the Lu family daughter was preferable, the Lu family's girl was still commendable. At this moment, Xue Qingyin paused in her actions. Could it be true? Had they genuinely chosen someone else for Prince Wei? Was Prince Xian truly as astute as he claimed? Chapter 56, she becomes a side concubine to marry someone like Prince Wei. What a pity, Xue Qingyin mused. Soon after, the Empress Dowager and noble consort Wan both bestowed headpieces and this young lady from the Lu family was singled out in the palace, receiving recognition from both the Empress Dowager and noble consort Wan. It could be said that no one else shone as brightly as she did today. The envious glances cast upon her by the crowd were even more numerous than before. Xue Qingyin raised her eyes once more, only to see Lu Yurong receiving the gifts with trembling hands, her excitement palpable. Well, it seems her worries were unfounded. This Lu girl appeared overjoyed at the prospect of marrying Prince Wei. After accepting her rewards and returning to her place, Lu Yurong suddenly cast a glance at Xue Qingyin, her expression tinged with a hint of pride as Xue Qingyin was left perplexed. What was her problem? Why was she flaunting her superiority at me? As a thought struck her, Xue Qingyin suddenly recalled why this Lu girl looked so familiar. Shortly after her arrival, Yusongning had taken her to a poetry gathering hosted by Prince Wei. She had been seated in a pavilion when she saw a young girl rise to recite poetry with Prince Wei, only to be No wonder, it turned out this girl had long harbored feelings for Prince Wei and had come to see Xue Qingyin as a rival after the poetry gathering. Xue Qingyin curled her lips in disdain, finding the situation rather dull as she resumed her meal. Xue Qingha also sensed that this court banquet had little to do with her anymore. However, Xue Qingyin, why are you trembling? Xue Qingyin shook her head, whispering, it's nothing. She was anxious, worried that soon Emperor Liang would call out Xue Qingyin just as he had the Lu girl, eventually presenting her to Prince Xian. Then the noble ladies would shower Xue Qingyin with rewards, making her the center of attention. Just imagining such a scene made Xue Qinyin's heart feel constricted until the sound of a bell signaled the end of the banquet. Xue Qingyin let out a breath she had been holding, secretly smiling. How wonderful, there was no place for Xue Qingyin after all. Someone like her, becoming a side concubine for Prince Xian, would likely be dismissed. Without the approval of her parents or a matchmaker, she would probably end up as nothing more than a maid, but to her disappointment, when she turned to glance at her young mistress again, Xue Qingyin wore a completely neutral expression. Wasn't she disheartened? Miss Xue, someone approached quietly. Xue Qingyin and her companions turned to see Wan Xia. Wan Xia smiled graciously, I have come to take you home, as it is my duty to escort you back. Xue Qingyin nodded and followed her, with Xue Qinghan naturally accompanying. As the other noble ladies departed first, dispersing at the palace gate, a few inquisitive individuals could not help but wonder aloud, where is Miss Xue? I just saw her in the hall a moment ago. That day at the lake, she was with Prince. I thought she would also be specifically chosen today. Who knew she would end up with nothing? Why weren't the daughters of the Qiao and Lu families chosen for marriage as well? Why is Lu Yurong different? The emperor's intentions are not something we can easily decipher. Indeed, they sighed, feeling disheartened as they returned home. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin and her companions were led by Wan Xia to a secluded hall to wait. After a brief half-hour, Wan Xia finally escorted them out of the palace. They managed to avoid crossing paths with the other noble ladies, allowing them to ride in a palanquin carried by strong men without hesitation. Xue Qingyin was quite pleased. A little wait was no trouble. After all, she had a palanquin to ride in, saving her the trouble of walking. As for the matter of marrying Prince Xian, having witnessed the intricate entanglements within the royal family, she understood it was no simple affair. Prince Xian's assistance today was likely just, well, because he was a gentleman. Although such a description seemed at odds with the villainous image portrayed in the original story, even someone as ruthless as He Songning could be the male lead. Why couldn't a villain also embody the qualities of a gentleman? Xue Qingyin found this line of reasoning quite sound. Upon returning home, Xue Qingyin bathed and applied medicine. Mrs. Xue came to visit her. Did you get into any trouble today? Mrs. Xue asked anxiously. Xue Qingyin chuckled. Mother, what trouble could I have caused? Rolling around in front of the emperor, or hitting a princess? Mrs. Xue laughed in return. What nonsense, I am asking you seriously. Xue Qingyin lowered her voice. You needn't worry, I was quite well behaved. In the eyes of those noble ladies, I am hardly remarkable. They didn't even spare me a second glance. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Xue became indignant. My daughter is so beautiful, how could they not look at you more? Xue Qingyin thought to herself that perhaps only in her mother's eyes did her daughter seem the best. She climbed out of the bathing tub, drying herself as she said, if they had looked at me a bit more, I might have ended up marrying Prince Wei, becoming one of his 17 or 18 women. Xue sighed, then it is best they do not look at you too much. After a pause, she inquired, what do you think of the Lin family, the wife of the imperial censor? Ah? Xue Qingyin suddenly realized, so you came here to talk to me about that young man from the Lin family? Mrs. Xue smiled, you were so clever. You know that I have close ties with Lady Lin, the wife of the censor. After thinking it over, I concluded that there is no better place to go than her house. She even held you as a child. Xue Qingyin grimaced, I don't want to go, her daughter dislikes me greatly. Mrs. Xue attempted to persuade her, that was just a childhood quarrel, why hold on to it? Xue, concerned that her daughter was exhausted from her trip to the palace, decided not to press further. After Xue Qingyin fell asleep, Mrs. Xue tucked her in with care. Once back in her own courtyard, the maidservant informed her as usual, the master is still on duty. Xue replied, her expression calm. The courtyard felt desolate and quiet, yet, thinking of her two children, Mrs. Xue found solace and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Xue Qingyin woke late, only getting out of bed when the sun was high in the sky. Upon seeing her awake, the maid hurriedly reported, the Duke of Zhao has sent someone to say they wish to hold a ceremony to recognize you as a foster daughter. They also invited the master and mistress. A separate invitation has already been sent to the ministry. Such seriousness, Xue Qingyin was still adjusting to this. She could not fathom why the Duke of Zhao would place such importance on her. The maid hesitated before adding, there is another matter, though I don't know if you will find it pleasing. Just speak plainly, Xue Qingyin thought to herself, disliking those who played coy. The maid softly said, this morning, His Majesty issued a decree appointing the daughter of the Qiao family as Prince Wei's side concubine, while the daughter of the Lu family has been named his principal. They couldn't possibly bestow all three upon Prince Wei. Xue Qingyin pondered silently. The maid continued, troubled, why hasn't there been a decree for the eldest miss yet? Xue Qingyin chuckled, I wouldn't dare to think that far. You seem to be doing that for me. The maid blushed and stammered, I just worried that if you couldn't marry Prince Xian, you might miss out on Prince Wei too. Xue Qingyin warned her, speak such words lightly, and you may invite trouble. The maid quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. I won't say anything. Xue Qingyin. This maid was younger, so as she styled her hair, Xue Qingyin took the opportunity to educate her. You have no idea how unfortunate it is for the Qiao girl to marry Prince Wei. The maid, confused, asked, how so? She will be a side concubine. Think about it, how many concubines does Prince Wei have? She will have to compete with so many others, with 30 days in a month. That is true, but if it were you, it would be different. How would it be different? Prince Wei would surely favor you above all others. And then one day, his dozen wives. Xue Qingyin smacked her lips. Besides, with so many women, can he truly manage them all? I fear that after a few years, they might all be rendered ineffectual. The maid's face flushed, unable to retort. The matron, combing Xue Qingyin's hair, chuckled. What sort of talk is this from the mistress? Is this how a lady should speak? Xue Qingyin beamed with amusement. Aunt Zhong, am I wrong? Suddenly, the maid interjected. Then, with someone like Prince Xian, without a single concubine by his side, wouldn't that mean he is very capable in that regard? Xue Qingyin nearly choked on her tea. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "That you do have a point." This made Aunt Zhong fume, hands on her hips. At that moment, Prince Xian stood before Emperor Liang. The emperor wore a stern expression, his face tinged with anger, and asked, "Why not? You fancy that Xue girl, so I shall appoint her as your side concubine. Let the Lu girl be your principal wife. As your father, have I not treated you well enough?" Chapter 57. The heaviness of filial bloodshed. Observing the unsettling atmosphere, a nearby eunuch promptly lowered his head, eager to pour tea for Emperor Liang. As a close attendant to the emperor, he possessed the audacity to act thus without fear of punishment. However, Prince Xian unexpectedly extended his hand, seizing the celadon teapot from the eunuch, and personally poured a cup of tea for Emperor Liang. The emperor's expression softened somewhat. In this life, I lack the capacity to love another. Emperor Liang slammed the celadon cup down on the table, rebuking, "I forbid you to speak thus. Those you have slain are nothing but Today, the great Liang thrives in peace and harmony, with songs and dances in abundance, and you have certainly contributed to this. Can this truly be deemed as creating bloodshed?" Emperor Liang coldly continued, "You are a child of the imperial family, their marrying you is a blessing for them, even if you do not love her. What of it? Sitting in the position of a princess consort brings unmatched glory to her and her family, surely that is sufficient." Yet soon after, Emperor Liang's tone shifted as he sighed, "Enough of this. Too many voices can complicate matters. I understand your concerns regarding your affliction," he hesitated, finally stating, "Let it be as you wish. However, regarding the Empress Dowager, forget it. I too feel somewhat weary." Emperor Liang, resembling a heartbroken elder, cradled his forehead with one hand, no longer glancing at Prince Xian. As Prince Xian took his leave, he was met by the deputy commander Fang Qingzhong waiting outside the two gates. Fang Qingzhong quietly inquired, "Your Highness, do you intend to marry Miss Xue?" "Indeed." Prince Xian replied, his expression impassive, "She is the most suitable, is she not?" Yet, obtaining a decree from Emperor Liang would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, this was merely the beginning. Fang Qingzhong nodded, saying, "It is rare for a prince to have someone he favors." Favor, the thought flitted swiftly through Prince Xian's mind as he walked. The towering walls made the path seem narrow, and when he looked up, the sky appeared to be squeezed into a thin line. Beneath those high walls lay the lives of countless souls buried and forgotten. He pondered whether Xue Qingyin would still smile so freely each day if she were to enter the princess residence. "Have Du Hongxue send some items to the Xue residence tomorrow." "Understood." Xue Qing, his uncle, is the county magistrate of Xingping. "A mere county magistrate." Prince Xian's tone was frigid, clearly viewing such a minor official as insignificantly small. Fang Qingzhong spoke softly. However, she accidentally broke a cup belonging to Princess Fengyang. The emperor, upon seeing her, sent her to serve as a concubine for Minister Xue. Prince Xian held little interest in such matters, responding indifferently, "Consider it a gift for her." "Understood." At the Xue residence, Xue Qingyin had just finished her makeup when a maid rushed into her courtyard. Master had. Clearly, the situation was urgent. Xue Qingyin, puzzled, asked, "Isn't father supposed to be on duty at the Ministry of Revenue?" The maid shook her head. This servant. Indeed, Xue Qingdong was already seated inside, his expression dark and silent. This demeanor was quite rare, she noted. She stepped over the threshold, her footsteps drawing his attention. Xue Qingyin promptly turned the question back on him. "Why has father returned home today? Shouldn't you be at the Ministry of Revenue?" At this mention, Xue Qingdong's expression grew even darker. He raised his hand, stating, "The invitations have already been delivered to the ministry, how could I not return?" Xue Qingyin realized, it was indeed the invitation from Duke Zhao. Xue Qingdong rose, coldly "Why did you agree in secret? Such a significant matter should involve the intervention of parents and elders, not be decided by you alone. This matter shall be discussed further. There is no need to attend the banquet at Duke Zhao's residence." Madame Xue rushed in upon hearing the commotion, her anger palpable. Before Xue Qingyin could speak, Madame Xue raised her voice, "You disappeared for days, and the moment you return, you are quick to What kind of father are you? If she wishes to acknowledge another, I see no issue. That young lord may be foolish, but he likely treats our daughter far better than you do." In truth, Madame Xue had never witnessed how Zhao Shufeng treated. She simply spoke out of anger. Xue Qingdong retorted sharply, "She dares to act independently in all matters, and you continue to coddle her. This is not love, it is harm. If you allow this to continue, will she dare to I am not angry, why should you be?" Xue Qingdong glanced at her. Indeed, Xue Qingyin appeared utterly unfazed, devoid of any sorrow or fear. Her cheeks remained unflushed. This only fueled Xue Qingdong's anger further. "Take madam away." "She need not involve herself in this matter," Xue Qingdong commanded coldly. Madame Xue grew more frantic. "What are you doing? What do you intend to accomplish? You have always been lenient with her, sparing her from punishment and reproach. This has fostered such a disposition. When she marries into another family, will you allow her to act in such a manner and offend her in-laws?" Xue Qingdong seemed resolute in establishing his authority as a father. Xue Qingyin stated, enough, do not quarrel. If father truly punishes me today, what would the Duke Zhao's residents think? Do you wish for the Xue family to lose face over such a trivial matter? Xue Qingdong. In that instant, she felt that He Songning and Xue Qingdong were not merely father and son but rather akin to each other. Xue Qingdong lowered his gaze, stating, how could today's events be related to Duke Zhao's residents? He lifted his eyes. At once, two matrons approached, half supporting and half dragging Madame Xue out. Xue Qingyin was left dumbfounded. She had thought that although Xue Qingdong was infuriating, He Songning would eventually resent her for Yet, for now, Madame Xue's position as the mistress of the household seemed quite secure, but now it appeared that was not the case. Xue Qingdong never interfered in household matters, yet he remained the foremost authority figure. Xue Qingyin desperately signaled to Madame Xue, attempting to soothe her indignation and indicating that she need not worry about her. Turning her attention back, she then heard Xue Qingdong state flatly, Duke Zhao will only know that I punished you today because you failed to care for your sister, resulting in her injury. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, you certainly know how to find excuses. However, she was not particularly angry. She simply thought, thankfully, Madame Xue did not hear that. Otherwise, if she took Xue Qing's injury as the crime for punishing her, Madame Xue would likely become furious on the spot. Kneel. Xue Qingdong commanded. Xue Qingyin inwardly cursed, in this damned era where paternal authority reigns supreme, no wonder women of this time could only choose marriage to escape their wretched families, yet often it was merely to leap into another cage. Xue Qingyin temporarily set aside her lamentations, raising her gaze to meet Xue Qingdong's eyes, boldly declaring, my legs ache, I cannot kneel. Since when did you acquire this ailment of? He is quite aware. If you do not permit me to use Duke Zhao's residence against you, then surely it is permissible for me to invoke Prince Xian, is it not? Xue Qingyin found this reasoning quite sound. Chapter 58 My father teaches me to be humble. Xue Qingdong settled back into his seat, once again embodying the calm and refined demeanor of a cultured scholar. Upon hearing the name of the Xian Wang, he did not immediately display any signs of alarm or trepidation, but rather inquired coolly, I have only heard your elder brother mention that the Wei Wang has taken a liking to you. When did you become entangled with the Xian Wang? There are many things my father remains unaware of, Xue Qingyin replied as she also took a seat. Xue Qingdong's expression darkened. Stand up. My legs hurt. You're being overly delicate, Xue Qingdong retorted coldly. As the daughter of a dignified minister, am I not entitled to a touch of delicacy? He merely shifted his tone to one of indifference. I do not care where or how you became acquainted with His Highness the Xian Wang, nor what kind of bond you have formed with him. I can assure you unequivocally that you shall not marry him. The emperor will never consent, let alone the empress dowager. Why not? Xue Qingyin inquired, curiosity piqued. To be humble is what you have taught me. Xue Qingyin defended herself. Xue Qingdong replied with a tone of icy firmness, yet do you not recall my teachings on being an honest person, showing respect to your parents, protecting your siblings, and embodying the great? Was it in a dream? Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingdong admonished sharply. Am I not in front of my father? What else could he possibly call me? Xue Qingyin retorted, I am quite obedient, unlike last time when I was ill, calling out for father again and again, yet he did not come back. In truth, the original owner likely called for He Songning. But regardless, if she claimed to have called for Xue Qingdong, that was what it was. Who could tell if she was fabricating? Xue Qingdong was momentarily speechless, his words caught in his throat. However, he maintained his parental authority, saying, are you lamenting the shortcomings of your father? With a sigh, Xue Qingyin muttered softly, what daughter would dare to do so? If I truly had that much audacity, I would have. Outside, Madame Xue could not see the scene within, only hearing the repeated shouts of anger. She had rarely seen Xue Qingdong lose his composure in such a manner. Her heart raced with anxiety, fearing for Xue Qingyin's safety. Seeing that Xue Qingyin showed no fear of him, Xue Qingdong felt a surge of irritation, yet, that anger quickly subsided. In the past, this daughter had indeed behaved like a complete fool. Xue Qingdong often contemplated whether her foolishness was a result of some inherent flaw, dragging her mother down with her. He had countless times wanted to urge Madame Xue to stop indulging her, but each time he brought it up, she would become immediately agitated. Today, her demeanor only provoked his ire further, yet, he had to admit that she now exhibited a semblance of his daughter-esque character. Xue Qingdong lowered his gaze, pondering in silence for a moment. He refrained from employing the previous base tactics. Instead, he began to articulate the pros and cons. Marrying the Xian Wang is impossible. The Wei Wang is a different matter. The Wei Wang has already been promised to someone else, Xue Qingyin reminded him. And so what? The Wei Wang holds affection for you, while concubine Wan does not. His Majesty would be quite pleased to see you sow discord between them, Xue Qingdong stated. His tone was that of a cultured scholar, yet the inherent arrogance in his words mirrored that of He Songning. Xue Qingyin murmured, father is indeed well informed. The Xian Wang had said much the same. It seemed that wise individuals often thought along similar lines. But all of this is predicated on the condition that you do not acknowledge Zhao Shufeng as your father. Xue Qingyin clicked her tongue. Do you think concubine Wan is favored? Xue Qingdong suddenly inquired. Having watched her fair share of palace dramas, Xue Qingyin mused that she could make a reasonable guess. This hardly required much intellect. She quickly replied, the greater the favor, the more it resembles fire and oil. Xue Qingdong could not help but cast a more attentive glance at her, continuing, indeed, concubine Wan's family is quite prominent among the scholars. Duke Zhao has earned much respect in the military over many years. A union of civil and military interests is something the emperor would never wish to see. If you aspire to a higher marriage, you must not associate with the Zhao family. Do you understand? As your father, it is appropriate for me to refuse on your behalf. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Xue Qingdong appeared magnanimous. I shall consider today's incident as you having momentarily lost your senses. Striving for oneself is commendable, but you must not direct your efforts against your own father. Should there be a next time, the consequences will not be so easily dismissed. He gently patted Xue Qingyin on the head, resembling a kind father, though it was not entirely convincing. He added, I shall truly regard you as a well-behaved child at Qingyin, be wise. Xue Qingyin could not help but look up at Xue Qingdong, asking, is it always necessary for my father to calculate everything so meticulously? Is it not wise to be clever? It is indeed good. Xue Qingdong's voice turned slightly cold, what do you mean by that? It matters little whether or not I marry well, it is rare for someone to take notice of me. I still intend to visit the Duke Zhao's residence, Xue Qingyin declared, fearful of truly becoming immersed in this era, ultimately becoming a person who... Xue Qingdong's brow furrowed, disappointment clear in his gaze as he looked at Xue Qingyin. You still lack wisdom. Then let me be unwise. At the very least, I will protect those I wish to protect at critical moments, draw near to those worth knowing, and love those deserving of love, without concern for gains or losses, Xue Qingyin asserted resolutely. Xue Qingdong recognized that she was alluding to the past incident involving the poisoned concubine in their household. He had failed to protect his wife. Xue Qingdong's brows furrowed menacingly, then quickly relaxed. He asked, is this what your mother taught you? Xue Qingyin felt a twinge of wariness. Surely he wouldn't confront Madame Xue. She quickly responded, it was upon observing my father's demeanor that I thought, I do not want to be someone who causes others pain. Xue Qingdong fell silent and exited the room, directly encountering Madame Xue's furious. Madame Xue had been exceptionally beautiful in her youth, which was why she had wed Xue Qingdong as a merchant's daughter and bore a daughter as striking as Xue Qingyin. When Xue Qingdong met her gaze, he found himself momentarily entranced. In her youth, her eyes were somewhat round, and when she glared, it appeared more like a playful pout, yet, he did not know when the fine lines began to form at the corners of her eyes, pulling their edges upwards. When she glared coldly, her gaze became piercing, devoid of the tenderness of her youth. Xue Qingdong parted his lips, wishing to say something, but Madame Xue hurried past him, entering the room to embrace Xue Qingyin. Did your father strike you? Xue Qingyin shook her head. In the end, Xue Qingdong said nothing and returned to the Ministry of Revenue. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin was enveloped in her mother's embrace as they slowly exited the door. As she turned her gaze, Xue Qingyin noticed a maid nearby with a distinct handprint on her face. Clearly, Madame Xue had been furious when she could not enter earlier. Did Xue Qingdong ever consider such matters? Would he never see the hidden pain within Madame Xue's heart? Perhaps he had seen it, but felt that the past had been resolved, and thus it should end there. Why then dwell on it continuously? Xue Qingyin bit her lip, observing her mother's disheveled hair and swollen eyes. She thought, she must find a way to help her mother escape, otherwise, remaining beside Xue Qingdong as father and daughter would inevitably lead her to be gradually worn down by this unspoken cold violence, eroding the last remnants of her vitality. With today's events, Madame Xue was likely resolute in opposing Xue Qingdong the following day. She personally styled Xue Qingyin's hair and accompanied her to the Zhao Duke's residence. At this moment, Steward Zhao wore a look of concern. I heard that Xue Shirlang was so angry that he rushed home yesterday. As he spoke, he genuinely could not comprehend, stating, this is clearly a joyous occasion. Why is it met with such resistance from the Xue family? He has more than just one daughter. Moreover, we are merely recognizing a bond, not taking anyone into our household. Duke Zhao remarked, I have encountered Xue Qingdong a few times. He appears to be a cultured scholar, but that is merely a facade. This man possesses some cunning and guile. Such individuals typically exhibit a strong desire for control. Steward Zhao could not help but comment, it is indeed remarkable that such a man, Xue Shirlang, could produce a sweet daughter. However, he soon furrowed his brow again, saying, the question remains whether the Xue girl will still come today. To defy her father's wishes is truly a bold act. Chapter 59 The young lady's fortunate day. Zhao Shufeng was blissfully unaware of the events that were to unfold today. In recent days, he had taken to horse riding with great enthusiasm, and as a result, he had lost a noticeable amount of weight. This brought tears of joy to the Duke of Zhao, who would have been even more delighted had he not been so preoccupied with playfully tossing his golden crown in the air. Young master, your hair is... How can you present yourself like this? Please, young master, hold on a moment, don't tug at your belt. The plaintive voices of the maidservants rose in chorus. The Duke of Zhao had to lean. Miss Xue, what has happened to Miss Xue? The steward Zhao inquired urgently. Miss Xue has arrived, the young servant managed to say, panting for breath. The steward nearly struck him in frustration. At that moment, the Duke of Zhao sprang to his feet, his voice booming with joy. Excellent, open the gates to welcome her. Within the Duke's residence, there was a hall designated for feasts, known as the Hall of Wild Geese. At present, the hall was nearly filled to capacity. Among them were the venerable clan elders and relatives of the Duke. When Xue Qingyin was ushered in by the Duke himself, her first glance met the sea of faces before her. In that fleeting moment, the gazes directed at her were anything but amicable. Before she could react, Madame Xue furrowed her brow. The Duke's tone grew stern. What are you all doing standing around? Have you feasted so much that you have lost your senses? His words were rather unyielding. However, the guests seemed to awaken from their stupor, rising to their feet and donning expressions of warmth. The Duke paid no mind to these fools, they were merely there to lend an air of seriousness to the occasion. He turned his head, silently relieved. Though Madame Xue's expression was not particularly pleasant, Xue Qingyin appeared relaxed and composed. The Duke strode forward, weaving through the crowd until he took his seat at the head of the table. The steward Zhao led Madame Xue to the left of the Duke's seat, causing her expression to soften immediately. The Duke's household indeed accorded her the utmost respect. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Shufeng took his place at the lower right, followed closely by Xue Qingyin. Once all the principal figures were settled, the Duke announced, "Please, be seated." The Zhao family members exchanged peculiar glances as they retook their seats, a hint of dissatisfaction lingering in their hearts. What was their age, and what was the age of this young girl? How curious, this young girl had even been placed ahead of them. "Serve the tea," the Duke commanded gravely. The servants standing at the foot of the steps promptly approached with a tea tray, carrying steaming cups of tea. The Duke smiled, saying, "Considering Qingyin's delicate constitution, and since this is not an adoption, we shall spare the other formalities. It suffices to offer tea to Afeng as a gesture of respect, with our kin gathered here as witnesses." He paused, his voice warm as he inquired, "What say you, Qingyin?" He did not direct the question to Madame Xue but to Xue Qingyin herself. Given the status of the Duke's household, he could easily disregard Xue Qingdong. Presently, it was only this young lady from the Xue family who caught his eye. "Your arrangements are most considerate, my lord." "I am truly delighted," Xue Qingyin replied with a charming smile. Her most vivid memory of the Duke was from their last encounter in the Lotus Garden, where he had resembled a lion with ruffled fur. Today, however, he appeared more like a kind elder. The lengths to which he would go for his son made Xue Qingyin marvel, and she found little to critique. The Duke laughed heartily. "Excellent. Bring the tea to Qingyin." The servant was about to approach her when Steward Zhao suddenly stepped forward. He halted the servant's movement, then reverently took the teacup and presented it to Xue Qingyin. Steward Zhao was not a young man, and such deference made Xue Qingyin feel a twinge of embarrassment. "Please, young lady, from this day forth, you shall also be my mistress," he declared, inadvertently solidifying. Xue Qingyin blinked lightly, acknowledging the sentiment without uttering any platitudes about equality. This was the Duke's household making an effort to elevate her standing. To refuse such an overture would be to misread the situation. Thus, she accepted the teacup with a bright smile and approached Zhao Shufeng. At that moment, Zhao Shufeng appeared considerably more composed, sitting upright as if he were an ordinary gentleman. The maidservants quickly laid down soft cushions supporting the cup. Xue Qingyin knelt before Zhao Shufeng, resting on the plush cushion without discomfort. "I pay my respects to you, my godfather," Xue Qingyin declared cheerfully. Zhao Shufeng's face lit up with joy. Just as everyone assumed he understood her words, he rose to reciprocate her kneeling gesture. Sensing his intention, Xue Qingyin swiftly pressed down on his knee. "Sit down," she instructed, her tone slightly firm. Zhao Shufeng responded eagerly, promptly sitting back down. The Duke exhaled slowly, relieved that there had been no faux pas. However, this exchange did not go unnoticed by the other relatives, who were astounded. This young lady from the Xue family could indeed command Zhao Shufeng. If he, a notoriously reckless youth, was willing to heed her as a junior, their days would undoubtedly become more challenging. "Drink your tea, Xue Qingyin." He paid no attention to the temperature of the tea, hastily lifting the lid and pouring it into his mouth. Xue Qingyin quickly tugged at his sleeve. "It's hot, you should blow on it." Zhao Shufeng bent down to blow on the tea a few times before gulping it down, then turned. "It's delightful." He seemed anxious that she might miss out. Xue Qingyin took a sip, and the maidservants promptly assisted her in standing. Madame Xue couldn't help but smile thinly, observing Zhao Shufeng, despite his imposing stature and somewhat foolish demeanor, showing concern for Qingyin even while drinking tea. Her heart lightened. Moreover, she was naturally protective of her daughter, and recognizing that the Duke's actions stemmed from paternal affection, she felt a surge of gratitude. The atmosphere in the Duke's household suddenly felt much more welcoming. Xue Qingyin looked at the Duke with a smile. "May I also toast you with a cup of tea?" "Certainly," the Duke replied. Having never had the chance to receive a cup of tea from a daughter-in-law, nor to see grandchildren surrounding him, this moment was particularly cherished. Taking the cup from Steward Zhao, Xue Qingyin presented it with both hands to the Duke. The Duke smiled. "From now on, you may simply call me grandfather." Xue Qingyin complied, and Madame Xue observed this scene, inexplicably feeling a wave of amusement. The events of the day had left Xue Qingdong in a furious state, but perhaps that anger would pale in comparison to the wrath of the Xue family upon learning of this? Especially her rather old-fashioned father-in-law. If he were to hear Xue Qingyin address someone as grandfather, his expression would surely be one of great discontent. Yet, he would not dare to confront the Duke's household. As Madame Xue pondered this, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing Madame Xue so delighted, the Duke also felt elated. In an instant, the entire Duke's residence was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Indeed, the tea was as delightful as Afeng had claimed. It was not bitter but rather sweet. The Duke chuckled heartily. In the Xue household, Xue Qinghe was roused by a maidservant. Xiao Xian's face was alight with excitement. Upon seeing her exuberance, Xue Qinghe felt a sense of foreboding. The last incident with the imperial physician had left Xiao Xian in a predicament. What could this possibly be about? "Second miss, someone from Ruwei Shangji has come to make you a new dress." Xue Qingyin was taken aback. The Xue family, Xue Qingyin, on the other hand, was renowned for having two exceptional seamstresses, one skilled in double-sided embroidery, unmatched in her craft, and the other adept at bringing inanimate objects to life, making her floral embroidery seem as though one could smell the fragrance, and her butterflies appear as if they could truly flutter. The noble ladies of the capital often took pride in donning garments from their establishment. Xue Qingyin possessed but a single dress from Xue Qingyin, a gift from Sunning, which she had been reluctant to wear, stashed away at the bottom of her trunk. After noticing her refusal, Sunning had not brought any more since, yet today, they had come to tailor a dress for her that meant a custom fit? Such matters typically require notifying the household, do they not? Xue Qingyin questioned, puzzled. Surely, Madame Xue would not permit this. Xue Qingyin, unable to contain her excitement, replied, this was personally instructed by the master himself. Her enthusiasm, yet, he had not shown much tenderness toward Xue Qingyin either, so Xue Qingyin did not feel particularly distressed. Xue Qingyin, unable to hide her pride, exclaimed, it is because Xue Qingyin has chosen to— The master was furious. Just yesterday, he even struck Xue Qingyin, disregarding Madame's feelings. The two of them had a fierce argument, even tearing up the invitation from the Duke's residence. Chapter 60. The arena. Once the tea was finished at the Duke of Zhao's residence, the guests were finally seated to partake in the wine. The Duke inquired whether Madame Xue would indulge in a drink. Xue Qingyin presumed that Madame Xue would abstain. However, to her surprise, after a moment's hesitation, she replied, a light sip would not be amiss, for today is a day of celebration. This remark delighted the Duke, who struck the— Yet, while he preferred strong spirits, the offering presented to Madame Xue was a fruit wine. Madame Xue couldn't help but marvel at the Duke's thoughtfulness. For a fleeting moment, she recalled that it had been years since she had felt such smooth sailing, where everything aligned perfectly. But why was that? In the Xue household, she was undeniably the matriarch, and Xue Qingyin did indeed live by her countenance. Yet, why did she still feel so dissatisfied? The moment she stepped outside the Xue doors, it was even more pronounced. She realized that apart from the wife of the censor, no one else cared to associate with her, and thus no one would treat her with such consideration. With this thought, Madame Xue raised her glass and drank deeply. Madame Xue, it appears you are also a spirited woman. Excellent, I shall drink with you. The Duke had not enjoyed such unrestrained merriment in quite some time, and in his exhilaration, he poured 2 more cups of strong liquor down his throat. Zhao Shufeng, seated nearby, imitated him, and today, no one dared to dissuade him. Only Xue Qingyin sipped water, albeit mixed with brown sugar. How health-conscious. Xue Qingyin also took a few hearty gulps. The other members of the Zhao family, regardless of their expressions, could only sit awkwardly by, unable to join in. As the wine flowed for the 3rd round, the Duke surveyed the room and declared sternly, from now on, Miss Xue shall be the 3rd mistress of this household. The Zhao family understood that this was a warning not to disregard Miss Xue. Naturally, she is a Feng's goddaughter. How could we show her any disrespect? Indeed, we hope Miss Xue we hope Qingyin will frequently mingle with us relatives. Xue Qingyin merely smiled and raised her glass in silence. It would be wise to avoid associations with the Duke's family, both to avoid being tainted and to prevent any misunderstandings by the Duke. The Duke discreetly noted Xue Qingyin's actions and nodded approvingly. As a father, he could not help but ponder every detail, wishing to consider every aspect thoroughly. He neither desired Miss Xue to be overly cunning nor to be foolishly led by others, which could inadvertently harm Zhao Shufeng in the future. Yet, from his observations, she proved to be free of flaws. The banquet soon came to a close. As they departed, the Duke ordered 2 large chests of gifts to be brought forth. There are no ladies in the residence. These items were originally part of Pearl's dowry. Today, they are fittingly passed to you. He paused and added, Pearl was my wife, you should address her as grandmother. Thank you, grandfather. Mentioning his late wife rendered the Duke momentarily somber. Hearing that Xue Qingyin still remembered to express gratitude to Pearl, even though she could no longer hear, brought a faint smile to the Duke's lips as he instructed the steward, have the household soldiers escort Madame Xue and Qingyin back home. The steward replied, you have consumed quite a bit of wine today. You should rest with the young master while I ensure the young ladies return safely. The Duke nodded instantly. The Duke's residence fell silent again as he turned to walk inside, taking Zhao Shufeng's hand. Zhao Shufeng cast a lingering glance back at Xue Qingyin. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be if they could live more joyfully. My lady, please, the steward's voice interrupted her thoughts. Xue Qingyin nodded and entered the carriage with Madame Xue. Once settled, she noticed Madame Xue offering her a smile that was both reassuring and touching. Qingyin, today I truly see that you have grown up. You are even more formidable than your mother. Unsure if it was the wine that had affected her, Xue Qingyin rushed into Madame Xue's embrace and whispered, in my heart, mother will always be the most formidable. Madame Xue laughed heartily, her laughter ringing with joy. Regrettably, this happiness could not last long. Upon their return to the Xue household, the Duke's soldiers began to carry the 2 large chests of gifts inside. The Xue servants, upon witnessing such a spectacle, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Madame Xue was supported by a servant as she made her way inside. A nearby maid frowned and remarked, Madam, why did you drink so much, even if the master sent for Xue Qingyin to make clothes for the set? Madam went in first, how could I know Xue Qingyin came to visit? Madame Xue intended to inquire further, but upon reflection, found it tedious to dwell on such trivial matters. She replied coldly, the second young lady's age warrants a few good outfits. Let it be done. Are you not concerned, madam? The maid asked in disbelief. Concerned about what? Should I allow others to claim that I, as the legitimate mother, lack grace, now that Qingyin is improving day by day, Aining is about to participate in the spring examination? The rest is none of my concern. But, the maid insisted, the master instructed the steward to allocate 2 shops for the second young lady to practice her skills. Do you not care? If it were merely about making clothes, it would be tolerable. However, suddenly granting Xue Qingyin a shop. Yes, if it were for her future marriage and management, it could be justified. But why did these 2 matters coincide on the same day? Anyone with eyes could see that this was a deliberate challenge to the eldest young lady, or perhaps, on a deeper level. Xue Qingyin was signaling to them that without his approval or delegation of authority, neither the matriarch of the Xue family nor the legitimate daughter in charge of the estate meant anything. After Xue Qingyin had defied him, he could casually elevate the second young lady. Perhaps it was the effects of the wine, or perhaps due to the conflict that had arisen that day when Madame Xue had been barred from entering, the resentment had yet to dissipate. Or perhaps, while drinking today, she had suddenly come to some realizations. Madame Xue slammed down her teacup, exclaiming, Xue Qingyin. She spat out his name through gritted teeth, her mind a tumult of confusion. Go summon the second young lady. Then go to the Ministry of Revenue and fetch the master. Today, she resolved not to endure any longer. She intended to vent her frustrations and confront Xue Qingyin directly. At this moment, Xue Qingyin let out a soft sigh. She pressed her forehead, feeling that this might be a blessing in disguise. Mother, do not act rashly, Xue Qingyin urged, supporting her. Qingyin, you should return to your courtyard. I will handle this matter clearly, Madame Xue replied coldly. Xue Qingyin remained calm and gentle, stating, Do you not understand father's temperament? If you rebuke Xue Qingyin in anger today, father will think you are intentionally trying to embarrass him, and then what? He is the head of the family, Xue Qingyin rationally pointed out. Once married, a woman follows her husband. What title of matriarch could one expect to hold if her husband sought to strip it away? Could one rely on Madame Xue's maiden family to defend her? Madame Xue clenched her teeth. Just like back then, it may not end without a resolution. This is different, mother. Back then I was poisoned and nearly died. Today, father is deliberately seeking to teach me a lesson. What excuse will you have to create a scene? Madame Xue fell silent, her eyes were bloodshot, and the muscles in her face twitched slightly. Xue Qingyin felt a pang of sympathy and embraced her, saying, Mother, let us go. Where to? Back to grandmother's house? Only then did Madame Xue seem to regain her senses from the overwhelming shock, nodding firmly, very well. Xue Qingyin understood well. The only way to deal with such individuals was to retreat strategically. If they engaged in fierce confrontation, it would only exacerbate their opposition. Moreover, Madame Xue had long borne the monikers of jealous and harsh. She could not afford to bear additional slander. One day, she wanted Xue Qingyin to come pleading for her return to the household. Chapter 61. Returning to one's parental home. Madame Xue was determined to leave, yet none in the household dared to move. Although she had realized that her authority as the matriarch paled in comparison to Xue Qingyin's when she was barred from the door that day, today truly opened her eyes. Until now, the lack of open conflict had obscured the harsh, frigid reality. Madame Xue sneered. Well, it seems none of you can be compelled to act now. Madam Xue took a step forward, feeling a wave of darkness wash over her. At that moment, Xue Qingyin reached out to steady her, saying, Nongxia, go summon those soldiers back. Nongxia, Xue Qingyin's personal servant, was particularly close to her as her mother had been Xue Qingyin's wet nurse during her childhood. After a moment of hesitation, she understood the time for decision had arrived. I shall go at once, she declared, gritting her teeth. The soldiers from the Duke of Zhao's residence. Xue Qingyin stood tall, evidently assuming the mantle of leadership. She directed them with ease as they began moving the boxes outside. Gather the valuable items from Mother's chamber and take them all with us, Xue Qingyin instructed. Madame Xue paused, slowly grasping her daughter's intentions, and lowered her voice to ask, Are we not returning? Xue Qingyin understood that, despite Madame Xue's grievances against Xue Qingyin, her background and upbringing, the notion of divorce was even more unthinkable. Xue Qingyin reassured her, returning would merely mean father persuading mother to come back. Madame Xue fell silent, and the servants hurriedly packed their belongings onto the carriage. Unlike Madame Xue, who only brought along those she had brought from her parental home, Xue Qingyin ensured that all of He Songning's servants accompanied her. Among them was a slightly older maid named Zhishu, who possessed some martial skills and was usually quite composed. However, today she appeared flustered, eager to rush to the outskirts and inform He Songning. She urged, Miss, think carefully, your departure with Madame will push matters to an irretrievable state. Xue Qingyin simply asked, Are we leaving or not? Zhishu bit her lip. Since your elder brother entrusted you to me, you must obey my orders. Xue Qingyin did not engage further. Zhishu bowed her head, immediately silenced. As the wheels of the carriage rolled away, Xue Qingyin took with her Madame Xue, along with clothing, jewelry, books, and even the screen and inkstone that the scale of their departure resembled that of a family relocating entirely grateful to the soldiers of the Duke of Zhao, without whom, even if she wished to confront her father, she would have been unable to do so. The carriage sped away, as if fearing pursuit. Madame Xue, concerned for Xue Qingyin's comfort, pulled her into an embrace, finally saying, Given your father's temperament, he is unlikely to lower himself to invite us back. Our departure might become a subject of ridicule. Xue Qingyin was taken aback and looked up at her mother, yet, mother still chose to leave with me. Madame Xue momentarily lost herself in thought, murmuring, indeed, perhaps after all these, it is you, Qingyin, who has given me the courage. The Duke of Zhao's household treats you with genuine sincerity, without reproach. I need not worry about your brother's future, we need not rely solely on your father. With those final words, Madame Xue exhaled deeply, as if today's decisive departure fulfilled Madame Xue's long-held aspirations, which had been thwarted by various constraints in the past. Xue Qingyin nestled deeper into her embrace, affirming, Mother has me. She swore to prevent Madame Xue from meeting the same fate as in the original narrative. A good mother ought to have a favorable conclusion, should she not? The Xue family resided in the southern part of the city, their estate even larger than the Xue family's. After all, Xue Qingyin had long been separated from the main family and, having risen to the rank of vice minister, had built a residence of his own. The Xue family, possessing considerable wealth and a multitude of inhabitants, naturally required a more spacious abode. When Xue Qingyin's carriage arrived at the Xue family's doorstep, it immediately stirred the occupants within. The young lady has returned. What of the young master, has he returned as well? The entire Xue household buzzed with excitement. As Xue Qingyin disembarked, she was greeted by a throng of relatives, led by her second uncle, Xue Qi, a middle-aged man. It was said that the Xue family had originally operated a medicine shop, and their descendants were often named after medicinal herbs, hence Xue Qi, named after Astragalus. Madame Xue's maiden name, Xue Ji, was derived from Angelica. What day is it today? My sister has brought back my dear niece. As soon as your aunt and I heard, we rushed out in delight. Xue Qi spoke rapidly, leaving little room for interruption, before promptly inquiring, what of your husband? Xue Qingyin had an inkling that this family might not be as reliable as she had hoped. We had a dispute. Only Qingyin and I have returned, Madame Xue replied coolly. Xue Qi's expression stiffened. What was the argument about? Was it regarding that illegitimate daughter? How many times must I remind you? Madame Xue's countenance grew darker. Sensing the tension, Xue Qingyin interjected sweetly, Uncle, we cannot stand here talking in the cold. Xue Qi forced a smile. Yes, let us go inside. Our Qingyin cannot bear fatigue. Xue Qi thought to himself that Xue Qingyin was of delicate constitution, yet she was the only leverage his sister had against her husband. Are all these gifts from my sister? A woman's voice suddenly interjected. Xue Qingyin turned to see her aunt, Guishi, who was a few years older than Xue Qi, her face marked with fine lines around her eyes and brow, with a round face retaining traces of her youthful charm. Her smile revealed a hint of overeagerness. Xue Qingyin struggled to recall her memories of her aunt, who had a mediocre relationship with her uncle. She had been wed into the Xue family due to her favorable appearance and perceived fertility, as decided by the family patriarch. Why do you gaze at me so, Qingyin? Is there something on my face? Guishi inquired, touching her cheek. Aunt looks even more beautiful, Xue Qingyin responded. Guishi thought to herself that she had never before received a compliment from this young lady, and her smile widened to the point of nearly reaching her ears. Xue Qingyin then instructed the servants to carry the boxes inside while asking, shall mother and I still reside in the previous courtyard? These are our necessities. Guishi's smile vanished instantly. Xue Qi, now serious, asked, how long does my sister intend to stay this time? Madame Xue feigned, I cannot say for certain. Xue Qi's face paled, that cannot be, how can a married niece return to her parental home for an extended stay? Xue Qingyin pouted, displeased, Uncle, are you intending to drive us away? Of course not. Then that is settled. Family should not speak in division, Xue Qingyin declared, waving her hand. Let us carry everything inside. It was only then that Xue Qi noticed the soldiers accompanying them. A tremor ran through him as he asked, what is this? Despite Xue Qingdong's influential position as vice minister, how could he command so many soldiers? These are the soldiers from the Duke of Zhao's residence, Xue Qingyin replied with a sweet smile. I thought these boxes were rather heavy and difficult to move, so I borrowed some help from my grandfather. Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Xue Qi's anxiety deepened. Merchants fear officials, and they fear soldiers even more, but as he processed the latter half, he couldn't help but wonder, how could the old patriarch lend you soldiers from the Duke's household? Who said anything about that, grandfather? The Duke of Zhao is my grandfather, the new one. Xue Qingyin asserted loudly. Xue Qi was left utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the distinction. She respectfully paid her respects to Xue Qingdong, but when she lifted her gaze, she discovered that only she and her father occupied the table. Where were the others? Question swelled in Xue Qing's throat, but upon noticing her father's hand was bandaged, as if he had shattered something in a fit of rage, she swallowed her inquiries. With the absence of her stepmother and half-sister, this meal remained stifling for Xue Qingyin. Only when Xue Qingdong set down his chopsticks did she finally exhale. Tomorrow, you shall go to the tea house in the outskirts of the city. Do you not enjoy reading tea scriptures? It would be better entrusted to you than to your sister. The accounts of Lingxi Pavilion will also be delivered to you tomorrow. Xue Qingdong spoke succinctly before rising to leave, devoid of any warmth. Yet, recalling his earlier remark, do you not enjoy reading tea scriptures? Xue Qinghe felt a flicker of acknowledgement from her father. She rose and returned to the courtyard. Xiao Xian cheerfully whispered in her ear, just as the eldest daughter took over the family business back then, the second daughter shall do the same today. With Lingxi Pavilion situated in the bustling East Market, if you manage it well, there will be no shortage of noble patrons. In the future, you need not fear your stepmother any longer. Xue Qinghe felt a slight alleviation of the pressure weighing on her heart. Perhaps her elder brother would recognize her capabilities? Today, the master's countenance was exceedingly grim. The eldest daughter dared to incite the madam to return to her family. It turned out to be to our advantage. Return to her family? This was indeed uncharacteristic of her stepmother. She had expected her to come knocking. Indeed, she has returned to her family's second young lady, strive to seize the authority of Xue Qingyin helplessly remarked, how can an unmarried daughter manage the household? In this regard, Xue Qingyin appeared to harbor even greater ambitions than she did. Xue Qingyin confidently asserted, why not, your vision is still too narrow. The maidservants serving Miss Liu have some connections with me. I once heard one mention that the Liu family, in order to cultivate their legitimate daughter's ability to manage the household, entrusted the entire estate to her. She feared her elder brother might blame her for driving Madame Xue away, and yet she also worried she might not be able to shoulder such a significant responsibility, all the while yearning to prove. At this moment, Xue Qingyin was also pondering, but what might the eldest daughter be doing now, crying in secret, or perhaps throwing a tantrum? Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin sat at the table, dishes being served one after another. The Su family, being mere merchants, did not adhere to notions of moderation or indulgence. They had employed a Huayang chef who had exerted great effort to prepare a plethora of exquisite dishes, all presented solely to Xue Qingyin. The entire Su family gathered at one table, yet only Madame Xue and Xue Qingyin were treated as honored guests. Especially Xue Qingyin, for she now had a new grandfather. The title Duke Zhao was indeed enough to make them tremble in fear. Qingyin, do try this, Su Qi urged fervently as he served her a dish. Gu Shi hurriedly inquired, how is it? Quite acceptable, Xue Qingyin replied. These two words immediately drew disdainful glances from the other members of the Su family. She was indeed hard to please, in stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the Xue household. Xue Qingyin, attended by others, sampled 8 dishes and concluded her meal with a plate of cheese cherries, savoring the sweet and sour taste of cherries combined with the rich aroma of cheese. Subsequently, the crowd surrounded her as they escorted her back to the courtyard to rest. Xue Qingyin and Madame Xue took residence in Cine Pavilion. This was the same place Madame Xue had lived before her marriage. Back then, the Su family resided in Huainan, and upon moving to the capital, they had rebuilt the house just as it had been. Upon entering, Madame Xue felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness. She patted Xue Qingyin's head and urged her to rest. I used to sleep on that couch when I was little, and your grandmother would quietly come in to cover me with a blanket. Madame Xue pointed to the long couch inside. Once Xue Qingyin settled down, she turned to Su Qi and said, after all, I am married now, and I shan't stay here without contributing. I will send 80 taels of silver home each month. The rest we shall manage ourselves. Su Qi chuckled awkwardly, what are you saying, you're returning to your own home, why pay silver? Madame Xue merely smiled, remaining silent. She realized that after leaving the Xue family, her options were rather limited. It seemed she belonged nowhere. Fortunately, with her daughter by her side, any place felt like home. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin lay on the couch, tossing and turning but unable to sleep. She eventually got up and peered out the window. The courtyard was exceedingly quiet in Madame Xue's absence. Surely, she was slowly catching up with the Su family. While contemplating what to do today, perhaps a visit to the silk shop, she was interrupted by a servant from the Su. They were indeed clever, not simply waiting idly at the Xue residence. As Xue Qingyin stepped outside, she saw a carriage waiting at the Su family's entrance. Upon closer inspection, a familiar face appeared beside the carriage. She exclaimed in surprise, why is it you? The young general smiled in return. We can also be considered as having come from the estate. Xue Qingyin nodded, that's not entirely. Du Hongxue stood outside, and it was evident who was inside. She waved her hand, signaling the Su family servants to withdraw. The Su family servants hesitated, unwilling to leave. What are you afraid of? We are all family, Xue Qingyin reassured them. I need to attend to matters regarding the estate. There is no reason for you to follow me. Finally, the Su family. Inside sat the dignified and poised Prince Xian, holding a teacup. I pay my respects to His Highness, Prince Xian. Xue Qingyin offered a perfunctory bow. Prince Xian raised his gaze. We are all family? Xue Qingyin suddenly remembered, of course I need him, I'm counting on him to prepare the menu for me as soon as possible. Du Hongxue leaned in, let us go see that Lu Xiuyuan. Ah, so you came? However, it would not be necessary to trouble your highness, just have General Du come to fetch me, Xue Qingyin said with great understanding. Du Hongxue repeatedly insisted, I cannot be called a general. His position in the military was that of a steward, hence most referred to him as Steward Du, which, the position of steward in the military held significant importance. As Du Hongxue spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Prince Xian's expression. He thought to himself, why was Miss Xue suddenly being so dense today? You quarreled with Xue Shilang? This immediately diverted Xue Qingyin's attention, making her forget her earlier curiosity about his presence. Xue Qingyin did not respond, merely smiling gracefully, your highness knows quite a lot. Prince Xian waved his hand dismissively, with a little observation, one can learn. Xue Qingyin continued to beam, thank you, your highness, for your concern. Her words, in truth, were mere pleasantries, akin to thanking a superior for their care. However, to Prince Xian, they held a different weight. Prince Xian curled his fingers, pressing them more firmly against the teacup. He asked, are you not upset? Upset about what? Now, leveraging the Duke's title, I am living quite splendidly, Xue Qingyin replied, her eyes, unable to resist. Prince Xian gazed at her features for a moment longer before casually remarking, are you not afraid of overstepping and inciting the Duke's displeasure? Xue Qingyin replied, what can one title do? If your highness is willing to lend me another, I would have no qualms about using it interchangeably. Du Hongxue, listening from outside, widened his eyes. This reasoning was indeed a first. It was both refreshing and audacious. Then you may take it and use it, Prince Xian replied nonchalantly, and now it was Xue Qingyin's turn to be taken aback. He truly intends to lend it? Chapter 63 of this Prince and Miss Xue. The generous demeanor of Prince Xian made Xue Qingyin feel a twinge of embarrassment. In a soft voice, she remarked, in fact, I borrowed your highness's name the other day. Otherwise, my father, in a fit of anger, might have resorted to striking me. He struck you? Prince Xian's gaze shifted slightly, extracting those 3 words from her statement. Xue Qingyin replied languidly, well, he fled before he had the chance to strike me, didn't he? Du Hongxue, who was outside, could not help but chuckle. Well done. It is the property of the Xue family, does Miss Xue not remember? Xue Qingyin smiled, so we are going to tend to our family business. Du Hongxue remarked, it is best that the benefits remain within the... After confirming their destination, Xue Qingyin's mind drifted to another concern. I left in a hurry and did not bring Muli, nor did I bring any servants. If others see us, they might begin to gossip. Du Hongxue responded reassuringly, the absence of servants is of no consequence. Today, we shall serve as your attendants. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyin leaned against the carriage window, smiling, then I shall shamelessly accept your offer. Indeed, she was quite unreserved, having spent much time in the military. Du Hongxue and his companion, he added with a smile, it is of no matter if Muli is not here. Xue Qingyin tilted her head, Prince Xian casually opened a low box beside his feet. Xue Qingyin initially thought the box was merely a footrest. However, as it opened, its contents were revealed, a veil adorned with jade-like light fabric, a common style, yet when Xue Qingyin bent down to pick it up, she heard the distinct sound of tinkling jade stones. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the veil was intricately threaded with golden threads and adorned with pearls and precious stones. The pearls were round and luminous, while the jade was translucent and as white as freshly cut fat, exuding an air of opulence without being ostentatious. Xue Qingyin couldn't help but exclaim, this is exquisite. The people at Prince Xian's residence truly consider every detail, she remarked while placing the veil atop her head. How can you say that it is the people of the residence who... Xue Qingyin tilted her head, could it be that his highness prepared this personally? Such a minor detail seemed rather improbable, yet, upon reflection, one might indeed conclude that a veil so lavishly adorned with pearls and precious stones would likely require Prince. Before Du Hongxue could respond, Xue Qingyin sighed lightly, it seems I owe his highness more and more. Without delay, she swiftly added, today, I shall treat his highness to some fried oil cakes. How can a lady treat someone at her own establishment? The carriage was making its way towards the eastern market, and along the route, numerous eateries and shops were visible. Let us stop here, Xue Qingyin instructed. The carriage halted promptly, and she noted with satisfaction that the coachman from Prince Xian's residence obeyed her command. At that moment, she felt for her purse, retrieving a few coins, and extended her hand out the window, 2 fried oil cakes, please. The vendor, startled by Du Hongxue's attire, swallowed hard before carefully packaging the 2. They are hot, he said, glancing down at the delicate hand reaching for the cakes. The hand was snow-white and dazzling. Unable to look any longer, he cautiously raised his gaze, only to catch a glimpse of the veil adorning her head, which shimmered subtly with golden threads. Beside her, he could only make out the profile of the man seated next to her. This image suddenly reminded the vendor of the day he had seen Prince Xian return victorious. Could this be about Prince Xian? The vendor pondered in a daze. After receiving the fried oil cakes, Xue Qingyin quickly divided one to share with the prince. The exterior is crisp. Your highness, do take a taste, she encouraged. Prince Xian lowered his head and indeed took a bite. Is this your way of expressing gratitude? He inquired, noting that she had bought 2 and was. Xue Qingyin remarked, your highness lacks nothing, does he? Anything I offer is merely a trivial embellishment, rather insipid. Was this her excuse for only gifting flowers on previous occasions? Prince Xian raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. Yet this sweetness... May you indulge in sweetness every day henceforth, free from any worries, Xue Qingyin declared, her demeanor unabashed. As she spoke, she took a bite of the fried oil cake herself, thinking how delightful it was, resolving to recruit this vendor for her. She then leaned out again, saying, tomorrow, I shall send someone to invite the vendor to my residence for a discussion. The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeatedly agreed, watching them leave in astonishment. Du Hongxue asked, what business do you have with him? I wish to discuss how much silver it would take to have him come to my estate to make these fried oil cakes. Xue Qingyin paused before asking, have you all tasted this at the residence? No, Du Hongxue shook his head. It seemed Prince Xian understood Xue Qingyin's intentions and remarked, there is none in the palace either. Then that is splendid, Xue Qingyin said, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Du Hongxue suddenly realized, so, Miss Xue has cleverly turned. This was precisely what set Miss Xue apart from the rest. Du Hongxue felt a wave of admiration. I just borrowed his highness's name, thank you, your highness, Xue Qingyin's voice rang out again. Where did you borrow it? Du Hongxue asked, puzzled. Xue Qingyin explained, the vendor, upon seeing your attire and catching a glimpse of the person inside the carriage, would naturally surmise that the identity is either wealthy or noble. When I invited him, he had no reason to refuse. Du Hongxue understood. However, the manner in which she borrowed the name was so light and airy that the person being borrowed from would not feel the slightest displeasure. Instead, they would find her intelligent and endearing. The balance she struck was simply exquisite. As the carriage continued forward, Xue Qingyin purchased more snacks along the way, mostly buying 2 portions and sharing one with Prince Xian. He tasted each one but did not comment on their quality. Du Hongxue watched, feeling a twinge of envy, and couldn't help but ask, how does Miss Xue know so many delicious treats? Xue Qingyin thought to herself that it was naturally because He Songning, that foolish benefactor, had bought her a plethora of good. Next time she ventured to the Western market, she would need to devise an excuse to bring He Songning along again. Spending her own money felt like a loss. It was much more comfortable to take advantage of He Songning. While she contemplated this, she replied, oh, my brother enjoys buying me these treats. Having eaten so many, I naturally know where the best ones are. Du Hongxue found this puzzling. Really, it sounds like you have a good relationship with your brother. However, last time Feng Qingzhong mentioned that he witnessed you and your brother at odds at the estate. Xue Qingyin thought to herself that she would not leave any incriminating evidence for He Songning outside. He was far too vengeful. It was fine to scold him in person, but doing so in front of others was too risky. As they indulged in their snacks, they finally arrived at Lingxi Pavilion. Xue Qingyin hopped off the carriage first, unable to suppress a light belch. Before Prince Xian could disembark, they all heard a sharp rebuke. Get lost. From within Lingxi Pavilion, 2 burly attendants emerged. Under their forceful shoving, a slender, disheveled man stumbled out onto the threshold. Despite all our pleas, you refuse to listen to us. This place fit for you, one of the attendants scolded. The man stood up, his back straightening. I have already informed you that I have an appointment here. Why won't you let me in? Enough, why waste your breath? The Master's people will be arriving shortly. Is it not ill fortune to encounter such matters at the entrance? A man resembling a steward emerged with a stern expression. I was not informed that the master had sent. The steward, unable to recognize her, inquired, may I ask who this esteemed lady is? Before she could respond, another carriage approached, driven by a middle-aged man. The man looked very familiar. Was this not the steward of the Xue family? Xue Qingyin raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that the steward jumped down, and the innkeeper naturally noticed, his expression shifting instantly. Quickly, clean up, the Master's people have arrived. From the carriage, a young lady. Lu? I am Lu Xiuyuan. Do you recognize me, miss? He asked, astonished, as he brushed his hair away from his face. Lu Xiuyuan, that name sounded so familiar. The innkeeper mused. Xue Qingyin's sister, Xue Qinghe, who often read extensively, quickly realized, the sage of books, Lu Xiuyuan? Hearing her respectful address, the man's expression turned cold. What sage of books? Does he resemble anything like the sage of books you mentioned? More like a beggar? Xue Qingyin glanced at the innkeeper and declared, I have an appointment with Mr. Lu. The expressions of both the innkeeper and the steward turned peculiar in an instant. Xue Qingyin fell silent, realizing she had forgotten that a lady could not meet a gentleman alone. That would be considered a clandestine meeting. At this moment, from within the carriage, a man extended his hand, slowly lifting the curtain, his tone indifferent. It is Prince Xian and Miss Xue who have an appointment with him. The curtain was made of indigo silk. The man's fingers curled, gracefully lifting the curtain with an air of nobility. Chapter 64. Miss Xue is my kindred spirit. Lu Xiuyuan reacted the fastest. He bowed deeply, his voice brimming with excitement. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince Xian. What did this person just say? Paying respects to Prince Xian, the prince, the innkeeper's face went pale, utterly stunned, yet, it was Steward Xue who reacted swiftly, hastily following suit to bow, as the others snapped back to reality, tremblingly bending to pay their respects. Except for Xue Qingyin, she stood straight, raising her hand to pinch the pearls hanging from the curtain. Alas, she had wished to avoid being recognized in the company of Prince Xian. And now she had been unceremoniously exposed by Steward Xue. Now that Prince Xian had made his appearance, there was no place left to hide. What was the point of concealment? I might as well flaunt my power. Let us converse inside. Xue Qingyin commanded. The innkeeper remained motionless, still engulfed in the overwhelming shock of recent events. Steward Xue frowned and barked. Do as the young lady says and step inside. Steward Xue couldn't help but privately lament, "It's over, today is finished." The master had instructed him to accompany the second young lady to establish her authority, yet it had turned into a means of showcase. Wasn't this a complete disaster? At this moment, Prince Xian slowly descended from his carriage, striding forward. Who among the crowd dared to pass him? They all obediently followed behind. The atmosphere was so tense. Xue Qingyin felt it could only be described as somber. The voice of Prince Xian broke the silence. "Have you fallen again today?" To whom was he speaking? When the crowd, momentarily stunned, looked up to see Lu Xiaoyuan, disheveled and frail, being dismissed by the attendants, nodding in resignation as he replied, "I fell into a ditch." No one. The innkeeper thought to himself, "It's over, it's truly over. How could he be so unfortunate as to encounter His Highness? Why would the dignified Prince Xian choose to visit our humble establishment?" The innkeeper felt as if he could cry without tears, feeling no sense of honor, only a trembling sensation coursing through him. At that moment, Xue Qingyin turned to Xue Qingha and inquired, "What brings you here, Qingha?" "Sister, let me explain. I didn't mean to." Xue Qingyin interrupted her. "What is the point of discussing this now?" Xue Qingha assumed her sister was angry and had no idea what to say next, lowering her head in silence. Xue Qingyin sighed, "You and Steward Xue should attend to your matters." Hearing this, Xue Qingha still felt extremely uncomfortable. Nearby, Steward Xue quickly added, "With Prince Xian present, we cannot be negligent." Fine, if you wish to follow, then follow." She simply felt that Xue Qingha's presence would bring her no benefit, only diminishing her authority. Originally, Xue Qingha was used as a tool by Xue Qingdong, which was rather pitiable. If she could seize the opportunity to strengthen herself, it would be commendable. Yet, here they were, with everything already in hand, and she still had to explain in front of everyone, "I didn't mean to usurp your power." Who would still heed her words? Xue Qingyin thought to herself. No wonder she always felt frustrated for the female protagonist while reading the original work. The heroines of early novels often had weak and easily bullied personalities, with only a resilient character trait remaining. What good is sheer resilience without a hint of courage? Just as Xue Qingyin was feeling displeased, Lu Xiaoyuan suddenly turned and asked, "May I inquire who the young lady is?" The one to answer was Prince. The Lingxi pavilion felt somewhat desolate as they ascended to the second floor and entered a private room. The innkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow and asked softly, "May I inquire what delicacies the noble guests would like?" For a moment, no one responded. It was Xue Qingyin, with a nonchalant tone, who said, "Please bring some of your signature dishes." The innkeeper, suddenly feeling assured, promptly agreed and prepared to leave. "Wait a moment." Steward Xue shot him a glare. "What transpired earlier?" Xue Qingyin asked, noting that Xue Qingha showed no signs of taking charge, leaving her to step in. What needed to happen had indeed happened. The innkeeper closed his eyes tightly and said, "Miss, this was truly a misunderstanding. Earlier, we did not recognize Mr. Lu, in his current state. Who could possibly identify him? It was only when we received word that we are in the business of running an inn, not charity work. Wouldn't you agree?" Xue Qingyin had yet to respond when Xue Qingha suddenly furrowed her brow and said, "What if he truly were a beggar? Do we not have the capacity to show a little grace?" The innkeeper was infuriated, thinking to himself, "What is the second young lady saying?" He turned and replied, "Young lady, we must conduct business." "How could we?" Xue Qingyin pressed her fingers to her forehead, realizing that Xue Qingha's words were indeed misplaced. She interjected, "How should an innkeeper conduct himself?" "What?" The innkeeper turned back, astonished at her question. The innkeeper had no retort, merely responding, "What the young lady says is indeed correct." Xue Qingyin tilted her head, the pearls on the curtain jingling softly. She sighed, "If he were truly a snob, he would likely be more astute than you. Why not take a closer look at the belt around his waist and his shoes? It is one thing for the attendants to fail to recognize him, but how could you, as the innkeeper, be so foolish?" The innkeeper was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, Mr. Lu, though covered in filth, wore a belt and carried a sachet. The distinctions in footwear were even more pronounced. Soldiers wore boots, the impoverished donned laced hemp shoes, while women typically wore pointed shoes. The wealthy adorned their footwear with jewels, whereas scholars favored wooden clogs reminiscent of the Wei and Jin dynasties. The innkeeper's face turned crimson with shame as he bowed to Xue Qingyin, saying, "I stand corrected." He then turned to Lu Xiaoyuan, "What good does kneeling here do? Just cover my wine expenses for 3 months. His languid tone mirrored that of Xue Qingyin from earlier. Meanwhile, Xue Qingha tightly pressed her lips together. Even more baffling was why the innkeeper, after a few words, ceased to defend himself and humbly admitted his fault. The innkeeper expressed gratitude for Lu Xiaoyuan's magnanimity, thanked Xue Qingyin. At that moment, the attendants cautiously brought in tea. Xue Qingyin casually picked up a cup but did not drink. Curiously, she asked, "Do you often fall into ditches, Mr. Lu?" Lu Xiaoyuan replied weakly, "Not always into ditches. Sometimes I fall into rivers, occasionally I roll down hills, and at times, I trip on steps." Listening to him was indeed quite tragic. Xue Qingyin contemplated opening a pharmacy solely to profit from Lu Xiaoyuan. It would surely be a lucrative venture. "Let us not dwell on such misfortunes," Lu Xiaoyuan remarked seriously, observing Xue Qingyin intently. Even through the veil, he could vaguely discern the exquisite beauty of the woman before him. He was no fool and quickly surmised that Prince Xian had specifically requested to meet him today for the sake of this young lady. Lu Xiaoyuan inquired, "Is Miss Xue asking me to return and teach the children at the estate?" Xue Qingyin pushed the cup of tea towards Lu Xiaoyuan. Such unpalatable concoction was better suited for him. A smile graced her lips as she replied, "I am asking you to compose a couplet." Lu Xiaoyuan's expression fell instantly. However, he quickly remembered Prince Xian beside him and attempted to suppress his icy demeanor. Ultimately, his features contorted into a particularly comical expression as he said, "Miss Xue, my calligraphy truly amounts to nothing. It is not an act of modesty, but sigh, what am I? Simply someone whose writing is revered by those who do not understand it. I possess only a name, while true talent resides in the mountains. Living in poverty, the more I contemplate, the more I feel ashamed and reluctant to put pen to paper. Yet, the more I refrain, the more they consider my writing precious. Isn't that curious?" Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyin finally understood why Lu Xiuyuan reacted with displeasure to her calling him a saint of calligraphy. At that moment, Prince Xian subtly tapped his fingers on the table. Xue Qingyin could visibly see Lu Xiuyuan tremble slightly. Lu Xiuyuan opened his mouth, about to speak, when Xue Qingyin preempted him, saying, "Then Mr. Lu should indeed write for me." Lu Xiuyuan asked in astonishment, "Why?" "I have a villa on the outskirts of the city, where I will invite dignitaries and nobles to savor fine delicacies. I wish for Mr. Lu to pen the menu." Xue Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. She had merely asked Lu Xiuyuan to write a menu, but this was Lu Xiuyuan. Lu Xiuyuan, too, was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this outcome. Xue Qingyin remained unperturbed and asked him, "Do you despise such people?" Lu Xiuyuan fell silent. Xue Qingyin continued, "Even if they offered an exorbitant price, you would not wish. Yet now, you would inscribe your writing on a menu, while simultaneously profiting from them. Do you not find this to be a most intriguing affair?" This notion resonated with Lu Xiuyuan's rebellious spirit. Suddenly, he laughed. "Indeed, it becomes clear when considered from a different perspective. I shall write. My writing is unworthy to be displayed prominently, but composing this is entirely appropriate. Miss Xue is truly my kindred spirit." Du Hongxue, overhearing this, couldn't. Chapter 65. Will you marry me? The dishes at Lingxiu Pavilion appeared rather uninspired. King Xuan took a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. Lu Xiuyuan, puzzled, inquired, "I recall that a few years ago, you had a splendid autumn fish sashimi. Why has it vanished now?" The shopkeeper lowered his head and replied in a hushed tone, "Our master does not favor it." Xue Qingyin blinked and, "If he does not like it, then it is forbidden in the establishment," Lu Xiuyuan thought to himself, finding it rather tyrannical. Xue Qingyin, however, was not at all surprised. This was indeed characteristic of He Songning. "Let us go and treat Lu to something else," she suggested. Rising from her seat, she felt it was best not to linger, to spare everyone the discomfort. "What shall we eat?" Lu Xiuyuan asked. This Mr. Lu could indeed be of further use to her, she politely urged. "I would be most grateful for your guidance, sir." "I dare not presume," Lu Xiuyuan replied, standing before her, suddenly aware that his appearance was rather unkempt, potentially marring the lady's vision. As their conversation grew increasingly warm, Du Hongxue could not help but glance at King Xian's expression. At that moment, Xue Qingyin also turned to King Xian and softly asked, "Shall we invite your highness to join us?" King Xian, noticing people were leaving, she rose to send them off, murmuring, "Sister." Xue Qingyin paused her steps, responding, "You need only attend to your tasks." After Xue Qingyin finished speaking, she elegantly resumed her pace alongside King Xian. Xue Qingyin, in a daze, looked up and inadvertently noticed a detail. The usually stoic and taciturn King Xian seemed to deliberately slow his step for a moment, as if waiting for Xue Qingyin to catch up. Once they had walked far away, Xue Qingyin finally dared to breathe deeply. She remarked, "The eldest miss is being quite intentional." Hearing this, Steward Xue began to harbor doubts. How coincidental that they came here today? Xue Qingyin hesitated. Could it be? Today, all the attention has been claimed by the eldest miss, Xue Qingyin lamented. She has even invited his highness and that Lu Xiuyuan. How can we possibly compete with her? Steward Xue, being a trusted confidant of Xue Qingdong, was well aware of his intentions. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do not be anxious, second miss. This is merely the beginning. There are still many ventures to come, which may eventually fall into your hands." Xue Qingyin, reflecting on this, quietly pulled Xue Qingyin aside. "Second miss, it seems today may not be such a bad thing. The more insignificant you appear next to the eldest miss, the more pitiful a father will surely provide you with more leverage to support you against her." Xue Qingyin felt uncomfortable upon hearing this. She stood by the railing, gazing down below. She could see the shopkeeper's defiance towards her. Is this what she truly desired? Xue Qingyin pondered. She wished for her father's genuine concern, rather than this calculating approach that Xue Qingyin spoke of. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuyuan was also mentioning Xue Qingyin. "Is that the younger sister of Miss Xue?" he asked. Xue Qingyin casually replied, "Indeed, we are not of the same mother." No wonder, their temperaments are indeed worlds apart. "Is she here to take charge of this establishment?" "Yes." "Why did your father not entrust Lingxiu Pavilion to you?" "It is simply because I am unable to manage it all," Xue Qingyin replied dismissively. However, King Xian cast her a knowing glance. Even Du Hongxue thought to herself that Miss Xue was enduring grievances without voicing them. Clearly, this was a deliberate punishment from Minister Xue. "Let us not dine on Xinjing rice today," King Xian suddenly declared. Lu Xiuyuan opened his mouth to protest but quickly closed it, daunted into silence. Du Hongxue chimed in, "Mr. Lu, perhaps it is best for you to return and freshen up first." Lu Xiuyuan's face flushed slightly as he bowed, saying, "Yes. I bid farewell to his highness, and, Miss Xue." Du Hongxue thought to herself how verbose he was, even going so far as to bid farewell to Miss Xue. Upon further reflection, however, it was merely a matter of. After Lu Xiuyuan departed, Xue Qingyin returned to the carriage, her curiosity piqued. Is this Mr. Lu plagued by misfortune? Why does he always stumble? For a fleeting moment, Du Hongxue even suspected that their lord was being deliberate. Indeed, King Xian affirmed. The Lu family is extensive and rife with conflict. Lu Xiuyuan's talents drew. The wrong medicine was delivered to his bedside by his own kin. At this juncture, King Xuan paused. Xue Qingyin was born with poison in her veins, while Lu Xiuyuan had been drugged at a tender age. Thus, one could say their backgrounds bore a striking resemblance. King Xuan could almost envision Lu Xiuyuan speaking words of shared suffering to Xue Qingyin. Is it that Lu family? Xue Qingyin suddenly recalled, the young lady from the Lu family who was designated as the rightful consort for Wei Wang during the court assembly. Yes, she is the legitimate daughter of the Lu family's second branch. To her surprise, there was a familial connection here. Xue Qingyin felt a wave of contemplation wash over her. Does Miss Xue harbor concern for Lu Xiuyuan? King Xuan suddenly inquired. Curiosity is a universal trait, Xue Qingyin replied candidly. This topic was swiftly brushed aside. Are we to visit anywhere else today? Xue Qingyin asked. King Xuan countered. Where would you like to go, Miss Xue? Xue Qingyin paused, then said, if I wish to go somewhere, will your highness accompany me? King Xuan met her gaze and replied, not necessarily. Xue Qingyin nodded. I understand your highness is occupied with military affairs, King Xuan interjected, but should you select a single destination, I am able to accompany you. 2 or 3 is out of the question. Xue Qingyin swallowed her unfinished words. The carriage fell into a profound silence. Taking a deep breath, Xue Qingyin could no longer contain herself. She posed the question that had been lingering in her mind for several days. Is it because your highness intends to marry me? Outside, Du Hongxue, catching a fragment of the conversation, dared not eavesdrop further and hastily retreated a few steps, distancing herself from the carriage. Inside, a flicker of light crossed King Xian's eyes. She had not inquired whether your highness likes me, but rather directly asked, do you wish to marry me? Clearly, she was exceedingly clear-headed. King Xuan moved his lips. Would Miss Xue be willing to become a concubine? Xue Qingyin was taken aback. Was there truly such an intention? The current emperor's offspring were not abundant among the adult and accomplished sons. There were only Wei Wang and King Xuan. When the emperor chose wives and concubines for them, he would certainly not make arbitrary decisions. Given the Xue family's current standing, it was not surprising that the position of the rightful consort was beyond their reach. Discussing monogamy with ancient people, especially with those of royal lineage, would be naively simplistic. In that instant, Xue Qingyin pondered many things. She raised her gaze to King Xuan and asked, may I inquire, your highness, who is the rightful consort? King Xuan was about to respond when the carriage suddenly halted. They had arrived at the Xu family residence. At that moment, another carriage had also come to a stop in front of the Xu family. The noble person within lifted the curtain and asked, where is your cousin? The cousin has gone to handle matters at the estate, a servant replied while turning to look. Upon seeing, he immediately exclaimed, she has returned. It was this very carriage that took her away. The carriage appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any distinctive markings. Advance closer, the noble person instructed in a hushed tone. The coachman urged the horses forward, drawing nearer. Qingyin, he called softly, his voice strained and pained. Xue Qingyin was startled. Listening closely, it sounded like Wei Wang's voice. These past few days, I have been restless, unable to sleep, unsure how to face you. Wei Wang's tone was heavy and awkward. Xue Qingyin opened her mouth, contemplating suggesting that perhaps he ought not to face her at all. However, Wei Wang did not grant her the opportunity to interject. He continued, I never imagined that in the end, father would choose the... I knelt before father, unable to rise, yet could not plead for you. Xue Qingyin, how utterly awkward. Brother, you are out here rambling while I just discussed with King Xuan about whether he intends to marry me. Are you deliberately trying to ruin my chances? Chapter 66. Employing every means to entice his highness. Xue Qingyin could not help but glance back at the expression on the face of King Xuan, which remained as cold and unyielding as ever, revealing not the slightest hint of emotion. He sat there, composed and silent, seemingly intent on discerning what nonsense King Wei might unleash that day. Separated by a curtain, King Wei had been speaking at length, but upon noticing that Xue Qingyin remained utterly mute, he could not suppress a frown. Could it be that her silence was due to the presence of others in the carriage? Yet, apart from her maid, who else could there be? The King Wei cast a sidelong glance at the driver of the opposing carriage, who, however, met his gaze with an air of unflinching defiance. At this moment, King Wei finally perceived something amiss. Why was this driver so composed? He referred to himself as this king without offering the customary bow. Qingyin, King Wei lowered his voice, are you in the carriage? King Xuan pressed down on Xue Qingyin's shoulder, prompting her to remain silent. It was unclear whether her shared seating with King Xuan made the situation more awkward, or if the fact that King Wei had spoken at length to no avail was the true source of embarrassment. Qingyin, the Xue family claimed you returned to your maternal home with your mother, and I thought you were merely distressed over the matter of your betrothal, yet now, you refuse to utter a word, leaving me no choice but to take our token of affection before seeking father for assistance. As he spoke, he raised his hand to lift the curtain. He could hardly believe that his words would fail to elicit a response from Xue Qingyin. As the indigo curtain was drawn back, the face revealed was not that of Xue Qingyin, radiant as a flower, but rather a familiar and chilling visage that King Wei greatly feared. King Xuan. How could it be him? King Wei staggered back in shock, inadvertently pulling down the curtain of his own carriage as he fell. Why does the King of Wei appear so frightened upon seeing me? King Xuan gazed down at him. Regaining his composure, King Wei straightened up, his face stiffening. How can it be my elder brother? Why should it not be me? King Xuan retorted coldly. King Wei felt a wave of dread wash over him, realizing that before King Xuan, both his dignity and his pride had been stripped bare. How would King Xuan mock and deride him in his thoughts? Just now, a servant of the Feng family claimed that the one in the carriage was a young lady from the Xue family. King Wei managed to force out. And thus, you dared to confess your heart before your elder brother and even had the audacity to criticize our father? King Xuan lifted his eyelids. Upon hearing this, King Wei's expression changed dramatically. Elder brother, do not speak such nonsense. How could I dare to criticize our father? What then do your words imply? Are you dissatisfied with the daughters of the Qiao and Lu families? Elder brother, I harbor no such intentions. King Wei gritted his teeth. When did King Xuan become one to cast such aspersions? Do you wish to marry the young lady from the Xue family? King Xuan inquired further. King Wei was oblivious to the fact that with each question and answer, he was diminishing in stature before King Xuan. Instinctively, he responded, what is wrong with that? As a prince, I am entitled to 2 concubines of 5th rank or above. Of course, his true desire was to have Xue Qingyin as his primary consort. He had no affection for the Lu family's daughter. Compared to Xue Qingyin, she was utterly lackluster. However, he could not voice such thoughts in front of King Xuan, lest they reach their father's ears by dawn. I recall that you already have a concubine in your household, surnamed Jiang. I shall find an excuse to demote her to a lower status, King Wei thought, as her family was of no significant standing. She will surely resent the young lady from the Xue family in the future. And what of it? I shall simply shower affection upon Miss Xue. Who would dare harm her? Your primary consort might. King Wei frowned. Then I shall admonish the Lu family daughter. Father will question you. A concubine cannot surpass a primary consort. That is the rule, King Xuan stated coldly. King Wei was momentarily silenced, yet, at this juncture, he finally grasped, why does elder brother care so much about how Miss Xue will fare in my household in the future? King Xuan did not respond but merely asked, what do you think? King Wei's expression tightened immediately. He fixed his gaze upon King Xuan. Though the swirling suspicions in his heart were implausible, they seemed to be the only explanation at present. Elder brother, do you also wish to marry Miss Xue? King Wei struggled to suppress his rising anger, forcing the words out. King Xuan was doing this on purpose. He must be deliberately trying to claim Xue Qingyin for himself. Wonan, tell me again about the token of affection you mentioned earlier. What exactly is it? King Xuan inquired, unhurried yet with an icy glint in his eyes. He was referring to King Wei by his given name, a sign not of intimacy but of something far more serious. King Wei's body trembled, as memories of his youthful fear of King Xuan surfaced. In those days, King Xuan often addressed him by name. Suppressing that flicker of fear, King Wei resolved to contest King Xuan to the bitter end. He replied coldly, you shall find out tomorrow. King Xuan did not display the slightest sign of anger. He replied indifferently, I shall await with keen interest. At that moment, King Wei no longer wished to see Xue Qingyin. He turned sharply to the driver, commanding, go, return to the palace. After a moment, King Xuan lowered the curtain and turned to Xue Qingyin, stating, King Wei is certainly not a worthy match. Your disinterest in him is indeed a wise choice. Xue Qingyin could not help but interject, just now, your highness mentioned that should I become King Wei's concubine, I would be bullied by the primary consort. But what of you, would your primary consort not bully me? King Xuan replied, she would not. How could he be so certain? Xue Qingyin wondered. Because there is no primary consort, King Xuan continued. Xue Qingyin's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Does Miss Xue wish to become a concubine of the Prince Xian's estate? King Xuan reiterated his earlier question. As the word yes hovered on the tip of her tongue, she heard King Xuan add, if you cannot decide right away, you may take a few more days to ponder. Xue Qingyin waved her hand dismissively, no need to think. Yes, I do. She stated candidly, I had originally planned to marry your highness, I merely thought such fortune was beyond my reach. King Xuan realized that she indeed harbored feelings for him. However, her swift and unreserved agreement today raised doubts within him. What exactly was it that she liked about him? King Xuan lowered his gaze, waiting a moment before lifting it again to meet Xue Qingyin's eyes, asking, you have liked me all along? As if he had never known of her feelings for him. Xue Qingyin nodded. King Xuan inquired, what exactly do you like? Xue Qingyin was momentarily taken aback. Was it necessary to articulate this? She began to rack her brain, pondering how best to respond. After some deliberation, she decided to be forthright. I do not like King Wei, not at all. But should he pursue me, what can I do? Even if my father is an official of the Ministry of Revenue, neither I nor the Xue family can defy a prince. Thus, I thought, if I were to marry, it would be far better to marry Prince Xian instead. Indeed, this was a logical and reasonable conclusion for an ordinary person. King Xian did not feel particularly disappointed. Rather, he was relieved to no longer have to ponder her feelings for him, which had come too suddenly, raising suspicions in his mind about her true intentions. Prince Xian is superior to him in every way, Xue Qingyin continued. She mused that this was not mere flattery, it was the truth. In what ways? King Xuan suddenly asked, his tone grave. Xue Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, then began to enumerate, well. Your highness is more handsome than he is. King Xian's gaze shifted, momentarily changing in expression. Xue Qingyin continued, and your temperament is also far better. This was the first time someone had remarked upon his good nature. King Xuan mused silently. Your character is beyond reproach, and I have always admired those who achieve great military feats on the battlefield. Xue Qingyin thought back to her wilder days, when she had secretly hidden under the covers to read steamy romance novels. Alas, such fantasies were unattainable in this era. Armor was far too uncomfortable. What on earth was she thinking about at this moment? In any case, everything about you is admirable, Xue Qingyin concluded, satisfied with her own words, while simultaneously quelling any lingering thoughts in her mind. King Xuan remained silent for a while. Xue Qingyin's heart began to race. Had she been too forthright, leading King Xuan to perceive her as a rather mercenary individual, thus deciding against marrying her? If you truly do not know me, how will you handle the situation with King Wei? King Xuan's voice broke the silence. It matters not. I shall find a way to become acquainted with your highness. I had already considered that if you find me unworthy, I would have no choice but to employ every means to entice you. Fortunately, your highness possesses such unparalleled qualities, thereby alleviating my considerable dilemma. Employ every means to entice him. In that instant, King Xuan felt as though he had missed something. Chapter 67, The Display of Miss Xue. Unbeknownst to her, Xue Qingyin had already spoken at length. She inquired, Your Highness, do you have any further instructions? As she spoke, her toes pressed against the carriage door, evidently contemplating her descent from the vehicle. A decree will be issued in a few days, proclaimed Prince Xian nonchalantly. A few days? Xue Qingyin paused, her heart filled with perplexity. Why had both Miss Lu and Miss Zhao received their decrees the very day after the palace banquet? Was it because... Xue Qingyin could not help but softly ask, Does your majesty not wish for me to become your highness's secondary consort? Prince Xian replied coolly, My father wishes for Miss Lu to become the primary consort of the Prince Xian's residence. Xue Qingyin gasped in astonishment. She had suspected as much of that day. The emperor had clearly summoned Miss Lu to inquire about her, indicating his selection. Even the emperor's son could not easily defy his father's wishes, could he? She furrowed her brow slightly, resting her chin in her hand as she sighed softly. This could indeed pose a problem. Surprised to witness her troubled expression, Prince Xian gazed at her for a moment longer. He said, Just wait for a few days. Xue Qingyin tilted her head to regard him. Could a resolution truly be reached in a matter of days? Was it truly that formidable? As the carriage lingered outside the Su residence for an extended period, the servants could no longer contain their curiosity and approached, whispering, Has the young lady returned? Xue Qingyin turned to respond, Yes. The servant exhaled a heavy sigh of relief and further inquired, Young lady, has something happened? Go on, Prince Xian instructed Xue Qingyin. She nodded and lifted the curtain to step down. Upon seeing her, the servant's heart finally settled. Young lady, you came back alone, which truly worries me, the servant remarked, unable to hide their curiosity. It seemed there was a noble person seeking you just now. May I ask who that noble person was? Xue Qingyin replied lazily, If you already know he is a noble, why inquire further? Indeed, I have overstepped. The servant's smile broadened, thinking that the noble must have significance. The young lady was indeed capable. Upon returning to Cine Pavilion, Xue Qingyin found that Madame Xue was still absent, likely busy reminiscing with the Su family. She yawned languidly and reclined on the same couch as before. Flipping over, Xue Qingyin still felt detached. Her conversation with Prince Xian in the carriage felt like a dream. How could such a weighty matter be settled so effortlessly, with just a few words? Miss, called out the maid Jishu. Xue Qingyin nearly toppled from the couch in surprise. Jishu placed a plate on the table and whispered, This is from the second house. Xue Qingyin glanced at the plate to find it adorned with expensive fruits like cherries and citrus. Indeed, due to their difficulty in storage and restrictions on their origins, such fruits were considered rare treasures in the current era of the Great Liang dynasty. A family of modest means could hardly afford them. This clearly indicated that the Su family was genuinely invested in winning her favor. Miss, should we perhaps inform the eldest son of this matter? Jishu finally voiced her true intent. She had been sent by the eldest son to be by the young lady's side. When the young lady threw a tantrum, the eldest son was at a loss. Thus, she feared incurring Xue Qingyin's wrath. Go ahead, Xue Qingyin replied. Ha? Jishu was taken aback by her swift agreement, momentarily at a loss for words. Go on, Xue Qingyin repeated lazily, but for today, do not leave. Tomorrow, go to the Eastern Market and seek out a shop with the sun sign. Bring the owner to the estate to prepare dishes. Once he quotes a price, return and inform me. Alternatively, you may consult with my elder brother. After all, currently, the account books, keys, and seals were all in her possession, and utilizing He Songning's clever mind for her benefit would be sheer gain. Jishu was left in a daze. Mississippi. What did you just say? She asked, bewildered. Xue Qingyin frowned in displeasure. Do I need to repeat myself? Jishu snapped back to reality. No, that's unnecessary. I shall heed your instructions and visit the eldest son at the estate tomorrow. Xue Qingyin acknowledged with a casual leaning back to enjoy her cherries. Jishu hesitated for a moment before squatting beside Xue Qingyin's feet, peeling an orange for her so she wouldn't dirty her hands. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, how delightful. He Songning pays for the labor, and she merely enjoys the fruits of their labor. As night fell, Madame Xue finally returned, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. Why did you not join us for dinner? The servant said you were out, Madame Xue inquired. Xue Qingyin vaguely replied, just some business matters. I went to take a look. Who could say whether the decree would truly arrive in a few days? It was best not to let others know. Madame Xue nodded, refraining from further questions. After the mother and daughter washed up, they seldom shared the same bed. I never imagined I would bring you back to my family home. A married daughter staying at her parental home invites gossip. My brothers and sisters-in-law would not be pleased, yet I never felt this light and relaxed until now. Madame Xue exhaled deeply. However, this way, we can strengthen our bond even further. Madame Xue was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence. As Xue Qingyin turned, she noticed a trace of tears on her mother's face. Mother, why are you crying? Now that you have grown so wise, my dear Qingyin, I would much rather be the formidable one who can protect you, ensuring you live a carefree life, oblivious to the complexities of human nature, Madame Xue choked out. Xue Qingyin embraced her tightly. That was enough, it was more than sufficient. The greatest joy since entering this narrative was the love of a mother she had never known. The following day, upon waking, her maid Dongxia styled her hair, wearing a pained. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Madame Xue had returned, the other members of the Xu family hurried home, finally gathering together. The young lady has arrived, someone announced loudly. Guisher hurriedly approached. Dear sister-in-law, my Qingyin, you look radiant today. Guisher's compliments abruptly faltered as she took note of Xue Qingyin's somewhat disheveled hairstyle. Xue Qingyin paid no mind to her expression and, accompanied by a whiff of fragrant air, moved to the center of the hall. Under Madame Xue's guidance, she paid her respects to the eldest uncle, the third uncle, and the youngest uncle, ultimately failing to remember any of them. At this point, Xue Qingyin was thoroughly lost in a sea of unfamiliar faces. However, she would likely recognize them on the street. The men of the Xu family were all slender, while their wives were robust and well-suited for childbirth. Xue Qingyin's cousins had clearly inherited their mother's traits, each one robustly built. Standing among them, Xue Qingyin appeared delicately fragile. The Xu family intended for the younger generation to grow closer to Xue Qingyin, and after they helped her. After some thought, Xue Qingyin did not refuse. However, upon reaching the doorway, she unexpectedly collided with someone seeking her audience. Miss Xue, the person called out, then smiled. This servant comes at the behest of the fourth princess to escort. The fourth princess still remembered her. She had thought that after several encounters that did not go in her favor, the fourth princess would no longer wish to see her. This person must have received an order from Consort Wan, but that did not make sense. With the situation now settled, Consort Wan need not be wary of her marrying into the Wei royal family anymore. Not wishing to dwell on it, Xue Qingyin thought, why not just go see? With a smile, she replied, let us depart. Her several cousins behind her were about to speak when Xue Qingyin interjected, you should all come along. They were taken aback but found themselves following her without much thought. Meanwhile, the fourth princess sat leisurely, surrounded by the daughters of the Qiao and Lu families. Both hailed from noble backgrounds and were soon to marry the Wei prince. Coincidentally, the fourth princess was raised under the care of Consort Wan, leading these two young ladies to cultivate a closer relationship with her. The fourth princess felt a surge of pride and was inclined to summon Xue Qingyin to witness the unfolding spectacle. Just then, someone announced, Miss Xue has arrived. As a result, there stood Xue Qingyin at the forefront, flanked by a throng of individuals. At a glance, they appeared imposing and formidable, akin to a force ready to charge. The fourth princess's expression soured, her nose. Even she, a princess, had never commanded such an entourage. Chapter 68, A Battle Among Families. While she remains at leisure, how many times have the cousins of the Xu family ventured into such an establishment? Although the Xu family has formed a connection with the Xue family through marriage, they remain distant and seldom interact. Furthermore, the Xu family would not suddenly ascend into the ranks of the capital's elite simply because one of their daughters has married. Countless individuals in the capital yearn for a transformation of their family fortunes. It is simply not their turn to eye in places where descendants of the powerful congregate. They naturally find themselves without opportunity to step foot. The cousins of the Xu family wore expressions of complex emotions, yet their faces betrayed only a hint of clear ignorance, with nothing else to show. Who permitted you to bring so many servants in here? The fourth princess was the first to strike. Xue Qingyin, adhering to decorum, first offered her respects before straightening up and stating, who says they are servants? They are all my elder brothers. The fourth princess was taken aback, nearly dropping her fan. You have so many brothers? Xue Qingyin, with an unruffled demeanor, took her seat and replied, indeed. However, they are certainly not of the same esteemed status as the princess's brothers. The fourth princess did not find joy in this retort, rather, she perceived it as a slight. Her expression grew peculiar, and in an instant, she fell silent, refraining from further reprimanding Xue Qingyin. She was reminded first of Prince Wei, and then of Prince Xian. The fourth princess ground her teeth in frustration. How is it that each one of them seems to favor Xue Qingyin? While Xue Qingyin's brothers thronged around her as her protectors, what of me, if I dared to lay a hand on Xue Qingyin, my own brother would only beat me. The fourth princess continued to fume inwardly. Meanwhile, the daughter of the Qiao family exchanged a quiet glance with the daughter of the Lu family, contemplating that the Xue family's girl must possess some leverage to instill such apprehension in the fourth princess. Consequently, no one dared to step forward and criticize Xue Qingyin for her presumptuous behaviors. This scene instantly widened the eyes of the Xu family cousins. However, those gathered here today are mostly women. It may not be appropriate for the brothers of Miss Xue to remain here and converse, finally spoke Xiao Xinyu, her tone calm and her words measured. Naturally, Xue Qingyin had no intention of opposing her, thus she turned to send the Xu family cousins off to stroll in the egret garden. They seem quite obedient to your words, commented the fourth princess with a hint of sarcasm. Xue Qingyin nodded slightly, accepting the compliment with unabashed grace. The fourth princess, feeling a sense of ennui, redirected her inquiry, has Miss Xue arrived? A maid beside her answered, Your Highness, she has been here for quite some time. It was then that Xue Qinghe was brought forth. The fourth princess smiled, why did you not come together with your sister? Xue Qingyin replied with a smile, isn't your highness already well aware? The fourth princess pouted, oh, I heard that you and Minister Xue have become estranged. When I first heard this, I could scarcely believe it, now it appears to be true. So quickly had news spread, Xue Qingyin raised an eyebrow. How must Minister Xue be feeling? He is a man of great pride. The fourth princess continued, Xue Qingyin, you possess great audacity, how dare you defy your own father? Xue Qingyin softly retorted, are you envious, your highness? The fourth princess was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting as she snapped, what is there for me to envy about you? To live so freely, entirely for oneself, disregarding the gaze of others, Xue Qingyin said. The fourth princess pressed her lips together, once again struck at her vulnerable spot. A princess, one might assume, holds a position of great privilege and wields power, yet what does it truly signify? Within the palace, one is bound by its rigid rules. Even the daughters of the Qiao and Lu families, upon hearing Xue Qingyin's words, involuntarily looked momentarily dazed. The fourth princess scoffed, how could Minister Xue have raised such a disrespectful daughter? Poor upbringing is the fault of the father. That is a question you must pose to my father, Xue Qingyin retorted, clicking her tongue. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe, overhearing this exchange, could hardly believe her ears. How could her sister dare to speak to the princess in such a manner? The fourth princess, seeing that she could not gain any ground with Xue Qingyin, resorted to her usual tactics. She called Xue Qinghe over and had someone present her with a plate of sweet pastries. Gifts from the nobility, regardless of their nature, are always considered a blessing. Xue Qinghe bowed in thanks before taking a seat nearby. At this moment, Xue Qingyin recalled something, raising her gaze to Qiao Xinyu. In the past, I had little interaction with Miss Qiao, Xue Qingyin initiated. The others thought to themselves, it was you who had little interaction, your reputation, that any noble girl of decent birth would be reluctant to associate with you. In truth, everyone was quite astonished that the fourth princess had invited her here today. Xue Qingyin continued, yet I wonder where I might have offended Miss Qiao. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone perked up. At Xue Xian, standing beside Xue Qinghe, trembled, her eyes widening. She had previously lied, claiming that it was the Qiao family who had pushed her, intending to incite conflict between the two. Yet she could never have anticipated that Xue Qingyin would confront her so directly. Miss Qiao actually instructed someone to push me into the lake, Xue Qingyin added. A flicker of confusion crossed Qiao Xinyu's face as she quickly denied, when did this occur? I swear on the heavens, I have no enmity with Miss Xue, I would never instruct anyone to push her into the lake. Xue Qingyin replied, on the day of the lakeside outing. It was truly unfortunate that you did not drown. Your head was injured, how pitiful, Xue Qingyin sighed. Qiao Xinyu's expression turned cold as she declared, there must be someone deliberately using my name to cause trouble. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. If it turns out that someone is targeting the Qiao family, perhaps, this Miss Xue is the one who lied, suddenly interjected a girl from the Lu family. Xue Qingyin couldn't help but burst into laughter, leaning against the armrest of her chair, her gaze fixed playfully on the Lu girl. Lu Yurong felt a chill run down her spine at that smile. At that moment, she realized that even Xiao Xinyu and Lu Shuyi were looking at her, that Lu Yurong's heart raced. She had misspoken, she should not have said that. Xue Qingyin clapped her hands and said, indeed, Miss Lu's words do have merit. Why not ask the eyewitnesses from that day whether anyone spoke falsely? Xiao Xinyu chimed in, oh, where might they be? Xue Qingyin pointed to Xue Xian, this is the personal maid of our second daughter, and she is the one who identified Miss Qiao. Xue Xian felt her spirit nearly leave her body. How could the eldest young lady directly implicate her? What to do? What to do? Should she deny everything or admit to lying? One from the Lu family and one from the Qiao family, neither was someone she could afford to offend. Xue Xian glanced desperately at Xue Qinghe, yet Xue Qinghe did not comprehend her meaning, only whispering, do not be afraid, just speak clearly. In her extreme tension and fear, Xue Xian felt darkness closing in. She suddenly knelt, pointing directly at Xue Qingyin. Yes, it was the eldest young lady who wanted to identify Miss Qiao. I absolutely did not say such things. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Xue Xian cautiously raised her head, only to find everyone watching her with cold eyes, some even sporting mocking smiles. Even Xue Qinghe gazed at her in disbelief, disappointment evident in her eyes. Xiao Xinyu shook her head, this accusation is terribly clumsy. If the eldest young lady truly wished to implicate me, she would not have come here today to confront me directly. Xue Xian's face turned pale. Indeed, she should not have entangled Xue Qingyin in her panic. This statement only served to exonerate Xue Qingyin. Xue Xian bowed her head, trembling as she managed to voice, I speak the truth. It was merely that I discovered it was the Lu family girl who pushed, and thinking I could not afford to offend, I casually pointed at someone. I did not expect it to land on Miss Qiao. Lu Yurong smashed her cup down, exclaiming, you wretched thing, how dare you make reckless accusations? You ought to be sold off. Xiao Xinyu coldly stated, if you can recognize the Lu family girl, how can you not recognize me? Is the Qiao family so small that even a maid is not worthy of your regard? Xue Xian, her schemes had been completely uncovered. Xue Qingyin could not help but click her tongue, thinking to herself that the daughters of the Qiao and Lu families were indeed clever. She then turned to glance at Lu Yurong's pale face. It seemed that only this Lu girl was somewhat foolish, moreover, she was a bit malicious. This infatuation of hers was no less than that of the original self. After all, the original self had favored He Songning, who was far superior to Prince Wei. I believe this matter was all orchestrated by this wicked maid to bring down the eldest young lady of their household, Lu Shuyi remarked, turning to Qiao Xinyu. Xinyu, you and Yurong will soon enter the Wei Wangfu, and it is inconceivable that Yurong would frame you. Lu's words were astutely articulated, effectively escalating the situation. This, in turn, led Xiao Xinyu and Lu Yurong to harbor suspicions against one another. Xue Qingyin quietly sighed to herself and even took a moment to savor a snack. Meanwhile, the fourth princess found neither Xiao Xinyu's cleverness nor Lu Shuyi's strategy impressive. Instead, she gazed at Xue Qingyin, her heart tumultuous with waves of astonishment. Today, Xue Qingyin merely initiated the fray, skillfully extricating herself. Now, Lu Yurong and Xiao Xinyu stood at odds, while she leisurely enjoyed her delicacies. Chapter 69. Xue Qingyin's enchantment. Of course, Xiao Xinyu could not openly confront Lu Yurong, and the two exchanged a glance before averting their eyes, each having divided. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yurong pointed at Xue Qingyin and declared, "The two daughters of the Xue family, one legitimate and one illegitimate, have had their family's affairs known throughout the capital. It is abundantly clear what schemes this wretched servant is plotting. What does the eldest Miss Xue think?" Lu Shuyi suddenly turned to Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyin wiped her hands and replied, "I still do not fully Might I trouble Miss Lu or Miss Zhao to elaborate further?" Lu Shuyi remained silent, realizing that she could not expect to articulate anything of significance. Instead, she gently suggested, ultimately, as a servant of the Xue family, she took a step forward, unsteady on her feet, and could only manage a weak voice. "Xue Qingyin, you, second miss, please save me, I truly did not think so much at the time." "Second miss, you know me, I have accompanied you for 10 years, when you lacked charcoal in winter, it was I who begged the mistress for it, and on your birthday." Xue Qingyin collapsed at Xue Qinghua's feet, trembling and clutching her legs. Hearing her cry stirred memories within Xue Qinghua. She glanced at Xue Qingyin, her tone strained. "Sister." Xue Qingyin understood Xue Qinghua's reluctance but could not condone it. Without lifting her head, she stated. Taking a deep breath, Xue Qinghua let her tears fall. Yet today, without Yi Songning present, there was no one to comfort her. She had to make her own decision. Xue Qinghua slapped Xue Qingyin across the face and commanded, "Go and apologize to my sister." Xue Qingyin dared not retort and crawled her way to Xue Qingyin, bowing her head. "Please, miss, spare me. The second miss cannot be without me, I must care for her. I have told her before that I would accompany her until her marriage." Lu Yurong grew impatient. The matter should be resolved swiftly to avoid entangling her. She regarded Xue Qingyin with disdain, yet did not wish to lose face before so many. Interrupting, she remarked, "Is this when the bond of master and servant becomes profound? If you truly cared for your lady, you would prostrate yourself and preserve her reputation." Xue Qinghua looked at Lu Yurong in shock. "Miss Lu, surely you do not mean to suggest death," she replied, feeling humiliated. Lu Yurong's expression remained frosty, her gaze condescending. Xue Qinghua felt increasingly belittled, biting her lip as she hoisted Xue Qingyin to her feet. "I will take her back to deal with this, according to the Xue family's rules." Having spoken, Xue Qinghua dared not meet the eyes of those around her and her. Xue Qingyin, pale and staggering, followed behind, blood streaming from a wound on her forehead. Lu Yurong gestured for someone to follow them and whispered, "Keep up with them." Rising, she bowed slightly to the fourth princess, saying, "I became dizzy with anger at that vile servant. Please forgive my early departure, your highness." The fourth princess waved her hand dismissively. "Go on." Xiao Xinyu seemed preoccupied and soon excused herself as well. The fourth princess declared, "Everyone may return. We shall enjoy the blossoms at the Lu residence another day." Lu Shuyi smiled, "I shall await your highness's arrival." The fourth princess nodded but noticed Lu Shuyi had. The fourth princess said nothing. Lu Shuyi sensed the fourth princess's desire to dismiss her. She glanced at Xue Qingyin before rising and politely saying, "I had forgotten that your highness enjoys lively company. I shall take my leave. I have recently cultivated a pot of black orchids, which I shall bring to you another day." The fourth princess finally smiled, and attendants escorted Lu Shuyi out. Xue Qingyin also stood to depart. "Wait, you cannot leave," the fourth princess commanded. Xue Qingyin turned. "Does your highness have further instructions?" The fourth princess's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on Xue Qingyin. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. "Actually, my brother, the Prince of Wei, is coming soon." Xue Qingyin thought to herself, should I not hastily escape? She truly did not wish to hear the Prince of Wei's declarations of, "I have questions for you," the fourth princess said, her tone unyielding. Xue Qingyin complied. Her already precariously arranged hair became further disheveled through their exchange. For reasons unknown, the fourth princess suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to grind her teeth in frustration. How could Xue Qingyin be so nonchalant, as if she had just crawled out of bed? "Did you not have something to say?" Xue Qingyin propped her chin on her hand, looking at her. You were right earlier," the fourth princess dismissed those nearby. Seeing her actions, Xue Qingyin wondered if the fourth princess intended to strike her, but then she heard the fourth princess utter a low, almost embarrassed confession, "I feel like the dog to concubine one." She wishes to use me to accomplish many things she cannot do herself. Xue Qingyin regarded her in surprise, saying, "Do not speak of yourself in such a manner. Could it The fourth princess sniffed lightly, revealing a hint of youthful vulnerability. Xue Qingyin followed up, dogs are often far more obedient than your highness. The fourth princess glared, her brows furrowing in indignation. Alas, I am not a man, otherwise, witnessing your highness in such a state would naturally inspire pity. Regrettably, I am not formidable either, I cannot contend with concubine Wan. Xue Qingyin spread her hands in resignation. Weren't you victorious the last time? In the Lotus Garden. No, that was not my victory. Forget it, some things are better left unsaid. I know what you mean, you wish to say it was due to Duke Zhao's influence, correct? Not just that. What else? The fourth princess inched closer to Xue Qingyin. Xue Qingyin stepped back. What exactly do you intend to accomplish, your highness? The fourth princess fell silent for a moment. Just as Xue Qingyin began to lose patience, the fourth princess finally spoke. I want you to teach me. Once those words were uttered, the fourth princess found it easier to continue. Resuming her regal demeanor, she coldly stated, the Prince of Wei is fond of you, and my second brother likes you too. Moreover, I noticed today that you are quite calculating and resourceful. I want you to impart all your knowledge to me. Xue Qingyin felt an urge to reach out and check if the fourth princess had developed a fever. I do not possess such skills, she replied helplessly. You still deny it? Today, with just a few words, you stirred up chaos. Are you afraid of being seen for your true self by my second brother? Is it not possible that my lack of power necessitates my reliance on cunning? Xue Qingyin thought. The fourth princess was taken aback. Was it truly for this reason? Your highness, I really must take my leave. What if I were to reward you, would you then teach me? Xue Qingyin paused, responding, as long as you do not regard yourself as the clever one and reflect more on matters, all will be well. The fourth princess gritted her teeth, indignantly exclaiming, I have thought. Yet I cannot comprehend. Xue Qingyin merely sighed, turning to regard the fourth princess. The lovely yet gloomy countenance bore a look of foolishness, one that almost evoked sympathy. At that moment, a carriage slowly entered Lu's garden. The fourth princess murmured, the Prince of Wei has arrived. If you teach me, I shall ensure he does not approach you. The carriage soon came to a halt. The occupant reached out to draw up the curtain before stepping down. It was none other than Prince Xian. The fourth princess's eyes widened. How did it become my second brother? As her words fell, she involuntarily shivered. Prince Xian approached them swiftly. The nearby maidservants bowed in greeting, but he paid them no mind, focusing his gaze intently on Xue Qingyin's slightly disheveled hair. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Xue Qingyin appeared even more endearing than the fourth princess. Prince Xian scrutinized her, as if attempting to imprint her image in his memory. He parted his lips and asked, has she bullied you? The fourth princess, panicking, exclaimed, second brother, I did not. In that instant, she even wondered if Xue Qingyin possessed some form of sorcery, summoning her second brother so swiftly. Meanwhile, the Prince of Wei remained unseen. Chapter 70. Did your highness miss me? The fourth princess watched as Xue Qingyin and her cousins departed from the egret garden. A fleeting glimmer of envy crossed her eyes before settling into a profound silence. Prince Xian remained seated beside her. Second brother, are you not leaving with them? The fourth princess inquired softly. Prince Xian glanced at her. Are you waiting for Prince Wei? The fourth princess dared not meet his gaze and whispered. Noticing his intent to leave, the fourth princess hurriedly asked, second brother, will you marry Xue Qingyin? She swallowed hard, adding, Father Emperor would not consent, would he? That is no concern of yours. Next time you see her, remember to call her sister-in-law. Prince Xian replied coolly, and without further ado, he departed. The fourth princess's heart raced uncontrollably. Xue Qingyin was still unrecognized. She must. Otherwise, how could someone like second brother ever consider marrying her? Second brother had always been disinterested in competing with Prince Wei. Your highness, a nearby maid hastily stepped forward to support her. The maid anticipated a fit of anger. However, today the fourth princess appeared remarkably composed. She merely clenched her fingers tightly. Recently, she had learned the truth about her mother's untimely demise. If she were to seek vengeance, she must become cunning. She absolutely must. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin was meandering about with her cousins from the Su family. On the other side, the maid Zhishu had brought along a cook skilled in making fried oil cakes to the estate. Zhishu, not daring to delay, immediately sought an audience with He Songning to report the recent happenings at the residence. He Songning, however, displayed remarkable calmness, saying, I am aware. Zhishu felt a tremor within her. Truly, the eldest son was astute, as he seemed to be fully cognizant of the state of affairs within the household without her having to inform him. Did Qingyin summon you? He Songning inquired. Jishu replied, I mentioned it to the young lady, and she called for me, even bringing along a chef to remain at the estate to prepare meals. She also said, if unsure of how much to compensate him, to let the eldest son decide. At this juncture, Jishu broached the topic of the primary and secondary consorts of Prince Wei. His Songning's countenance darkened instantaneously. His biological father, the current emperor, favored his sons quite generously. Both Zhao Xinyu and Lu Yuanzhong hailed from esteemed lineages. To it was baffling that Prince Wei, such a foolish man, could not secure the woman he cherished. He had previously underestimated Xue Qingyin, but now, with her connection to Prince Xian, she had carved out a new path entirely. Yet, the matriarch of the palace held Prince Xian in high regard. He Songning quickly altered his course of action, instructing Jishu, upon returning to the city, have your brother assist me with a task? Just give the order, young master. In 2 days, I wish to hear. Understood. And have Qiqiao deliver a personal item to General Jiang of the Wei household, stating it belongs to the young lady. Jishu looked up in shock. The last transaction with General Jiang had indeed involved this maid, Qiqiao. She was aware of this but could not fathom, why does the eldest son wish to do this again? Though she understood that the eldest son was destined for great deeds, she still felt a profound shock. After all, it was the eldest son's own sister. He Songning replied, there is a seamstress named Jin Yang, skilled in needlework, who returned from Huainan. Have her embroider the character onto that personal item using her unique techniques. Jishu gasped. She vaguely grasped the eldest son's intent but did not fully comprehend it. Return now, he Songning instructed. What about the cook? I shall meet with him shortly. He Songning paused before adding, he is merely a cook. What merit is there in her keeping him at the estate? How do I explain this to the young lady upon my return? Jishu asked, troubled. He Songning's tone grew complex as he replied, just tell her I have managed it on her behalf. Jishu sighed in relief. Although the eldest son had a sharp tongue, he would still take care of the young lady. As Jishu prepared to take her leave, he Songning called her back, adding, there will be some disturbances in the coming days. Keep a close watch on the young lady and ensure she does not encounter any mishaps. Jishu felt a shiver run down her spine. Yes. She departed the estate, boarded a carriage back to the city, and had traveled quite a distance when she suddenly realized the eldest son seemed to have forgotten. Meanwhile, at Prince Xian's residence, a young man stood at the desk, bowing. Prince Wei informed His Majesty that he possesses a personal item belonging to Miss Xue. Now that Prince Wei has returned to his residence, he may indeed present that item before His Majesty. Prince Xian's expression remained Prince Wei is accustomed to bringing various beauties into his inner quarters. If he cannot obtain one, it is inevitable he will resort to some means, and the eldest son of the Xue family is a close friend of his. With such cooperation, it is not surprising to acquire a personal item, let alone 3 or 4, Prince Xian declared coldly. Indeed, he had calculated it perfectly. What resentment could arise? Prince Wei routinely delegates his personal matters to his chief steward. Should he be punished, it will be with the severing of the man's hands. Prince Xian replied. Li Wenhui fell silent. Your Highness speaks the truth. Prince Xian continued, tomorrow, arrange for the Lu lady to fall ill. Also, have He Jiming mention the Lu lady to the emperor during his lecture. The He Jiming mentioned by Prince Xian was the crown prince's tutor. Simultaneously, he held a connection to the father of Lu Shuyi. Understood, Li Wenhui responded. He recognized that Prince Xian was pushing for Emperor Liang Di to issue a decree swiftly, such as the nature of royal birth. One cannot easily dictate their own marriage. It often involves the maneuverings of multiple parties before arriving at a final outcome. If one were to simply take a few concubines like Prince Wei, it would be inconsequential. However, Li Wenhui found it hard to understand, why does your highness specifically desire a girl from the Xue family? Shouldn't the Lu lady be a greater asset to the prince's residence? Now that Miss Xue has acknowledged the young lord of the Zhao Duke's residence as her foster father, would it not draw the emperor's suspicion if she were to wed into the prince's household? The Duke of Zhao still holds a portion of military power. Prince Xian remained silent. Fang Qingjong interjected with a smile. I have a somewhat simplistic view. I believe the Duke of Zhao is entirely focused on the young lord, which is of no concern. However, the father of the Lu lady is in the central secretariat, wielding significant political influence, and most scholars respect him highly. A Lu deputy minister could sway the literati, while our prince commands military power. Such a union of civil and military might would surely be more daunting, more to be feared. Li Wenhui sighed, but the emperor still wishes for the Lu lady to marry your highness. Perhaps it is sincere, yet it may also serve as a test, regardless of which, your highness must not acquiesce. The emperor is far too suspicious. Prince Xian rose, commanding an attendant to fetch his cloak. By now, the moon had ascended the treetops. Li Wenhui had no choice but to halt his previous line of inquiry, hastily asking, is your highness heading to the palace? Prince Xian replied, to the Su residence. Li Wenhui pondered, which Su family? Fang Qingjong chuckled, is your highness going to see Miss Xue? Li Wenhui was taken aback, but it is already late. Fang Qingjong bowed deeply to Prince Xian once the prince had exited. Perhaps, he genuinely holds some affection. Genuine affection? Li Wenhui shook his head, unyielding in his disbelief. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin had just settled down when she received word of an urgent matter at the silk shop. Lady Xue was roused, exclaiming in frustration, "These rascals do not know how to report during daylight?" Xue Qingyin donned her clothing, speculating whether there had been yet another. That should not have been the case. Just as her thoughts reached this conclusion, she suddenly paused, recalling that day when Prince Xin visited. The outsiders had merely mentioned that someone from the estate came seeking an audience. Xue Qingyin raised her gaze to the moonlit sky, hastily putting on her cloak. She strode out without looking back, saying, "Mother, I shall return shortly. It is likely another misunderstanding with the Zhao Duke's house. You should rest." Maid Jishu held the lantern for her, while Nongxia followed closely behind, carrying a small teapot, ensuring the young lady would not catch a chill from the night breeze, despite it being spring. The gates of the Su residence were already open for Xue Qingyin, devoid of the intricate protocols of the Xue family. Lifting her skirt, she gracefully stepped out, only to see a carriage waiting. She approached with familiarity, lifting the curtain and climbing inside. "Did we not meet earlier in the day? Why has your highness returned?" With a playful smile, she added, "Did your highness miss me?" A late-night rendezvous, how thrilling, Xue Qingyin mused. Meanwhile, Jishu and Nongxia stood outside the carriage, utterly astonished by the exchange. Chapter 71, The Token of Affection. Suddenly, King Xuan lifted his hand, catching the tie of her cloak and pulling it forward, subsequently tying a knot. His fingers were long and slightly cool in the night air. As he tied the knot, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against Xue Qingyin's chin, causing her to instinctively lift her head, her breath becoming a touch lighter. Once the knot was completed, King Xuan spoke nonchalantly. "On that day, the King of Wei mentioned that you possess a token of affection." Xue Qingyin, perplexed, replied, "Is he fabricating stories? What token of affection could he—" This time, he referred to something that belongs intimately to you. Xue Qingyin instinctively recoiled, staring at King Xuan as she whispered, "Your Highness, do you suspect me? There will naturally be individuals tasked with intercepting this item henceforth." Only then did Xue Qingyin obediently settle back down. She had thought he was questioning her chastity, and if that were truly the case, she would have promptly taken her leave. Marriage, nonsense. Fortunately, King Xuan was indeed reliable. Xue Qingyin pouted and said, "I genuinely do not know what it is. I have hardly met him more than a few times. If someone from the manor has stolen it and handed it to the King of Wei." Her expression shifted to one of peculiar surprise as she confessed, "I did lose a personal item." King Xuan instinctively clenched his fingers, a hint of malevolence. King Xuan, it is of no consequence. In that moment, he doubted whether the King of Wei had, during his upbringing, had his brain replaced with tofu, leading him to commit such absurd and ludicrous acts. Xue Qingyin exhaled gently, still tinged with the night's chill. "Your Highness, are you leaving now?" she inquired. King Xuan lightly pinched his fingers. Did she not wish for him to depart so soon? However, he had never truly experienced the luxury of leisurely conversing with others. The carriage fell into an intense silence. Alas, her legs had grown numb. As Xue Qingyin attempted to shift her position, she accidentally bumped against the carriage wall. King Xuan swiftly leaned forward, placing a firm hand on her knee. Xue Qingyin hurriedly reassured, "It was merely a light bump, nothing is amiss." Yet, after saying this, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate and instinctively licked her lips. Should she perhaps feign a bit more vulnerability? Has your previous injury healed? King Xuan's voice resonated beside her ear. Xue Qingyin collected her thoughts, nodded, and unabashedly praised, "The medicine your Highness sent was incredibly effective." I was well by morning. Following this, she added with certainty, "Next time, I shall write again." King Xuan responded with a She licked her lips again, contemplating initiating conversation, but King Xuan spoke first. "How is the Su family?" he inquired. Xue Qingyin leaned against the carriage wall and replied, "They initially favored my father, but now, they seem more inclined towards me. Naturally, they are eager to ingratiate themselves with me, showering me with affection. Consequently, life has become considerably more agreeable. Your Highness, do you not think my complexion appears much improved today?" King Xuan's gaze inevitably settled upon her face. His eyes were cold, likely due to his innate inability to soften his demeanor. As his gaze traversed over Xue Qingyin, it felt less like that of a lover and more akin to scrutiny. Xue Qingyin involuntarily shivered slightly, yet she endured. King Xuan replied solemnly, and feeling that this single word was too insubstantial, added, "It is better." It swayed gently, causing the candlelight to flicker, illuminating Xue Qingyin's features, enhancing her brows, her nose, and her lips with a subtle, shimmering glow. When she lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes seemed to have been softened by the candlelight, imbued with boundless affection. At that moment, Xue Qingyin lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, asking, "Shall I take my leave now?" Sitting idle was quite dull. "Yes, return home," King Xuan instructed. There was not the slightest hint of reluctance in his voice. Yet, Xue Qingyin had never anticipated any. As she disembarked from the carriage, preparing to depart, King Xuan extended his hand from within the carriage. "Take this," he said. Xue Qingyin turned back to find him holding a flat box. It looked somewhat familiar at first glance. She accepted it and inquired, "Is this from you, Your Highness?" King Xuan nodded. "You seemed to like it very much last time." With that, he withdrew his hand, the carriage curtain falling in. The coachman nodded at Xue Qingyin, then drove away. Standing in place, she opened the box, revealing numerous gleaming gold. Beside her, Nongxia gasped in bewilderment. "What is this?" Xue Qingyin replied blank. After losing repeatedly, she had suggested playing with the leaf cards instead. King Xuan had indeed had someone fetch a set, each card crafted from gold. At that time, she had been astounded and had cherished it dearly. He had actually remembered the delight that had shone in her eyes at that moment. Nongxia swallowed hard. "Miss, how much silver must this be worth?" Xue Qingyin replied, "I do not know. Did Princess Jean K truly just give this to her?" As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she couldn't help but take a soft breath. Although King Xuan appeared cold in temperament and somewhat grave, he was genuinely generous. He truly put thought into his gifts. Xue Qingyin tightened her cloak around her, only to catch sight of the knot King Xuan had tied for her. "Let us go, we should return to rest. If we linger too long, mother might become worried," she said, stepping ahead. Nongxia suppressed her astonishment and hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, the foolish Nongxia remained behind, quietly counting her fingers, ultimately unable to arrive at a conclusion. Upon returning to Cine Pavilion, Madame Xue was still waiting with a lantern, immediately inquiring, "What happened?" "Your daughter resolved everything with ease." Madame Xue shot her a disapproving glance. Xue Qingyin raised her hand to untie her cloak but found it impossible to loosen the knot, frowning in annoyance at this. "It refuses to come undone." Noticing the commotion, Madame Xue hurried over to assist her in untying the cloak, commenting as she worked, "How did you manage to tie such a tight knot? Bring me some scissors." As she spoke, Madame Xue's gaze fell upon the flat box in Nongxia's arms, her eyes flickering with a hint of suspicion. Meanwhile, on the return journey, King Xuan, he had just recalled that during his time in the military, he had grown accustomed to tying knots for prisoners. Xue Qingyin would surely be unable to untie the one he had made. "Your Highness, shall we turn back?" the voice outside asked cautiously. King Xuan queried, "What time is it?" "It is nearly the hour of the high. It is curfew, return to the palace." Fortunately, if the cloak's knot could not be undone, scissors would certainly suffice. Previously, the Empress Dowager had sent some scarlet brocade, yuzhou gauze, and fragrant cloud silk to the palace for her to make a new cloak. King Xuan thought to himself, remaining outwardly composed. Chapter 72 Sudden illness. The atmosphere in the Xue family was far from relaxed. After Xue Qingyin departed from Lu's garden, she did not venture far before realizing that someone sent by Lu Yurong was trailing her. A tempest of anger swelled within her, mingled with disappointment, embarrassment, and sorrow. It was only upon returning to the Xue residence, suppressing these emotions, that she felt her body grow weak. 2nd Mississippi. Xue Qingyin, I trusted you so fully, yet you have placed me in such an awkward predicament. On the day of the lake outing, Xue Qingyin was indeed the victim. However, due to Xue Qinyin's lie, she had suddenly transformed into the perpetrator in the eyes of others. On that day at the palace banquet, when you spoke those words, I should have been on guard against you. Xue Qingyin's voice quivered increasingly. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyin abruptly lifted her head, her eyes reddening. "Are you blaming me? Second Miss, you possess a kind heart, yet too much kindness can lead to weakness. I am willing to endure hardships alongside you, but what about the others? But you should not have lied." Tears brimmed in Xue Qingyin's eyes. To punish Xue Qingyin was a torment for her, for Xue Qingyin had indeed accompanied her through many difficult nights. There is no right or wrong. It is merely that I am outmatched, and thus the eldest miss has taken advantage of the situation. Xue Qingyin replied bitterly. Xue Qingyin has stepped back in disappointment. "You still do not recognize your mistake. Second Miss, I have done nothing wrong." "Enough." Xue Qingyin wiped her tears and, refusing to look at her any longer, ever since Madame Xue's departure, Xue Qingdong had returned home more frequently. The person Xue Qingyin was about to meet was none other than Xue Qingdong. "This matter was initiated by that Lu family girl to harm my sister, yet it has ended up like this." He glanced at the obediently kneeling Xue Qingyin, feeling some disappointment. He had not anticipated that she could not even manage such a trivial affair herself. However, he concealed his feelings and stated, "Then we shall follow the 20 lashes and expel her from the house." Upon hearing Xue Qingdong's words, Xue Qingyin, kneeling outside, fainted on the spot. When Xue Qingyin emerged, a nearby matron anxiously looked at her and asked, "Second Miss, shall we proceed with the punishment?" It was rare for Xue Qingyin to. After a moment's pause, she regained her composure and, choked with emotion, replied, "Yes." The matron immediately set aside her concerns and, with a vigorous swing of her arms, lashed Xue Qingyin with the branch in her hand. Xue Qingyin let out a piercing scream as she awakened from her shock, unable to bear it. Xue Qingyin had turned and hurried away. Once Xue Qingyin was expelled, she would find a way to assist her. But for now, this was a punishment Xue Qingyin had to endure. "Who told you to lead the second miss astray?" the matron scolded as she struck. "Second Miss, 2nd Mississippi." Xue Qinyin's voice was filled with despair. Yet, she received no response. She cried out and screamed. When the slender branch struck her face, blood trickled down her temple, blurring her vision. After a stick of incense burned down, several matrons hurriedly packed her belongings in a. Lu Yurong sat in a carriage at a distant street corner, relieved as she lowered the curtain, saying, "Let us go, we may return now." Upon arriving home, her brother approached her with an expression of displeasure. Did you meet the fourth princess? Lu Yurong nodded. Her brother frowned. The fourth princess acts with malice. You should not associate too closely with her. How dare you speak so recklessly about a princess? Besides, she grew up alongside Prince W. It was better left unsaid, but upon mentioning it, her brother grew even angrier. Prince Wei is no gentleman. That day at the poetry gathering, he clearly humiliated you, yet you still. Lu Yurong glared at her brother, coldly retorting, did you not praise Prince Wei's poetic talent in the past? How dare you speak so of him? Her brother's expression twisted with pain. Had I known it would come to this, I would not have praised him before you. Yurong, just because he excels in poetry does not mean he will make a good husband. Lu Yurong, impatient to hear this, I will have someone fetch medicine. Lu Yurong lay down on the bed, attended to by a maid as she took her medicine. Her constitution was far sturdier than Xue Qingyin's. It was merely a lingering headache from her childhood misfortune. Later, her infatuation with Prince Wei had exacerbated her condition, making her headaches more frequent. In contrast, her brother's concern for her far exceeded that of his Songning for Xue Qingyin. In truth, ever since Lu Yurong was designated as Prince Wei's consort and gained prominence, her headaches had subsided. Why should she feel pain now when she was basking in success? At present, it was merely to silence her brother. However, after taking the medicine, it was not long before the pain returned in earnest. Lu Yurong tried to endure it, gripping the quilt tighter. Why does the young lady look so pale? A maid exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yurong turned over, wishing her not to shout, but even this small movement caused her vision to darken suddenly, accompanied by a chilling dampness on her back. Cold sweat. Lu Yurong opened her mouth, finally unable to restrain herself as she cried out, it hurts. My head hurts, ah. The maid had never witnessed her in such agony and jumped to her feet. Seeing this, Lu Yurong's brother panicked as well. Quickly, fetch Qingxi incense. The maid nodded and hurriedly sought the incense. Sometimes, if the medicine proved ineffective, lighting incense was a customary remedy. Qingxi incense was soon ignited, its fragrance swiftly filling the entire chamber. At that moment, Lu Yurong let out a pained howl from her throat, then began to writhe on the bed. Her brother, having never encountered such a scene, grasped Lu Yurong's wrist and exclaimed urgently, quick, go summon a doctor. By the time the doctor arrived, Lu Yurong was convulsing. It was as if her vitality had been drained in an instant. Even as the doctor held her wrist, she could only barely keep her eyelids open a sliver. She felt she was dying, that she would be painfully extinguished, and she would never feign illness again. The following day, Xue Qingyin awoke to the news of Lu Yurong's critical illness. The word had spread throughout the capital as Zhishu recounted. I heard that the Lu family rushed to the gates of Prince Wei's residence overnight to seek a royal physician for Lu family's daughter. Was the world changing so swiftly? Just yesterday, Lu Yurong had chastised Xue Qingyin with such vigor, she had even managed to clear her name. Nongxia curiously inquired, did the royal physician go? Zhishu, it is said that Lu girl's life hangs by a thread, and she could depart at any moment. Nongxia whispered, does this mean Prince Wei will become a widower before even marrying? Zhishu replied, such matters are for common folk. Sons of the royal family do not become widowers. Xue Qingyin nodded in agreement. If one is lost, another can be taken. Nongxia scrunched her face, that sounds so cruel. Xue Qingyin smiled, let me tell you, in this world, men, regardless of wealth or status, are mostly this cruel. Zhishu chimed in, laughing, Lu girl's fate today is not something for you to lament. After all, she intended to harm our eldest miss but inadvertently brought misfortune upon the second miss instead. Indeed, Lu girl is truly wicked. The last time, she even caused the eldest young master to be injured on behalf of the second miss. Nongxia immediately agreed. Zhishu, hearing this, forced a smile. After all, the eldest young master was her superior. The news of Lu Yurong's grave illness also reached the ears of Consort Wan. Didn't we send a royal physician? Consort Wan said, her expression darkening. The matron replied helplessly, His Majesty has already bestowed ginseng. Consort Wan felt a tightness in her throat. Ginseng is primarily used to prolong life. This indicated just how dire the situation was. When will this Lu girl recover? Why must it happen now? Consort Wan fumed, smashing the cup beside her. The matron sighed, perhaps it is her misfortune, she cannot withstand the imperial family's favor. She only wished to know what would happen if the position of the primary consort became vacant. If Lu Yurong were to perish, the Lu family would be unable to ally with the Wei family. If Prince Wei were to hastily remarry, it would surely provoke the Lu family's displeasure. This meant that, in the end, her son would only gain Xiaoxinyu. And what of Xian Wang? Currently, the emperor had yet to issue a decree for Xian Wang's marriage. One could only fear that the emperor would assign him a daughter of the Lu family. Lu Shuyi's father was far more useful than Xiaoxinyu's. The more Consort Wan thought, the more vexed she became. Just then, a council named He Ji poured a cup of tea for the visibly troubled Liang the emperor. Chapter 73 Mutual Affection, Rare Fondness. He Ji Guan held the esteemed position of left scattered cavalry attendant in the Ministry of Personnel, a role of the third rank, serving as an advisor within the ministry. Concurrently, he also occupied the post of deputy scholar in the Academy of the Central Secretariat. The Academy primarily undertook the compilation of literature at the behest of the emperor or provided references for the issuance of edicts by the Central Secretariat. Naturally, one who could serve as a deputy in the Academy was well versed in ancient texts, yet, such a person, often immersed in tomes, inevitably bore a certain bookish demeanor. The emperor relished listening to him, for his words bore no ulterior motives, engendering a sense of ease. Consequently, he was often invited to the palace to expound on doctrines, eventually becoming the tutor to the crown prince. Thus, although Xue Qingyin wielded no real power, he was indeed regarded as a close confidant of the emperor, enjoying a modicum of respect in the imperial presence. Today, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is able to sit up, Xue Qingyin murmured. Emperor Liangde acknowledged with a non-committal appearing somewhat distracted. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince improves day by day. Why does your majesty remain in such low spirits? Xue Qingyin inquired, a question only he dared to pose. The emperor turned to regard him, a sigh escaping his lips. Xue Qingyin truly understood nothing. I was contemplating the affairs of Prince Wei. Xue Qingyin hastily replied, I have also heard whispers that the young lady of the Lu family may be in dire straits. Oh? Even you have heard this? Xue Qingyin nodded. The Lu family rushed to Prince Wei's residence for medical assistance. The commotion was quite significant. What should have been a joyous occasion has now turned into a calamity, Emperor Liangde remarked with displeasure. Once the position of Princess Wei becomes vacant, selecting a suitable successor will be even more challenging. Xue Qingyin quickly reassured, Your Majesty need not fret. Prince Wei possesses unparalleled talents, and countless noble ladies in the capital yearn to join the Wei household. Alas, I have but one son, otherwise, I would wish for her to wed Prince Wei. The emperor chuckled, You. This has little to do with how many wish to marry Prince Wei. Xue Qingyin humbly replied, I am but a dullard, please, Your Majesty, enlighten me. As a teacher, he had a way of putting others at ease, and the emperor seemed somewhat invigorated, speaking softly, Consider this: should the Lu maiden lose her life, and Prince Wei marries another shortly thereafter, how will Minister Wang regard it? Xue Qingyin's face illuminated with sudden realization. Indeed, I almost overlooked the fact that the Lu maiden's uncle is the esteemed Minister Wang Qingping of the One must understand that a minister holds the third rank, being the foremost figure in the ministry. I am but a simpleton, ignorant of courtly affairs. I merely see that Prince Wei's remarriage is entirely natural. The Lu maiden's severe illness is ultimately due to her frailty. Not having to bear the responsibilities of a princess may well be a blessing. Otherwise, how could she shoulder the weighty duties of a royal consort? In my humble opinion, this matter can be easily resolved, Xue Qingyin earnestly stated. The emperor smiled. Very well, then, how do you propose we resolve it? We should designate a noble lady of even higher birth for Prince Wei, Xue Qingyin suggested. It is not, while there were many eligible young women in the capital, finding one of suitable lineage and temperament, while also considering the myriad of intricate relationships at court, was indeed a rare occurrence. Xue Qingyin, however, responded with a smile, Isn't the daughter of Director Lu an excellent candidate? The emperor's expression immediately soured, his gaze fixating on Xue Qingyin. Casually, he remarked, I recall that you and Director Lu were once compatriots? His daughter is surely exceptional, a fitting match for Prince Wei. The emperor's lips tightened in irritation. Was the noble consort one so insatiable? Was the Lu family's daughter and the Chao family's daughter not sufficient? Was it truly a hardship for Prince Wei, and now the Lu family, having waited only a few days, could not contain themselves? They sought to use Xue Qingyin as a pawn to scheme for the position of Princess Wei. What was so wrong with Consort Shen? If that were the case, then let go of any thoughts regarding Consort Shen. The emperor shot Xue Qingyin a cold glance and declared, Enough, you may take your leave for today. Xue Qingyin, perplexed, bowed respectfully before. After venting his anger, the emperor regained some composure. He summoned the imperial physician to inquire about Lu Yurong's condition. The physician reported, the Lu maiden has indeed suffered from chronic headaches since childhood. Was it mere coincidence that it manifested at this moment? The emperor's gaze flickered, and he dismissed the physician. Prepare the carriage, I wish to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager, the emperor announced, rising. Yes, the inner attendants responded, escorting the. Upon reaching the Empress Dowager's palace, the emperor once again broached the subject of Prince Xian's desire to take Xue Qingyin as his consort. The Empress Dowager was, of course, exceedingly reluctant. At this juncture, she blurted out, with such a beguiling appearance, I would not wish for Prince Xian to tread the same path. The empress's mother was a stunning beauty herself but had passed away early, leaving few who remembered her, for she had once eclipsed even Consort Wan in her prime. The Empress Dowager's words struck a nerve with the emperor, whose expression darkened dramatically as he replied icily, Mother, you are growing old and do not understand the sentiments of the younger generation. I shall take charge of this matter. With that, he swept away. By this point, the emperor had already resolved to issue an edict the following day to approve the union of Xue Qingyin and Prince Xian. Very few were aware that the emperor and the Empress Dowager were not particularly close. The Empress Dowager was overly protective of Prince Xian, to the point that it irked Emperor Liangde. He thought to himself, I am the one who cares for Prince Xian the most, I shall facilitate this. Though Xue Qingyin lacked a noble lineage, it could be elevated from other aspects, and there was no need to spare the Lu family any regard. Returning to the Taiha Hall, the emperor promptly commanded someone to summon Prince Xian to the palace. Prince Xian did not keep him waiting long. Father, Prince Xian approached. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Prince Xian did not display any signs of being moved. Instead, he inquired, who has angered father? The emperor, aware of his son's temperament, was not surprised by his demeanor. It is that Lu family, they truly do not recognize their own status, refusing to betroth their daughter to you. Prince Xian replied calmly, thus, I had no intention of marrying a daughter of the Lu family from the outset. There is no need for you to be angered over this matter. Father, I spend most of my time in the military. It is only natural for the Lu family to hesitate in letting their daughter endure hardships alongside me. Such fondness is rare. Fondness is rare, fondness is rare, the emperor murmured twice, then spoke solemnly, very well, tomorrow I shall issue an edict to prevent further complications. Hearing the henceforth, regardless of what the Empress Dowager might say, the outcome would remain unchanged. However, the position of the primary consort must still be reserved. Should you ever change your mind in the future, you must understand, I hope your wife will be a capable partner to assist you. As for that single position, whether reserved or not is inconsequential. However, as I stated earlier, my household cannot accommodate a second woman. Prince Xian paused, then added, yesterday, the Empress Dowager mentioned the daughter of the Feng family. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly declared, rest assured, since you are so fond of the Xue maiden, I shall not idly seek to place anyone else in your residence. The Empress Dowager will not either. The so-called Feng maiden referred to the Empress Dowager's maternal family. The emperor coldly scoffed to himself. I sought to match him with Lu Shuti, and he refused. How could the Feng family's daughter even be considered? Your Majesty, Prince Wei requests an audience, a young eunuch announced from outside the door, immediately capturing the emperor's attention. Emperor Liangde felt a headache coming on. He glanced at Prince Xian, feeling somewhat guilty. Tell that rascal to come in, the emperor instructed in a low tone. Upon entering, Prince Wei immediately knelt before the emperor, stating, your servant has brought the token of affection he exchanged with the Xue family maiden, wishing to present it to your Majesty for inspection. I implore you to fulfill my earnest longing. The emperor's expression darkened considerably. The Xue maiden is soon to be your brother's secondary consort. What nonsense are you spouting here? He produced a handkerchief from his bosom, as he recalled the words spoken by Xue Qingyin that day, and found it somewhat amusing. Where did he procure this? He offered it to the emperor with utmost care, treating it as a treasure. The emperor, infuriated, kicked him in the chest. Have all those literary teachings gone to waste? Prince Wei was sent sprawling. He could not comprehend the source of the emperor's fury today. Unbeknownst to him, the emperor had first been incensed by He Jiguan and then further agitated by the Empress Dowager. Now, seeing Prince Wei, he found him increasingly irksome. Father, Prince Wei cried out in pain. At that moment, one of the inner attendants, keen-eyed, pointed at the handkerchief and exclaimed, Your Majesty, the previous one had gone missing. Fortunately, his steward had acquired a new one that he had not even warmed it in his grasp before hastily coming to the palace, leaving him no time to inspect it closely. Meanwhile, Prince Xian curled his fingers, his gaze icy. Who had meddled in this affair? At this moment, that question seemed utterly superfluous. Chapter 74. Oh my niece, truly remarkable. The embroidery technique is so intricate that it truly goes unnoticed unless. The expression on Emperor Liangde's face darkened to an extreme as he slowly uttered the words, Lu Shui. In that instant, the emperor indeed harbored suspicions. The Prince of Wei had repeatedly claimed to have an affair with Miss Xue, yet it was this individual who had been transformed into Lu Shui. Reflecting on He Ji's words from earlier that day, such a turn of events seemed all too deliberate. Was it the Xian Wang who had orchestrated this? No, that seemed implausible. He had no motive for such an act. The emperor remained largely trusting of the Xian Wang. It was likely that the Prince of Wei was genuinely unaware of the situation. Thus, the blame fell upon noble consort Wan. A wave of revulsion surged within Emperor Liangde. Was He Ji's statement not weighty enough? Must there be such a ploy? He even attributed the sudden illness of Lu Yurong to noble consort Wan. One might say that deep down, Emperor Liangde wished for all these matters to be pinned on her, for only in doing so could he justify diminishing the power of noble consort Wan's family in the future. Casting a glance at the Prince of Wei, who sat dazed on the ground, he coldly commanded, Leave. If Lu Yurong survives, she remains your legitimate consort. Should she perish, you may wait several more years before seeking a new wife. The Xian Wang's fingers, which had been absent-mindedly toying with something, froze in motion. Thankfully, despite this unexpected turn of events, the outcome remained unchanged. Lu's daughter would not enter the Xian Wang's residence, nor would she fall into the hands of the Prince of Wei. For at least several years, the Xian Wang's household would not be filled with newcomers. Furthermore, he would seek to extend this time frame, gradually transforming it into 10 or even 20 years, without any new arrivals. Father? The Prince of Wei still had not grasped the situation. How did this become entwined with Lu Shui? He fixated on the handkerchief, eager to articulate something further. Emperor Liangde retorted, as a dignified prince, have you discarded all sense of propriety and integrity? Let today's events be as if they never occurred. Should you ever mention any tokens of affection or personal belongings again, I fear that the only resolution for Miss Lu may be to meet her demise in a fit of desperation to prove her innocence. Consider how the Lu family would regard you as a prince at that juncture. The Prince of Wei, still bewildered, could not decipher the unfolding drama, yet, the frigid tone of Emperor Liangde's words thoroughly shocked him. Seeing him still in a daze, the emperor's ire surged anew. The Prince of Wei displays insubordination before his sovereign, 10 strikes with the rod. With that, he waved his hand, unwilling to witness any further. Take him away. The Prince of Wei was left utterly stunned. How had he earned a beating? Father, he managed to utter before being respectfully escorted away by the eunuchs. Soon, the Xian Wang could hear the sound of the rod striking flesh. Turning to the Xian Wang, Emperor Liangde asserted, rest assured, your brother will never utter such nonsense again. The Xian Wang nodded impassively before bowing and departing, sighing. Emperor Liangde chose not to elaborate further. Upon exiting the palace, Du Hongxue followed closely behind the Xian Wang, stating, the steward from the Prince of Wei's residence has gone to the Xue family to retrieve something. That must be the handkerchief. The Xian Wang quickly recalled a certain individual, Xue Qingyin's elder brother. His methods were crude and beneath notice, yet, he had indeed extricated Xue Qingyin from this predicament. After all, what everyone perceived was merely the character Thus, regardless of the underlying truth, the individual publicly entangled with the Prince of Wei had become Lu Shui. Following today's incident, Emperor Liang De promptly summoned the officials responsible for drafting the edict. Meanwhile, upon hearing of the Prince of Wei's punishment, noble consort Wan hurried over. "I demand to see His Majesty," she implored, her hair disheveled and her demeanor pitiful. The eunuch, with a forced smile, replied, "Your Majesty has already retired." Even with her boldness, noble consort Wan dared not disturb the emperor from his slumber, thus swallowing her. The eunuch responded, "He is resting in the side hall." Noble consort Wan hastily made her way to the side hall. The Prince of Wei's face was pale, lying prostrate on the couch, while a young eunuch knelt beside him, administering medicine. He had never experienced such humiliation. Seeing this, noble consort Wan's heart ached, yet, before she could approach, the Prince of Wei, embarrassed, exclaimed, "Mother, why are you here? Please don't come closer." With her eyes reddening, noble consort Wan gritted her teeth and asked, "What have you done today to provoke your father's wrath?" Her son had always been favored, rarely facing reprimand. Yet today, he endured such a severe punishment. This only deepened noble consort Wan's suspicions that the emperor indeed harbored discontent towards them. "Speak," she urged, her urgency palpable. The Prince of Wei, however, could not mention Xue Qingyin. It was the young eunuch who clumsily recounted the events. Upon hearing, noble consort Wan was infuriated. "How could you be so foolish today? We have fallen into someone else's trap. It must be the Xian Wang, without a doubt." "Mother, keep your voice down." Though filled with frustration, noble consort Wan lowered her tone. "You have violated your father's prohibition. If he does not bestow it upon you, you must never take it. But in the past, when I asked my father for things, he was always willing to grant them. Why today, does it even compare?" Noble consort Wan whispered fiercely, "What you saw today is power. Your affair with Xue Qingyin would have only riled me, but if it were an affair with Lu Shui, it is an entirely different matter. Lu Shui represents power behind her. If your father is willing to grant you that, then you may take it. If he is not, you must never touch it." The Prince of Wei's expression turned blank. "But I have no entanglement. Regardless of its authenticity, it remains a weapon against you. Do you not understand?" Noble consort Wan was exasperated. However, she quickly shifted her tone, whispering to the Prince of Wei, "Fortunately, because of this way, the Xian Wang does not benefit, and it can be considered a small victory." The Prince of Wei opened his mouth to speak. He wished to express that he felt the Xian Wang had no intention of marrying Lu Shui from the outset. "I too do not wish to marry Lu Yurong, yet here I am, suffering punishment. The Xian Wang can dismiss Lu Shui, but why is that permissible? Merely because he wields military power." The Prince of Wei pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "I too wish to lead troops into battle." Noble consort Wan was utterly taken aback by his outburst, feeling as if she might as well return him to the womb. "Since your father, I shall return to see you tomorrow." Furious, noble consort Wan turned to leave. Today's events required her to return and confer with the matron in detail. That night, many could not find peace and sleep, with the exception of Xue Qingyin. She remained oblivious to the machinations the Xian Wang had employed to ensure that only she would enter the Xian Wang's residence. After a restful night, she awoke to find Dong Xia preparing her hair, albeit in a rather haphazard manner. Leaning against the doorframe, Madame Xue chuckled, "What have you become? Will you still be wandering about with your cousins today?" Xue Qingyin nodded. "I plan to visit other properties today. I also wish to see the Duke of Zhao's residence." Just as she finished speaking, a young servant rushed in, announcing, "The fourth princess requests your company for tea." Had the fourth princess truly made up her mind? "Just tell her I am unwell today and cannot attend," Xue Qingyin replied, yet the young servant hesitated. I cannot say that." "What is there to fear? Can you not lie? Come, let me teach you." As Xue Qingyin spoke, Madame Xue approached and gave her a light reprimand. "Why do you not teach something good? Why instruct? Those in power must lead by example, do you not know?" Madame Xue chided. At that moment, the young servant quickly interjected, "No, it's not that I cannot it's just the fourth princess is currently standing at the door of the Su family. The eldest master has gone out to greet her." Xue Qingyin exclaimed, "Then let us go." With no other choice, she acquiesced. Madame Xue accompanied her to the entrance. Indeed, Su Qi and Guisher were standing there, both apprehensive yet eager to invite the fourth princess inside for tea. The fourth princess declined, her tone icy and haughty. "I shall wait here for Xue Qingyin." The Su family was momentarily bewildered, uncertain whether the fourth princess sought revenge or merely wished to extend an invitation. Just then, Xue Qingyin's footsteps approached. The fourth princess's gaze lifted to meet hers, and she instinctively curled her lip, preparing to deliver a customary jibe. However, as the words neared her lips, she suddenly, "I truly miss you." A shiver ran down Xue Qingyin's spine as she approached. Before she could respond, the fourth princess seized her wrist and hurried towards the carriage. "We must have a thorough and earnest conversation today." Madame Xue, watching the fourth princess, surprisingly strong, replied, "Of course not." She pulled Xue Qingyin into the carriage, forcing a smile. "I genuinely wish to befriend you." Xue Qingyin thought to herself, "Please, stop smiling. It's rather unsettling." The fourth princess signaled the coachman to set the carriage in motion. The wheels soon began to turn, crashing against the stone path with a sharp sound. Su Qi gazed at the departing carriage, unable. Su Qi lingered, reluctant to turn back, yet Madame Xue, weary of standing idly, turned to leave. At that moment, a young servant rushed over, calling, "Madam, madam." Madame Xue furrowed her brows, preparing to scold him. The young servant panted heavily, exclaiming, an imperial decree, an imperial decree. A decree has arrived from the palace. They are specifically requesting the eldest young lady to return and accept the decree. Xue Qi stood in stunned silence. What, an imperial decree, for his niece? She just left, Xue Qi stammered, then suddenly raised his voice. Quick, go chase after the young lady, that is an imperial decree. His voice rang out, as if he wished the entire neighborhood to hear of his niece's remarkable stature. Chapter 75 of the Imperial Edict of Betrothal. Chapter 75. As Xue Qingyin stood in the main hall of the Xue residence, she felt somewhat dazed. The imperial decree had truly arrived. How swiftly it came, so fast that it seemed there was no opportunity for reconsideration. Could this be considered a successful escape from the fate prescribed in the original narrative? By imperial decree. The eldest daughter of the Xue family in Izhou, possessing refined virtue and grace, is hereby designated as a concubine of the Prince of Xian, with an official rank of the 5th grade. The authorities are instructed to select an auspicious date for her marriage rites. Long live the emperor. The eunuch's voice rang clear, echoing in the hall with a lingering resonance that seemed to last for 3 days. Xue Qingyin snapped back to reality, obediently kneeling to receive the decree, her gaze fixed upon the intricate patterns of the stone tiles beneath her. She could not help but murmur to herself, refined virtue and grace. Is it suggesting hidden noble qualities that remain unexpressed? I had no idea I possessed such traits. The latter part, referring to grace, she could barely relate to. While she could not claim to embody grace, her beauty was sufficient to warrant the title of concubine. The term concubine was a title she understood. It typically represented the highest rank among a prince's consorts. However, this designation was of the 5th grade, which implied a salary as well. Not bad at all. Xue Qingyin smacked her lips in contemplation. Miss Xue, please accept the decree, the eunuch said politely. After all, she was still Miss Xue today. In a few days, she would become the prince's secondary wife. Thank you, your excellency, Xue Qingyin replied, accepting the decree with both hands. When she stood up, the steward of the Xue family respectfully presented the eunuch with a bag of gold coins. The eunuch chuckled, we cannot accept this. Today is merely a matter of duty. Your residence is too courteous. The steward had no choice but to take it back. After delivering the decree, the eunuch departed, leaving the Xue family. A secondary wife does not enjoy the same prestige as a primary wife and lacks the title of official wife, yet still shares in some privileges. After all, it is a recognized title with rank. Thus, people often refer to her as a noble concubine. Of course, this was not insignificant. What truly caught people's attention was the decree stating that on the day of the wedding, a family background might be lacking, but the ceremony would suffice. This demonstrated the prince's intentions. The servants of the Xue family gasped in awe, realizing that the eldest daughter indeed possessed an unassuming charm that had captured the heart of His Highness the Prince of Xue Qingyin found this arrangement quite agreeable. On the wedding day, she would not have to enter through a side door but through the main entrance. That certainly afforded her a degree of stature. As for the rest, it mattered little. For her, it simply meant a change of scenery while she awaited her fate, a life of unbounded joy. From then on, she would no longer be troubled by He Songning's presence, nor would Wei Wang dare to express his affections openly again. Clutching the decree, Xue Qingyin turned with a light heart, only to meet the complex gaze of Xue Chengdong. I did not expect your mention of the Prince of Xian that day was not mere folly, Xue Chengdong remarked, his tone somber. Xue Qingyin replied, that is because father has not shown concern for me in a long while. At her words, Xue Chengdong let out a laugh from his throat, though it was unclear whether it was cold derision or mockery. He continued, and what of your mother? She is, of course, still at the Xue residence. Will she not return? She is merely visiting her family of prey. Is there anything inappropriate about that? Good, very good. It is fine for her to stay for a longer while. Xue Qingyin smiled, that sounds splendid. After all, they would not be in a hurry to return to the Xue residence. Let Xue Chengdong and Xue Qinghe amuse themselves. I truly did not expect the emperor would consent to your marriage to the Prince of Xian. Xue Chengdong's tone grew colder. It is evident that the prince harbors. Thus, is this your leverage to bring your mother back to the Xue household? Others might not understand the current emperor, but Xue Chengdong could be said to know him well. Especially since he had a royal bastard residing in his household, a result of his past dealings with the emperor. He could not fathom why the emperor would agree to let Xue Qingyin marry the Prince of Xian. Did the emperor not fear that he might manipulate 2 heirs with that pair of hands? Given the emperor's suspicions, he should never have allowed such a thing to occur. This left only one conclusion. The prince must be very fond of Xue Qingyin, so much so that even the emperor could not alter his intentions. Suddenly, Xue Chengdong envisioned the prince's indifferent visage. It was indeed somewhat different. Xue Chengdong felt as though he had awakened from a deep slumber. The world around him transformed, as if the entire De Liang dynasty had become unreal. At that moment, Xue Qingyin shook her head. How could when I no longer seek my father's attention, nor desire my elder brother's closeness, from that moment, I shall be my mother's pillar with me by her side. She need not desire anything else. Xue Chengdong was taken aback at first, then found her words quite absurd. To the Xue residence, that would be improper. Do not leave without it. Xue Qingyin did not look back. This is for me, not for you, father, to take to the Prince of Xian. Xue Qingdong could only fall silent. As Xue Qingyin walked a short distance, she encountered the fourth princess waiting around the corner. The emperor has ordered you to become the prince's wife? The fourth princess's tone was incredulous. Regrettably, it is merely as a secondary concubine. I only wonder who the primary wife is. Just as the fourth princess was about to revel in her misfortune, she recalled that she would soon be standing on the same side as Xue Qingyin, and thus suppressed her glee, striving to appear genuinely worried for Xue Qingyin instead. You need not be afraid. After all, you are so capable. Moreover, the prince also likes you. I never thought the prince would take a liking to anyone. Xue Qingyin regarded her and said, there is no need for you to feign such expressions. The fourth princess was momentarily taken aback. Xue Qingyin continued, you do not even know what it truly means to smile, nor what it is like to genuinely worry for another. The attempt to feign it, well, it looks as though your face is cramping. The fourth princess was filled with embarrassment and anger. After a brief silence, she hesitantly asked, then, what should a genuine smile look like? Xue Qingyin looked at her in surprise, smiled, and said, here, like this. In an instant, even gold and jade could not compete with the brilliance of her smile. The fourth princess stared at her in a daze. Oh. Is there truly nothing that would make you want to smile genuinely? Xue Qingyin casually inquired. The fourth princess's gaze dimmed. No. My mother passed away early. Since her death, I have long forgotten what it means to be truly happy. Xue Qingyin recalled the mention of her background in the original narrative. I apologize. You know my mother died quite young? The fourth princess looked at her in confusion. Xue Qingyin thought, I cannot admit to having read it in a book. Just as she struggled to recall the plot of the original work, the fourth princess said, I understand now. It must have been my brother who told you. My brother truly cares for you. Xue Qingyin mused to herself that this was perhaps the umpteenth time she had heard such evaluations. She tilted her head in contemplation. Surely, she was merely the Achilles heel specially crafted for the prince. When people spoke of the Prince of Xian, they often described him as cold-hearted and indifferent to women, a masterful strategist holding great power. Such a man, devoid of weaknesses, would naturally be regarded with caution by the emperor. Even if he were his own son, however, if he were to possess an Achilles heel, it would create the impression that he could be controlled. Naturally, the caution would dissipate. Xue Qingyin felt her reasoning was entirely sound. The novel she had read in the past had not been in vain. They had bestowed upon her a measure of wisdom. Could I trouble the princess to escort me back to the Xue residence? Xue Qingyin came back to her senses and said. The fourth princess seemed somewhat reluctant. I still have things to discuss with you. Xue Qingyin declined. There is no rush. We can speak another day. My mother must be anxiously awaiting news of my return. Anxiously? You have received an imperial decree. This is a joyful occasion. The fourth princess's tone softened, as it reminded her of her own mother. Xue Qingyin smacked her lips. In the past, I often acted without discretion. Was her conduct even less measured than mine? However, the fourth princess soon realized this and felt an overwhelming sense of kinship with Xue Qingyin. They were indeed kindred spirits, destined to come together. Chapter 76, Severing his hand. The esteemed daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Miss Xue, has been designated as a concubine for Prince Xian. The news, upon its emergence, sent shockwave. During gatherings, discussions were inevitable. How could it possibly be her? Indeed, what merit does Xue Qingyin possess? Perhaps it is merely her beauty? Preposterous. Would he prioritize mere appearances over character and virtue? What of Miss Lu? Someone suddenly inquired. What does Miss Lu have to do with this? Are you not aware? It is said she was originally intended. Did Miss Lu attend today? She did not. Perhaps the edict for the Lu family has not yet been issued? To decree a concubine first and then a primary wife, surely, such an order defies propriety. Conversely, within the Lu residence, a similar conversation unfolded. Lady Lu's brow furrowed in distress as she murmured, how could this occur? How could this occur? Lu Shuyi's expression mirrored her mother's turmoil. She had spent her entire youth preparing for the position of the prince's wife. Her father had hinted that His Majesty had subtly indicated his desire to bestow her upon Prince Xian. On the day of the lakeside outing, he had even urged her to adorn herself meticulously. How had it come to this, with such a disappointing outcome? Lady Lu, unwilling to relent, inquired, is there truly no news at all? Lu Shilang, his countenance grave, replied, none. It is likely there will be no further developments. Consider the wording of the edict, to honor with the rights of a primary wife. This implies that no further selection of a primary wife for the prince will occur, at least not for 2 or 3 years. The rights of a primary wife. Lu Shuyi felt as though what was rightfully hers had been snatched away. Each word in the edict seemed to mock her. The memory of the banquet where the three of them were successively acknowledged by His Majesty resurfaced. The other two had been designated for Prince Wei, yet she remained unchosen. Lu Shuyi felt her humiliation deepen. Perhaps you ought to consult His Majesty? Lady Lu suggested, her anxiety palpable. To receive a marriage decree from him is a blessing. If one lacks such a fortune, would you dare harbor resentment towards His Majesty? Lady Lu trembled, but we must not allow Ir to become the laughingstock of the city. These words pierced Lu Shuyi's heart. The Lu family waited in vain for the edict, which ultimately did not arrive. Meanwhile, at Prince Wei's residence, he was still recuperating from his injuries. Upon hearing the news, he inadvertently knocked over the bird's nest soup presented by a maid. Grasping the bedpost, he squeezed it so tightly that the wood creaked ominously. He had never before yearned so intensely to occupy his father's throne. As the tumult of thoughts consumed him, he muttered, "Fetch Steward Jiang." When he withdrew his hand, he noticed it had been cut, blood oozing from the wound. Ignoring the pain, he bellowed, "He has acted foolishly, and I have yet to punish him, yet he absconds from his duties. Immediately send someone to retrieve him." In a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city, a man draped in silk lay prostrate on the ground, his throat emitting a sound akin to a deflated bellows. "Help, help me. I am from Prince Wei's residence." The desolate temple was largely deserted, and no one paid him any mind. He struggled desperately to crawl forward, oblivious to the dirt covering his face and body. He managed to raise his head, his gaze scanning the crumbling threshold for signs of life, only to find none, and ultimately return to the sight of his own hands. His hands appeared as though scalded by boiling water, marred by filth. Large blisters bloomed, some bursting and oozing with a foul stench. Of the slightest touch sent waves of agony coursing through him. As dusk approached, amidst his terror, he feared he would perish in the temple when a voice called out, "Steward Jiang?" It was the staff from Prince Wei's residence searching for him. "Here. I am here." Those sent to find him hurried into the temple, only to be taken aback by Jiang's current state. "What is that odor? Steward Jiang, what has happened to you?" "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Do not touch my hands, you fools." Jiang's voice was filled with anguish. "What on earth is going on?" The steward, overwhelmed by shame, remained silent. Prince Wei had a penchant for beauty, and his underlings inevitably shared a similar taste. Yet Steward Jiang's proclivities were particularly risque, favoring married women. On this day, while out, he encountered a stunning matron and schemed to lure her to the outskirts. He succeeded in luring her away, but unbeknownst to him, her husband was a robust man, selling glutinous rice balls. In the ensuing struggle, boiling water from the pot splashed onto his arm. In the scuffle, the man pushed him into a dung heap. Jiang shouted the name of the Wei prince, yet the man remained unperturbed, threatening to dump excrement at the... In a moment of desperation, Jiang offered his silver, and the man accepted, abandoning him in the temple. Taking his wife and leaving behind his burdens, Jiang silently ground his teeth, vowing that upon his return, he would demand recompense from the prince, claiming he had been robbed. Contemplating this, a grimace surfaced on his face. Several servants pinched their noses, enduring the stench as they carried him back to the residence. "I must see His Highness," Jiang insisted. A soldier on patrol shook his head, replying, "His Highness said he would administer a few blows before you may see him." Jiang stood in shock. How could he return only to be punished? Little did he know, having received a few blows in the palace, Prince Wei would ensure Jiang received double the punishment to vent his pent-up frustration. In the rear courtyard of Prince Wei's residence, the air was filled with the sounds of anguished cries. Once the beating concluded, Jiang lay unconscious. In his dazed state, he perceived the arrival of a physician. The doctor took a glance and remarked, "There is no saving you, perhaps severing these hands could spare your life." Jiang could hardly fathom that after decades of prosperity, he now faced such misfortune. He opened his mouth, intending to protest against the amputation, but his throat felt as though it were blocked by a hot iron, rendering him mute. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Xue family in the north of the city was palpably tense. After a lengthy pause, Su Qi finally spoke, "Are we about to become relatives of the imperial family?" Madame Xue turned to glare at him. "What makes us relatives of the imperial family?" Su Qi replied softly, "We cannot. After all, they have treated you and Qingyin poorly." Madame Xue coolly retorted, "Indeed, I shall immediately seek a divorce from Xue Qingyin." Su Qi stammered, "What foolishness are you uttering?" Madame Xue replied, "I speak no foolishness." The Xue family could not comprehend why this was not a cause for celebration. This was a far greater event than when Madame Xue married Xue Qingyin. Why was she not joyful? "Why should we not be joyous?" Xue Qingyin had returned to the Xue residence, placing the edict down. She approached and embraced Madame Xue's arm. "Mother, are you angry with me?" Madame Xue choked back her emotions. "No, I am angry. I ponder whether my shortcomings as a mother have caused you to mature so swiftly, even feeling the need to protect me. Are you afraid of the troubles between your father and me?" Xue Qingyin chuckled. "Mother, where are your thoughts wandering? If it were not my own choice, who could force me?" Before she could finish her sentence, a servant from the Xue household cautiously peeked in and announced, "The carriage has returned, once again seeking the cousin." Madame Xue reacted swiftly, "Is it Prince Xian? You left in the dead of night to attend to matters at the silk shop, and I sensed something was amiss." The Xue family was suddenly filled with trepidation, their expressions blank. His Highness the Prince has arrived, what shall we do? What shall we do? Su Qi, almost compelled to kneel before Madame Xue, urged, Sister, do not utter any foolish words, His Highness is not someone we can afford to offend. What is there to panic about? I shall simply go out to greet him, Xue Qingyin reassured. Su Qi remained anxious, how can one not panic? Xue Qingyin questioned, it is not you who is to wed Prince Xian. Su Qi was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to respond. Chapter 77. A touch of clinginess. Xue Qingyin turned to leave, but halfway out, she glanced back at Madame Xue. Mother, do you wish to accompany me? Madame Xue took a deep breath. I shall be content to watch from afar. In the capital, few could stand before the crown prince without trembling in fear. Regardless of her feelings about this marriage, she could not afford to embarrass her daughter at this moment. Xue Qingyin nodded, taking her maid with her as she gracefully made her way outside. As soon as she stepped out, she spotted a familiar carriage. Miss Xue, Du Hongxue greeted her with a bow beside the carriage. Xue Qingyin smiled, you arrived quite swiftly. Du Hongxue hurriedly lifted the carriage curtain for her, adding, has the imperial decree arrived at the Xue residence? We were just speculating whether you were at home or at the Xue family. It seems we guessed correctly. Xue Qingyin replied, it appears we share a telepathic connection. Du Hongxue chuckled, indeed, once Xue Qingyin stepped into the carriage, her eyes were drawn to a wooden box at the feet of the crown prince. She pointed and asked, is this box filled with mouli again? The last one was still at her place. The crown prince's gaze swept over her face, as if discerning her current emotions before he spoke in a deep voice, no, open it and see. Without hesitation, Xue Qingyin bent down to open the wooden box. At first, her eyes were met with a soft expanse of white, followed by a riot of colors beneath. Clothing, fabric, she wondered aloud as she casually picked up a piece, only to realize it was a cloak. She quickly connected the dots, is this what the prince has gifted me? As she spoke, she rummaged further, discovering cloaks in various styles, elegant, vibrant, opulent, some adorned with gemstones and embroidered with golden threads. Is this a wholesale delivery? Nesting dolls, perhaps. Intrigued, she opened the smaller box, only to find a tree. Its yellow-brown trunk and emerald roots were gracefully shaped, with branches adorned with red beads that instantly reminded her of the poetic symbol of longing. Xue Qingyin pinched one up. These were not mere beads, they were red coral pearls. Due to the difficulty of harvesting them from the ocean depths, corals were often regarded in ancient times as auspicious treasures, likened to red gold and seen as symbols of power and wealth. But what could the emerald roots be? As she touched them, the texture felt exquisite and cool, tight and clean. It was jade, specifically, high-quality Hetan jade. However, the material of the trunk eluded her recognition. That is Tian stone. The latter part of his statement struck her as particularly enchanting, surpassing gold. It is categorized into varieties, Qingtian, Tianhuang, and Hongtian. Tianhuang is valued at over the most precious of all is the light translucent Qingtian, which is amber-like in texture and golden in hue, gleaming radiantly and valued at a fortune. The crown prince paused before adding. The crown prince continued, you may use it to hang your jewelry. She thought it an extravagant notion, she had never possessed such ostentatious jewelry display in her life. Notice, she then asked, may I inquire, Your Highness, how is it that the imperial decree was issued so swiftly? She paused, adding, surely, His Majesty does not harbor ill feelings towards me at this moment? She sensed that Lu Yurong's sudden illness was somewhat unusual, perhaps tied to something deeper. The crown prince's tone remained calm, imparting an unwavering sense of reassurance. You need not worry. My father bears you no animosity. On the contrary, he believes you have been wronged in many respects. Xue Qingyin regarded him with confusion. Why would the emperor think she had been wronged? But the crown prince showed no intention of elaborating further. He unfastened an object from his waist and lowered it to tie around Xue Qingyin's waist. This time, he remembered not to tie it in a dead knot. The auspicious day has yet to be determined. Should any issues arise, send someone to the crown prince's residence with this item, he stated in a casual tone. Xue Qingyin nodded, looking down at what he had fastened, a jade seal. I shall accept it all, Xue Qingyin said, her eyes crinkling with laughter. It seemed the crown prince had conveyed all he intended for today, as the carriage fell into a quiet stillness once more. Pondering whether she should take her leave, she lifted the curtain and said, Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. The crown prince did not voice a word to detain her. Xue Qingyin descended from the carriage, and two guards from the crown prince's residence promptly lifted the box, heading toward the Xue family gate. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin lingered before the carriage, reflecting on how the crown prince had brought her gifts on both occasions he visited. First, with a smile, she asked, will Your Highness be visiting again tomorrow? The crown prince paused, meeting her gaze. Du Hongxue interjected, but tomorrow, His Highness is burdened with military affairs. Xue Qingyin's heart sank. Oh. The crown prince noticed her disappointment, and the joy in his expression seemed to dim. Did she really wish for him to visit her every day? The crown prince had never favored any woman. He had only heard Lu Ho lament about his newlywed wife's jealousy, fearing he would spend time with other women or indulge in fleeting romances. Lu Ho had expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently, even accusing his wife of lacking virtue and marrying the wrong person. Such clinginess had vexed him. The Xue family daughter also displayed a hint of clinginess, yet it was not burdensome. It seemed almost endearing. I shall come the day after tomorrow, the crown prince declared. Xue Qingyin's spirits lifted immediately. Very well, I shall see you the day after tomorrow, your highness. With that, she turned and headed back to the Xue family with a light heart. Upon entering the Xue family compound, she found Madame Xue standing there, her expression complex. It seems you are quite happy after seeing the crown prince. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, naturally so. Who wouldn't be joyous with such wealth? Should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, these gifts could sustain both her and her mother. Madame Xue continued. Was that box filled with items from the crown prince? Xue Qingyin nodded. I feel much reassured knowing he treats. I only hope he does not turn out like your father, and that you do not follow your mother's path. Xue Qingyin mused. She was merely captivated by his handsome visage and the glimmer of gold in his hands. It was unlikely she would feel resentment. Madame Xue sighed. What a twist of fate. I never imagined it would be the crown prince. Earlier, when you expressed disinterest in the Lin family heir, I had thought that young General Du Hongxue was a fine alternative. Xue Qingyin burst into laughter. She fell silent, but her thoughts soon turned to another concern. Previously, she had mentioned arranging a match between Xue Qingyin and Xue family's heir, which she found quite inappropriate. How could Qingyin endure the constraints of such rigid expectations? Now that she was to enter the royal family, would it not be even more challenging than in the Xue household? Madame Xue deemed herself neither clever nor scheming, and her daughter had inherited that trait. Would Qingyin be able to withstand the hidden dangers and open hostilities? Meanwhile, on the other side, Emperor Liang did awoke from a brief slumber. It had been a long time since he dreamt of the crown prince's mother. He pressed his hand to his chest, feeling as if he had just experienced a nightmare. The attendant beside him, noticing his pale complexion, hurriedly knelt with a bowl of chilled yogurt. Emperor Liang glanced over and asked, have the coral pearls been delivered to the crown prince's residence? The attendant nodded. Yes, they have arrived. His highness ordered them strung on the tree to be gifted to that Miss Xue. Emperor Liang's expression grew complex. He couldn't help but worry, would the crown prince know how to woo a woman? Red beans convey sentiments of longing. If that Miss Xue were to ask about the coral pearls, would the crown prince bluntly respond with the word stone? Such a mood killer. At that moment, Du Hongxue was awkwardly addressing the crown prince. Your highness, you spoke too little with Miss Xue. Being so cold towards her may cause her heartache in the future. The crown prince fell silent for a moment before asking, what else should be? I have yet to marry, so I cannot think of anything. Ultimately, the soldiers serving the crown prince, from top to bottom, were all bachelors unfamiliar with matters of the heart. Thus, both master and servant fell into a deeper silence. Chapter 78. The intense desire for possession. He Songning learned of the betrothal news a moment too late while at the estate. He Songning responded with a simple, yes. Xue Qingyin had gone to the residence of Prince Xian, yet his connection with King Wei could not be severed so easily. In the future, if he could monitor both royal households simultaneously, it would be a remarkable. It had been some time since he last visited Qinghe, but he prioritized the more pressing matters at hand. He had already received a message from the servants in the household, informing him that the second young lady's maid had been dismissed and requesting his intervention on her behalf. He chose to disregard it, for he harbored a deep disdain for that autumn heart. Her absence was indeed a blessing. Now that Qinghe could manage the household herself, he felt considerably reassured and did not feel compelled to rush back to see her. In contrast, it was Xue Qingyin who intrigued him. He chuckled coldly to himself, marveling at how she continued to defy his expectations. Upon returning to the city, he Songning went straight to the residence of King Wei. Ordinarily, it would be Steward Jiang who would greet him, given his esteemed status as a guest of the king. However, today it was a young eunuch who met him instead. Had King Wei turned against him? The thought flitted through his mind, yet he remained unperturbed. The young eunuch spoke. His highness is unwell, please follow me inside, and do keep your voice down. As he Songning followed him, he inquired, why is Steward Jiang not here? The eunuch's expression was mournful as he replied, Steward Jiang, for reasons unknown, fell victim to. His hands are in a dire state, and he lies in bed, uncertain if he will survive. He Songning sensed something amiss. Robbers? Indeed. Where exactly on the outskirts? When did this happen? Steward Jiang did not specify. How could he lose both hands? That remains unclear. Could this be the work of Prince Xian? Otherwise, what a remarkable coincidence it would be. He Songning could think of no other individual with a vested interest who possessed such a natural ability to orchestrate such events. Was it merely because Steward Jiang had inquired about purchasing Xue Qingyin's intimate belongings from the servants of the Xue family? This Prince Xian truly exhibited an intense desire for possession, such a temper. He Songning feigned ignorance, unaware that he had already fallen under Prince Xian's suspicion. Before long, He Songning encountered King Wei. In just 2 days, the king had noticeably deteriorated. At times, he gazed into the mirror and marveled at his own vulnerability, lamenting his emotional state. Zhongxian, you have arrived, King Wei called out weakly, using He Songning's courtesy name. He Songning furrowed his brow and replied, Your Highness. Zhongxian, your sister, King Wei began, choking back tears. It was uncertain whether he wept for a beloved who had forsaken him, for the sudden realization that his father was not as indulgent as he had assumed, or for being chastised by the noble consort Wan for his foolishness. Seeing the king in such distress only served to aggravate He Songning. It was no wonder Xue Qingyin looked down upon him. Junting, do you have any solutions? King Wei implored. Your Highness, what solutions could I possibly? That is the Emperor's decree, who would dare defy it? Xue paused before adding, Your Highness is not young anymore. After your wedding, you should petition the Emperor for an official position. He did not wish to marry Lu Yuerong. Xiao Xinyu was barely acceptable to him, but he questioned. What do you mean by that? I have a palace, subordinates, and land outside the city. Why would I need to serve in court? Xue replied, Your Highness should consider the Ministry of War. King Wei was perplexed. Xue then whispered the details to him. Half an hour later, Xue departed from King Wei's residence and made his way directly to the Xu family. Madame Xue was delighted to see him. Aren't you studying at the estate? Why have you returned? Xue frowned and replied, I just learned that mother took Qingyin back to her family. How could I not rush back? Madame Xue, wishing to spare him worry, said, It's just a short visit. He has always been this way, and I am accustomed to it. Let us not dwell on such matters. You must be weary from your journey. Stay the night at your maternal grandfather's. Xue was not accustomed to expressing concern, but nodded and he asked, was it Princess Jin Ke who invited her, or perhaps another family? He wondered if Xue Qingyin, having received the imperial edict, was now at the height of her fortune, and those noble women who usually avoided her might now seek her out. Madame Xue responded, she has gone to play with her cousin. Cousin? Xue suddenly recalled the foolish members of the Xu family, thought at that moment, Guisher arrived to invite Madame Xue along to shop. In the blink of an eye, Xue was left alone. He sat there, pulling out a book to read, and waited for another half hour until Xue Qingyin returned. This is braised, right? Oh, I don't know what braised means. I'll explain it to you later. This is steamed, and this roasted dish must be fragrant. Xue Qingyin's voice approached. She entered, still clutching a hot water bag despite the spring weather. Xue noticed her skirt was damp. His heart skipped a beat. Looking behind her, he saw her clumsy and not so bright Xu cousins, most of whom were carrying things that seemed to have been purchased from the market. However, the most eye-catching of all was one who carried a wooden bucket, from which a popping sound emanated. Upon closer inspection, it was filled with fish. Xue tone shifted to incredulity. Did they take you fishing? Xue, why did he find time to come here? She quickly corrected herself. They were fishing. I was angling. In her interactions with Xue Qingyin often spoke with an air of sarcasm, yet perhaps due to the passage of time, Xue had gradually come to accept and adapt to her changes, and he momentarily overlooked. Aren't you afraid of falling into the water? Xue admonished coldly. Xue Qingyin pouted. How could I fall into the water while fishing? It was my second cousin who fell into the water today. The second cousin, upon being mentioned, nodded sheepishly. Xue glanced at Xue Qingyin, who was surrounded by her Xu cousins. She turned back to them and said, Elder brother is a bit too serious and dull, don't mind him. A surge of unexplainable anger. Was he really the dull one, and these foolish Xu relatives were not? The Xu cousins exchanged glances, nodding in agreement with Xue Qingyin's words. They lowered their voices and addressed her. Cousin, shall we take all these things to your room? Xue Qingyin beamed, yes. Xue inquired, where did all of this come from? Of course, it's from my cousins, Xue Qingyin boldly asserted. Xue suddenly recalled that when he had taken Xue Qingyin to fly kites, she had insisted on purchasing numerous items. Now, she had swiftly switched her affections to the Xu family. He seized Xue Qingyin's arm and pulled her aside to speak. Lowering his voice, he said, Xue Qingyin, you are getting carried away. Xue Qingyin retorted, am I not allowed to be pleased? Xue replied, coldly, he stated, can't you see why the Xu family is so fond of you? They merely covet your current status and the benefits it represents. Xue Qingyin replied, oh. Xue frowned and emphasized, they do not genuinely care for you, do you not understand that? Xue Qingyin shrugged, is there really so much sincerity in the world? Xue found himself agreeing with her sentiment, yet hearing it from Xue Qingyin's lips felt unsettling, as if her words were a reflection of his own reality. Xue Qingyin added, even a modicum of insincerity would be rare. Xue paused, overwhelmed by mixed emotions. Xue Qingyin's words struck a chord of pity within him, but however, she quickly turned and returned to her Su. Before long, Su Qi returned, carrying food and smiling. Qingyin, your uncle has brought you some delicious treats. He also has some tremendous news to share with you. As they conversed, they encircled Chapter 79. A collision of two great misfortunes. The joyous event that Su Qi spoke of was shrouded in mystery. Xue Qingyin feigned indifference and inquired, is it that aunt has received good news, or perhaps that cousin's beloved is willing to become engaged to him? Neither, Su Qi replied, shaking his head. Xue Qingyin perked up slightly. Could it be that someone is using my name to conduct business? Su Qi hurriedly responded, how could I dare to do such a thing? The joyous event I speak of is indeed something that would bring you honor, Qingyin. Xue interjected with a sardonic tone, could it be that uncle has taken on a godfather? Xue Qingyin was left speechless. What had prompted such a remark from Xue? Su Qi cast a glance at his brash nephew and said, in the capital, there is a Dofuping, have you heard of him? Xue coldly replied, By that time, the original character had already become a side consort to the Wei Wang, favored for her beauty, and this incident had entangled her, leading to the entire capital knowing that the Xue family's legitimate daughter was a lavish spendthrift, using the Wei Wang's. The original character had met a tragic end, and this was one of her many sins. Xue Qingyin scrutinized Su Qi with suspicion, does uncle know him? Indeed, we hit it off quite. He does not disdain our Xue family, who are but merchants, and is willing to lower himself to associate with us, truly a rarity. In fact, we have been in contact for some time, but it was only today that I learned of this joyous. You aren't planning to purchase an official title from him, are you? Xue Qingyin interrupted. Xue Qi abruptly halted. He Songning, standing nearby, was also taken. How did you guess so quickly before I even spoke? He Songning could not suppress a laugh. What a foolish man. Xue Qi asked. What is it that nephew finds so amusing? Xue Qingyin replied. He laughs at the possibility that uncle's days may be numbered. Aunt would remarry, and cousin would find it difficult to achieve anything significant thereafter. The lighter her tone became, the more a chill crept down Xue Qi. He attempted to assert himself and defended. Surely it cannot be as dire as you suggest. You have been sheltered within the inner chambers and know nothing of men's affairs. If young Master Do dares to sell, what blame could he incur? Little do you know, even the Fengyang Emperor himself led the way in selling titles. This, you may not be aware of, Qingyin. Xue Qingyin thought to herself that she was indeed aware. The original text had briefly mentioned the Fengyang Emperor. That was the emperor of a previous dynasty. How can he be used as a benchmark for the current one? Xue Qingyin retorted. Moreover, do you know why the Fengyang Emperor sold titles? Why? Because at that time, the Feng dynasty was weak and teetering on the brink of collapse. To fend off rebel forces and foreign enemies, they needed to conscript soldiers and gather provisions, yet, years of war had left the court and the populace utterly exhausted. Thus, the Fengyang Emperor had no choice but to sell titles, enticing wealthy gentry to willingly offer gold and silver, and persuading the common folk to part with even more grain. She continued, now that the Diliang dynasty's foundations are stable, with foreign enemies having been decimated by King Xuan, do you know what the current emperor will do next? Xue Qi, bewildered, asked, what? Xue Qingyin replied, he will surely cleanse the court. First, he will apprehend those engaged in selling titles, and then he will eliminate those who form cliques. Remembering the scene she had inadvertently witnessed at the poetry gathering, Xue Qingyin mused that perhaps, at that time, the imperial examinations would see. Pointing at Xue Qi, she declared, Uncle, you would be foremost among them. Xue Qi was left dumbfounded, his body slipping off the stool and falling to the ground. He Songning could not help but cast a deep glance at Xue Qingyin. When had she become so knowledgeable? Who had taught her? Even now, Xue Qingyin managed to speak to Xue Qi with such calmness. He Songning was genuinely astonished. This was a side of Xue Qingyin he had never witnessed before, distinct from her usual charm that ensnared King Xuan. Xue Qingyin did not offer to help Xue Qi up. Instead, she inquired, Uncle, have you paid him yet? Xue Qi stammered, no, I have not, as the price is rather steep. I was thinking of returning to fetch some gold and silver. Xue Qingyin smiled, then all is well. You shall not meet your end. With that, Xue Qi felt his spirit return to his body. As he clutched the table and rose, he could not help but grumble, Qingyin, if I truly were to perish, would you not come to my aid? Xue Qingyin responded candidly, Uncle, if you were to truly die, I would remember to burn incense for you. As for rescuing you, I would forego that. Xue Qi muttered under his breath about the thinness of blood ties, yet deep down, he learned a valuable lesson, that he must never engage in foolishness again. If trouble arose, his niece might very well only offer him a stick of incense. At that moment, Xue Qi remembered to glance around, saying, fortunately, it is only the three of us today. There are no others to overhear. Had he blurted out his intentions in front of a crowd, it would have surely spelled disaster. Xue Qingyin remained silent, observing Xue Qi with a sense of lament. What an intellectual desert the Xue family was. She had always considered herself not particularly clever, yet in this instance, she was illuminated by their folly. Xue Qi, still feeling unsettled, clutched his chest and retreated to rest. Xue Qingyin made her way to the Xinmi pavilion, with He Songning following closely behind. Curiously, Xue Qingyin asked, Elder brother, are you not going back to the Xue residence to check on Qing? Would He Songning not return to assist? However, He Songning responded with a non sequitur, it feels estranged after a few days of absence. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. Qingyin, elder brother will assist you. Do you truly think you cannot see through the Xue family's feigned affections? Is there something wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so eager to help me now? Xue Qingyin tilted her head, gazing at him. He Songning lowered his eyes, glancing at the jade pendant hanging at her waist. In a few days, you shall understand. The Taichang temple became bustling with activity. They were tasked with selecting auspicious dates for the two princes, preparing the engagement gifts, and arranging the ceremonial attire. However, today they had an additional task. The Taibu was to match the birthdates of Prince Xian and the Xue maiden. Originally, such a matching should have occurred prior to the engagement. However, at that time, it was the birthdates of Prince Xian and the Lu Maiden that had been matched. The Lu Maiden was endowed with profound fortune and could dispel the malevolent energies surrounding Prince Xian. The previous results still lay on Emperor Liangde's desk, and he felt a pang of regret upon recalling them. Nevertheless, thinking of the murky relations between the Lu family and the Wei Wan, the emperor's expression darkened once more. "Your Majesty, Lu Xiqing requests an audience," the voice of the inner court official rang out. Emperor Liangde, his tone grave, replied, "Bring him in." Lu Xiqing was the head of the Taichung temple. He entered in a hurry, his face awash with urgency. Upon seeing him, Emperor Liangde felt a sudden jolt of. Once the emperor had spoken, it was impossible to retract his decree. Lu Xiqing bowed respectfully. "Does your Majesty still recall the destiny assessment of Prince Xian?" Emperor Liangde, irked, thought to himself, "How dare you pose a question to me?" However, he still answered, "The omen of the hawk stealing prey, the conjunction of conflicting forces, the accumulation of misfortune on the mountain, and the solitary journey of the orphan." At this point, his countenance had already turned grim. The destiny assessment for Prince Xian was riddled with great misfortunes. Lu Xiqing then presented the birth date assessment of Xue Qingyin. "Please, your Majesty, take a look at this." His heart sank. What sort of wretched fate was this? It was all great misfortune. Yet Lu Xiqing declared, "Congratulations, your Majesty, the birth dates of Prince Xian and Miss Xue, while dire when separated, become. It is rare to find such a pair destined by heaven." Emperor Liangde was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. His expression shifted from anger to joy as he slammed the table, exclaiming, "Excellent! Lu Xiqing shall receive a reward." He continued, "Moreover, reward Miss Xue with a pair of 8-faceted secret-colored porcelain vases, 8 gold and silver trays, and a pair of jade bracelets." Within the Taichung temple, a Taibu secretly wiped his brow, contemplating how the messenger had instructed that regardless of the birthdates, they must be portrayed as a match made in heaven. Little did they know how challenging it would be to weave together the fates of two individuals marked by such misfortune. He hoped that they would not meet their demise immediately upon marriage. Otherwise, his own head would be at stake. Chapter 80. As a father, also as an emperor, the emperor's bestowals naturally required Xue Qingyin to personally receive them. Hence, the servants of the Xue family hurriedly rushed to the Su family to summon someone. Xue Qingyin accepted the rewards and expressed her gratitude. She mused to herself that the terms used in the emperor's decree were increasingly absurd. What with the phrases about being both blessed and wise, and being knowledgeable and sensible? None of them seemed to pertain to her. After sending off the eunuch who conveyed the imperial edict, Xue Qingyin skillfully commanded the servants, "Prepare the items for transport by cart." "Young miss," Xue Guanjia's expression changed slightly as he stepped forward hesitantly. "Is it truly necessary to take everything to the Su family?" "Of course," Xue Qingyin replied. "I intend to display them before my bed, so I can admire them each morning upon waking." Xue Guanjia was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, but these are imperial gifts. If they were to be accidentally broken, the consequences would be dire." "Sister." Xue Qing's voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Xue Qingyin turned to see her entering, appearing somewhat haggard, awkwardly stating, "Zhou Xian has been expelled from the residence." Xue Qingyin responded with little interest, "Oh. I have yet to congratulate you, sister," Xue Qing had continued, though her eyes reflected not envy but a hint of concern. She found it difficult to imagine how uncomfortable it must be to live alongside someone as formidable as Prince Xian. After a moment, Xue Qing asked, "Is everything well at the Su family?" Upon finishing her question, she regretted it, fearing Xue Qingyin might think she was boasting. Xue Qingyin nodded, saying, "I am exceedingly comfortable." At this, Xue Guanjia could no longer contain his expression and interjected, "What is the young miss saying? Ultimately, it is only at one's own home that one can truly be at ease." Xue Qingyin immediately pointed at him, "You see, I am the master here, yet you feel the need to dispute every word I utter. With such disregard for hierarchy, how could I possibly feel at ease in the Xue household?" Xue Guanjia was left speechless, now completely hesitant to speak. Xue Qingyin gathered her belongings and departed, not engaging in further pleasantries with Xue Qinghe. Watching her leave, Xue Qinghe snapped back to reality as Xue Guanjia inquired, "Second miss, how did things go today?" Xue Qinghe took a deep breath, feeling the pressure of scrutiny. Moreover, she fought against her embarrassment, saying, "The steward refuses to acknowledge my authority." Xue Guanjia, feeling helpless, advised her, "You must assert the authority of the head of the household. You need to establish your presence." Xue Qinghe felt even more uncomfortable. "I have already done so." At this, Xue Guanjia did not know how to respond, merely sighing softly. Perhaps it is simply that the second miss's temperament is too gentle. Just then, Xue Qingdong returned. Xue Guanjia left Xue Qinghe and hurried to speak with the master. "Xue Qingyin has returned?" Xue Changdong frowned. "Yes, she has come and gone again, taking with her the emperor's bestowed items," Xue Guanjia hastily added. Xue Qingdong's expression darkened. "What does she take this place for, a mere transit station?" Xue Guanjia thought this quite likely, yet dared not voice it. He even envisioned the scenario where the eldest miss would come for her belongings and leave, then the Xue family would become a laughingstock throughout the capital. Moreover, if the master and the eldest miss were at odds, yet the emperor continued to bestow gifts upon her, even praising her for being knowledgeable and sensible, where was the logic in that? If it were another family's daughter, her marriage prospects would surely be ruined. Did this not suggest that the emperor held some dissatisfaction with the master? Xue Qingyin hesitated to think further, only murmuring, hasn't the eldest miss always feared the... Meanwhile, Xue Qingdong remained silent, and no one could discern what thoughts occupied his mind. After returning to the Xu family, Xue Qingyin first displayed the bestowed items, allowing the Xu family members to admire them closely. Xue could not help but twitch his lips, finding her actions rather ostentatious. Having yet to enter the residence, are you not concerned that your demeanor might provoke a change of heart from above? Why did the imperial decree take so long to deliver it before being issued? It is because once the emperor has spoken, even a team of 4 horses cannot turn back. If the orders are altered by dusk, what manner of propriety would that? Even if I were to inform them now that I cannot bear children and possess some rather extravagant habits, it would be too late for them to regret it. Xue was rendered speechless. Xue Qingyin then turned to the Xu family members and continued, furthermore, rather than feigning indifference, oh, it is merely a few imperial gifts, what is so significant about that? It would be far better to let them observe closely, to cultivate a sense of awe and understanding that I am not to be trifled with. Consequently, would my days at the Xu family not flourish even more? Xue was left without words, unable to refute her logic. For a fleeting moment, he even considered that if Xue Qingyin had possessed even a fraction of... Yet he quickly recalled that it was Xue Qingyi's simplicity that he cherished. After the gathering had thoroughly admired the items, Xue Qingyin waved her hand grandly, instructing them to pack everything away and transport it to Cine Pavilion. As the Xu family members regained their composure and approached Xue Qingyin to converse, their tone became increasingly cautious. Xue found himself at a loss for words, realizing that she had indeed achieved her goal. At this juncture, Xue Qingyin turned the tables and asked Xue, why have you not taken your leave, brother? Xue inquired, where would you like me to go? Xue Qingyin was puzzled. Has he entered a rebellious phase? Yet she feigned concern, saying, oh, I am merely worried about your potential failure in the upcoming spring examination. She felt that Xue could afford to be a bit more rebellious, so she gazed up at him. This way, I can stride confidently, and who could rival me in assertiveness? You must also pursue a career in officialdom. The higher the rank, the better. Aim for the position of prime minister. Xue was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. Second master. A servant's voice timidly interjected, the Xue family has sent someone. Currently, the head of the Xu family was primarily Xu Qi. Xu Qi, puzzled, remarked, did they not just return? Why are they here again? His expression brightened, oh, could it be that there are further rewards? However, the servant's face fell, it is not rewards, it is someone from the Xue family, the family of the son-in-law. Though the Xue family's lineage held little significance in the emperor's eyes, it was of great import to the Xu family years ago. The Xu family had indeed considered currying favor with the family of the son-in-law to elevate. However, the members of the Xue family were hardly easy to deal with, and in their presence, the Xu family felt a sense of trepidation, their legs trembling, and words eluding them. Gradually, the Xu family had ceased to engage with them. Xu Qi thought this must be the sort of demeanor that only a high-ranking official could possess. Thus, he contemplated procuring a government position for the Xu family. Sighing deeply, he found his expression more despondent than the servant's, saying, let us go, we must at least step outside to greet them. The servant replied, they have only come to see the eldest miss. Madame Xue arrived upon hearing the news, sneering, only to see Qingyin? They must be looking to manipulate a younger generation. The servant continued, I have not finished, the carriage from that day has returned. Xu Qi inquired, which day? Naturally, it is. Xu Qi suddenly understood, then found himself in a quandary. Then, whom should Qingyin see first? Madame Xue, rarely amused, replied, now this is rather interesting. What is interesting about it? Madame Xue stated, have you ever seen the Xue family suffer in silence? Xu Qi shook his head. Madame Xue replied, well, today you shall witness it. The group then proceeded toward the main entrance. Xue Qingyin led the way, with the others trailing behind, creating a distance. The eldest miss has emerged. By the side of the Xue family carriage, servants were conversing with those inside. Over there, Du Hongxue was also speaking with Prince Xian, they have arrived. However, after her words, they quickly realized that Xue Qingyin had stopped in her tracks at the entrance. What is happening? Where is she? The elder woman inside the carriage furrowed her brows. She was Xue Qingyin's aunt, married to the Duke of Dongxing, and thus held a certain status within the Xue family. Despite being married, she still took it upon herself to guide the Xue daughters, as in the eyes of the Xue family, a daughter-in-law remained an outsider. Seeing Du Hongxue stride towards Xue Qingyin, she bent slightly and asked, Miss, what seems to be the matter? Du Hongxue privately pondered whether it was due to the prince's lack of understanding, causing the young lady to feel displeased. Xue Qingyin simply pointed at the Xue family carriage, saying nothing, yet Du Hongxue's expression shifted to one of realization, promptly stating, we shall send them away. With someone lingering there, it would naturally be inappropriate for the young lady to meet privately with the prince. Du Hongxue did not bother to inquire who those individuals were, for it was unnecessary. Apart from the emperor, no one else could invoke Prince Xian's apprehension. Du Hongxue waved her hand, summoning a few individuals. They were dressed in plain attire but exuded a strong military presence. Go, remove the people from that carriage. The group complied and proceeded directly toward the carriage. The servants over there raised their voices, they have come, but it is not the eldest miss. It is a few burly men. What? Shuigu's aunt immediately lifted the carriage curtain. The men soon stood before her, stating in a low voice, noble guests are traveling, please step aside 2 streets away. Xue Qingyin sneered, I am the wife of the Duke of Dongxing. How dare you be so rude? The men, however, remained unfazed and did not engage her in conversation. They directly kicked the coachman out, took the reins, and turned the carriage around to leave. Madness. Xue Qingyin was furious, clinging to the door, and shouted, You Su family are quite bold. Most soldiers were rather coarse, and with a crack of the whip, the horse's rear was struck. The carriage swayed violently, causing Xue Qingyin to nearly tumble inside. The Su family members behind the door could not help but stifle their laughter as they peered in. Only then did Xue Qingyin slowly move her feet, approaching Prince Xian's carriage. She remarked, Your Highness, you keep your word. Prince Xian's voice sounded, Have you received the rewards? Xue Qingyin replied in surprise, Your Highness, you are indeed perceptive, but why has the emperor suddenly appeared so pleased? Father, as both a father and an emperor, Prince Xian replied coolly. Xue Qingyin was somewhat astonished. Was this something she was meant to hear? She had not anticipated that Prince Xian would earnestly explain this to her. When a son becomes overly powerful, he becomes the emperor. Prince Xian concluded his thoughts succinctly. Xue Qingyin reflected that when Prince Xian showed weakness, the emperor reverted to being a father, thus endowing her with an added measure of affection. Prince Xian then mentioned, The Taichang temple has matched our birth dates. Yours is not particularly auspicious. Xue Qingyin thought this quite accurate, considering the tragic fate of her original self, yet she wondered, God, will the emperor be angered by this? Prince Xian continued, Your fate may not be favorable, but so is mine. It seemed he was attempting to console her. Chapter 81 In engagement with a goose, Xue Qingyin casually remarked, Indeed, we are truly a match made in heaven. After a brief silence, King Xian responded with a simple, He then added, That is precisely what the Grand Minister of Rites has stated. Xue Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, pondering how he was aware of this. However, she quickly deduced that the king must have had some hand in it. An auspicious date has been chosen, and soon the betrothal gifts will be delivered to your residence, King Xian declared. Once again, it will be sent to the Xue family, she inquired. That is the customary practice, he replied. Very well, Xue Qingyin said with a pout, it would be quite troublesome to move everything to the Su family. King Xian reassured her, there will be assistance provided. Xue Qingyin vaguely recalled the ancient customs surrounding betrothal and engagement. She couldn't help but ask, since it is your majesty who has arranged the marriage, and I am merely to be a secondary consort, will I receive the customary gifts that common families offer? She was never one to shy away from matters of finance, always striving to secure what was rightfully hers. The king replied solemnly, Indeed, first, there will be the betrothal gifts, followed by the engagement gifts, and finally the dowry. A designated official will deliver them. In simpler terms, there was a dedicated department responsible for making the deliveries. At this point, the king suddenly paused and instructed, Come up. Xue Qingyin hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the grand entrance of the Su family. The onlookers from the Su household had mysteriously vanished, and the visiting members of the Xue family had already been ushered away. Only then did Xue Qingyin ascend the carriage. Upon settling in, she instinctively lowered her gaze and noticed a large chest at the king's feet. Her eyes brightened at the sight. King Xian was indeed a thoughtful person. She appreciated such courteousness. Open it, the king's voice beckoned. Xue Qingyin nodded, cheerfully lifting the lid. A wave of metallic scent assaulted her senses, a fresh, albeit bloody, aroma. Her face scrunched in distaste as she leaned in for a closer look. Inside lay an enormous eagle, its majestic wings spread wide, a golden arrow piercing through its body and emerging from the top of its head. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the arrow's tail bore a single character E. The eagle, regal and fierce, still exuded an aura of intimidation despite its lifeless state. Xue Qingyin's heart raced momentarily before settling back into its normal rhythm. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, Is this, for me? King Xian affirmed, Yes. It is an auspicious token, using the goose as a betrothal gift, which signifies engagement. But that was a goose, this is an eagle, King Xian continued. The Ministry of Rites will prepare a pair of geese to be sent to the Xue family. He emphasized, This is a gift from me. Xue Qingyin was taken aback. If that were the case, he truly had put some thought into it, but comparing the goose to the eagle, do you not like it? The king asked. Xue Qingyin lowered her gaze, contemplating the golden arrow embedded in the eagle's head. The soft gold seemed to glimmer, and she wondered how swiftly it must have flown to pierce through the eagle's body so effortlessly. After a moment of silence, the king explained, When I saw you fly the kite shaped like a giant python, I assumed you would prefer an eagle over a goose. Xue Qingyin was once again taken aback. This only reinforced her impression of his thoughtfulness. Indeed, it is preferable to a goose, she conceded. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, Did your highness personally shoot it down? Yes, he replied. Then why must we send geese, she queried, closing the lid with a touch of curiosity. Historically, geese symbolize loyalty and often come in pairs, King Xian explained, his tone cool yet patient. Pairs? Xue Qingyin suddenly noticed a subtle detail. The king paused, recalling that gifts of geese typically included a pair, yet he had presented her with but one. Displaying no emotion on his face, he asked, Would you like to ride a horse? Xue Qingyin was perplexed as to how the conversation had shifted to this topic, yet she nodded honestly, I would indeed like to. Then let us depart, King Xian instructed. Madame Xue and others, waiting behind the grand door of the Su family, had not seen Xue Qingyin return and were instead shocked to witness their carriage suddenly take off. With the imperial decree issued, there is no need for elopement. Su Qi blurted out. Madame Xue shot him a glare, What nonsense are you speaking? Yet, her heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. King Xuan and Xue Qingyin rode swiftly to a secluded woodland area. This was not near the Xue family's estate, but rather a completely unfamiliar place. Approaching, they could see a sign that read Imperial Reserve, indicating they had arrived at the royal hunting grounds. Your Highness, King Xuan, the attendants greeted hurriedly. Without breaking stride, King Xuan instructed, bring forth the horse from earlier. Earlier, Xue Qingyin realized that the eagle must have been captured here. King Xuan swiftly lifted her onto the horse's back before mounting himself. The onlookers pretended not to notice, maintaining their decorum at a respectful distance. The royal hunting grounds were far larger than the Xue family's stables. King Xuan spurred the horse onward, charging into the depths of the forest. The trees were tall and dense, and as they ventured deeper, a chill enveloped them. Xue Qingyin couldn't help but think how easy it would be to carry out an assassination in such a place. She voiced her thoughts, and King Xuan confirmed, indeed, which is why my father seldom hunts here. What bravery you possess, Xue Qingyin marveled internally. After several laps around the area, Xue Qingyin found herself unbothered by the cold. She tilted her head back, inhaling the forest air, and soon spotted the silhouette of a flock of geese. The geese flew in formation, soon followed by an eagle. Xue Qingyin felt a revelation dawn on her. King Xuan was here because of the eagle's presence. Suddenly, an eagle swooped down from above. Xue Qingyin watched in awe as it seized a goose, immediately sinking its beak into its flesh with primal ferocity. The scene was raw and fierce, yet undeniably beautiful. Xue Qingyin halted her breath, but then wondered why hadn't King Xuan shot it with an arrow. Had she misjudged the situation? The forest was lush, teeming with avian life. After their circuit, Xue Qingyin had witnessed the eagle hunt geese, sparrows, partridges, and even fish. A piercing cry echoed above, an eagle's shriek with feathers shimmering gold and brown in the sunlight. It was a sight that could rival even the mightiest of kings, and Xue Qingyin thought, if there were a king among eagles, it would surely be this one. As the eagle soared, a sense of breathlessness washed over her. Suddenly, King Xuan commanded, hold on tight. The horse galloped faster, and Xue Qingyin instinctively clutched his thigh. In that moment, she felt the tautness of his muscles beneath her palm, as if his heart was racing in tandem with hers. In the midst of their wild ride, King Xuan abruptly released the reins. Xue Qingyin's breath hitched. She sensed him drawing his bow, the motion fluid and practiced. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air, the sound of the arrow being released. Before she could process it, a thud followed, a piercing shot that penetrated flesh, the eagle plummeting through the foliage before landing heavily on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Du Hongxue, who had been trailing behind, was this truly an eagle? This was more akin to a majestic falcon. She now understood. King Xuan had always sought the largest of creatures. The earlier geese were simply beneath his notice. Thus, he had brought forth an eagle, ensuring it was a singular gift. Xue Qingyin clicked her tongue, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Du Hongxue drew a dagger, preparing to deliver the final blow. Xue Qingyin felt a pang of regret. She had never seen such a magnificent eagle before. Can it be tamed? Xue Qingyin inquired, considering that such a rare specimen might be protected in the future. Du Hongxue hesitated. After a brief pause, King Xuan replied, it can be tamed. Then let us keep it. It would be a shame to kill such a creature, Xue Qingyin insisted. She paused, then asked, will this fierce bird pose a danger to us? The Jirong people are known for their skilled falconers, King Xuan assured her. Xue Qingyin sighed in relief. That is excellent news. King Xuan added, we are one bird short for the engagement gifts. Xue Qingyin waved her hand dismissively. Must we adhere to such formalities? Today's gift from your highness is more than sufficient. Is it not? On their way back, Xue Qingyin inquired, what is Jirong? King Xuan explained, it is a land beyond the northwestern borders, known as Jirong. Xue Qingyin's expression fell. So far away? How shall we find someone skilled in falconry? King Xuan noted her disappointment and, after a moment's contemplation, stated, no matter. I once captured a Jirong person. Du Hongxue's expression shifted unexpectedly. True, merely capturing one person seemed trivial, yet that individual had once been a king of Jirong. Was he truly to train the eagle for Miss Xue? Chapter 82. She is overstepping. Xue Qingyin returned safely to the Su residence, bringing a profound sense of relief to Madame Xue. However, she could not help but harbor some resentment, wondering how it was that His Highness, Prince Xue. It was not until Madame Xue witnessed two guards from the prince's residence carrying a large chest and then a large cage that her concerns were momentarily assuaged. Inside the cage was an eagle. Or rather, one might say a formidable eagle. The it was so large that Madame Xue instinctively took 2 steps back, observing her reaction. Xue Qingyin turned and said, you may keep it for now. By the time it is well taken care of, I should be about ready to return to the residence. This way, she hoped to spare Madame Xue any fright. Du Hongxue acknowledged her words with a smile directed at Madame Xue, saying, I apologize for the disturbance, I shall take my leave. Madame Xue watched. Xue Qingyin could only chuckle helplessly as she led Madame Xue back inside. Halfway through, a thought suddenly struck her. Mother, please go in and wait for me, I will be right back, Xue Qingyin said, lifting her skirts as she turned to head back outside. The entourage of Prince Xian had not yet moved far when Du Hongxue noticed her pursuit and immediately instructed the driver to halt. Miss Xue? Du Hongxue looked at her with curiosity. The prince also lifted the curtain of the carriage, a glint of light flickering in his eyes as he lowered his head to ask, do you wish to ride? Xue Qingyin, slightly breathless, replied, I just remembered something. Do not rush, the prince said, leaning forward suddenly to steady Xue Qingyin. She was momentarily taken aback before she regained her composure, regulating her breath as she recounted the incident involving Su Qi's purchase of an official position. If the young master Do, as my uncle described, in a soft voice, she continued, everyone knows I am to enter the prince's residence. It is not merely a matter of concern for myself, but rather, I fear it is directed towards your highness. In truth, Xue Qingyin suspected someone intended to target her, but she could not voice such thoughts openly. Buying an official position? A flicker of emotion crossed the depths of Prince Xian's dark eyes. He murmured, very well, I shall keep this in mind. Xue Qingyin retracted her hand and said, if there is nothing further, your highness may return. The prince cast a glance at his fingertips but did not hurry to depart. Instead, he quietly inquired, if you feel frightened, would you like me to assign a guard to accompany you? He recalled the individuals dispatched by Yisongning. Xue Qingyin was indifferent. In fact, having an additional guard might instill more caution in Yisongning. Is this within the bounds of propriety? Xue Qingyin asked. The prince replied, what my father desires are the outward forms of propriety, as for the rest, it is up to your discretion. Xue Qingyin nodded in agreement, very well. Xue Qingyin could not help but feel puzzled. What was the matter? She licked her lips, contemplating how to continue when the prince suddenly asked, do you find it burdensome? What do you mean? Xue Qingyin replied, puzzled. The prince lowered his gaze, concealing the indifference in his eyes, and stated, to marry into the prince's residence is to inevitably encounter scrutiny and hostility. The higher the position, the more challenging it becomes. So that was what he meant. Xue Qingyin was somewhat taken aback. The prince had not mentioned such matters during the palace banquet, so why bring them up now? She countered. What kind of life do you think is desirable, your highness? Beside them, Du Hongxue softly interjected, a simple farmer's life, with smoke curling from the kitchen, plain meals to fill the belly, parents in good health, and children at one's knees? That is life. From the very first day she had traversed into this era, she understood its limitations all too well. A farmer without power or support, relying on the heavens for sustenance. In times of drought or flood, even a slight grievance from it is a blessing if they do not starve, let alone enjoy simple meals. Du Hongxue murmured, indeed. If one were a merchant, it might seem prosperous, yet, if they were unfortunate enough to catch the eye of the over time, it is inevitable they will meet with disaster. Even in times of peace, life is not easy. In the face of war, it is all the more dire. Du Hongxue could not help but exclaim, it seems, then, that there is not a single I am quite content. When the sky falls, it is people like Prince Xian who bear the weight. She had never wavered in her decision to accept the prince's proposal. Du Hongxue, hearing her resolute tone, felt, looking again at Miss Xue before him, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of it is not always the outward display of strength that earns respect. Suddenly, the prince raised his hand to adjust the hairpin at her temple, saying, No. Xue Qingyin met his gaze, his eyes deep and encompassing, as if he intended to envelop her entirely for reasons unknown. Her cheeks began to flush. Du Hongxue escorted Xue Qingyin back into the Xue Qingyin mused to herself that Prince Xian was indeed a rare individual, while others only saw the splendor of his position. He revealed to her the inherent risks and pitfalls, rather than merely painting a rosy picture. Of course, if the prince were to bestow upon her more gold in the future, he would truly be an exceptional gentleman. Meanwhile, the prince's carriage gradually receded into the distance. Du Hongxue remarked softly, Miss Xue trusts his highness greatly, sharing everything with him. Such candor is truly rare. Being forthright and transparent is indeed a rarity. The prince responded softly thus. Since she was steadfast, he would ensure to cradle her within his palm, shielding her from the storms. That was the least he could do to match her heart's desire. As Prince Xian had foretold, the Ministry of Rites soon delivered the betrothal gifts. The threshold of the Xue family appeared as though it might be trampled underfoot. This grand spectacle caused Butler Xue to break into a broad grin. He thought to himself, surely Xue Qingyin would not carry all of this to the Su family, would she? Indeed, Xue Qingyin did not have anyone take it away. This reassured Butler Xue immensely. Before long, the Lu family and the Qiao family also received their respective betrothal gifts. However, the former received a marriage contract, while the latter only received a document outlining the title of the secondary consort, rank, monthly stipend, and so forth. At this moment, Lu Yurong was finally able to prop herself up in in just a short span of 10 days. She had become emaciated. Fortunately, her life was preserved, which brought great relief to the Lu family. On the day the Ministry of Rites delivered the betrothal gifts, Lu Yurong insisted that her maid assist her to stand in the hall, watching as numerous boxes were carried inside. Lu Yurong strived to maintain an air of nonchalance, yet the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned upward. During her unconscious state, she had been terrified, fearing for her life, and worried that Prince Wei would marry Xue Qingyin instead. After all, Xue Qingyin was more beautiful than she. Lu Yurong could not help but harbor resentment, lamenting how all men seemed to covet beauty. Xue Qingyin, who had little knowledge of poetry. Taking a few breaths, Lu Yurong finally quelled the turmoil in her heart. Fortunately, Xue Qingyin was marrying Prince Xian. Thankfully, she was only a secondary consort. How could she possibly overshadow my grandeur? As Lu Yurong prepared to display a smile, her personal maid approached her with a tense expression, quickly making her way to her side. Mississippi. Lu Yurong asked, what is it? Why do you appear so flustered? The maid grimaced and replied, the Ministry of Rites has also sent gifts to the Xue family. Lu Yurong remarked, of course, although she is a secondary consort, the betrothal gifts must still be presented. The maid continued, then there is no mistake, they have all been delivered however, the Xue family seems to be continuously bringing in more, it is certainly more than 69 boxes. Yet, the maid added, Miss, you misunderstand, it is not the Ministry of Rights that has overstepped rather, for some unknown reason, guards from the prince's residence have transported a great many boxes of By now, it is likely that everyone in the city knows. Lu Yurong stood frozen, Prince Xian sent them? The maid nodded. Lu Yurong bit her lip tightly, she has made such a grand display, overshadowing me. Can this not be considered overstepping? The maid looked perplexed, she did not know. Lu Yurong pressed further, what of Prince Wei? She still held out he may not be able to tolerate it. Surely he would seek a way to compete with Prince Xian. News soon reached the Wei residence. Prince Wei, having nearly recovered from his injuries, felt a pang of discomfort. My brother lacks appreciation for true beauty. Prince Wei shook his head repeatedly. One of his attendants inquired, with such behavior, elevating a secondary consort to such heights, how will your esteemed wife manage? His maternal family, the Xu family, held considerable prestige among scholars. If he were to become too entangled with the stench of money, it would not reflect well. Moreover, Prince Wei had taken numerous concubines, and entertaining scholars required significant expenditure. While the emperor favored him, the rewards were plentiful, they could not be converted into cash. The vast Wei residence relied heavily on the land grants. If misfortune were to befall the land one year, the income would naturally diminish. In summary, there simply was not enough money. Time to sleep it off. Chapter 83, personally inviting her back to the residence. When Aunt Xue arrived at the Xue family home, boxes were still being carried in one. Holding her breath, she made her way inside. The servants, upon seeing her, hurriedly greeted her with Auntie. Where is Xue Qingyin? She inquired, sensing her unfriendly tone. The servants exchanged glances and chuckled, saying, might we suggest you wait in the flower hall for a moment? Aunt Xue found it both amusing and infuriating. As a junior, how could she expect me to wait for her? The servants, adept at reading the situation, reassured themselves, thinking, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your duplicity. Aunt Xue lifted her chin defiantly. What nonsense are you spouting about others? The voice of Xue Qingyin rang out from behind her. The servants immediately bowed, Master. Aunt Xue turned around and retorted, you have spoiled her and her mother so much that they dare to leave the residence uninvited. Have you no concern for your own? I came here intending to discipline Qingyin, yet they audaciously seized the carriage and forcibly drove me away. I even struck my head in the process. Seized your carriage? Indeed, they were quite menacing. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyin understood the situation. Those were the guards of the Duke of Xian. You should consider yourself fortunate that the Xuanjia army is unable to enter the city, otherwise, your head would have truly been injured that day. Aunt Xue was left speechless. The guards of the Duke of Xian? Was the Duke present that day? She quickly realized, but doesn't that imply a clandestine meeting? It matters not whether the Duke was there or not, what is Aunt Xue's expression shifted slightly, but she ultimately refrained from countering his words. Suji, who was Xue Qingyin's mother, rarely interacted with them, consequently, Xue Qingyin seldom visited her family home. As Aunt Xue reminisced about Xue Qingyin's past, she found it hard to fathom how the girl had managed to forge such a connection with the Duke of Xian. Aunt Xue exhaled, very well, after all, we are family. Why should I quarrel with a junior? Once she enters the Duke's residence, she may yet require my guidance as her aunt. Xue Qingdong remained silent. He mused that, given Xue Qingyin's current disposition, she likely. Before long, Steward Xue hurried over, looking flustered. Master, the eldest daughter insists on leaving. Aunt Xue, displeased, asked, where does she intend to go? To the Xu family. Little did he know, she planned to wait for the items from the Duke's residence to arrive before leaving with them. Steward Xue was in a frenzy. If the eldest daughter truly leaves, won't our Xue family be the subject of ridicule? How could she possibly transport all these items to the Xu family? Xue Qingdong, as if already anticipating this, replied in a low voice, the guards of the Duke of Xian. Aunt Xue felt a lump rise in her throat. Again, the guards of the Duke of Xian, she incredulously asked, before even entering the residence, they act in such a manner, do they not fear a report to the authorities? No one answered her astonishment. Xue Qingdong commanded, bring the eldest daughter here. Steward Xue nodded and hurried off. Xue Qingyin approached, holding two lists, and walked gracefully before Xue Qingdong, calling out, Father. Aunt Xue was momentarily taken aback, noticing that Xue Qingyin appeared quite different from the little girl she remembered. Perhaps she had matured, blossoming into a more exquisite young lady. You intend to move everything to the Xu family? Xue Qingdong asked. Xue Qingyin nodded, her expression troubled. I do not wish to create such a hassle. Leaving the items here makes me uneasy. Steward Xue turned pale at her words. Xue Qingdong inquired, what do you propose? My intelligence is limited, and I dare not speak presumptuously. I ask for father to make the decision. Xue Qingyin replied obediently. Xue Qingdong regarded her thoughtfully. When had she learned such tactics? To retreat in order to advance. She had indeed made progress. Following her suggestion, he said, I shall personally fetch your mother back to the residence, and she will handle those servants who dare to disrespect her master. Aunt Xue could no longer. How can you indulge her so? Suji had thrown a tantrum, undermining her brother's authority. Why should he be the one to appease her? Xue Qingyin looked at Aunt Xue, his tone frigid. Eldest sister, this is a family matter. Aunt Xue was incensed. A family matter? Are we not all from the same family? Xue Qingyin retorted coldly. Eldest sister has long since married into the Dongqing marquisate. Aunt Xue's eyes widened in disbelief. Xue Qingyin smiled sweetly. Father's considerations are certainly more thorough than mine. Oh, and one more thing, mother has only just returned to her family home. She may be reluctant to come back so soon. Xue Qingdong scrutinized her seriously, then replied with a measured smile, very well, I understand. If grandfather learns of this, he may come personally to discipline this granddaughter. Aunt Xue trembled with rage. What nonsense are you speaking? Are you trying to frighten me with grandfather? Xue Qingyin sighed. Are you afraid now? Xue Qingyin nodded and earnestly replied, I am somewhat afraid. My health has never been robust, and I might be frightened into illness. Aunt Xue felt an ominous sensation rising within her. She heard Xue Qingyin continue with a mournful tone, if I miss the auspicious day, it would be a grave sin. If she claims to be weak and unable to withstand shock, no one would doubt her. Aunt Xue pressed her hand to her chest, yet found herself unable to counter, only managing a cold laugh. Suji has indeed given birth to a fine daughter. Xue Qingyin smiled back at her. Thank you for the compliment, auntie. Xue Chengdong declared, let us go, I shall welcome your mother back to the residence today. Xue Qingyin replied in agreement, and together with Xue Chengdong, they left the Xue family home, appearing as though they shared a deep father. Aunt Xue, her face flushed with anger, felt the spot where she had fallen ache more fiercely. She refused to look at anyone from Xue Chengdong's household and hurriedly exited. Madame Xue awoke from a brief nap, only to hear someone mention that her son-in-law had arrived. She was momentarily taken aback, asking, what brings him here? Madame Xue frowned as she stepped outside the gates of the Su family. She paused on the steps, only to see Xue Chengdong approaching slowly, bowing respectfully. Is Aji feeling better? Might I invite her to return with me? Madame Xue was momentarily stunned, then looked up at the sky in broad daylight. Am I seeing things? Chapter 84 How to Torment One's Own Father. Xue Chengdong's expression stiffened. It was at this moment that Xue Qingyin stepped forward from behind, barely suppressing her laughter. Mother, after such a long absence, do you not even recognize father anymore? Xue Qingyin spoke sweetly. Upon seeing her, Xue Madam immediately grasped the situation. She shot a glare at her, then stood there, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Having married young, Xue Madam harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Xue Chengdong, yet such hatred is often born of love. Witnessing Xue Chengdong so humbled, she felt both irony and sorrow. Should she retreat and let bygones be bygones, or should she confront him directly? Xue Madam found herself at a loss. In truth, it mattered little. Xue Chengdong would devise a strategy for her, interpreting her hesitation as a silent rejection. Xue Chengdong pressed on. Xue Madam was not particularly skilled in communication. When angered, she tended to unleash her fury in one fell swoop. When it came to genuinely resolving issues, she was perhaps less adept than Xue Qingyin. For her, she had seldom seen Xue Chengdong in such a state. Xue Chengdong, too, was taken aback. She stood there, her head bowed, lips pressed together, her face shrouded in an icy demeanor. She did not widen her eyes in indignation or curl her lips in contempt. Instead, she stood silently, exuding more power than any expression or words could convey. In a fleeting moment, he was reminded of how Xue Madam appeared when she had just married him, yet, that memory quickly faded from his mind. He could no longer remain there. Taking a step forward, Xue Chengdong spoke softly, Aji, let us go inside to speak. This was not directed at Xue Madam, but rather at the tardy Su Qi and others. Su Qi, always respectful of this brother-in-law, quickly responded, yes, let us go inside to converse. What good does it do to linger outside? Xue Madam turned coldly, striding inside. Halfway through, she paused, turning back to extend her hand. Xue Chengdong's gaze flickered. The next moment, Xue Madam called. The two women proceeded intimately together. Xue Chengdong, Su Qi awkwardly stroked his beard, chuckling, my sister has always doted on Qingyin. He sought to fill the silence, remarking, is your ministry not busy today, brother-in-law? The uncle of that young master has held his position for some years, and I have a few friends in the Ministry of Personnel. Su Qi was somewhat taken aback, realizing that his brother-in-law's words had become considerably more eloquent of late. Xianru was Su Qi's daughter, yet she had long resided with her grandparents and was not in the capital. Meanwhile, Xue Madam was inquiring of Xue Qingyin, do you think we should return or not? She responded, Mother, I shall heed your advice. Xue Qingyin smiled, I fear this time we must indeed return. Xue Madam pondered, indeed, otherwise, what shall we do when you marry? Xue Qingyin shrugged, but that does not mean we cannot return later. In an instant, Xue Madam grasped the implication, her lips nearly stretching to her ears, exclaiming, you are truly clever. After a pause, she added, then I shall agree to your father this time. Xue Qingyin shook her head, Mother, why are you so easily swayed? Xue Madam, puzzled, asked, did we not just agree to return? That does not preclude him from making an effort to please you. All these years, it has been you who has devoted yourself to the family, it is his turn now. This sentiment resonated deeply with Xue Madam, causing her lips to curve upwards once more, though she still remarked, however, your father is quite astute. I fear this little ruse may not escape his notice. Xue Qingyin nodded, he will undoubtedly see through it. Father knows well what I wish to accomplish, but it is precisely because he is so clever that he will understand that by bowing his head, he can preserve the dignity of the Xue family. Why should he insist on clarifying matters with me? Xue Madam sighed, that is just how he is, he bows not because he genuinely believes he is in the wrong, but rather, after a calm assessment, he knows what decision will best resolve the immediate situation. As she spoke, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed her eyes. Xue Qingyin remarked, thus, Mother, you must thoroughly torment him to find relief. One day, when you are too weary to continue the torment, you can gracefully part ways with him, and we shall seek out more joyful pursuits. Xue Madam initially thought to argue that such an endeavor could not be so easily achieved. Yet, considering that today Xue Qingyin managed to compel her father to bow, she swallowed her words. As long as one lives long enough, what in this world is impossible? Suddenly, Xue Madam felt a vastness of possibilities unfold before her. As they approached the flower hall, Xue Qingyin whispered, Mother, when you speak with him, do not lose your temper. Xue Madam frowned, why not? Did you not say I should properly torment him? Because with someone like father, the more furious you become, the calmer he remains. Think about it, every time you are seething with anger, when you see his composed demeanor, does it not infuriate you even more? It does. Xue Madam ground her teeth. Mother, learn from him, just as you did when you stood there silently. Xue Madam felt as though she had grasped a new understanding upon entering the flower hall. Xue Qingdong indeed wanted to speak privately with Xue Madam. Xue Qingyin feigned an intention to follow, but Su Qi held her back. Let your parents converse, do not intrude. Su Qi restrained her and quickly relayed the conversation he had with Xue Qingdong earlier. Qingyin, you truly possess some cunning. Your father now seems to regard your opinions. That is merely leveraging the situation, Xue Qingyin corrected. Su Qi, unconcerned with such nuances, was in high spirits, stating, if we can resolve your cousin Shanru's marriage, it would lift a great weight from my heart. Xue Qingyin replied, it would be best not to heed my father's counsel. What do you mean? He has enticed the Ji family. Those who are swayed by interest are naturally those who prioritize gain. Since the Ji family is hesitant, let us consider other options. But where shall we find such a suitable family? Uncle, it is better to endure a delay. Su Qi sighed, I shall discuss this further with your aunt. Suddenly, Xue Qingyin realized, what is going on, why is everyone seeking my opinion? It seems as if I have become the cornerstone of their decisions. Meanwhile, Xue Qingdong and Xue Madam stepped into the cine pavilion, promptly shutting the door behind them. Xue Madam coldly stated, what else is there to say, speak. Xue Qingdong approached, retrieving an item from his sleeve. It was a flat, elongated box. Upon opening it, a fragment of a jade hairpin was revealed. Xue Qingdong remarked, these past days, every time I returned home from the ministry, I felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Xue Madam wished to scold him, recalling how she felt similarly during her time in the residence. However, remembering Xue Qingyin's words, she swallowed her retort, nearly fixing him with a frosty glare. Xue Qingdong extended the box towards her, continuing, on the second day of our marriage, I bought this and personally pinned it in your hair. Yet, as the years passed, you gradually ceased to wear it. I kept it hidden in the study and would occasionally take it out to reminisce. Unfortunately, the other day, the box was accidentally knocked over, and the pin broke in two. It seemed to mirror the shattered bond between us. That day, I contemplated coming to retrieve you from the Su family. Xue Madam wished to inquire why he had not come, but restrained herself. She lowered her gaze to the broken pin, stirring some memories within her. In their earlier days, they had indeed shared affection. Xue Qingdong was, after all, a rare man not easily swayed by beauty. He had bought her hairpins, rouge, and powder, had painted her eyebrows, and had defended her in front of the difficult relatives of the Xue family. Yet it was precisely because of this that, when others gifted him beautiful concubines, leading to her and Qingyin nearly losing their lives, Xue Madam's eyes reddened, and she found it difficult to bear. Yet she held her tongue, saying nothing. Xue Qingdong noticed the tears brimming in her eyes, yet also saw her tightly pressed lips and her cold demeanor. She would no longer be swayed by his tenderness. In that moment, Xue Qingdong truly appeared astonished. His grip on the box tightened, producing a creaking sound. It felt as though countless needles had pierced his mind. He staggered forward, causing another newly purchased hairpin to fall from his sleeve and shatter on the ground, yet he forgot to retrieve it, neglecting to seize the opportunity to utter words that might soften Xue Madam's heart. He felt a lump in his throat, and for that fleeting instant, he perceived that Xue Madam truly did not wish to return with him. Xue Madam took in his expression. How rare. As Xue Madam pondered, a wave of exhilaration washed over her. In the flower hall, Xue Qingyin leisurely savored a piece of cake. She mused that just the last time she had acknowledged the young lord as her godfather, Xue Qingdong had been infuriated beyond measure. If she were to let her mother truly find her a stepfather, how furious would Xue Qingdong be? Chapter 85. A warm welcome home for Lady Xue. When Madame Xue emerged once more, her countenance bore no trace of a smile. With an icy demeanor, she declared, pack your belongings, we shall return to the Xue residence. Su Qi was not the least bit surprised by this outcome and promptly called to the others, why are you not hastening to assist the esteemed lady in gathering her things? Xue Qingyin interjected with a smile, why not do it together? Su Qi, puzzled, inquired, together? What do you mean? My uncle and my cousins have been exceedingly kind to me. We have just spent several days reminiscing about our familial ties. Why not invite my uncles to stay at the Xue residence for a few days to witness my marriage? Xue Qingyin suggested. Su Qi's breath hitched. Her first instinct was to think that her brother-in-law would never agree, yet, an overwhelming sense of gratitude soon followed. Look at that, the niece genuinely regards them as family. How heartwarming it would be to have them by her side on the day of her nuptials. Xue Qingdong's expression momentarily froze. However, at that moment, Madame Xue turned to him and remarked, Qingyin's proposal is indeed splendid. Xue Qingyin responded with a silent pause. Madame Xue's voice grew cold as she asked, "Is it unacceptable?" Xue Qingyin gently replied, "How could it possibly be unacceptable? Such a trivial matter is for you to decide. My lady, your brothers are also my brothers. We should cultivate our relationships more often." Su Qi was taken aback, as if she had seen a ghost. Did those words truly come from Xue Qingyin's lips? Even Xue Qingyin was astonished by the positive outcome, her eyebrows arching in delight. The group then set about gathering their belongings to head to the Xue residence. The servants, having received word of their return, eagerly awaited their arrival, thinking to themselves, "It must be the master who has taken action." They craned their necks in anticipation until the sound of hoofbeats drew near. "Why are there so many people?" a servant exclaimed in bewilderment. Xue Qingyin stepped forward. "Do you not recognize even the uncle?" The servants, along with the steward, were momentarily taken aback. "Uncle, have we met before?" Madame Xue's cold voice broke the silence. "Why are you not paying your respects?" The servants quickly regained their composure and bowed, exclaiming, "We welcome you home, my lady." This left Su Qi feeling quite triumphant as she strode confidently through the door, exclaiming, "What a pity that my elder brother and the third brothers are not at home. It would have been a delightful occasion if they were here." Su Qi called out, "Serve the tea." The servants, not daring to be negligent, hurried to comply. Previously, they were acutely aware that the authority wielded by the lady was confined within the parameters set by the master. Thus, when the lady and the master clashed, they instinctively sided with the master. However, today was different. The lady returned, but not out of necessity. She was invited back by the master. Moreover, her maternal family had come to visit. This undoubtedly sent a signal to them. Today, the lady's western wind overshadowed the master's eastern breeze. As Madame Xue entered and took her seat, she observed the servants of the Xue household approaching her with trepidation, seeking her permission, and found it quite amusing. She adopted a commanding tone, stating, "There are some among you who have been pilfering from the household, daring to sell the master's belongings. In the past, I refrained from taking action out of consideration for the elders in the house. However, of late, some have grown increasingly audacious. Since I have returned today, I shall address this matter once and for all." Her words sent a shiver through the gathered crowd. Those without guilt assumed she was merely looking for a pretext to vent her frustrations, while those with guilt trembled in fear. Xue Qingyin yawned lazily to the side before walking away. This was precisely what she had hoped for her aunt to do. Establishing authority upon her return was unnecessary. Observing the servants' shifting expressions provided ample amusement. Furthermore, it was time to unearth the individual who dared to sell her footcloth to the Prince of Wei. Xue Qingyin had an inkling that the Prince of Wei's smooth acquisition of the item might have been facilitated by He Songning. Uncovering the culprit would also serve as a blow to He Songning's pride. With a mischievous smile, Xue Qingyin returned to her quarters and Nuoxia and Jishu attended to her, helping her settle in. Once her back was turned, Jishu's eyelids twitched as she realized the young lady was no longer easily deceived. She must inform the young master at once. At the Duke of Zhao's residence, Duke Zhao expressed his puzzlement. "Why has Feng not gone out today?" Steward Zhao chuckled, "Did you not? Eating them until one is weary is better than having nothing at all." Steward Zhao's smile widened as he fetched Zhao Shufeng, inquiring about the matter. Duke Zhao scoffed, "Why ask him? He wouldn't understand." To their surprise, Zhao Shufeng stammered, "They are busy, very busy." "They?" Steward Zhao interjected, "It refers to Miss Xue and her several cousins." Duke Zhao questioned, "Busy with what?" Steward Zhao replied, "With Miss Xue's impending marriage. She cannot possibly wed at the Su residence. Naturally, she must return to the Xue household. That is what keeps them occupied." Duke Zhao frowned, "You should take some gifts to the Xue residence shortly." Although the Duke's household does not meddle in domestic affairs, it would not hurt to show face. Steward Zhao acknowledged with a nod. Duke Zhao glanced at Zhao Shufeng, exhaling deeply. "It is indeed a good thing that Qingyin and her cousins are willing to. As for the fish, next time, tell Qingyin to catch some chickens instead." Steward Zhao displayed a resigned expression. "That is beyond our control. Rather than saying they are entertaining the young master, it is more accurate to say they are all entertaining Miss Xue. It ultimately depends on her wishes." Duke Zhao raised an eyebrow but considered that Qingyin's natural demeanor and lack of artifice in her actions were indeed positive traits. Only by considering her own desires first could he exhaled again. "What a pity, for she is soon to enter the Prince of Xian's residence. But her maternal cousins are still present." "True." Duke Zhao finally allowed a smile to grace his face. Before long, Steward Zhao arrived at the Xue household with gifts in TOW. As he entered, he encountered Madame Xue reprimanding the servants. Madame Xue rose gracefully, smiling, "I apologize for the disturbance, Steward. A few of the servants have strayed from their duties." Steward Zhao bowed, "You have worked hard, my lady." He then inquired about Miss Xue's whereabouts. Madame Xue replied, "I can send for her." Steward Zhao waved his hands, "Seeing you in such good spirits puts me at ease. There is no need to disturb the young lady's rest. I shall deliver the gifts and take my leave." Madame Xue accepted a heavy box from him, watching as Steward Zhao departed. Turning her gaze back to the kneeling servants, she noted their increased trepidation. Madame Xue chose not to speak. This was a lesson imparted by Xue Qingyin. Sometimes, saying less is more effective than verbosity, as it compels individuals to confess their wrongdoings on their own accord. Leaning back languidly, she began contemplating what items to prepare for Qingyin's dowry, realizing without noticing that she had unwittingly adopted some of her daughteress habits. The once tightly wound and furious Madame Xue gradually transformed into a figure of calm and leisure. When He Songning finally returned to the Xue residence, he stumbled upon the sobbing maidservant, who had been bribed, kneeling before Madame Xue, wailing that she would never again dare to sell the master's belongings. He Songning was taken aback. How did Madame Xue uncover this, or could it be that Xue Qingyin had a hand in it? He Songning's furrowed brows soon relaxed. Fortunately, the maidservant was unaware of his involvement. She only recognized the individual who had bribed her, a person from outside the estate. No one would suspect him. He Songning refrained from interrupting Madame Xue's admonishment of the servants, as he was filled with questions and made his way directly to Xue Qingyin's courtyard. Meanwhile, everything proceeded smoothly at the Xue household. At the Lu residence, Lu Yurong queried her maid, "Is there still no word from the Prince of Wei's residence?" The maid shook her head. Lu Yurong murmured, "Preparing on short notice requires effort," uncertain if she spoke for the maid's benefit or her own. Xiao Xinyu had also received reports from her subordinates. Wasn't he at initial? How did it end up being the Prince of Wei instead? Had the original plan been followed, with such a generous bridal gift, it would have been our young lady enjoying the spotlight. The maid sighed. Xiao Xinyu smiled. "Do you truly believe that anyone selected for the role of concubine would receive such treatment? It ultimately depends on the individual." The maid did not quite understand, feeling it was unfair. Does this not mean that only this situation is not unusual? Why must we compare ourselves to others? There are countless individuals in the world living more comfortably than I. If I were to compare myself to everyone, would I still be living? Are you not angered that Miss Xue has taken what should rightfully belong to you? There is nothing that is rightfully mine, except for my father and mother, Xiao Xinyu replied. At that moment, Xue Qingyin lay upon her bed and sneezed, pondering who might be discussing her in the shadows. The next instant, He Songning hoisted her up. "Remember to bring your cousins with you when you leave." "You seem to have forgotten your own brother," He Songning scoffed. "I dare not disturb my elder brother's studies," Xue Qingyin retorted, shoving his arm away. "Do not ruin my collar." He Songning cast his gaze upon her, perceiving an air of petulance about her. Yet, it was not the same disdainful demeanor he had previously found irksome. Rather, it evoked an inexplicable fondness akin to that of a cat. Chapter 86. A second reward. Jishu promptly brought over a chair for He Songning to sit down. Nong Xia, however, timidly stood at the doorway, glancing at He Songning one moment and peering outside the next. Observing this, He Songning remarked, "It seems you have finally found a loyal maid by your side." "Indeed, she is young, and her heart remains pure and sincere," Xue Qingyin replied without lifting her gaze. "Do you truly not know why His Majesty rewarded you that day?" He Songning suddenly inquired. Xue Qingyin thought to herself, "Of course I am aware." She paused abruptly. Did He Songning also manipulate something behind the scenes? He Songning, with an air of nonchalance, gradually elaborated, "I had someone from the Taichang Temple declare your fate as one of benevolence and longevity, a fortuitous destiny that could also aid Prince Xian in dispelling malevolent energies. Your presence is like a beautiful embellishment upon an exquisite tapestry. It can be said to be exceedingly rare in both heaven and earth." This contradicted what Prince Xian had conveyed. Nevertheless, Xue Qingyin quickly realized that Prince Xian would not deceive her. The original fate of her character was indeed genuine. She gazed at He Songning, thinking to herself, "Fortunately, you did not describe it as a uniquely exceptional phoenix fate, otherwise, I would have met my end the very next day." It is worth noting that in the 10 ancient novels Xue Qingyin had perused, at least 8 featured heroines with an innate phoenix fate, an exceedingly popular trope. He Songning soon noticed that there was not a hint of mirth on Xue Qingyin's face. He asked, "Do you not believe me?" Xue Qingyin nodded, "I believe you, but does elder brother know what was ultimately presented before the emperor?" He Songning furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Xue Qingyin pointed to herself. "A harbinger of great misfortune." "If you were truly a harbinger of misfortune, how could the emperor bestow a reward upon you?" Xue Qingyin spoke softly. "Elder brother and Prince Xian seem to be on the same wavelength, but alas, elder brother has made a slight miscalculation." She paused, intentionally pricking at He Songning's heart. Prince Xian understands the temperament of the current emperor far better. He Songning's expression darkened, his lips moved, but ultimately he uttered not a single word. He had scarcely met his biological father, certainly not as often as Prince Xian had with Prince Wei, yet, in the end, neither was born of the Empress, and he had traversed a path fraught with thorns. After a prolonged silence, He Songning transformed his ire into a smile, saying, "Prince Xian desires you to flourish while simultaneously wishing for you to remain inconspicuous." This insight adeptly exploited the emperor's convoluted paternal sentiments. Emperor Liang hoped for his son's well-being but was equally averse to his son thriving too splendidly. Moreover, forcefully altering one's fate would entail significant risks. Should it be exposed in the future, the blame could easily be shifted on. Conversely, if it were asserted that they were a match made in heaven, even if discovered by the emperor, he would merely lament that his brilliant son was, after all, just a lovesick individual, willing to engage in such absurdity for the sake of his beloved. This would elicit a tinge of sympathy from the emperor. "With Prince Xian considering your well-being, elder brother can rest easy," He Songning remarked with a shadowy smile. Xue Qingyin instantly brightened, declaring, "I, too, feel reassured." As she spoke, she feigned shyness, lowering her head, causing the butterfly hairpin in her coif to quiver gently. Seeing her demeanor, He Songning felt an inexplicable agitation in his heart, which only intensified. He pressed his lips together and pretended to inquire, "Qingyin, has your heart wholly taken flight to Prince Xian?" Xue Qingyin nodded. "I can only lament that I cannot marry into Prince Xian's residence tomorrow." A surge of blood and fury coursed through He Songning's chest. This scene felt eerily familiar. In the past, Xue Qingyin had likely behaved similarly towards him. Today, her profound bashfulness was ignited by Prince Xian. "Qingyin, should your love run too deep, I fear you may end up grievously wounded," He Songning cautioned, striving to sound like a protective older brother. Xue Qingyin blinked gently. My love for him is sufficient. Even if he were to grant me merely a fraction of his affection, I would be utterly content. Hisongning's expression turned ashen, an indescribable emotion rampaging within his chest. Have you lost your senses? Are you willing to forsake everything for love? Hisongning asked sternly. Xue Qingyin regarded him quizzically. Why is it madness? Has elder brother never experienced being wholeheartedly loved? Perhaps elder brother simply does not comprehend. Has elder brother truly never been deeply loved? Xue Qingyin's words echoed repeatedly in Hisongning's mind, akin to being repeatedly stabbed by her. This reminded him that Xue Qingyin had once gazed at him with nothing but her heart. Regardless of whether it was sibling affection or something more, back then, her eyes held only him. But Hisongning could no longer recall the myriad details from that time, for he had been weary of her, and how could he have savored those moments, embedding them in memory? Yet it was precisely due to this inability to recollect that Hisongning suddenly felt a hollow ache within his heart. He raised a hand to caress Xue Qingyin's hair. Should Prince Xian treat you poorly in the future, return to me and speak of it. Elder brother will assist you, you will come to know what is truly reliable. Xue Qingyin, this reaction was decidedly peculiar. Hisongning inquired, is there anything you desire? Mother will prepare your dowry, and elder brother will also arrange a few items for you. At this moment, Hisongning's demeanor had transformed into one of unexpected gentleness. Xue Qingyin lifted her face. How about 10,000 taels of gold? Hisongning. Xue Qingyin's interest abruptly waned. Very well, then elder brother may prepare as he sees fit. Hisongning felt an overwhelming urge to grab her and give her a good scolding. How could every word from her mouth be so unappealing? I will prepare some items you fancy, Hisongning declared before taking his leave. Xue Qingyin swiftly beckoned Nongxia to fetch her a cup of water. Alas, she had performed excellently today, nearly nauseating herself with her own sweetness. How splendid it would have been had Prince Xian been present. Regrettably, her heartfelt confession had been heard solely by Hisongning. The following day, Madame Xue arrived early to see Xue Qingyin with a lively spirit. Madame Xue announced, we caught 7 thieves, one of whom was from your courtyard. They have already been dealt with. The others were indeed stealing goods to sell. Once we pressed them, they all confessed, which can be considered an unexpected gain. Xue Qingyin, disinterested in such matters, flattered Madame Xue. Mother is truly wise and resourceful. Her methods are unparalleled. I shall rely on you more in the future. Madame Xue, beaming with pride from the compliment, exchanged a few words with Xue Qingyin before preparing. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned back, saying, with an auspicious day approaching, Qingyin, shall I send a needlewoman to teach you? You ought to craft some pouches, shoes, and socks for Prince Xian. Presenting them to him on the day you enter the residence will demonstrate your intimacy. Xue Qingyin shook her head. No need. Madame Xue glared at her. How can you say no? Do not forget, you are not facing the offspring of an ordinary family. He is a prince, the son of the emperor. Xue Qingyin boldly and defiantly declared, isn't my beauty sufficient? What need do I have for pouches and shoes? I refuse. Madame Xue contemplated having a needlewoman create the items instead, but ultimately decided against it. If they were falsely claimed to be crafted by Xue Qingyin, it would only lead to gossip. The maids outside could not help but sigh. They had never seen a bride to be so idle. Her days were filled with either fishing, playing cards, or leading dozens of individuals to intimidate the overseers of various estates. She was even more frivolous than the typical idle rich. What would happen once she married into Prince Xian's residence, in the palace? Aunt Xue had previously made a remark that was indeed not unfounded. Someone had reported Prince Xian to the authorities. Lady Dongxing was actually driven away by several guards from Prince Xian's residence the other day. What sort of decorum is it for Prince Xian to— The Ministry of Rites has already sent a betrothal gift, yet Prince Xian insists on taking another course of action. How is Prince Wei to maintain his dignity? This truly disrupts the rites. Moreover, His Majesty recently rewarded the Xue girl. Does this not encourage the noble daughters of the capital to follow her example? Upon hearing this, Emperor Liang grew increasingly impatient. He harbored fondness for this minister. There were few who dared to point out the emperor's errors as boldly as he did. Therefore, he had only penalized him with a deduction in salary last time. Prince Xian accompanied me on campaigns since he was 12 years old. He spent several years in the military thereafter. He is now at an age of fervor, and finding someone he likes is not easy. I have already played the role of the villain by forbidding him from making her his primary consort. As a father, am I not allowed to permit him to bestow his possessions upon his beloved? Yet you all wish to accuse Prince Xian of disrupting the rites. Did I err in rewarding the Xue girl? He Ji quickly professed his apologies. Following He Ji's remarks, Emperor Liang's dissatisfaction had already begun to simmer. The next day during court, another minister broached the subject. The emperor's anger reached its zenith, and he overturned the fact that she could win Prince Xian's affection was her greatest virtue. Emperor Liang was resolute in using these ministers to show Prince Xian how he, as a father, defended him before the court. Lady Xue is graceful and refined, possessing a heart as delicate as a flower. Grant her another reward. Every word seemed deliberately contrarian to the minister's counsel. Chapter 87. If fearing the wedding night will not happen, Xue Qingyin receives yet another reward. The noble ladies throughout the capital are astonished. Xue Qingyin herself finds it quite surprising. What are these words? They are becoming increasingly irrelevant. One wonders what Prince Xian has been orchestrating behind the scenes, as each day seems to bring her unexpected benefits. At this moment, Consort Wan is conversing with the matron. We have fallen behind again, allowing Prince Xian to seize the initiative. The matron sighs. Indeed, it is likely that someone has reported Prince Xian to His Majesty before the court meeting. As a result, should any ministers mention him during the assembly, it may provoke a protective sentiment in His Majesty. I had previously warned my father and the others that Prince Xian is not one to be trifled. They did not believe me. It seems even I, a sheltered young lady, see more clearly. Consort Wan laments. Your Highness, do not worry, Prince Xian will eventually return to the frontier. Speaking of Prince Wei, Consort Wan feels a twinge of displeasure. He is about to marry, yet he continues to act according to his own whims. Truly, His Majesty has spoiled him. Despite her words, Consort Wan's, if she were to pass, Prince Wei would have to wait 3 to 5 years before marrying again. I am aware, I simply did not expect her to be so fragile. Lu Yurong has fallen ill once more. This time it is due to a cold. Young Master Lu visits her room, helping her sit up while speaking bitterly. Previously, when Prince Wei did not favor you, you could hardly eat. Now that His Majesty has granted you a marriage, how has your health deteriorated even further? I truly believe this matches. Li Yurong interrupts him. How dare you say that His Majesty's bestowal of marriage is undesirable? At the last palace banquet, she alone was designated as the legitimate wife of Prince Wei. Lu Shui became a laughingstock, and Xiao Xinyu and Xue Qingyin were far inferior to her. She was truly in the prime of her glory. Yet, Prince Xian dared to defy convention, sending countless betrothal gifts to the Xue family, making it common knowledge throughout the capital of his deep affection for the daughter of the Xue family. And what of Prince Wei? The Wei residence has yet to make any move. Lu Yurong's heart, once filled with hope, is now utterly extinguished with the passage of time. What will people think? They will likely conclude that Prince Wei must be quite dissatisfied with his bride. They will think Lu Yurong is not even worthy of being a secondary consort. At this moment, Xue Qingyin continues to receive imperial favors. Every word of praise from the emperor seems to pierce Lu Yurong's heart like a sharpened blade. Does the lack of reward from His Majesty indicate dissatisfaction with her? Such thoughts continuously invade Lu Yurong's mind, leaving her restless. One moment of carelessness leads to another bout of illness. Young Master Lu, noticing her prolonged silence, feels a mix of frustration and concern. Indeed, a frail body signifies difficulty in sustaining life. Suddenly invigorated, she declares, "Bring me some kanji, I wish to eat." Xue Qingyin's health is far worse than hers. She cannot allow Xue Qingyin to surpass her. Lu Yurong's intentions are commendable, but having been ill for several days, she has barely eaten. Suddenly increasing her intake leads to adverse effects. On the day of the wedding, just as she is helped to rise, she vomits. The Lu family is alarmed, their eyelids twitching, fearing this omen does not bode well. Lu Yurong herself panics, and the more anxious she becomes, the less stable she feels. Lady Lu, with a stern expression, immediately orders the previous medicinal tonic to be fetched. Young Master Lu, infuriated, slaps it away. These are life-threatening concoctions. How can they be used recklessly? She is in a state of weakness and cannot absorb nourishment. At worst, she may faint in the bridal sedan, but at least she would have entered Prince Wei's residence. Why bother with so many concerns? Lu Yurong's gaze flickers, but she still reaches past her brother to accept the tonic from her mother's hands. At this moment, the outside commotion grows louder, with voices calling, "The prince has arrived." Lu Yurong is thus assisted outside. Meanwhile, the Chao family's atmosphere is not as lively. Xiao Xinyu and Lu Yurong have both chosen the same day to enter their respective households. Lu Yurong is to be personally welcomed by Prince Wei, while Xiao Xinyu will ascend the sedan chair on her own, as others will carry her into the royal residence. Lu Yurong's carriage must precede hers. Xiao Xinyu remains entirely indifferent. Just as she is about to leave, she bows towards the southeast, bidding farewell to her parents. Her parents are stationed in Jiannan, occupied with affairs, and cannot make it today. Xiao Xinyu does not feel saddened in her heart. They are acting in her best interest. The more they are unable to return, the more the emperor will appreciate her parents' sacrifices and treat her with greater kindness. "Let us go," Xiao Xinyu states calmly. The maidservant hastily assists her onto the bridal sedan. At this moment, Xue Qingyin is still seated in the courtyard, conversing with Lady Xue. The auspicious date selected by the Taichung temple for Prince Xian is a few days later. She perks up her ears, faintly hearing the sounds of music resounding through the city. How lively, Xue Qingyin remarks. You do not seem the slightest bit anxious, Lady Xue responds helplessly. Anxiety. The plate contains various ornaments that Xue Qingdong recently purchased to please Lady Xue. However, Lady Xue promptly handed them all to Xue Qingyin. Lady Xue gently holds Xue Qingyin's wrist and says, do not play for now. I have something for you to quietly look at tonight. Xue Qingyin, intrigued, leans closer. What is this precious item? Hesitating, Lady Xue retrieves a booklet from her sleeve and places it in Xue Qingyin's hands. Xue Qingyin is not surprised at all. Oh, is it not just the Spring Palace illustrations? She immediately attempts to flip it open, but Lady Xue raises her brow and, having given the item, Lady Xue cannot help but worry about Xue Qingyin's health. Why did you not take the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician at Golden Sparrow Princess's residence? Xue Qingyin answers, I have been feeling much stronger recently, so I naturally did not take it. She often goes out for walks, possesses a broad-minded nature, and is adept at directing others to prepare food. Day by day, she has long since improved from her earlier condition. That physician once said that the poison resides in your body and cannot be eradicated in this lifetime. Lady Xue recalls with pain, I am worried for you. What if, on the wedding night, what if you cannot endure it? Xue Qingyin, taken aback, spews her tea in shock. Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? Now, Lady Xue, invigorated by the moment, retorts, I am thinking of your well-being. Do not take it lightly. If you were to faint on your wedding night, Prince Xian might not dare to touch you afterward. Prince Xian is not like Prince Wei, who often travels in the military, so naturally Lady Xue trails off, unable to continue. Xue Qingyin thinks to herself, could that be? Am I truly that weak? Does mother have any miraculous pills to offer me? Xue Qingyin inquires. Lady Xue has indeed considered preparing ginseng tonic for Xue Qingyin but ultimately fears that she may not be able to absorb it, thus abandoning the idea. Lady Xue suggests to Xue Qingyin, where would such miraculous pills come from? However, you could invite the imperial physician from Golden Sparrow Princess's residence to our estate for a consultation. At this point, why bother with pride? She quickly responds, no. Prince Xian must accept the reality of my frail condition. Furthermore, she believes Prince Xian's acceptance is quite I am quite beautiful, Xue Qingyin boldly asserts. Lady Xue is momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she recalls to question Xue Qingyin, if this situation does not align. What if I do not wish to bear children? You are becoming more nonsensical. How can one not bear children? Mother, I fear I might die in childbirth. Hearing this, Lady Xue lets out. Xue Qingyin never clung to the position of Prince Xian's legitimate wife, for in her plans, she intended to accompany Lady Xue comfortably into old age. By then, she would not need children or a beloved, and with her frail disposition, dying together would suffice. Little did she know, Lady Xue is far more optimistic about this matter than she is. Lady Xue contemplates that within the vast Prince Xian's estate, finding a few skilled physicians should not be difficult. On this day, Prince Wei's wedding does not proceed smoothly. The boundless joy and tension overwhelm Lu Yurong, causing her to break out in a sweat. During the wedding ceremony, a gust of wind sends chills through her body. As she enters the bridal chamber, Prince Wei approaches, and in her excitement, Lu Yurong faints. Prince Wei, startled, immediately calls for help. Quickly check, is she dead? Lu Yurong, of course, is not dead, but Prince Wei's enthusiasm is dampened. He finally remembers that he has a secondary consort accompanying him and considers heading to Chao Sinyu's chamber. However, a young eunuch blocks his path, saying, the consort has ordered that his highness must stay in the princess's room tonight. Prince Wei's expression darkens, but he cannot defy his mother, so he begrudgingly returns to Lu Yurong's side. Thus, the wedding night becomes a farce. The next day, Lu Yurong awakens to find Prince Wei beside her, and she is filled with joy beyond measure. Her face flushes as she props herself up, only to realize that her attire remains unchanged from the previous day. Stunned, she looks up at Prince Wei, but before she can speak, he swiftly strides out the door. Your Highness? Lu Yurong stands there in a daze. The further Prince Wei walks away, the more he curses internally. Prince Xian surely must not have consummated his marriage either. Chapter 88, Leaving the Home. February 28th. A day of great fortune, auspicious for marriage and relocation. The entire Xue family was bustling with activity. Even Xue Qinghe could sense a thread of tension in the air. The Su family had all arrived, and even the venerable elder of the Xue family was present, waiting in the flower hall. This formidable old man, known for his fierce demeanor, had set aside his usual sternness and, leaning on his cane, praised Xue Qingyin. Xue Qinghe was equally surprised. She had anticipated that her grandfather would reprimand Xue Qingyin for her numerous breaches of propriety, which would indeed be a disgrace to the Xue family. It appeared that the title of Duke of Xian held such an intimidating weight that it could even compel her grandfather to alter his tone. The members of the Su family, overhearing this, readily agreed, exclaiming, indeed, Qingyin is a good child, and a promising one at that. Isn't it so? Qingyin is not only intelligent but also gentle in temperament. She is deeply affectionate and respectful of her elders. It truly saddens us to see her leave today, remarked Aunt Gui, who, as she spoke, wiped away tears. Hearing this, the old Xue patriarch concealed any lingering disdain in his eyes. The Su family, easily swayed, were thoroughly captivated by the prestige of a noble family. Yet, despite his internal scorn, the old patriarch of the Xue family refrained from uttering a word in contradiction. On the other side, Hisongning could not help but twitch his lips at the conversation. Was this truly about Xue Qingyin? Surely only Lady Xue found it entirely fitting. He chose not to listen further and quietly departed the flower hall, making his way toward Xue Qingyin's courtyard. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin glanced at his retreating figure, a flicker of anguish crossing her gaze. She forced herself to suppress her myriad emotions, turning her attention back to the Su family, reflecting on how close Xue Qingyin was to her maternal relatives. It was no wonder she had remarked that she felt quite comfortable at the Su household. Xue Qingyin, having not seen her maternal family for a long time, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Back in the courtyard, Xue Qingyin stifled a yawn, seated before the bronze mirror, feeling overwhelmingly drowsy. Yuzhishu promptly adjusted her head and whispered, "My lady, bear with it a little longer. Just a few more hours to endure." A few more hours. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyin felt a wave of darkness wash over her, and regret surged within her. Lady Xue's concerns were indeed well-founded. At this rate, it would be a miracle if she didn't perish at the gates of the Duke's residence. Lady Xue entered from outside and, upon seeing Xue Qingyin's state, could not help but express her sympathy. However, she quickly composed herself and stated, "A young general who was previously by the Duke's side has arrived." "Whom?" Xue Qingyin turned her head in confusion, asking, "Has he come alone?" Lady Xue nodded, saying, "He claims to have something important to deliver to you and is currently waiting outside." Xue Qingyin felt a surge of curiosity. What could be so urgent that it had to be conveyed at this moment? Intrigued, she declared without a second thought, "Let him come in." Lady Xue replied, "He might not dare to enter." With that, she turned to speak briefly with Du Hongxue. When Lady Xue returned, she held 2 boxes made of rosewood, faintly scented with sandalwood. Du Hongxue called out from beyond the door, "Please allow the young lady to wear these." Lady Xue placed the boxes before Xue Qingyin and smiled, "Let us see what rare treasures these are." Xue Qingyin opened the lid of one box. Upon soft silk lay a pomegranate red hairpin, adorned with numerous precious jewels. When lifted, the tassels jingled, exuding an air of opulence. "What a vibrant red!" Lady Xue exclaimed as Yuzhishu momentarily lost her composure, awed by the item's beauty. It was specially sent. It must have some significance, Lady Xue asserted confidently. Regardless of its origins, Xue Qingyin thought that wearing such a piece would likely be somewhat uncomfortable against the back of her head. With the assistance of a maid, Yuzhishu managed to fasten the hairpin in place for Xue Qingyin. She licked her lips and sighed, "I can hardly breathe now." To which someone nearby exclaimed, "Don't lick it. You'll end up tasting the lip balm." Xue Qingyin had no choice but to restrain herself. After enduring such a torment today, she felt she must extract some retribution. With downcast eyes, she opened the second box, revealing a round fan. The handle was crafted from gold inlaid with jade, adorned with a drop of Hatian jade, warm to the touch. The fan's surface was embroidered on both sides with golden threads in patterns of auspicious squares and interlocking circles, symbolizing harmony and endless vitality. The sides were embellished with hollow jade balls. Xue Qingyin held it in her palm, feeling its exquisite elegance. A gentle shake set the jade balls in motion, displaying remarkable craftsmanship. Outside the courtyard, Hisongning stepped in and encountered Du Hongxue. Surprised, he asked, "Has His Highness the Duke already arrived?" "Such urgency," he mused. "I merely come ahead on His Highness's behalf," Du Hongxue replied, withholding the purpose of his visit, leading Hisongning to assume he was there to accompany someone. Hisongning raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable sense of injustice for Xue Qingyin. He passed by Du Hongxue and knocked on the door, intending to enter. A maid inside inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me," Hisongning replied. After some hesitation, the maid finally said, "The eldest young lady has instructed that the eldest young master is not permitted to enter." Hisongning was taken aback. He glanced at Du Hongxue, feeling a pang of indignation at being publicly rebuffed. "I brought some gifts. Does Qingyin not want them?" This time, it was Lady Xue's voice that resonated from within. "Enough, do not add to your sister's troubles." Hisongning found himself at a dead end, left waiting outside with Du Hongxue. This left him feeling quite unsettled. Fortunately, Xue Qingyin had finally completed her makeup amidst a flurry of auspicious words. Lady Xue remained motionless, observing as everyone carefully assisted Xue Qingyin out. The sound of her jewelry tinkling and the gentle sway of her tassels accompanied her as she emerged, draped in resplendent garments that accentuated her delicate figure, presenting a strikingly enchanting figure. Lady Xue could no longer contain her tears, which flowed freely. Outside the door, the crowd heard a creak as the door swung open. Xue Qingyin stepped out gracefully, her fan concealing her face, revealing only her eyes, eyebrows like painted ink, eyelashes akin to raven feathers, with a delicate floral ornament glimmering at her brow. In such splendid attire, she radiated an aura that illuminated the surroundings. Those who beheld her could not help but be captivated. Hisongning was the first to recover, stepping forward to hand the gifts he held to a nearby maid, declaring, "As your elder brother, I shall carry you forth." She did not refuse. The thought of causing Hisongning any discomfort brought her a sense of satisfaction. As she lifted her skirt, urging Hisongning to come closer, a sudden commotion erupted outside the courtyard. A loud voice announced, "His Highness the Duke has arrived." The Duke strode through the entrance, flanked by imposing royal guards. He proclaimed, "No need to trouble the eldest young master, I shall take care of it." Xue Qingyin looked up to see him adorned in a dark crown and a crimson robe, with a sword at his waist. The intense red of his attire could not mask the formidable aura he exuded. Xue Qingyin tilted her head, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. What would such a person look like if tenderness Whom? Would he remain so frigid during intimate moments? Chapter 89 The Unraveling of the Sword, Part 1. King Xuan approached Xue Qingyin, gazing intently at her, as if he wished to imprint her visage into his memory. Subsequently, he unfastened the sword from his waist and placed it into her hands, then bowed before her. In that moment, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, utterly unprepared for such an act. Standing at the side, Xue features tightened, his eyes devoid of any emotion as he observed the unfolding scene. He had misjudged the situation. King Xuan had come forth to personally welcome her. A wave of reluctance surged within Xue, yet he took a step back and, forcing a low voice from his throat, uttered, "Your Highness, please." Xue Qingyin, no longer hesitating, leaned forward, wrapping her hand around the sword, which now had to encircle the neck of King Xuan. It appeared somewhat awkward. She was perplexed as to why King Xuan would relinquish his sword to her. The soldiers accompanying the king quickly bowed their heads in deference. The sword, a symbol of authority and dignity, represented the power and identity of its bearer. By bestowing it upon the young lady of the Xue family, King Xuan's intentions were unmistakably clear. Oblivious to this meaning, Xue Qingyin clung tightly to the king's waist, while he supported her posterior. Fortunately, the heavy brocade garments mitigated any discomfort. Otherwise, even someone as thick-skinned as she might have felt a tinge of embarrassment. King Xuan's back was indeed broad. As she nestled against him, a sense of security enveloped her. Thinking thus, Xue Qingyin pressed closer, even resting her head against him, for it was rather tiring, and this position allowed her to conserve her energy. King Xuan seemed to sense her proximity, and his grip on her became firmer. With her upon his back, he proceeded onward, traversing past the ravine pavilion and through the begonia gate, until they finally reached the entrance of the Xue residence. Elder Xue and others were already awaiting their arrival, bowing from a distance long before they approached. King Xuan paid them no heed, striding directly past. Xue Qingyin found the multitude of people quite astonishing on this day. After just a few steps, King Xuan arrived before a decorated flower palanquin. Unlike those of ordinary folk, this palanquin was adorned with ivory and draped in satin with intricate motifs of butterflies and branching flowers, requiring 8 bearers to lift. Xue Qingyin, taken aback, raised her eyes to see a long procession of carriages trailing behind. Each vehicle was laden with goods, presumably her dowry. The thought that all of this would belong solely to her was overwhelming, causing her vision to blur. Realizing this, Xue Qingyin felt a surge of energy and asked, "Your Highness, it was indeed more than 30 or 40 carriages." To the king, it was merely 100. How could one deceive her about such matters? 100 carriages surely could not fit down a single street. She had often read of 10 miles of bridal finery, and this surely was its embodiment, or perhaps even more extravagant than the tales depicted. Xue Qingyin was uncertain. With a sense of bewilderment, she was carefully placed into the flower palanquin by King Xuan. He gently murmured, "There is a soft pillow at hand." After which, he lowered the curtain. Xue Qingyin hastily set down her fan and felt around. Indeed, finding the soft pillow, she quickly propped her lower back and neck against it, leaning against the palanquin wall and feeling much more comfortable. "Your Highness, wait," she called out to King Xuan. The onlookers watched as he took 2 steps away but then turned back, lifting the curtain as if to converse with Xue Qingyin. The Xue family members were at a loss for words, wondering why he lingered so long over such a brief moment. Inside the palanquin, Xue Qingyin lifted the sword in her hand, saying, "Your Highness, you forgot to take this." She assumed that King Xuan had given her the sword for convenience while he carried her. King Xuan looked down at her, his voice steady, "You shall hold it for me." He then lowered the curtain once more. Xue Qingyin clicked her tongue in resignation. Very well, she had no choice but to obediently cradle the sword against her chest. Faintly, she heard King Xuan's voice, "Bid farewell to your father-in-law and mother-in-law." Outside, Madame Xue and Xue Qingdong did not dare to accept the courtesy, quickly bowing in response, "We respectfully send you off." Du Hongxue walked ahead, scattering coins to clear the way. King Xuan nimbly mounted his horse, his tall stature imposing, eliciting an involuntary step back from the crowd. Only Xue and his father remained rooted in place. Elder Xue pressed his hand to his chest, softly lamenting, "Though she is but a side consort, King Xuan treats her with great care." At that moment, Xue Qingdong recalled that, with King Xuan's unexpected intervention, he had failed to impart any parting wisdom to his daughter on the day of her marriage. Perhaps it was for the best, as Xue Qingyin's temperament would not have welcomed such advice. Madame Xue had forgotten her intended words of counsel, merely watching as the procession rumbled away, tears streaming down her face once more. Xue Qingdong, noticing her silent tears, quietly offered a handkerchief. Madame Xue glanced down, then turned, her tear-filled eyes casting a cold glare at Xue Qingdong before she abruptly walked away. Xue Qingdong was left speechless. Aunt Xue, nearby, raised her eyebrows in disbelief. However, Elder Xue halted her, saying, "What day is today? Anyone who speaks out of turn will face family discipline." Aunt Xue could only stifle her words, suppressing her indignation. At that moment, Xue hastily followed after, also offering a handkerchief, saying, "Mother, dry your tears, do not be saddened." He was still somewhat astonished at the state of affairs between Madame Xue and Xue Qingdong, wondering how their relationship had deteriorated to such an extent that they could barely exchange a word. Suddenly, Madame Xue turned back, angrily stating, "You are just like your father, your sister is leaving home, and you shed not a single tear." Xue was left speechless, feeling as though he had been caught in the crossfire of his father's misfortune. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyin found herself jostled within the palanquin, rousing her from her drowsiness. Just as she was about to drift off, a hand reached in from the curtain's edge, holding a lotus leaf pouch. "Please, your highness, have a few bites to ease your hunger," the person said, their voice sounding both unfamiliar and youthful. As they addressed her as your highness, she realized they must be a maid from the king's residence. Xue Qingyin awoke with renewed clarity, her hunger peaked. Without hesitation, she accepted the lotus leaf pouch, unveiling it to reveal palm-sized rice balls known as tuan yufan, made from roasted fish, shrimp, and a medley of meats. The enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils, stirring her appetite with the mingling sense of rice and meat. Without further ado, she began to eat. She paid no mind to whether she would ruin her lip balm. By the time she finished the Tuanya fan, she had lost track of how long the palanquin had been in motion. At that moment, the maid's hand reached in again, this time bearing a soft cloth. "Your Highness, please give me the lotus leaf," she requested. Xue Qingyin took the cloth and handed over the remnants of the lotus leaf. After wiping her mouth, the hand returned, this time presenting a small round jar. Upon opening it, she found a vibrant lip balm, exuding a hint of sweetness. Such thoughtfulness, they had even prepared lip balm. Xue Qingyin was thoroughly impressed. Finally, the palanquin came to a halt. She took a moment to reapply the lip balm just as the curtain was lifted from outside. Before the maids could surround her, King Xuan stepped forward once more, bowing as he had before. Xue Qingyin had grown adept at this posture, one hand still holding the fan while the other gripped the sword. The people from the king's residence stood to either side, startled at the sight of the sword firmly clasped in her hand, hastily bowing in respect. Having filled her stomach and rested in the palanquin, Xue Qingyin now leaned against King Xuan, freely surveying her surroundings, feeling utterly invigorated. She had no intention of collapsing at the gates of the king's residence. Carrying her, King Xuan stepped through the grand entrance of the palace. The last time she had visited, she had been unconscious. This time, she could finally take in the details. Xue Qingyin was dazzled by the sights, and inadvertently, she lowered her gaze to catch a glimpse of red upon King Xuan's neck. Realizing that she had unknowingly smeared lip balm on him, Xue Qingyin quickly used her fan to attempt to wipe it away. The color was indeed vibrant, though perhaps her awkward position rendered her efforts futile. After a couple of attempts, she still could not remove it. Pressing closer, she surreptitiously exerted a bit more strength. King Xuan suddenly paused, his muscles tensing. With her hand still resting on his neck, she could faintly feel the strong pulse beneath. Suddenly, King Xuan freed one hand, grasping her fingertips. In a hushed tone, he said, "Do not rush." Xue Qingyin quickly retracted her hand, flustered. "I'm not rushing, don't misinterpret my intentions." Feeling a wave of nervousness, she couldn't help but lick her lips, her ears warming. The palace was expansive, yet King Xuan carried her with remarkable steadiness. After a while, he inquired, "Are you tired?" Xue Qingyin thought to herself that he must be far more fatigued than she. "If you are not weary, there is a banquet prepared ahead. If you are tired, we can proceed to the residence to pay respects," King Xuan said. "Then I shall choose to return to the room." King Xuan responded with an affirmative, He paid no mind to the guests and led Xue Qingyin into the Hall of Intent. Within the hall, they offered their respects to heaven and earth, performed the rites of unity by sharing a dish and drinking from the same cup of wine. As the ceremony reached this point, Xue Qingyin thought it might be nearing its conclusion, only to hear King Xuan calmly say, "Bring it forth." "Bring what?" Xue Qingyin was. King Xuan took the scissors into his own hands, and before Xue Qingyin could react, he snipped off a lock of her hair. He then did the same with his own. With slender, nimble fingers, he looped the silk ribbon to securely bind their two locks together. Xue Qingyin understood the matroness' earlier hesitation. The person who should have shared a hairpin with King Xuan, pledging eternal fidelity, should not have been her. Yet, it was indeed her. Xue Qingyin would not feel unworthy. She playfully toyed with the fan, the jade beads dangling and spinning. Raising her face, she beamed at King Xuan, asking, "Your Highness, are you not to greet the guests ahead?" Chapter 90. Unraveling the sword, Part 2. Upon the proclamation of the King Xuan, he promptly advanced to the front to entertain the guests. Within the royal residence, a lavish feast was laid out across 66 tables. Yet, amidst the opulent banquet, one could scarcely discern the presence of learned officials. Instead, it was predominantly populated by noble lords and martial generals. As King Xuan, adorned in ceremonial attire, gracefully entered the hall, the guests hastily rose to their feet, exclaiming. It was not that the guests lacked the desire to commend the king, but rather, the profound awe and trepidation they felt toward him had become ingrained within their very bones. In the presence of the king, who would dare to speak out of turn, matters of revelry and merriment were unthinkable. Only a few seated near the front, with keen eyes, caught sight of the telltale smudge of this revelation left them utterly astounded, their hearts racing, yearning to stretch their necks for a clearer view. King Xuan, this was indeed King Xuan. They had never before witnessed him entangled in affairs of romance and passion. The young lady from the Xue family was truly extraordinary. Subsequently, King Xuan surveyed the assembly. Each individual, seized by a sudden shyness, dared not gaze any longer, quickly bowing their heads in submission. Observing this, the king commanded his attendants to bring forth 100 jars of fine wine. The eyes of the martial generals gleamed with excitement, and he coolly remarked, "Please, indulge yourselves." With that, he turned and departed. It was then that Xue Qingyin, having sat alone for scarcely the length of an incense stick, noticed King Xuan returning. He seemed to discern her confusion and, in a calm tone, stated, "In my absence, they are able to sincerely celebrate the royal residence." Xue Qingyin mused to herself, "So it is your imposing presence that frightens them." At this juncture, the matron, having observed the king's countenance, approached to remove the hairpin from Xue Qingyin's hair, loosening her coiffure. Realizing what this meant, Xue Qingyin's heart began to race. They were about to enter the bridal chamber. Panic surged within her, her eyes darting around until they settled upon her reflection in the bronze mirror. The lipstick had smudged without her notice. As the matron continued her ministrations, strands of hair cascaded down, framing her face and bestowing upon her an air of delicate vulnerability. At that moment, a palace maid stepped forward, dampening a cloth to wipe away the heavy makeup from her visage. The coolness of the water enhanced the shimmer in her eyes, rendering them almost ethereal. "Your Highness, we take our leave," the matron and the maid announced in succession. Soon after, the sound of the door closing echoed, and Xue Qingyin, as if awakening from a dream, instinctively licked her lips. In that moment, she found herself more reticent than King Xuan. Xue Qingyin could no longer suppress the urge to recite poetry within her heart. The summer insects also fall silent for me. Silence as the Cam River tonight. Unbeknownst to her, King Xuan had stealthily approached from behind, suddenly raising his hand. Xue Qingyin was taken aback. Her face felt warm and slightly damp. It was King Xuan, gently dabbing her face with a soft cloth. In an instant, her taut heartstrings relaxed. King Xuan, in a low voice, remarked, "This area has not been cleaned properly." As he spoke, he gently traced the corner of Xue Qingyin's eye with his fingertip, reminiscent of the time she had attempted to. A ticklish sensation coursed through her, his fingertip warm against her skin. Gazing into the bronze mirror, it appeared as though King Xuan had enveloped her entirely in his embrace. The red candle flickered, emitting a soft crackling sound. He cradled her cheek and suddenly leaned down to kiss her lips. The kiss began tentatively, but quickly intensified. It was a fleeting kiss. He released her, lowering his gaze to study her countenance. The remnants of lipstick on her lips had smudged further, softening the edges and rendering them fuller. The candlelight danced in the depths of King Xuan's eyes, pulsating with fervor. The warmth of the flame appeared to transfer to him, making Xue Qingyin feel as though his gaze upon her could burn. In the next moment, he lifted her effortlessly, striding toward the bed concealed behind the screen. Xue Qingyin scarcely had time to catch her breath before she was laid down, instinctively grasping his robe. Yet, he remained unhurried, deftly unfastening the ribbon around her waist, letting the layers of extravagant clothing cascade away. He then supported the nape of her neck, his fingertips gliding over her skin with a gentle yet firm touch, trailing down her waist. King Xuan's hands, accustomed to drawing bows and wielding swords, bore the faint calluses of a warrior. In contrast, Xue Qingyin was delicate by nature. Like a kitten, she leaned against him, trembling ever so slightly. He spoke in a deep tone. "Might I trouble you, Qingyin, to assist me in loosening my attire?" Qingyin. Xue Qingyin froze momentarily. King Xuan, typically taciturn and aloof, uttering those two syllables imbued them with a tender gravity. To hear a man with such a stern demeanor speak such intimate words was a novel sensation. Xue Qingyin momentarily lost her composure, then reached for King Xuan's belt. Alas, her hands felt clumsy, and despite several attempts, she could not manage to undo it. King Xuan patiently awaited her, yet his gaze upon her grew increasingly fervent. Finally, with a thud, Xue Qingyin inadvertently let the belt slip from her grasp, wondering if the jade pendant dangling from it had. However, she soon found herself too preoccupied to ponder further. King Xuan kissed her once more, this time deeper than before, devouring the remnants of her lipstick. Xue Qingyin felt as though he had transformed into a figure of sharp sweat. Soon dampened the wisps of hair on her forehead. Xue Qingyin had no choice but to embrace his waist, tightening her hold. The night stretched on, long enough that her memories of what transpired became hazy. When she next opened her eyes, Xue Qingyin blinked. Was it still night? Scanning the nearby candlestick, she noticed that the red candles had been replaced with fresh ones. A sudden realization struck her. Had she truly slept an entire day? She propped herself against the edge of the bed, attempting to sit up, when a pair of strong arms enveloped her, lifting her effortlessly and helping her to sit properly. The blanket slipped from her body, only to be pulled back and secured by those same hands. "Are you cold?" came King Xuan's deep voice. Xue Qingyin shook her head, taking a gentle breath. She finally turned to face King Xuan. The moment she did, her eyes widened in astonishment. The lipstick stain around his neck had vanished, yet how was there now a mark from her teeth? Had she bitten him? The memory eluded her, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she hastily averted her gaze, exclaiming, "I am hungry. Have I really slept for so long?" King Xuan responded, "The kitchen has prepared food, and it shall be served shortly." Xue Qingyin nodded, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Did I frighten you, your highness, by sleeping for such an extended period?" Would he assume she had been overwhelmed by him? King Xuan replied nonchalantly, "No." Xue Qingyin exhaled in relief, kicking aside the blanket as she prepared to rise and dressed. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, her knees buckled, and she felt utterly drained, as though she had just descended from a mountain. King Xuan, quick to react, caught her in his embrace, and she found herself seated upon his lap. Oblivious to any impropriety, she chastised him. "My skin is red and sore, your highness should be gentler." King Xuan's expression darkened, yet she remained unaware, as she faced away from him. He uttered a single syllable, low and barely audible. Xue Qingyin couldn't help but feel his response was somewhat dismissive. Unable to resist, she turned to observe his expression. To her surprise, he was gazing intently at. Instantly, Xue Qingyin fell silent, sliding off his lap to sit on the floor, breathlessly declaring, "I am so tired, I cannot move. Your highness, please fetch my garments." King Xuan retrieved her clothing from the side, lifting Xue Qingyin from the ground. "Support me," he instructed. Those three words were familiar, having been spoken frequently the night before. Xue Qingyin's mind drifted back to the tender moments they had shared. A blush crept across her cheeks as she stepped back, steadying herself against the bedpost. King Xuan observed her actions, arching an eyebrow but saying nothing. He stood before her, meticulously dressing her in her attire. At that moment, Xue Qingyin felt a twinge of discomfort. It felt peculiar for King Xuan to be the one assisting her in dressing, and nonetheless, given the circumstances, she felt it would be ungracious to voice her discomfort, and thus she swallowed her shyness. With nothing else to occupy her thoughts, she fixated on King Xuan's stern yet handsome visage. As she gazed, she recalled the way his sharp features had softened in the flickering candlelight when he leaned down to kiss her. Now she understood. A man as cold as King Xuan could be fervent and passionate in intimate moments. Clad in his formal attire, the weight of his garments concealed the fierceness within. Lost in her musings, she stifled a yawn just as a maid entered with food, coincidentally as she finished dressing. After refreshing herself, she languidly settled at the table, first sipping water, then enjoying porridge, with King Xuan keeping her company. As they dined, Xue Qingyin suddenly realized she felt remarkably refreshed, devoid. It dawned on her that King Xuan had likely carried her to bathe while she was unconscious. Stealing a glance at King Xuan's hands as he held his chopsticks, she mused, indeed, his hands possessed great strength. My father is aware of your frail condition and did not chastise you. Instead, he has bestowed additional rewards. More rewards? Wait a moment, Xue Qingyin pondered with a furrowed brow. Surely, the three. She earnestly questioned him, may I avoid entering the palace for the rest of my life to pay my respects? After all, she was merely a secondary consort. Chapter 91. King Xuan nodded and replied, that will suffice. He continued, if the festive season arrives, feigning illness will be the solution. Xue Qingyin, a palace maid, tidying up the dishes nearby, cast a discreet glance at Xue Qingyin's posture, only to have her brows furrow deeply in disapproval. Such a demeanor was something the maid had never witnessed before. Yet, she chose to endure it, pretending not to notice and lowering her gaze once more. Will you not go tomorrow? King Xuan's voice rang out again. Xue Qingyin queried, is it impossible? However, His Majesty will bestow rewards upon you. He paused momentarily before asking, do you not desire it, Qingyin? Xue Qingyin was even after leaving the bed, he still calls her Qingyin. King Xuan's expression was stern, yet his tone bore the same intimacy as on their wedding night, low and filled with an unusual closeness. Regaining her composure, Xue Qingyin averted her gaze and asked, how does your highness know there are further rewards? Wasn't it already granted? Does Qingyin not believe me? Xue Qingyin bit her lip. When he addressed her in such a manner, she could not help but recall their passionate moments together. Yet, one ought not to be overly conscious of such matters. With a gentle sigh, she remarked, your highness. Reflecting on this, Xue Qingyin quickly resolved, very well, I shall go tomorrow. Immediately, she exclaimed, your highness truly understands me. You know I cannot bear to refuse a reward. King Xuan listened intently, her words seeming to praise his integrity, yet also revealing deeper sentiments. A corner of his heart softened imperceptibly. As he looked down at her, her hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her loose, azure sleeves enveloped her, accentuating her delicate neck and skin, which glowed like jade. However, there were hints of crimson on that jade-like skin. King Xuan clenched his fingertips. He was aware these marks were the result of his inability to control his strength the previous day, an unfortunate oversight. Your highness? She pondered what to do next. Having slept and eaten well, what should they engage in now? Staring at each other in silence, King Xuan replied, Xue Qingyin curiously inquired, are you not busy today, your highness? Not busy, he stated. Then Xue Qingyin felt perplexed. Did he have more to say? But then, King Xuan approached her and bent down to lift her once again. Instinctively, Xue Qingyin tightened her grip around his neck. Was he going to again? King Xuan's physique was indeed imposing. She felt a twinge of fear, yet could not help but think, though he was somewhat ferocious in bed, he was exceedingly gentle when cradling the back of her neck. As her thoughts wandered, King Xuan placed her onto a beautiful couch and propped a waist pillow behind her. Then, he held down her legs, unyieldingly rolling up her garments. Let me see if it is badly chafed, he said. Xue Qingyin froze, her eyes widening. She regretted saying he had been too forceful, leaving her skin reddened. Now, he truly intended to inspect the damage. In a few swift motions, King Xuan stripped away her garments, causing her to curl her legs instinctively, yet he held her captive, preventing any escape. The flickering candlelight illuminated her skin, which appeared blindingly white. However, upon closer inspection, one could indeed see certain areas had turned red. King Xuan spoke in a hushed tone, I shall. He then turned to the door and quietly instructed the guards outside. Before long, someone delivered the medicine. He showed no inclination to delegate this task to another, deftly uncorking the small vial and dipping into it to retrieve the ointment before leaning down to apply it onto her skin. Yet, the reddened areas were, after all, delicate. Xue Qingyin could not help but want to retract her legs, but King Xuan would not permit it. Annoyed, she scrunched her nose and muttered, it itches. King Xuan, however, showed no intention of relenting, applying pressure. In truth, her statement was somewhat exaggerated. Nonetheless, his grip made her legs weak. What harm was there in embellishing a little? Xue Qingyin became more emboldened. King Xuan allowed her to hold his hand, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Her fingers were slender, while his palm was broad, easily enveloping hers. With a slight movement, she struggled momentarily but could not break free. However, King Xuan seemed in good spirits, softly murmuring, if you do not wish for the ointment. Oh, so he had no intention of pursuing further intimacy. It seemed she had misjudged his character. Xue Qingyin glanced at King Xuan and decided to press her luck. Since I cannot sleep anyway, how about your highness carry me outside to gaze at the stars? This was, perhaps it was merely King Xuan's possessiveness, unwilling for anyone else to bear her, but today, Xue Qingyin was curious whether the formidable King Xuan would truly acquiesce to her spontaneous request and carry her out to see the stars in front of his officials and subordinates. As this thought flitted through her mind, King Xuan set down the vial of ointment, then bent down to clasp her wrist. His expression remained unchanged, yet his lips parted as he said, kiss me, and I shall carry you. Xue Qingyin's eyes widened. Did those words truly come from King Xuan? Was this the same man who had sat in silence in the carriage days prior? Is Qingyin unwilling? He raised an eyebrow, inquiring. She wished to discover just how far she could assert herself in the presence of King Xuan within his own estate. Thus, she clumsily pressed her lips against his lips felt cool. As that thought crossed her mind, the next moment, King Xuan grasped her waist and kissed her back fiercely, like a sudden storm. This kiss was longer than the previous night's, revealing his animalistic side with little restraint. Eventually, she found herself breathless, instinctively biting him. King Xuan released her. Xue Qingyin glanced at him. Well, this was amusing. King Xuan bore her bite mark upon his lips, perfectly. For a brief moment, Xue Qingyin felt guilty, but she quickly brushed it aside. King Xuan did not question her about the bite. Instead, he raised his hand to caress her lips, making her wonder if he had been left swollen from her kiss. Soon, King Xuan bent before her, saying, "Climb on." Xue Qingyin adeptly complied, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. King Xuan carried her directly towards the palace door. The guards outside, alerted by the sound, hurried to open the doors. The magnificent architecture came into view, accompanied by the sight of more than 20 palace attendants waiting outside. Upon seeing King Xuan carrying her, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they promptly knelt in reverence. It was a grand display indeed. Xue Qingyin's gaze swept over them before finally drifting to the sky. However, tonight there were no stars. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. What should she do now? Surely, she could not turn back. After pondering for a moment, she adaptively altered her request, saying, "Your Highness, I no longer wish to see the stars. I would like to behold the royal residence under the night sky." King Xuan did not express anger at her sudden change of heart. He replied softly, "Very well." Yet, even after his affirmation, he did not move. The palace attendants could not help but be curious, cautiously lifting their gazes. At that moment, Xue Qingyin realized her opportunity, leaning over to kiss King Xuan's cheek. King Xuan immediately set off, prompting gasps of astonishment from the palace attendants witnessing the scene. Only Xue Qingyin thought to herself, the cold and unyielding King Xuan is surprisingly easy to appease. Chapter 92 Sleeping together under the night sky. The royal mansion appeared even more silent than during the day. Of course, it had not been particularly lively in the daylight either. During the wedding procession, the number of people. Yet, apart from bowing and greeting, they hardly uttered a word, exuding an air of solemnity. Xue Qingyin rested on the back of Prince Xuan, glancing around. First, she noticed the towering walls, followed by the menacing rock formations of the As they passed through, the palace maids and guards all bowed in reverence, not daring to steal a glance. Xue Qingyin felt a sense of the royal mansion as ironclad authority. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xue Qingyin asked Prince Xuan, "If your highness is not present during the day, may I wander about the mansion alone?" Prince Xuan replied, "Of course, you may." She ought to avoid straying into restricted areas, which would be rather unfortunate. Little did she know, Prince Xuan continued with a nonchalant tone, "The mansion is vast, should you tire halfway." As they walked a little further, the night breeze caressed her skin, and Xue Qingyin squinted slightly, unconsciously tugging at Prince Xuan's shoulder. "Let us return, it's pitch black, and there is nothing much to see." Prince Xuan inquired, "Do you prefer a brightly lit setting?" Xue Qingyin, she replied, "Both are fine." After all, she rarely ventured out at night. Prince Xuan said no more and carried her back to the palace they had just left, the palatial structures of the royal mansion. Upon entering, it felt as though one had stepped into the maw of a colossal beast. The candles within the hall burned brightly. A nearby maid immediately approached, holding a soft fur coat, which she draped over the chair. Prince Xuan gently set Xue Qingyin down, allowing her to sit upon the fur, which softened the hard seat beneath her. Tea and snacks were soon presented to her. At this hour, sleep would surely elude her. Xue Qingyin glanced up at Prince Xuan. He was still here, according to the protocols. Should he not have returned to his quarters after the wedding ceremony? Unaware of Xue Qingyin's inner turmoil, Prince Xuan asked, "Shall I have some It would only dredge up memories of her arduous academic past. Prince Xuan then ordered a chessboard to be brought forth. Was he going to play chess with her? Xue Qingyin sat there, motionless. Once the items were presented, she was taken aback to observe, this is quite similar to the one at Princess Jinxiao's residence. Prince Xuan responded softly, "Indeed." As Xue Qingyin picked up a chess piece, suddenly, she realized, could it be the very same chess set? Prince Xuan remained silent and said, "You may go first, Inin." Xue Qingyin made a random move with a knife, aware of her own limitation. The game stretched on for quite some time, and she found herself shifting in her seat, feeling a bit stiff in the neck. Suddenly, Prince Xuan declared, "You have won." Xue Qingyin jolted awake from her lethargy. What, she had won? Staring at the chessboard, she thought this was quite unreasonable. "Did your highness let me win?" she queried. "Not at all," Prince Xuan replied earnestly. Was he jesting? The last game at Princess Jinxiao's had concluded. This time, after what felt like an eternity, she had inexplicably emerged victorious. Xue Qingyin clicked her tongue. Was it because the circumstances had changed? She asked, "Your highness, do you possess any surefire winning strategies?" Prince Xuan replied, "I cannot possibly win against your highness. Please teach me, so I may win against others in the future." Xue Qingyin argued, "Winning against you holds no real significance." Prince Xuan remains, "Winning should be about defeating outsiders for their money." A subtle smile crept onto Prince Xian's lips as he said, "Very well." He earnestly began teaching Xue Qingyin the strategies of chess, even having go pieces brought in to demonstrate. Xue Qingyin found it rather enjoyable. Perhaps next time, she could win some money from the fourth princess. They remained engrossed in their game for an indeterminate period, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Xue Qingyin yawned languidly, slid off her chair, and requested the maids. Just before closing her eyes, she reminded Prince Xian, "Your Highness, you must wake me tomorrow. I need to enter the palace to receive my rewards." Prince Xian, seated beneath the flickering candlelight, appeared to chuckle softly, replying, "Very well." As Xue Qingyin drifted into a deep slumber, a nearby maid approached, whispering, "Your Highness, this." Prince Xian waved his hand dismissively, "Leave. I shall also rest here." The maid hesitated, but the strict regulations of the royal mansion forbade subordinates from questioning their superiors, leading her to bow her head in withdrawal. Prince Xian removed his outer robe and approached the bedside. Xue Qingyin had curled up into a ball in her sleep, her hair a disheveled mess. Prince Xian lowered his gaze and gently pressed his fingers against her lips, a shadow of darkness swirling in his eyes, ultimately fading into the depths of his gaze. He sat at the edge of the bed for a while before lying down beside Xue Qingyin. For many years, Prince Xian had not shared a bed with anyone. During times of war, he remained vigilant against enemy assassins, rendering him sensitive to the presence of others. Yet, he chose to share this space with Xue Qingyin. At the break of dawn, Xue Qingyin rolled over, inadvertently waking herself. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself nestled in Prince Xian's embrace. How fortunate, she had even bruised his chin in the process. Cautiously, Xue Qingyin lifted her head to peek at him. Thankfully, he remained asleep. She quickly rubbed his chin gently, and the redness faded swiftly. However, Prince Xian's throat suddenly moved, causing Xue Qingyin to startle. She nestled quietly against him, waiting, but Prince Xian showed no signs of waking. That was fine. Peeking outside, she noticed the sky was just beginning to brighten. Not daring to break free, she rested her head on Prince Xian's arm and drifted back to sleep. Xue Qingyin was not known for her graceful sleeping posture. Exhausted from the prior day, she lacked the energy to turn over. With Prince Xian still beside her, her bad habit was now laid bare. As she drowsily contemplated whether to suggest to Prince Xian that they share a bed again in the future, she dismissed the idea, realizing it sounded rather improper. Her mind swirled with disjointed thoughts until she succumbed to sleep once more. At that moment, Prince Xian finally opened his eyes, surveying her tranquil visage. His throat constricted once more, and he discreetly raised his hand to tuck her inner. In the imperial palace, the Empress Dowager wore a displeased expression. "What time is it? How can Xue Qingyin be so slothful? What kind of decorum is this?" Consort 1 sat quietly beside her, offering no comment. Lu Yuehong, seated next to Consort 1, kept her head bowed, appearing meek and compliant. Due to her physical discomfort, she had delayed her first audience, and the previous day's wedding mishap had left her distant from Prince Wei, causing her considerable distress. Little did she expect that Xue Qingyin would be so audacious. Yesterday, she had outright failed to visit the palace to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager, and today, she was also tardy in her audience. One cannot compare oneself to another. In this case, Lu Yuehong felt her pressure dissipate entirely. She merely awaited the spectacle to unfold. Chapter 93. Xue Nujio. Xue Qingyin awoke with a wave of sorrow washed over her. Had her rewards vanished, she rose from the bedding, and as she made the slightest movement, she noticed Prince Xian approaching. Xue Qingyin immediately scolded him, "Your Highness, why did you not call for me? Have we missed the appointed time again?" Prince Xian replied, "It matters not, for it is still daylight." Upon reflection, Xue Qingyin conceded that, indeed, that was the case. It was certainly a marked improvement from the prior day. However, what time are we traditionally expected to enter the palace for an audience? At the Qin hour, he responded. And what time is it now? It is nearly noon. Yet, Xue Qingyin remained undeterred, looking up at Prince Xian with a bright smile. Then shall we not be just in time for lunch? Prince Xian was taken aback by her response. After a moment of silence, he acquiesced. Indeed. With newfound vigor, Xue Qingyin declared, "Then let us be on our way." The palace attendants hurriedly assisted. Prince Xian rode on horseback while Xue Qingyin was carried in a sedan chair. Halfway through their journey, Prince Xian handed her a package from outside. Upon opening it, Xue Qingyin discovered food similar to the dumpling rice offered to her on her wedding day. It seemed this was the very item he had taken from his servant earlier. With sustenance to fortify her, she refreshed herself with some tea. By the time they reached the palace, Xue Qingyin felt invigorated, entirely free of discomfort. At the entrance, a eunuch awaited their arrival, drenched in sweat, who bowed and said, "Your Highness and the esteemed consort, please follow me to the Jishan Hall to pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager." Prince Xian coldly replied, "First, we shall proceed to the Taiha Hall." The eunuch's expression changed dramatically, sweat pouring even more, but Prince Xian disregarded his protests and led Xue Qingyin directly to the Taiha Hall. Xue Qingyin whispered to him, "Are we to see His Majesty first?" Prince Xian confirmed, "Yes." In the Taiha Hall, Emperor Liang sat at his desk, one hand propping his forehead, his face as somber as the sea. Having not seen Prince Xian for 2 days, he felt a tinge of unease. "Your Majesty, it approaches noon, shall we serve the meal?" a nearby eunuch inquired respectfully. Emperor Liang waved his hand dismissively, "I have no appetite." The eunuch's face reflected concern. "Your Majesty must—" Prince Xian corrected her, "Now it is Father Emperor." Emperor Liang's displeasure was evident as he opened his mouth to speak, only to swallow his words. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager learned of Prince Xian's arrival. Furrowing her brow, she asked, why has Prince Xian not yet appeared? The little eunuch who had come to report shrank back, stammering, Prince Xian, he has already gone to the Taiha Hall. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened immediately. Consort 1 exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had been waiting for 2 hours, and it was clear the Empress Dowager was truly enraged. Prince Xian, showing no— After today, would the Empress Dowager not harbor a deep resentment towards Xue Qingyin? With a protective instinct, the Empress Dowager would naturally attribute Prince Xian's behavior to her influence, just as if Prince Wei ever dared defy her, she would hold Lu Yuehong accountable. Suppressing her anger, the Empress Dowager coldly instructed, you may wait outside the Taiha Hall. If you do not bring Prince Xian along, do not return. The young eunuch trembled, reluctantly nodding in compliance. Meanwhile, Emperor Liang, like an irritable matron, intended to teach Xue Qingyin a lesson. He only inquired of Prince Xian, have you had your breakfast? Prince Xian replied, I have not. Prince Xian suggested, since I entered the palace late today, I would like to share a meal with Father Emperor and Qingyin. Emperor Liang was even more astonished. He had previously struggled to keep Prince Xian by his side for meals, yet today he seemed to have changed. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Liang beckoned a court attendant, go tell the kitchen to prepare 2 of Prince Xian's favorite dishes. The attendant cheerfully complied. In a better mood, Emperor Liang turned his attention to Xue Qingyin. The last time I saw you was in the Lotus Garden. Do you remember me? Xue Qingyin had mastered the art of flattery, her voice sweet as honey. I remember vividly. Later at the palace banquet, I realized that the imposing figure who exuded authority without anger was none other than the current emperor. It was truly a surprise. Her words brought a smile to Emperor Liang's face. He chuckled, that day you suffered some grievances, but perhaps it was fate that brought you and Prince Xian together. With this sentiment, Emperor Liang began to believe that perhaps they were indeed a match made in heaven. He continued, I have heard you are frail, how is your health now? Xue Qingyin blinked innocently, her expression sincere as she replied, the imperial physician. Outside, the young eunuch had been waiting for quite some time at the Taiha Hall. He had not anticipated that Prince Xian and the emperor would have so much to discuss. Before long, he saw the kitchen staff arrive, presumably to serve the meal. The young eunuch's face paled at the thought. Could it be that Prince Xian intended to remain in the Taiha Hall for lunch? If so, what would he report back to the Empress Dowager? Unable to contain his anxiety, the young eunuch dared to send a message through a palace servant waiting outside. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has sent someone to wait outside. After a moment of silence, he turned to Prince Xian and asked, did you come directly to see me upon entering the palace today? Prince Xian nodded. Emperor Liang scolded, you should have first paid your respects to the Empress Dowager. Yet there was no trace of reproach on his face. Rather, he was delighted. He was pleased that Prince Xian deemed him more significant than the Empress Dowager. Send those waiting from the Empress Dowager's palace back, and tell them that I have invited Prince Xian to dine. He will come to pay his respects once he is finished. Emperor Liang's tone was light-hearted. The young eunuch outside, upon receiving the decree, felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Yet, he had no alternative but to return with trepidation. Upon hearing the report, the Empress Dowager's fury escalated, feeling deeply humiliated. Consort 1 need not remain here any longer, you may return with the wife of Prince Wei. The Empress Dowager suppressed her rage as she spoke. At this moment, Consort 1 paid no heed to the Empress Dowager's displeasure and bowed to take her leave. Once outside, her expression shifted slightly. The emperor retained Prince Xian for a meal? The new bride of Prince Wei had not received such treatment previously. There had been little warmth between Prince Xian and the emperor, their interactions cold and distant, yet now, it seemed their relationship had transformed. Could it truly be that Xue Qingyin had played a role in this change? As Consort 1 pondered this, she glanced at Lu Yuehong, realizing that she had perhaps underestimated the situation. Xiao Xinyu was sharp-witted, but alas, her parents were far away in the Jiannan region, preventing her from becoming the principal consort and wielding any real influence. Consort 1 felt a twinge of frustration. Meanwhile, Emperor Liang's gaze towards Xue Qingyin softened considerably. Though her beauty was somewhat excessive, her graceful demeanor and close bond with Prince Xian alleviated his greatest concern. 4 years prior, he had sent a beauty to Prince Xian, only to have calamity strike the household. Emperor Liang had discreetly ventured to the estate and found the beauty pale and trembling, terrified to the point of collapse. Despite her best attempts at seduction, Prince Xian had shown no interest, almost harming her in the process. Emperor Liang had feared that Prince Xian's repressed emotions were stifling his humanity, yet now, seeing Xue Qingyin thriving and so close to Prince Xian, he felt reassured that their relationship was progressing positively. Emperor Liang's expression grew more affectionate, even tinged with a hint of pity, which left Xue Qingyin bewildered. He inquired, what do you enjoy eating? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes. His fondness for her was evident. Xue Qingyin thought to herself that she longed for spicy crayfish, but doubted he could procure it for her. Thus, she obediently replied, I have never tasted any of the dishes you enjoy, Your Majesty. I wonder which ones are delectable, may I sample them all? Her innocent demeanor made her seem like a simple soul, devoid of ulterior motives. Emperor Liang laughed heartily. The palace cuisine boasts an extensive variety. You could hardly sample them all in one meal. After a pause, he added, come again tomorrow to dine with me and Prince Xian. Chapter 94 A double reward for one. The emperor's dining etiquette was riddled with numerous regulations. Moreover, after being emperor for an extended period, even the most exquisite dishes prepared by the imperial kitchen could lose their novelty. Liang the emperor often found his appetite waning mid-meal. However, Xue Qingyin possessed an exceptionally hearty appetite. The flavors of the royal cuisine were perhaps merely adequate, yet the ingredients were always of the highest caliber. She was unreserved, not waiting for the palace maids to serve her, and began to eat with her chopsticks. Liang the emperor observed her for a moment, and his appetite was piqued. He inquired, "How does it taste?" He presumed Xue Qingyin would declare that she had never tasted anything so delightful. To his surprise, she candidly replied, "This golden bell dish is the most delicious, the others pale in comparison." Liang the emperor chuckled, "Could it be that you have savored even finer delicacies?" Xue Qingyin nodded, stating, "At my family estate, there are indeed better dishes." Liang the emperor was not offended. He merely remarked, "Such bold claims. If Father Emperor were to try it one day, he would understand," she retorted, prompting a smile from Liang the emperor as he quipped, "Indeed, your business acumen has reached even my ears." Xue Qingyin shook her head, responding, "We are Father Emperor, this is simply keeping our wealth within the family." Her words were pleasing to the ear, and Liang the emperor set down his chopsticks, exclaiming, "Excellent, I shall indeed make a visit to sample it one day." Yet, upon finishing this statement, he adopted a serious tone, declaring, "The imperial kitchen is not inferior to the cooks at your estate. Rather, those in high positions must not indulge in worldly pleasures." He gestured at several dishes, adding, "This, for instance, is a worldly pleasure." Xue Qingyin silently mused that enjoying one's fortune should not be a source of suffering. No wonder the individuals in the palace appeared somewhat mentally unsteady. Nevertheless, on this day, Liang the emperor surprisingly consumed a few more bites. With Xue Qingyin present, the atmosphere between him and Prince Xian was notably less tense. After their meal, the palace attendants approached to clear the dishes, and Liang the emperor announced, "I shall accompany you to pay respects to the Empress Dowager." This indicated his intention to protect Prince Xian and Xue Qingyin. The Empress Dowager had not even partaken in lunch, only feeding on her ire. Gritting her teeth, she lamented to the matron beside her, "How can Prince Xian be so close to the emperor? How can he?" "Your Highness, the emperor is quite astute, and with Prince Xian's increasing power, he may have no choice but to temper his ambition and draw closer to the emperor," the matron consoled. The Empress Dowager found no solace in these words. Her tone grew darker. "I fear that if he grows too close, the pretense may become reality, and I shall be cast aside as merely a grandmother." At that moment, her words were interrupted. "Your Highness, Prince Xian has arrived, and His Majesty—" The Empress Dowager's expression turned grim. "Let them enter." Xue Qingyin followed the highest-ranking figures of the palace into the chamber, and respectfully bowed. "Qingyin pays her respects to Her Highness." However, Liang the emperor turned, grinning as he mimicked Prince Xian's earlier. Observing this, Liang the emperor felt an immense sense of satisfaction. If he could irritate the Empress Dowager, he no longer felt discomfort himself. "Why do you not correct yourself?" Liang the emperor urged. Xue Qingyin, taken aback, thought, "This was the emperor's instigation, not my fault." "I shall address you as grandmother," she obediently replied. The Empress Dowager, still fuming, retorted, "A mere Prince Xian is not born of the primary consort. Does that mean he cannot call you grandmother?" The Empress Dowager was momentarily silenced. Her affection for Prince Xian far exceeded that for the crown prince born of the Empress, and she would have preferred that he— The emperor's words left her with no retort. However, that did not mean she could not retaliate in other ways. The Empress Dowager coldly stated, "It may be permissible to call me grandmother in front of me, but in the Wangfu, one must recognize one's place. Do not confuse rank and propriety, lest you act inappropriately." This was a warning, a show of authority, yet, Liang the emperor pointed to Xue Qingyin, declaring, "I find her quite Her anger flared. "Well-behaved? She did not visit the palace yesterday, and today her respects are tardy. What sort of well-behaved individual is this? Her frail health is known throughout the capital. Did not the Princess of Wei also miss an appointment due to her ill health?" Liang the emperor countered effortlessly. Lu Yuron would never have imagined that Liang the emperor would use her as an example to absolve Xue Qingyin. Indeed, the Princess of Wei is in a similar predicament. "It appears that no one regards me at all," the Empress Dowager complained. "Who would dare not regard you? Am I not here to pay you my respects?" The Empress Dowager would have preferred if he had not come, as now she found herself unable to punish. Should she dawdle again tomorrow, she warned, her patience wearing thin. As a consort, she ought to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager daily. It is she who is unworthy. Liang the emperor. The Empress Dowager was furious. Now he suddenly remembered she was a consort. The emperor's standards were indeed too flexible. "I have a headache. Let us end this." The Empress Dowager turned her head away. "However, even if he does not speak, as his father, I must speak for him." Liang the emperor paused momentarily before continuing. "After all, it is a newlywed couple, and I rewarded Prince Xian and Qingyin yesterday. Mother should also bestow some rewards." The Empress Dowager remained silent. She wanted to retort, "A mere consort." Yet she caught herself just in time. The emperor was willing to tolerate Xue Qingyin to win over Prince Xian. If she refused to grant rewards now, would she not be allowing the emperor to play the benefactor? The Empress Dowager's expression flickered, and she finally forced a semblance of kindness, stating, "I had also intended to address this matter yesterday, but I forgot when Prince Xian was delayed. Additionally, grant a set of malachite dishes and 9 gold ingots." 9 gold ingots, if exchanged for silver, amounted to about 2,000 taels. However, the Empress Dowager was unaware of the emperor's generous rewards and was reluctant to part with too much. After a brief hesitation, she added, and a mirror of 8-petal water lily design, a pair of jade rings, and a pair of butterfly-patterned gold hairpins. Xue Qingyin was taken aback. She had done nothing, yet fortune fell from the sky. Immediately, she sweetly expressed, "Thank you, grandmother, for your gift." Upon hearing her address, the Empress Dowager felt a tightening in her chest. "Enough, enough, everyone may leave," she said. Liang the Emperor led them out. Once outside the Grand Hall, he turned to Xue Qingyin, unable to restrain his admiration. "You are quite astute." She remained unfazed, her composure unshaken. With his encouragement, she had truly. Liang the Emperor remarked, "You should return to rest. I still have matters to report to Father Emperor," Prince Xian suddenly declared in a low voice. Liang the Emperor nodded, then Qingyin, Prince Xian gently stroked Xue Qingyin's head, saying, "You may go and play in the Qingxi Hall." Liang the Emperor nodded and promptly dispatched someone to accompany Xue Qingyin. He then turned to inquire, "What matter do you wish to discuss, Prince Xian?" Qingxi Hall was the very place Prince Xian had previously brought her to play. It was here that the Emperor had stumbled upon their affair. For Xue Qingyin, it felt familiar. The palace attendants, upon seeing Xue Qingyin being escorted by the inner attendant, dared not be negligent. Soon, over 20 attendants were accompanying her in her merriment, swinging on swings, playing cards, and even bringing in shadow puppeteers to entertain her. It was a scene of pure joy. Before long, a eunuch approached with a tray. On it lay several gold ingots, heavier than those bestowed by the Empress Dowager. His Majesty said that today, Prince Xian and consort are displaying great filial. The attendants at Qingxi Hall fell silent, glancing at one another. Though she was a consort, such a reward was indeed unprecedented. Xue Qingyin was momentarily stunned before accepting the tray. "Wow, this is heavy and substantial." Prince Xian truly understood the temperaments of the two great powers in the harem. Her rewards were certainly not diminished, and in fact, exceeded those from the Empress Dowager. Overjoyed, Xue Qingyin rummaged through her pockets and brought out some golden melon seeds, generously rewarding the attendants who had played with her, including the one who brought the gold ingots. Such generosity made the attendants elated, showering her with thanks. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the other side had grown tense. The Empress Dowager dares to conspire with the previous dynasty, attempting to frame Qingyin's family through the matter of buying official positions. The Emperor spoke sternly. After Xue Qingyin and Prince Xian had mentioned this incident, he had investigated thoroughly. He had awaited the right moment to inform the Emperor today. The Emperor felt a mix of anger at the Empress Dowager's overreach and pleasure at Prince Xian's report, which clearly indicated a son seeking. The Emperor found this rather satisfying. No matter how powerful Prince Xian became, when faced with issues, he still sought his father, did he not? The Emperor felt a sense of assurance, hiding his delight as he patted Prince Xian's shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, I will seek justice for Qingyin. Since she is someone you cherish, I shall naturally look after her." He was not the same as the Empress Dowager. Chapter 95. Thank you for the invitation. I might. King Xian bypassed them and walked directly to Xue Qingyin's side. She lifted her face and inquired, "Are we heading back?" "Yes," he replied. "I haven't finished watching this shadow play," Xue Qingyin said, her tone tinged with regret, yet she rose nonetheless. King Xian glanced over the multitude of court performers kneeling before him. These individuals had been introduced to the court during the reign of the late Empress, as she had a fondness for such entertainment. After her passing, the noble ladies gradually ceased to summon them for performances. King Xian's gaze flickered, and he asked, "Do you enjoy shadow plays?" "This is my first time witnessing one, and it is indeed quite novel," Xue Qingyin responded. King Xian nodded slightly and instructed those around him to present Xue Qingyin with rewards. Subsequently, the two of them walked side by side, stepping out together. The palace attendants, witnessing Xue Qingyin walking alongside King Xian, gaped in astonishment. It wasn't until their figures vanished from sight that they snapped back to reality and returned their jaws to their rightful places. Once outside the palace and seated in the carriage, Xue Qingyin began to tally her rewards for the day. King Xian, mounted upon his steed, rode parallel to the carriage, able to hear the rustling sounds emanating from within. After an indeterminate amount of time spent rummaging, he suddenly heard her remark, "Your Highness truly possesses remarkable foresight." Immediately following, she lifted the curtain. King Xian appeared somewhat disinterested, merely glancing at it before looking away. Xue Qingyin promptly closed the box and playfully tugged at the hem of his robe. King Xian paused and then redirected his gaze back to her. The bodyguards trailing behind observed as the concubine beckoned King Xian with her finger. Such a gesture was undeniably audacious, yet, King Xian leaned down, bringing his ear closer to her. "What is it?" he inquired. Suddenly, Xue Qingyin thrust her head forward, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. "It's nothing," she stated casually. King Xian was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he straightened up, his eyes now reflecting a deeper intensity as he regarded Xue Qingyin. She lowered the curtain again but secretly peeked out from a corner. She could see King Xian's grip on the reins had tightened significantly, the veins on the back of his hand visibly straining. Indeed, it was effective. A mere kiss had transformed his earlier nonchalance into evident concern. Xue Qingyin found this rather amusing. They continued to advance in silent accord, as if nothing had transpired. However, the bodyguards behind them were nearly in shock. In broad daylight, such intimacy. His Highness's silence was tantamount to indulgence. Half an hour later, Xue Qingyin sat alone in the hall. Upon seeing the steward enter, she queried, "What have you summoned me for?" The steward bowed respectfully, stating, "The people of the estate have yet to pay their respects to the concubine. Today, I dared to bring them forth." Xue Qingyin pondered. If she wished to live comfortably within the royal residence, she ought not to refuse. "Then please, what is your surname, steward?" "I am surnamed Lu." "Then I shall trouble you, Steward Lu," Xue Qingyin replied politely. After bowing once more to Xue Qingyin, he turned to summon the other palace attendants. "These are the ones serving in the Sunshine Hall. And these are from the kitchen." Steward Lu introduced each one in turn, seemingly to help Xue Qingyin understand the estate structure and the roles of different individuals. Xue Qingyin felt overwhelmed. Managing such a vast royal residence was certainly no trivial matter. Fortunately, given her status, she could reasonably adopt a laid-back approach. Steward Lu noticed Xue Qingyin's growing fatigue and gently suggested, "Concubine, please bear with it a bit longer, we are nearing the final few." With that, he clapped his hands. Soon after, a few slightly older palace attendants entered the room. "This group has come from the Eastern Palace," Steward Lu announced. Xue Qingyin, now slightly more alert, inquired, "If I am the wet nurse of the crown prince during King Xian's youth, I also tended to him for a few days." Such details were naturally not chronicled in the original text. Xue Qingyin suddenly realized that King Xian had indeed been nurtured under the empress's care. The individual bowed again, adding, "Today, to meet the concubine is indeed a delight. You are a truly enchanting beauty." "However, your frame is rather slender. It would be wise to nourish yourself more." Xue Qingyin disliked unsolicited advice and despised condescension, so she waved her hand dismissively, stating, "Have you not heard that one cannot gain from an empty vessel?" The individual fell silent for a moment before responding. "Then it is even more imperative to carefully regulate your health." She languidly yawned and said, "Steward Lu, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." She paid no mind to Jinnani. Steward Lu hastily replied, "There is still." He clapped his hands again, and soon 2 bodyguards entered, carrying a large chest. Xue Qingyin straightened up. "What now? More gifts?" Steward Lu ordered the chest to be opened, but what lay before Xue Qingyin were books. "This is the ledger for the various estates of the royal residence. Except for those on the fief, everything is contained herein." Steward Lu explained. The accounts pertaining to the fief were managed by the royal officials, and such matters involving tax revenue would never be presented to Xue Qingyin. Nevertheless, even so, a chest full of ledgers was enough to astonish anyone. Xue Qingyin pointed to herself. "For me?" Steward Lu nodded, simultaneously producing an item and respectfully presenting it to her, saying, "This is the key to the storerooms of the royal residence." Xue Qingyin fell silent. This was not right. Did we not agree that I would merely be a concubine? Why am I now expected to oversee these matters? "And this is the seal." Steward Lu continued to extract items. "Wait, Xue Qi." Steward Lu paused, displaying a look of astonishment. Wasn't she supposed to be overjoyed to receive such authority over the royal household? Sometimes, even the main wives of ordinary families might not attain such power. Xue Qingyin was very clear about her own capabilities. The Xue family's assets were different. On one hand, she had the support of Madame Xue, and on the other, even if she squandered the Xue family's fortune, she would feel no guilt. So long as it did not fall into Yi Songning's hands, anything was acceptable. However, the assets of King Xian's residence were meant to support the entire household. If squandered, to put it mildly, wouldn't her luxurious lifestyle be jeopardized? More seriously, how would the troops be sustained? Maintaining an army was quite costly. Thus, the concubine should indeed focus on nurturing her health. Jinnani interjected opportunely. "Xue Qingyin, something is amiss. You, an elderly wet nurse, are witnessing Steward Lu hand over the household's resources. Are you solely concerned about whether I can bear children for King Xian, in the Wei royal residence?" The elderly wet nurse there also maintained a stoic expression as she advised Lu Yuetong to take care of her health. "The princess is frail. Today you have only consumed a single dish. How can you strengthen yourself and bear offspring soon?" Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Lu Yuetong felt a wave of embarrassment. However, thinking of the wet nurse's harsh tone, she could not help but frown. The elderly wet nurse, seemingly oblivious, continued, "Yesterday, the Wei King did not stay in the princess's quarters. Do you know the reason?" Lu Yuetong, suppressing her shame, replied, "I do not know." The elderly wet nurse said, "The princess should reflect upon this. If one day the concubine becomes pregnant before you." She had not anticipated that an elderly wet nurse would dare to speak to her in such a manner, and she retorted, "Then just ensure that the concubine is given contraceptive medicine. Once I bear a legitimate son, only then will I allow her to conceive." The elderly wet nurse regarded her, her brow furrowing even more, as if she were looking at a fool. "What does the princess think? She is not a mere lowly servant. Her father is the governor of Jiannan. How can one carelessly administer contraceptive medicine to her?" Lu Yuetong's annoyance grew with every word, and she snapped, "You, a mere servant, dare to instruct me?" The elderly wet nurse remained. "Should the princess harbor any grievances, please express them to the noble consort at tomorrow's court audience." She was barely managing to curry favor with her mother-in-law. How could she dare to voice her discontent to Lu Yuetong, fuming, furrowed her brow, yearning for some good news to ease her agitation. She turned to the maid beside her and asked, "Has there been any news from King Xian's residence today?" But it was the elderly wet nurse who answered, her face stern. A mere concubine has managed to win the favor of both the Empress Dowager and the current sovereign, the elderly wet nurse remarked coldly. The princess must strive harder. How to strive harder? Lu Yuetong felt both angry and confused. Should she emulate Xue Qingyin and sleep until the sun reached its zenith before visiting the palace to pay her respects? Chapter 96. The helpful Xue Qingyin. As dusk gradually enveloped the residence, particularly near the Cunning Heart Palace, where the light shone brilliantly even in the profound silence of the night, the candlelight infused the air with a lively ambience. Fang Qingzhong followed the prince into the palace. Momentarily, Fang Qingzhong quickly corrected himself. I mean, will all authority be turned over to the side consort? He paused, unable to suppress his confusion. But why does she? He dreaded that the prince might suspect him of meddling and refused to relinquish power. The prince, however, showed no sign of agitation, though a fleeting expression of disappointment flickered in his eyes. He spoke gravely. Very well, let it be as she wishes. Is it not preferable to be a person of real authority? Fang Qingzhong shook his head in perplexity. I had thought Miss Xue to be quite an astute individual. The prince furrowed his brow, responding coldly. She feared unwittingly stepping into the forbidden zones of the palace. As the prince spoke, he cast another glance at Fang Qingzhong, his tone frigid. Do not speak of her. Fang Qingzhong was taken. I should not have speculated about the side consort. Your Highness, Steward Lu interjected weakly, Mr. Kong and the others have been awaiting you for quite some time. I am aware, the prince replied, but instead of heading to the study, he made his way toward the Cunning Heart Palace. Inside the Cunning Heart Palace, Xue Qingyin had long succumbed to slumber. Initially, she had contemplated putting on a show now that she was a wife, but the prince was simply too occupied. As the moon reached its zenith, she patted her backside and retired for the night, leaving the attending maidens in a state of indecision, unable to utter a word. Upon entering, the prince noticed the commotion, prompting one of the maidens to spring up and attempt to rouse Xue Qingyin. Do not move, the prince commanded. The maiden froze, quickly retracting her hand and kneeling on the ground, trembling and too fearful to lift her head. The prince, with an expressionless demeanor, leaned down, his fingers brushing the spot where the maiden had just touched. With a gentle flick of his fingers, he smoothed out the small piece of fabric. Suddenly, Xue Qingyin stirred. The prince momentarily stiffened. Fearing he had awakened her, however, she merely turned over, caught in a half-dream. Unable to distinguish between dream and reality, she murmured, Prince. Prince. The prince leaned closer, straining to hear her words. If the prince returns, call me again. The prince remained still, a deeper shadow crossing his gaze as he felt an urge to lean down and kiss her. Nevertheless, reluctant to wake her, he restrained himself. In that moment, he could only imagine the essence of such an experience. Although Xue Qingyin had not truly lit a lamp for him, he felt it was close enough. Straightening up, he turned to leave, and upon reaching the door, instructed, proceed with caution so as not to. The prince deliberated on affairs until deep into the night, choosing not to return alone on the expansive bed. Xue Qingyin tossed and turned in her sleep. Upon waking, she sat on the bed in a daze before feigning a longing for the prince, asking, Did his highness not return yesterday? He did return and even came to see you, came the response. Xue Qingyin pondered for a moment, but could not recall anything at all. A hint of eagerness emerged as she asked, Is his highness up now? I do not know, but I believe his highness stayed at the Crane Cloud. As the maid led the way, she could not help but ask, why is it somewhat out of the way? Indeed, the Crane Cloud Palace is adjacent to the East Study, making it rather secluded. Xue Qingyin found it puzzling that such a grand prince would reside in such a remote area. The Cunning Heart Palace is where his highness normally resides. Xue Qingyin's expression fell. She had initially thought the prince shared her bed. It turned out she had usurped his rightful place, driving him to sleep in a secluded palace. Wiping her face, Xue Qingyin remarked, then there is no issue. Upon her arrival at the Crane Cloud Palace, she found Du Hongxue waiting outside, likely with urgent matters requiring the princess' attention. It was evident how challenging it was to manage a household, which solidified her resolve not to take on responsibilities at the palace. Xue Qingyin sighed in admiration of the situation. The maid outside, upon seeing her, hurriedly bowed to report. Xue Qingyin initially intended to stop her, hoping to emulate the prince's tenderness from the previous night by saying that he was busy with military affairs and deserved to rest a while longer while she waited outside. However, upon glancing at the increasingly bright sunlight, she deemed it rather inconvenient. Thus, she swiftly altered her approach, stating, If the prince has awakened, please tell him that I miss him dearly. Upon hearing this, Du Hongxue, standing nearby, widened his eyes. Though it was none of his business, the innocent youth could not help but blush. Stealing a glance at Xue Qingyin, he mused that the Xue family girl was quite clingy. If only he could find someone like that. Du Hongxue thought to himself, such a delicate and affectionate girl would be irresistible to anyone. Meanwhile, as the maid entered, she meticulously relayed Xue Qingyin's words to the prince. The side consort said that if your highness awakens, please inform you that she misses. Standing in place, as he listened to the maid's voice, he gradually envisioned Xue Qingyin's expression as she spoke those words. It must have been enchanting, he thought. Beside him, the palace maid lowered her head, holding out garments, secretly thinking that such words were quite audacious, perhaps even a bit scandalous. The prince was known for his severity and lack of humor, and one could only fear how he might react to such declarations. Just as he pondered this, the prince coldly commanded, What are you dawdling for? Invite her in. Yes, yes. The maid hurried off without delay. Before long, Xue Qingyin entered, adorned in resplendent attire, fluttering toward him like a joyous butterfly. The prince gazed upon her, feeling a warmth spread within him, softening his heart. Xue Qingyin, noticing his outstretched arms, was blissfully unaware that a palace maid was preparing to drape a robe over the prince. Without hesitation, she rushed into his embrace. The princess' gaze flickered, and with one hand, he securely wrapped around her waist, holding her close. Xue Qingyin nestled against him, exhaling softly. Oh, he was holding her a bit too tightly. It was as if he wished to meld her into his very being, just as one might read in a book. She had no choice but to struggle slightly, pushing against his attire. Your Highness, before she could even complete her motion, the princess sash came undone. I did not intend for that to happen, Xue Qingyin thought, but she could not resist exploring a bit further. The texture of the princess' abdomen was simply sublime. Qingyin, do not move. The prince seized her hand, his voice carrying a husky timbre from his morning slumber. He immediately released her. Xue Qingyin blinked, puzzled. She obediently withdrew her hand, standing still and responding, oh. In that moment, she sensed something was off about the prince. His gaze was dark, his throat bobbing as he stared at her, almost as if he wished to consume her whole. She quickly asked, are we still to enter the palace today to dine with his majesty? The prince, somewhat taken aback, replied, yes. After a pause, he added, first, we shall head to the East Palace. I wish to introduce you to someone. Xue Qingyin began to discern the prince's unusual demeanor. Taking a step closer, she draped her arm around his shoulder, pulling him down slightly so he could hear her better. She then whispered, Your Highness, do you need my assistance? In an instant, the prince's expression changed, drawing her close and lowering his head to capture her lips in a kiss. The palace maids were left stunned. The prince broke the kiss almost immediately, his gaze icy as he surveyed them, commanding, leave at once. Chapter 97. Disturbing the sickly nest. When Xue Qingyin was forcefully pressed onto the bed, she instinctively raised her hand to grasp the bed curtain. With a sharp crack, the glass hook hanging above fell to the ground. In her muddled thoughts, she reflected on how burdensome their encounters had become. The last time, she had shattered the jade pendant at the waist of Prince Xian. Now, she had broken the glass hook again. His songing was not entirely wrong. She indeed possessed a certain talent for squandering. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Prince Xian firmly gripped. She withdrew her thoughts, placing her palm against him. Prince Xian stiffened momentarily, and in that instant, his gaze upon her turned even more predatory, clumsy yet playful. This was Xue Qingyin. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she finally lifted her gaze to meet Prince Xian's visage. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she quickly withdrew her hand and retorted, how vexing, I merely wished to be helpful, yet it seems I am the one suffering. She struggled to escape. Outside, the unfortunate Du Hongxue stood, nearly numb from standing still. At last, the door swung open, revealing Xue Qingyin emerging first. However, after just 2 steps, she stumbled slightly. Prince Xian promptly reached out from behind to steady her at the waist. The innocent youth Du Hongxue observed Xue Qingyin but could discern nothing amiss, only noting her slightly disheveled hair. Prince Xian raised his hand to adjust her hairpin once more. Du Hongxue thought to himself, had the prince been playing with someone else's hair inside? It was at this moment that Prince Xian turned his attention to Du Hongxue and inquired, what is it? Du Hongxue immediately adopted a serious demeanor, casting a hesitant glance at Xue Qingyin. Prince Xian's voice deepened, speak. Xue Qingyin mused that she could very well choose not to listen, yet she found herself too lazy to move and stood by, listening alongside him. The Anqi army is in great turmoil. The Grand Secretary Su Hao, sent to pacify them, has been taken hostage. Xue Qingyin thought to herself that it sounded like a military rebellion had occurred in some region. However, that should not be the case. The nation was currently in a time of peace. How could such chaos arise? She turned her gaze to Prince Xian's countenance, only to find his expression unchanged. Du Hongxue could not help but exclaim, had this matter been entrusted to His Highness sooner, it would not have escalated to this extent, yet the Emperor chose to hand it over to others. The friction between civil and military officials is already palpable. With Su Hao's departure, has it not only added fuel to the fire? Prince Xian replied nonchalantly, a blessing in disguise, who can say it? There is no need to concern ourselves with this matter. Du Hongxue responded quietly, understood then, Your Highness, Prince Xian stated, you need not wait after entering the palace today. Du Hongxue bowed. In this brief exchange, Xue Qingyin felt a subtle realization that Prince Xian was not merely a brutish figure skilled in warfare but possessed a certain cunning. Why, then, in the original narrative, was it because he discovered he was not the Emperor's biological son? That should not be the case. The original text had clearly indicated that upon learning of his true lineage, he began to vie for power against He Songning. With such a desire for conflict, why did he still rush headlong into death? Unable to fathom this, Xue Qingyin decided to cease her pondering. Prince Xian summoned a palace maid to rearrange Xue Qingyin's hair, and then they made their way towards the East Palace. Lay to the east of the Taiji Palace. As they walked toward the East Palace, an inexplicable sense of desolation enveloped them. Xue Qingyin instinctively edged closer to Prince Xian, whispering, why is it so quiet? Xue Qingyin mused, no wonder this individual was scarcely mentioned in the original narrative. As they neared the East Palace, Prince Xian's voice broke the silence, the Crown Prince's mother is my aunt. Xue Qingyin immediately comprehended. So, the Emperor had married 2 sisters? My birth mother passed away early, and thereafter, I was raised by my aunt, the late Empress. Not long after, she too succumbed to illness. Xue Qingyin opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. She was acutely aware of the pain of growing up without a mother as loved. It was only after arriving in this dynasty that she had the fortune of having someone like Madame Xue as her mother. She subtly entwined her fingers with Prince Xian. He paused for a moment before firmly clasping her hand in return. The late Empress had only 2 children in her lifetime. The first died before reaching 2 years, and the second is the current Crown Prince. Within a mere decade, it drained her vitality, leaving her bedridden in her final days. Even so, she treated me as her own son, personally attending to every matter. At this point, Xue Qingyin could not help but envision a frail yet resilient woman. Such kindness outweighed the bond of blood, she thought. At that time, the crown prince was 4 years my senior. The late empress treated me even more affectionately than her own child. She could not resist murmuring, but what of the crown prince? Might he feel his mother favors you more? Would he not harbor jealousy? However, realizing they were now in the East Palace, she swallowed the latter part of her sentence. For reasons unknown, her mood soured. She sensed an odd and twisted nature to familial ties within the palace. From Prince Xian's account, although he lost his birth mother early on, his aunt had treated him well. Yet, this kindness inexplicably evoked a sense of oppression within Xue Qingyin. Perhaps it was merely her own delusion? Your Highness, Prince Xian. He simply continued to hold Xue Qingyin's hand without releasing it. The palace attendants exchanged glances, then lowered their eyes, leading them further inside. Here, the people acted with decorum, their voices were hushed, and even their footsteps seemed almost inaudible. The silence was overwhelming. Unable to endure it any longer, Xue Qingyin took the initiative to inquire, has the crown prince taken a wife? The answer came from a nearby palace maid, who replied with a formal tone, the crown princess is unwell and should not receive guests. So, the crown prince was indeed married. It seemed the crown princess was also not in good health. Xue Qingyin calculated in her mind and found it rather amusing. The princess of Wei had recently recovered from a serious illness, and now the crown princess was also ailing. Had they stumbled into a den of the sickly? The crown prince, his highness, and Prince Xian have come to see you, announced the maid as they paused before a heavy palace door. Suddenly, Prince Xian interjected, and my wife. Oh, Xue Qingyin turned back in surprise. Could he say such a thing? The maid also displayed a look of astonishment, yet clearly dared not contradict Prince Xian. After a moment's hesitation, she amended her words, the crown prince, his highness, and his newlywed wife have come to see you. The door abruptly swung open, revealing a dimly lit interior that reeked of strong medicinal herbs mingled with the musty scent of aged wood. Xue Qingyin held her breath momentarily, squinting her eyes, barely catching sight of a figure seated in a chair. The figure grinned and remarked, someone like you could actually marry a wife? Truly, the heavens must be blind. Chapter 98 The Crown Prince spits blood. Such words are indeed unpalatable. Xue Qingyin licked her lips but refrained from countering the Crown Prince's remarks, instead amplifying his words. She smiled and said, indeed, it is no small feat for a woman as beautiful as I to marry a man so taciturn and lacking in romantic sensibility. The nearby palace attendants were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, they could not deny that the person before them was truly a flower among blossoms. With her quip, she deftly transformed the Crown Prince's words into a playful jest between spouses. The figure seated within appeared taken aback as well. After a brief pause, he let out a cold, mocking laugh and asked, who was speaking? This was clearly meant to belittle Xue Qingyin. However, she firmly pressed down on the back of the Marquis Xian's hand, silencing him. Then, tilting her head, she inquired of the palace attendants, is the Crown Prince's hearing not quite sharp? Just moments ago, it was clearly stated who had arrived. The attendants stammered, hesitant to respond. Naturally, the person inside was equally infuriated. A sharp sound resonated, akin to something being flung against the wall. At this moment, the Marquis Xian's expression had darkened considerably, yet, it was Xue Qingyin who spoke first, her tone laced with curiosity as she asked, you should hurry inside and clean it up, lest you injure your hand. The attendants felt as though they might kneel before Xue Qingyin. It was the Crown Prince who was in a fit of rage. How had her words shifted the meaning so drastically, and she expressed concern about him injuring himself, a remark typically reserved for children. And using it towards the Crown Prince, was she not directly pricking at the sore point of his frail condition? The corners of the Marquis Xian's mouth twitched involuntarily due to his bond with the late Empress. He had always refrained from holding the Crown Prince accountable. The more ill the Crown Prince became, the more erratic his temperament. He only pretended to be submissive in the presence of the Emperor. Witnessing how Xue Qingyin had him tamed, the Marquis Xian felt a sense of wonder. After a prolonged silence, the voice from within finally spoke again. The Crown Prince said, please, Marquis Xian, come in. Now it was Xue Qingyin's turn to be astonished. She had expected him to angrily bark, get out. Xue Qingyin followed closely beside the Marquis Xian as they entered through the door. The attendants trailed behind, lighting the lamps in Changxin Palace. The previously dim room was instantly illuminated. At last, Xue Qingyin was able to see the figure seated in the chair. He was clad in a blue robe, his physique gaunt to the point where his chin appeared pointed. He wore no crown and his hair was unbound, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Nevertheless, the air of nobility still lingered about him, albeit tinged with the eerie pallor of someone long ailing. He leaned heavily against the cushion behind him, as if his bones had lost their strength. What surprised Xue Qingyin the most was that he bore a striking resemblance to the Marquis Xian. However, their temperaments were entirely different, making it impossible to mistake one for the other at first glance. Xue Qingyin found this peculiar. Indeed, the original text stated that the Marquis Xian was not the Emperor's biological son. Could it be that, relying solely on maternal genes, he and the Crown Prince resembled each other to such an extent? As Xue Qingyin boldly scrutinized the Crown Prince, his gaze swept past her face. She was indeed a beauty. One could even say she surpassed mere floral beauty. The Crown Prince's skin twitched, and his eyes darkened. He deliberately remarked, I have heard that father has decreed that the Lu family's daughter shall be wed to you as your Is this the Lu family girl? Xue Qingyin paid no heed to his provocation. She promptly corrected him, saying, "My surname is Xue Crown Prince. Please do not mistake my sister-in-law." Xue Qingyin nodded. From the Crown Prince's perspective, she now appeared somewhat docile and compliant, yet, after their previous exchange, no one understood better than the Crown Prince the fiery spirit concealed beneath the delicate exterior of this beauty. The Crown Prince spoke coldly, "Xue Qingdong has certainly offended our family greatly. How dare you marry into the Marquis Xian's residence?" This was, in essence, a threat, insinuating that the Marquis Xian bore a grudge against Xue Qingyin, however, merely clicked her tongue, thinking that the Crown Prince, residing in the depths of the palace, was indeed somewhat out of touch with current affairs. She replied, "It matters not. I too have a grudge against my father. Should the Crown Prince wish to deal with him, I shall be the first to act in righteous indignation." The Crown Prince, what a bold declaration of righteous indignation. Not even men dared to utter such words. How could this delicate woman so brazenly disrespect her own father? The Crown Prince involuntarily glanced at the Marquis Xian, only to find his expression cold and his gaze sharper than before. "Oh, he was angry?" The Crown Prince smirked. "So it seems you still hold her dear? With her such a silver-tongued orator, do you not fear that one day father will punish her?" The Crown Prince's tone dripped with mockery. "There is no need for the Crown Prince to worry. I will protect her myself," the Marquis Xian replied frostily. Xue Qingyin, dissatisfied, interjected, "Father is quite fond of me. How could he ever punish me? Soon, the Marquis Xian and I shall accompany father for a meal." The Crown Prince could hardly believe his ears as he stuttered, "You?" A surge of blood rushed to his head, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xue Qingyin took a step back. "Oh dear, she had gone too far." She instinctively retreated behind the Marquis Xian, whispering, "He is spit blood. Will I be punished?" The Marquis Xian replied, "No." Xue Qingyin glanced at his expression and confirmed that although the Marquis Xian remembered the late Empress fondly, the Crown Prince, overhearing their exchange, clutched his chest in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at the Marquis Xian as he exclaimed, "Is this the result of your vow to mother before her passing? So, it turns out a single woman can change your mind?" Xue Qingyin pondered for a moment and retorted, "Perhaps it is simply that I am too beautiful for anyone to resist." The Crown Prince gaped, his throat constricting. Xue Qingyin quickly closed her mouth. Perhaps it was best to refrain from further comments. Fortunately, this time the Crown Prince did not spit blood again. The Marquis Xian was also disinclined to continue the quarrel. Though Xue Qingyin had held her ground against the Crown Prince, emerging unscathed, the Marquis Xian wished to prevent her from hearing any more of the Crown Prince's cutting remarks. He spoke in a deep voice, "I have brought Qingyin here to pay respects to Aunt's spirit." "Brought her? Absolutely not," the Crown Prince abruptly interjected, finally regaining his breath and dismissing the notion. The Marquis Xian remained unfazed. "It matters not, I shall have someone search for her." As the atmosphere grew tense once more, an older palace maid quietly advised, "Crown Prince, brotherly affection runs deep. Why must it escalate to such a degree? It may trouble the late Empress in her resting place." In that moment, the Crown Prince appeared lost in thought. Finally, he relented, saying, "Very well, how ruthless." To place the spirit tablet at his bedside, the attendants complied, retrieving the spirit tablet along with incense burner and other items. A small offering table was soon assembled. The Marquis Xian lit the incense and knelt before the spirit tablet. He performed 3 deep bows before rising and placing the incense stick into the burner. Observing this, Xue Qingyin contemplated that she too should kneel. She was quite respectful towards benevolent and kind elders. Thus, she bent her knees, preparing to kneel, only to be gently supported by the Marquis Xian. He softly stated, "There is no need for Qingyin to kneel, a bow will suffice. Aunt nurtured me, but to you, she is merely a stranger." He continued, "Today, a plea for help from the Eastern Palace." No longer alone. Upon hearing those words, Xue Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, as if something had collided with her nose, sending a wave of bittersweet melancholy rushing to her. Without a second thought, she instinctively lunged forward to embrace the waist of Prince Xian. As he rose, she whispered softly, "Your Highness is no longer alone." The latter part of her statement was deliberately directed at the Crown Prince, who had spoken. Did she not have the right to be angry with him? Xue Qingyin felt justified. Prince Xian stood there, allowing her to hold him for a while. His gaze was fixed on the direction of the spirit tablet, his eyes deep and shadowy, as if he sought to transcend the thin wooden memorial to glimmer. The frost in his expression gradually melted away. Finally, he raised a hand to gently caress Xue Qingyin's hair. The Crown Prince observed their figures without uttering another harsh word. His expression merely darkened further. "Put it away," Prince Xian instructed. At that moment, Xue Qingyin had completed her rites and inserted the incense stick she held. She turned to inquire, "What does my aunt enjoy eating? We ought to bring some food." Prince Xian had anticipated this. He lightly clapped his hands, and soon, an attendant approached gracefully, presenting several paper bundles, the contents of which remained a mystery, to be offered at the altar. Then, Prince Xian took hold of Xue Qingyin's hand and led her out. The Crown Prince refrained from uttering any further unkind remarks, merely watching their figures recede before he furrowed his brow in distaste and commanded, "Throw it away." The attendant hesitated, "But that is what Prince Xian offered to the late Empress." The Crown Prince scoffed, turning to an older maid beside him with a derisive tone. "Does Prince Xian truly believe the late Empress cherished such items? It is merely a reminder for him to remember the bonds of the past." Not far from their departure, Xue Qingyin felt a shiver run. Someone was following them. Stealthily and cautiously she quickly tugged at Prince Xian's sleeve, only to have her hand caught by him. "Oh dear, that was not her intention to provoke." Xue Qingyin glared at him and whispered, "Someone is tailing us, do not concern yourself. I will invariably encounter this individual upon my visits to the Eastern Palace. On one occasion, I commanded that she be apprehended, only to discover she was but a simpleton," Prince Xian replied without turning his head. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the figure hastened towards them, only to be seized and thrown to the ground by an attendant behind Prince Xian, landing right at Xue Qingyin's feet. Startled, Xue Qingyin turned to see a young palace maid, no older than 12 or 13, her attire soiled yet her face remarkably clean. Clutching a bundle in her hands, she desperately extended it toward Xue Qingyin. The attendant beside her frowned, tightening his fist as if to strike the maid's hand. Xue Qingyin stopped him. "Wait." She glanced at the item in the maid's hands, frowning. "It appears to be what the prince just offered to the late empress. Has it been discarded for her to find?" Xue Qingyin felt a pang of displeasure. Who discards possessions immediately after leaving? The crown prince had just been vocal about Prince Xian's oath before the late empress, which likely implied, if the crown prince wished for Prince Xian to fulfill his promise, he ought to behave like a proper individual, shouldn't he? Indeed, what a foolish child, chasing after. She instinctively patted the girl's head. The maid's eyes widened, and she nuzzled against Xue Qingyin's palm before suddenly dropping to all fours, barking like a dog. Xue Qingyin was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of displeasure. Prince Xian turned to the attendant beside him, his voice cold. "I am asking you, did you not hear?" The attendant, startled, replied hurriedly, "I do not know, this maid is simply simple-minded." Yet, she could not think of a solution to ensure the girl's well-being within the palace. She turned to Prince Xian, surely he must have a plan. Prince Xian surveyed the young maid and stated indifferently, "Return her to..." Prince Xian continued to lead Xue Qingyin onward, and only after they had exited the bounds of the Eastern Palace did he remark, "She is not a simpleton." Xue Qingyin quickly grasped, "Because her face is too clean?" "No, because she possesses a sense of timing." "Ah, how could someone express affection so expressionlessly?" She fiddled with the paper bundle in her hand and asked, "What is inside?" Ji fruit. According to the late empress, there were 2 ji trees growing against the high walls of her maternal home, and the fruit they bore. In her youth, she often stole and shared the fruit with my mother. But Xue Qingyin lowered her gaze. "It isn't the fruit. Look." She opened her palm to show Prince Xian. He glanced down, and to his surprise, the ji fruit had been replaced by a spherical incense pouch, which bore a crumpled note affixed to it. The note read, "Please deliver this to the Lin family in the East. There will be a generous reward." Who would send a message in such a furtive manner? Xue Qingyin's senses heightened. Could it be a trap to ensnare us? Prince Xian found her somewhat endearing. He discreetly raised his hand to caress her cheek. Xue Qingyin was taken aback. "Your hair is down," Prince Xian remarked. "Oh." Xue Qingyin quickly raised her hand to Prince Xian pressed his lips together, finding her even more charming. He feigned a gesture in the air, declaring, "There, it is now behind your ear." Xue Qingyin nodded, no longer bothering with the stray hairs on her face. Prince Xian picked up the spherical incense pouch. "Open it, and we shall uncover its secrets." What if it contains poison? Xue Qingyin's mind raced with memories of palace intrigue she had once read about. Prince Xian reassured her, "It will not. Several holes have been crafted for the fragrance. It cannot contain much. A wax seal fits perfectly inside." Yet, despite his words, when he began to open the pouch, he raised his hand to shield her, urging her to step back. A soft click sounded as the mechanism of the pouch released, revealing its contents. Xue Qingyin leaned in to take a closer look, discovering it bore a striking resemblance to the silver incense pouches adorned with floral and avian motifs. Just as Prince Xian had described, where the fragrance should have been contained, a wax seal had been inserted. Prince Xian deftly crushed the wax seal, revealing a smaller, more delicate note within. Xue Qingyin's curiosity piqued, and she leaned closer to read it, nearly pressing against Prince Xian's arm. The minuscule note bore the anxious plea, "Save me." However, it had been hastily scratched out, leaving no further explanation. This sight unsettled Xue Qingyin deeply, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. The memory of the little maid barking like a dog only intensified her discomfort. Chapter 100. All depends on her. What exactly is the nature of this plea for help? "It cannot possibly be that little palace maid," Xue Qingyin remarked, her brows nearly knitting into a frown. Prince Xian responded thoughtfully, "Indeed, the person to whom assistance is sought must surely possess a distinguished identity. Otherwise, it would be improbable for anyone to extend their hand into the Eastern Palace to rescue another." Xue Qingyin nodded in agreement. The little palace maid is unlikely to be acquainted with such formidable figures. She lowered her voice, saying, "Then we must consider the wives and concubines surrounding the crown prince. Which among them comes from a prestigious background?" Prince Xian paused momentarily before responding. "The crown prince, in his pursuit of the daughter from the Xiao family of Huainan, once declared." This meant that the only remaining companion by the crown prince's side was indeed the crown princess. Thus, the one seeking help could only be her. The phrase "I desire but one person to grow old together without regret" now rang with bitter irony. Xue Qingyin found herself at a loss for words, her disdain for the crown prince deepening. A person of his ilk certainly did not deserve a wife. Prince Xian delicately placed a small fragrant pouch containing a spherical incense bag, securing it to Xue Qingyin's waist. The two then proceeded to join the emperor for a meal. Aware that they had visited the eastern palace earlier that day, the emperor, with a tone of lament, remarked, "Others may only perceive Prince Xian as cold-hearted, yet I know the depth of your loyalty and affection. It is truly unfortunate that the crown prince has been plagued by illness these past few years, leading to a peculiar temperament. Has he raised his voice at you again today?" This statement suggested that the emperor held. Nonetheless, the loyalty displayed by Prince Xian reassured the emperor. Xue Qingyin mused to herself, how complicated it all was. Prince Xian replied, "As the crown prince, it is only natural for him to express his frustrations towards me." The emperor then inquired, "Has the crown prince troubled Qingyin today?" Prince Xian remained silent. The emperor sighed, "In matters of succession and dignity, how can one act with such foolishness?" This was a veiled criticism of the crown prince. After speaking, a glimmer of sharp intelligence flashed in the emperor's eyes. Prince Xian, typically impervious to persuasion, resembled a cold and unyielding piece of iron. Since the passing of the late empress, the crown prince had become his sole concern. Yet, in recent years, their relationship had deteriorated significantly. And now, with the presence of Xue Qingyin, beautiful and endearingly delicate, Prince Xian found himself emotionally tethered. It was abundantly clear that the power held by Prince Xian was immense, and the emperor was reluctant to confer further rewards upon him. However, bestowing a favor upon a woman was far simpler. What chaos could a woman truly incite? As thoughts swirled in his mind, Emperor Liang did turn to Xue Qingyin and gently inquired, "Did the crown prince frighten you today?" Xue Qingyin timidly nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I bestow upon you the 7-star sword to ward off evil spirits and prevent disturbances. Additionally, I grant you a palanquin for your future traverses within the..." In a secluded chamber of the eastern palace, an inner servant forcefully shoved the little palace maid inside, coldly admonishing, "The crown princess must be diligent in managing her people to avoid any disrespect towards the esteemed." The little palace maid tumbled to the floor, turned her head, and mimicked a dog barking at the servant's shoes. Infuriated, the inner servant delivered a kick to the side of the little palace maid's face. Unfazed by the pain, she smiled vacantly. The servant cursed, "What a nuisance, how dare you pick up such things? If the crown prince were to unleash his wrath, he might just break your legs, and then we'll see how you dare to run." With that, he slammed the door shut behind him, disregarding how the crown princess might react to the commotion. What could one expect from someone whose illness surpassed even that of the crown prince? The inner servant thought to himself, as he departed, his footsteps fading away. The little palace maid sat dazed for a... The person on the bed propped herself up, her gaunt figure clinging to the bed's edge, veins starkly visible against her pale skin. She gently caressed the little palace maid's face, asking, "Did it hurt when you were kicked?" The little palace... "Did Prince Xian come again?" the crown princess inquired in a hushed tone, her lungs seemingly weak, her speech accompanied by the sound of rasping breaths. The little palace maid nodded. "You still do not dare to Caution is wise. The entanglement between Prince Xian and the crown prince is far too deep. We cannot trust him," the crown princess said, exhaling heavily. The little palace maid replied, "I have given the items to Prince Xian's wife." The crown princess froze momentarily. "It will take at least a month or two. If we delay any longer..." The little palace maid wiped away her tears, her throat choking with unshed sobs. The crown princess nodded, stroking the maid's head. "Very well, You have done well. Perhaps Prince Xian will pass the items to the crown prince, or perhaps the crown prince's wife will merely discard them," the little palace maid murmured. "If that is the case, then it is simply my fate," the crown princess... She had only heard the crown princess speak of it, yet her heart brimmed with yearning, believing it must be far superior to the eastern palace. The crown princess shook her head, "Regret is futile." The little palace maid wiped away her unrelenting tears, saying, "If, and I emphasize if, you were to return the tiger talus..." Her tone was steady yet unwavering. "I would rather die than return it. He has betrayed me, so I shall seize his lifeline. My Shao clan was once of great scholars. Do we not possess even a modicum of pride?" After speaking, she caressed the little palace maid's head. "But this has brought you suffering." "I was born a person of suffering," the crown princess said in a hushed tone. "If Prince Xian's wife is willing to lend assistance, even if my health ultimately fails, I will surely bestow the military talisman upon her and in exchange, I shall ensure they find a way to extricate you from the palace and take you to Yangzhou. You shall reside there. Did you not tell me how much you long for it?" Unable to contain herself any longer, the little palace maid buried her face in the crown princess's embrace, crying,